Hip hop ain't really this found me. Little bell for the homies. Got a little green, bought a beam for the Falby. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got enough for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up. Smell like the man running sound. Lucas mode. When I am, I heard the Lucas toe. Long Beach like Crazy Joe or Mayhem. When we get new wheels from Rouse the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump or flip where the is at. Might where the women at. Baby, bass in my Similac. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangsta. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big, fast whips, anxious. Mansions and white, Mike Jackson. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happen on accident. They giving man to the African. It'll never be another one after this. So just pay your mission and pay attention. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump or flip where the is at. Might where the women at. a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. She want me to serenade her, but you know I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the pastor saying I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty muy bien. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG on the gym, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to ML Ball here on Twitch.tv. We are just about to get underway with another day of ML Ball. My name is EB from Toronto, joined for the first game of the day by J-Man1993. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well today. Had my breakfast. I've had some bacon and some eggs, some toast. I'm ready for the day. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Looking forward to this game. We have the Red Sox and the Blue Jays, game 3 of the series. The Blue Jays are going for a 3-game sweep today, so that's always fun.
I know, right? Who would have thought that coming into this series? But it's not the traditional Boston Red Sox. They're in 4th place in the AL East this year. And I was just looking at the records before today, and it's really been the record against the division that's been terrible for the Red Sox. They are 14-22 this year against the American League East. Toronto's 25-21, and that's why they're doing so well this year. They played the American League East better than they've played the rest of the league.
I wonder if most of those wins have come against Boston and Baltimore, the two teams behind them. Probably. You see here, the team batting average for the Blue Jays is just 244. Red Sox a bit better, but team ERA for the Blue Jays 388 and 404 for the Red Sox. So Blue Jays have pitched fairly well. Not exactly hitting the cover off the ball, but nicely. But today they're going to try to go for the sweep. Yesterday, a great game for Tanner Roark. Complete game shutout. He had the Maddox. 98 pitches, 4-0 win, which is good for the Blue Jays. It saved the bullpen because we have Anthony Kay starting today, making just his 2nd start of the season. So we don't know how deep he can go into this game.
Yeah, just moving from that bullpen, replacing Chase Anderson, who has not been the greatest recently in the Blue Jays bullpen. And Ross Atkins, Mark Shapiro, interested in seeing what they have on their hands from that Marcus Stroman trade, and I'm interested to see how Anthony Kay does today against this Red Sox lineup.
His first start came against the Cleveland Indians the other day. It didn't go so well, but we'll see if he does a little bit better today. There you have his numbers.
Yeah, and a lot of that is in the relief role, too. And he was pretty good in relief for Charlie Montoya when he first started in that long relief role, but I feel like he was overused a bit, and maybe some fatigue came in there, and those numbers went up. But he was pretty decent to start when he first was in that bullpen.
Leading off the afternoon for
he has been a starter throughout his career, so this is nothing new for him. Jose Peraza, the second baseman for the Red Sox, takes it inside, and we are underway. Peraza Batting first, and then Kevin Pillar, the right fielder, former Blue Jay, will be at batting second and playing right. J.D. Martinez, the DH, in the number 3 spot. Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop, in the cleanup spot. Devers, the third baseman, as the pitch is going to be on the ground. Fielded by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and over to K in time.
Oh, nice play there by Vladdy. And I always hold my breath when I see the ball hit over to him. First base is, of course, new to him this year. But he's made some pretty good plays.
Yeah, absolutely. After Rafael Devers, it's Benintendi in the 6th spot. He's in left field as Pilar takes a ball.
Ball 1, no strike.
Christian Vasquez, the catcher, batting 7th. Mitch Moreland, the first baseman, batting 8th. Jackie Bradley Jr. in center. He's in the number 9 spot. Bit of a different lineup for the Red Sox when they face left-handed pitching. Pitch is outside too. And those same guys, just in a different order. Defensively for the Blue Jays, from left to right, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Randall Grichuk, and Teoscar Hernandez. On the infield, Shaw, Bichette, Biggio, Guerrero, which is a strike. And then behind the plate is Danny Jansen.
Yeah, Kevin Pillar is the beneficiary of some playing time when there's a lefty on the mound. Alex Verdugo in that Mookie Betts trade finds himself on the bench.
Pitch is fouled away, and Alex Verdugo was on the bench yesterday when the Blue Jays had the righty on the mound, surprisingly enough. Tanner Roark was pitching, but Kevin Pillar was in the starting lineup.
Well, you look at the numbers Kevin Pillar's put up this year, and then you compare them to the numbers that Randall Grichuk has put up this year, and really makes you frustrated with some of the decisions if you're a Jays fan.
A high fly ball, center field. Speaking of Grichuk, he's going to make the play.
And not like Kevin Pillar's numbers are great or anything, 259 batting average, 308 on base, 414 slugging, but those numbers are just vastly outshining what Randall Grichuk is doing, and Randall Grichuk is getting $12 million this year.
Yeah, I'd like to have that salary, to be honest with you. 2 outs for J.D. Martinez, DH, 271 on the year. Takes a
I don't know if I could afford that pay cut, to be honest,
I'm a little surprised that Verdugo isn't getting more playing time. I mean, you trade away a guy like Mookie Betts, and you bench the guy you got for him?
Yeah. It's an interesting decision, but,
he's not letting
What's that?
I'm saying he's not lighting the world on fire. 209 batting average and just 2 home runs, but you'd think, at least against right-handed pitchers, he'd be playing.
Yeah, or at least maybe if he's struggling, you send him down to the minors and maybe get his head straight.
Swing and a miss. J.D. Martinez goes down swinging, so a good first inning for Anthony K. 3 up, 3 down with a K. We go to the bottom of the first. Blue Jays coming up. I had to get in my one Anthony got a K reference in this game, and another lefty is going to take the mound for the Red Sox today. It's Eduardo Rodriguez.
Well, this guy has been around forever for the Red Sox. I believe was acquired in that Andrew Miller trade with the Baltimore Orioles all those years ago. But looking at his numbers this year, 6-7 record and a 4.50 earned run average. He's always supposed to be a little bit better than the numbers have shown in his career.
Deals the first pitch ball to Bo Bichette. He was basically, I think, seen as the ace this year because David Price was traded to the Dodgers and Chris Sale, Tommy John surgery out for the year. Hasn't exactly put up ace-like numbers. Pitch to Bichette is fouled away.
No, actually, Marcus Walden's been the ace of the staff, and maybe even Ryan Weber's been the second best starter, or Colin McHugh.
1-1 to Bichette, swung on and missed. We saw Walden yesterday. Been pitching very well, but a very bad record, and he took another loss yesterday. Hard to win when your team does not score any runs.
You kind of wonder where this Red Sox team would be if, Chris Sale wasn't hurt. They still had David Price. They'd have 5 solid arms in that rotation with the way Walden and McHugh have been pitching this year. And outfield offense has been a problem. Well, they traded Mookie Betts.
Bichette hits it on the ground, and that's the first out.
You know, I called the Angels game yesterday, and those Red Sox and the Angels are two teams that kind of remind me of each other. They've got superstar talent all over the diamond. It's just there's too many stars and scrubs. You know, it's not a full baseball team. And those black holes in the lineup really have sunk both of those teams this season.
Absolutely. Obviously, Mike Trout is one of the best players in baseball, the best player in baseball even. But he doesn't have a lot of support around him. Rendon's done a nice job, but with the Angels, it's always the pitching that's a concern. Guerrero fouls it away. Guerrero, of course, now in his new spot at first base. 1-2 pitch. That's going to be fouled away. He'll be followed by the former Red Sox player, Travis Shaw. He's at third base. Teoscar Hernandez in the cleanup spot on right. Rally Telez, the DH, batting fifth. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in left field, batting sixth. That's going to be a pop-up to the first baseman, and that's the second out. Randall Grichuk is in the number 7 spot in center field. Kevin Biggio at second base, batting eighth. Danny Jansen behind the plate in the number 9 spot. Give you the Red Sox defense from left to right: Benintendi, Bradley, and Pilar. On the infield, Devers, Bogarts, Peraza, and Moreland. And behind the plate, Christian Vasquez, the Red Sox All-Star this year.
And that's pretty funny to me that he is their lone All-Star. You look at the numbers Xander Bogaerts put up, you're like, he's got to be the All-Star, but shortstop position in the American League is just so deep.
Also, Bogarts missed some time with an injury. That probably didn't help. I thought Marcus Walton might have had a chance, and Josh Taylor, the closer, has done a really nice job for them.
Yeah.
But Vasquez it was. But he did get into the game, got some at-bats in the DH spot in the All-Star game.
Was he the only other catcher on that roster?
2-2 pitch, foul away. I'm trying to think. Mitch Garver was there, obviously.
Yeah, was a starter. I mean,
Tom Murphy was there for the Mariners. I don't remember if Grandal was. The pitch was swung on a miss. Probably was. It's been a week and I've already forgotten.
I know what you mean.
So both pitchers have a 3-up, 3-down inning in the first. You go the second, no score. There is Xander Bogaerts to lead things off here for the Red Sox. Shortstop batting .302, 16 home runs, 36 RBI.
Yeah, he missed some time and still put up those numbers. 16 home runs and 224 at-bats, 395 on base coming into today. I mean, those are very, very solid numbers.
His entire career with the Red Sox. Originally signed out of Aruba. 0-1 pitch is going to be a high fly ball to left field. Gurriel going back, can't make the play. That's going to be a double for Xander Bogaerts.
Well, the adventures for Lourdes Gurriel continue out there in left field. He makes a diving attempt at this ball and really just misses it completely. Should have just played it off the wall, but it's still only a double for Bogaerts. That misplay, he wasn't going to hold him to a single. So I'm not really sure if that affected it much, but it was funny to watch.
Funny to watch, and I don't think I've ever seen the diving play work in MLB The Show, but they still try it anyway. Rafael Devers swings at the first pitch, a high fly ball to right field, and no doubt about that one, that is gone.
Wow.
Devers with his 10th home run makes it 2-0 Red Sox.
That's the thing that surprises me, too. That's only his 10th home run. Devers struggling so far this year, and really not struggling at all on that one. Rushing that to deep right field. Lefty-lefty matchup doesn't matter at all to Devers. No doubt about it. Okay, he just flips the bat. I'm all for bat flips, unless it's against my team, I guess.
Me too. 441 feet, his 48th and 49th RBI of the season. So the Red Sox, who did not score at all yesterday, are on the board here in the second inning, leading 2-0. Red Sox and Blue Jays in real life played an exhibition game last night, and they showed the crazy numbers that Devers had against the Blue Jays last year.
Oh, yeah.
Here he is showing it again.
I mean, he was an absolute Jays killer every time he comes up. I still have PTSD when I see it, you know, so I see these numbers in this game. I can't believe it.
1-1, swung on and missed.
It'll be interesting to see how Anthony K bounces back from this. That huge home run. Pitch count still relatively under control, only 19 pitches here in the second inning. But he's being a little bit fine now and trying to nibble at the corners against Benintendi.
Full count to Benintendi. That's hit to right field. Oscar Hernandez, and he tries to make a diving play, and he can't get it. What's going on with these diving plays?
What kind of play was that? I mean, he was jogging in to that one. I thought it was a lazy fly ball. The way he was running into that, you've got to catch that one, Teoscar. That is inexcusable to be that lazy on that kind of a ball.
So that's 3 straight hits for the Red Sox to start this inning. Christian Vasquez, 239, takes a strike. Pete Walker, we saw the pitching coach go out there to calm Anthony K down. That's, yeah, you got to get help from your defense. There's like no reason not to make some of these catches. 0-1 pitch, fouled away. Maybe the virtual Blue Jays were watching the real Blue Jays because last night Teoscar also had some adventures out there at Fenway.
Yeah, he sure did. And that's going to be the issue for the Blue Jays is outfield defense. Oh, that could have been a double play ball, but Anthony K is able to just salvage one out there.
Unfortunately, he knocked it down, and oh boy. Well, he knocked it down, and he's going to have to leave the ball game because hit him in the ribcage.
Oh, no. Well, we won't get to see how Anthony K bounces back from that home run, unfortunately, and I was looking forward to seeing how the young left-hander was going to do in this rotation. I think maybe Ryan Baracki's going to have to be called up from AAA, it seems.
Yeah, it does say here it doesn't appear overly serious, so we'll see if this knocks him out for a few days. But here's our boy Chase Anderson, the long reliever, to come in, and he did pitch in game 1 of the series. He got the save, 3 1/3 innings in the game you did on Monday.
Yeah, that's the concerning part. 3 1/3 innings on Monday, and that was a game that was well under control by the Blue Jays, and I kept saying, why are we burning this arm? We may need it for an Anthony K start, and here it is. Anthony K out of the game early, not due to his pitching performance, but by bad luck, and now Chase Anderson is going to have to eat up some innings here.
Yeah, we'll see how far he can go. 3 1/3, as you said, on Monday. Bullpen's well rested. Nobody else other than Chase Anderson has pitched in this series. He ate up the innings on Monday, and then yesterday, obviously, Tanner Roark pitched a complete game, so no relievers had to be used. So everybody should be fresh, and with this injury in the second inning, we'll probably be seeing a lot of them today.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that can go multiple innings down there. Wilmer Font, Jordan Romano, both of those guys were starters, openers as well. And, Jordan Romano is putting up a pretty big name for himself in a real-world Major League summer camp. And hopefully that translates over into the MLB The Show.
Hopefully. Obviously, he's got a great arm. He's a native of Canada, Markham, Ontario, so the Blues would love to see him do well for them. Full count here on Mitch Moreland. Runner at second, 1 out, and the pitch. Fair ball down the right field line, and that's going to score a run. So that's another run charged to Anthony K, and it's an RBI single for Moreland, 3-0 Red Sox.
Well, I mean, you look at this, the ball just goes right past Vladimir Guerrero at first base. You got to find a defensive position for this guy, and I'm not sure if first base is even the answer for him. That ball goes all the way to the wall to another defensively challenged Teoscar Hernandez, who gets the ball in.
Looks like the Blue Jays have quite a few DHs in in defensive positions. That's going to get away from Jansen and allow the runner to advance. So other than the score, that's going to be a wild pitch.
Yeah, they sure do. I mean, Gurriel has defensive concerns. Teoscar, even Randall Grichuk is playing out of position in center field. He's a pretty good defensive right fielder. He's just average in center field.
See Jackie Bradley with the milestone watch. If he gets 100 today, I think I'm going to just resign. I don't know. He's at 97. So this is not a very good second inning so far for the Blue Jays. 3-0 and the runner in scoring position, and Jackie fouls it away.
And Chase Anderson's in the game. Yeah, not a very good inning at all.
Usually if your long man is in the game in the second inning, then something went terribly wrong.
3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
3-1 count to Jackie Bradley Jr. Jose Peraza waiting on deck. And the pitch fouled away.
You know, oftentimes you see guys that struggle in the rotation and they're not expecting to start. They end up coming into a game unexpectedly and end up putting up a bunch of zeros. But doesn't seem to be that's the case today.
No, there's another base hit, so the fun continues for at least the Red Sox. So first and third, you already see Jordan Romano up in the bullpen. They showed that little graphic. Jose Peraza grounded out his first time up. Red Sox have scored 3 in this inning. There's only 1 out. Runners on the corners. If Chase Anderson needs anything desperately, it's a double play here.
Yeah, has he gotten anyone out this inning yet?
No, he has not.
He came in after Vasquez hit the comebacker to K, and he's given up single to Moreland and single to Jackie Bradley Jr.
Nope, that's down.
And he's thrown 16 pitches, only 9 of them for balls. Or for strikes, I should say. 7 for balls, 9 for strikes. So it's not exactly the start you want to have if you're Chase Anderson coming into a long relief appearance, as that one is going to be a fly ball to center field. Grichuk will make the play, and they will try to score the runner. Here's the throw to the plate, way offline. So it'll be a sacrifice fly.
Yeah, that was a terrible throw from Grichuk. That was hitting the pretty shallow center field. I thought a good throw could have at least produced an exciting play at the plate, but that throw was way up the line and easily safe at the plate. It was Mitch Moreland.
So that makes it 4-0. Here's Kevin Pillar. Well, he recorded an out. That's something. Unfortunately, it scored a run. Pitch is low, ball 1 to Pillar. Pillar is 3 for 9 against Chase Anderson with 2 doubles.
That's impressive because Kevin Pillar does not hit a lot of guys very well. Although he did hit 21 home runs last year. That was a career high for Pillar. He did it in San Francisco. It's not an easy place to hit home runs.
Of course, he was the Giants' most valuable player. High fly ball to right. Teoscar will make the play, and that'll end the inning. Unfortunately for the Blue Jays, 4 runs have scored on 5 hits.
The Red Sox sent 8 men to the plate that inning. That was a disaster of a second inning for the Jays.
Teoscar Hernandez will lead things off here against Eduardo Rodriguez. I still think he should have caught that ball, went for a single. But
oh, absolutely.
10 for 25 against Erod with 4 home runs. So let's see what he can do here.
Well, the Jays have a lot of right-handed power hitters and like to pull the ball. So they do well sometimes against left-handed pitching. No, I was looking at the dimensions for PNC Park, where the Jays will be playing their home games this year in the real world, and right field is a little bit further than Skydome's dimensions are, and I was wondering how that's going to affect these right-handed power-hitting Jays.
It's going to be very interesting, to see how the different dimensions play out.
410 feet as opposed to 400, that's a big difference.
Now, that's a 4-pitch walk. Last pitch looked like it could have been called a strike, but Rodriguez didn't get the call.
The designated hitter.
Yeah, taken all the way, Hernandez was, and he just sort of tossed his bat before the ump even made the call. I was like, I thought that was a strike.
Rowdy Tellez, the DH, steps in here. 14 home runs, 40 RBIs, batting .248 on the year.
Now with Vlad moving over to first base and Rowdy Tellez being a first baseman his whole career, I'm surprised that Tellez doesn't get more of the playing time over there at first.
That might be a plan. Here's another guy with good numbers against Rodriguez. 3 for 7 with a couple of home runs. So this is the right part of the lineup to get back in this game for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, they're a power-hitting team. It's often boom or bust, and they can get right back into this game with one swing of the bat. Rowdy Tellez has a lot of home runs. Every Jay in this lineup has double digits in home runs. So it's a very powerful lineup.
Not the greatest batting averages up and down, but they do have the power, as you mentioned.
It's a boom or bust.
2-1 to Rowdy's outside. You do have to get strikes in order to hit home runs, and in this inning, Erod has only thrown 1 strike. Tellez goes after that pitch, hits it to right field, but Pilar's going to have a play. 1 out.
Well, he got a pretty good pitch to hit on 3-1, but doesn't get all of it, just sends it out to right field, where Kevin Pilar shows Teoscar Hernandez actually how to make a catch.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you make catches in the outfield. Lourdes Gurriel allowed a double last inning with that poorly made dive. Here he is, 256 on the year. Swings and misses. I was going to look at the Twitch chat as Mo notes that Rowdy hit a home run in real life yesterday at Fenway. On the ground to Devers. They go to second for 1, back to first, and not getting back in the game. It's a double play.
That's a tailor-made double play right there by Lourdes Gurriel. We saw hitting .220 this month in July, and the struggles for him continue.
JD Martinez will lead things off here in the top of the third with the Red Sox up 4-0. Want to remind you we're doing all this for charity. This week it's Meals on Wheels, so please feel free to donate. You can type in !donate in the Twitch chat, and you'll be able to see the link. And every donation is appreciated.
The designated hitter, JD.
Yeah, it's a great cause, Meals on Wheels. It brings meals to a lot of seniors in need, and if you can spare anything, we appreciate all that you can give.
JD Martinez goes after the first pitch, and that's a single. First pitch swinging.
Well, Chase Anderson's show continues here. A leadoff single for JD Martinez. This ball was hit incredibly hard, right up the middle. And, not playing him in a shift, they're playing him straight up. And that goes, you don't usually see base hits up the middle anymore, but Martinez on with a leadoff single.
Bogart started that rally with the double after the dive from Lourdes Gurriel came in to score the home run by Rafael Devers.
2-0.
And Chase Anderson falls behind 2-0.
How deep do you think Chase Anderson goes into this game? You'd
God,
like
hope
to.
not too deep.
I mean, you'd like him to at least get you to the 5th inning. And if he can get you to the 5th inning and keep the Red Sox at 4, he's done a good job.
2 strikes.
Yeah, hopefully he can do that, because it's the only way you can get back in this game is if the long man has success and keeps the Red Sox off the board.
Yeah, not looking promising right here, though. Falling behind here, 3-2. The leadoff single to JD Martinez. This is the difficult part of the Red Sox lineup, too.
Bogarts fouls that one away. The Blue Jay killer, Devers on deck.
Well, we've got a trivia question of the game now.
How many walks can Chase Anderson give? Is that the question? Oh, no.
Name the 2 Red Sox players. Oh, I just missed it. 2 Red Sox players to have a 10 doubles, 10 triples, 10 home runs, and 10 stolen base season since 1970.
And I see that, the
Johnny Damon's
already
one of
been
the
answered.
answers.
Yeah.
Oh, and Nomar. Well, there we go.
Johnny Damon and Nomar.
Or as it's pronounced in Boston, Nomar.
Indeed.
1-1.
Devers got the scoring started with that home run. 30 pitches now for Chase Anderson since coming into the ball game. He has only recorded 2 outs. One of them a sac fly, which scored a run. 1-1 pitch. Outside for a ball.
Yeah, Devers absolutely crushed that home run. It was off of Anthony Kay, too. That was the lefty-lefty matchup.
Tries to crush that one, but that should be... No, that's going to drop. What happened there? Oh my goodness. The throw to the plate will not be in time. What in the world was that?
I don't know either. The way Grichuk was running, even Devers looks confused there. He was just lazily jogging in on this one, and it just bounces in front of him for an RBI single.
So that makes it 5-0. Still nobody out here in the third. This is the second game you and I have done for the Blue Jays, and both times the long man has disappointed us. It was Ryan Baraka the last time we were on the call.
Yeah, we are bad luck together calling these Jays games, it seems. Although the Canada Day game did go pretty well.
Yeah, that was fun. Of course, Ryu was pitching, so most of the time when Ryu's on the mound, you can count on that being a good day. Pitched the first game that you called in this series has been in Tendi. Someone going to catch that? Looks like they will. Thank you very much. That's how you make catches. That's the first out of the inning.
And look at that. He can make the throw to a cutoff man.
Now batting, the catcher, Christian.
That's how we do it. So everyone stays where they were. Here's Christian Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm just confused by the effort on some of these plays. Like, you saw that Grichuk was sprinting all out to get to that ball. Makes the catch. Lazily jogging in on the ball from Devers. Bounces in front of him.
As Christian Vasquez takes a ball. Now a strike. Vasquez is 0 for 1 today with a ground out.
Well, a double play here would be very nice for Chase Anderson, but unfortunately he is a fly ball pitcher.
Which kind of makes you wonder why the Blue Jays traded for him. I guess it worked out with Marco Estrada, also came over from the Brewers, and he was a fly ball pitcher. Had a couple of nice years here. But in the East, it's not always a good idea to have the fly ball pitchers. That's going to be a pop-up to Vladimir Guerrero, and that's the second out of the inning.
Now batting, the first baseman, Mitch Moreland.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of small ballparks in the American League East. Rogers Center is one that sort of plays neutral. Tampa is a bit of a pitcher's park, but yeah, most of them play as hitters' ballparks. And You don't want a guy that gives up a lot of home runs pitching in your ballpark.
I remember when Marco Estrada came over here the year before that in the National League, he was among the leaders in home runs given up. So I was a little concerned, but he actually did a very nice job here for a few years. So you never know with these trades. Sometimes the pitching coach is swing and a miss. Moreland goes down swinging, but the Red Sox add a run. So you never know. Sometimes the pitching coach can figure something out and help a pitcher improve. That happened with Marco. Hasn't happened with Chase Anderson, though, to this point.
Yeah, I would love to talk more about Marco Estrada as things go on. As we're getting a Heidi Watney an update, why don't we remind people the games that are coming up after this one. We've got Miami at Colorado. That's going to be Pablo Lopez versus Jonathan Gray. Jeremy Goldstein has the call for that one.
Yeah, now we do have a bit of a change. We might still get the Miami Colorado game, but Jeremy is going to play Sporer. Remember, Jeremy won our broadcasting tournament last week?
Yep.
So the prize, quote unquote, is to play Paul Sporer, who's done some games for us in the past, and they're going to play at 2:00. I don't think it'll go to 3:45, so we may even get the Colorado and Miami game after that. But they will have their tournament. So I think it's going to be one game coming up after us.
Well, that'll be fun. So check that out after this one. Jeremy versus Paul Sporer.
Ball, that's out.
But the rest of the day should be as scheduled, we hope. Richard fouls it away. So sorry about interrupting you. Just want to make sure everybody got the correct information.
No. I'd like the correct information. And looking at that schedule, one that sticks out to me, Brusdar Graterol making his debut for the Kansas City Royals as Bridget goes down swinging, unsurprisingly there.
Second strike for Rodriguez. I was going to talk about Graterol, of course, coming over from the Dodgers to the Royals, along with A.J. Pollock. One of the guys going back for Jorge Soler. Went to L.A. to beef up their offense for the stretch run, as Kevin Biggio will step in here, take a ball.
I think one of the big beneficiaries of that trade also is Yordan Alvarez now clears the path for him for that triple crown. Soler with 41 home runs, Alvarez with 38. So easier for him to win that American League home run race, although Stanton is right behind him with, I believe, 34.
Cookie and I were talking about that yesterday, that Yordan Alvarez has the opportunity to get that triple crown now, which is in for a strike. It was funny. Alvarez, or Soler rather, went to the National League, and all of a sudden he's leading in all these categories, most of which was obviously from his time in the American League.
Yeah, not as many home runs in the National League either, so he's like leading with 41, and there's no one in the National League with 30 home runs. I'm interested to see if maybe he could lead the National League in home runs just by the numbers he puts up this year.
As Biggio also goes down on strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, back-to-back strikeouts here for Eduardo Rodriguez, and now he's starting to settle down here, getting into a groove, and you know, he's only allowed the one base runner, and that's been erased on a double play, but that one, wow.
A high fly ball to center field. There's another base runner. He won't stay on long, but the Blue Jays are going to be on the board. Number 15 for Jansen. It's 5-1.
I just said to UEB before the game, should we move Jansen up in the lineup? He's hitting a lot better, and 15 home runs already for him this season. He just continues to hit.
38th RBI on the year, 435 feet. Let's take a look at that one.
Yeah, that's not a cheapie, 435. That's up into the second deck there in left center field, and that one would even get out of PNC Ballpark in Pittsburgh. That's a home run anywhere.
Which is good news for the Blue Jays, as Bichette takes a ball. So that's the first hit for the Blue Jays. Back to the top of the order. Grounded out to the Bichette his first time up.
And it's the first base runner Eduardo Rodriguez has allowed since that base on ball to Teoscar Hernandez.
Hey.
2-0 to Bichette. Generous strike call there, 2-1.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit inside myself.
Maybe it's a makeup call for the walk to Teoscar because the ball 4 pitch was pretty good, and that's going to be fair. Down the right field line, Pilar plays it off the wall, and it's going to be a double for Bo Bichette.
A nice piece of hitting there by Bo Bichette, sending it the opposite way. 27 doubles now for Bo Bichette. That leads the Jays in doubles.
Counts 1-0.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. takes the ball. Bichette also leads the team in triples. He has 3. Nobody else has more than 1.
Now, Vladimir Guerrero is not far behind him with 25 doubles of his own.
I was talking yesterday with Cookie, who did the game with me. There's not a lot of speed on this Blue Jays team, so a lot of power, but not a lot of speed, which is why you will see some doubles, not a lot of triples, and a lot of home runs.
The fastest guy on the team is probably Teoscar Hernandez.
Yeah, remember that Canada Day game we did when the misplay and by the second baseman of the White Sox, and he ended up at second. And what was like a ground ball all the way.
And Kevin Biggio may not be the fastest guy, but he was 14 of 14 in stolen bases last year. He's a very good base runner.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. flies it to right field, but Pilar is there to end the inning. Danny Jansen gets the Blue Jays on the board with a solo home run. So it's 5-1. Red Sox will go to the top of the 4th, and here's J-Man to take you through the middle innings.
All right, thank you very much for that, EB. We've got a 5-1 Boston Red Sox lead here, and Chase Anderson is still out here in this game. He came in on relief of Anthony Kay, who left this game after being hit by a comebacker from Christian Vasquez. And wasn't throwing terribly, but he wasn't throwing great. He gave up that 2-run home run to Devers. But since then, Chase Anderson has also been unable to stop the bleeding. He's going to face 9-1-2 here in the 4th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr., Jose Peraza, and Kevin Pilar. Oh, there's another comebacker up the middle. Gets a piece of Chase Anderson, slows it down, but it's a leadoff single for Jackie Bradley Jr.
If Chase Anderson continues to put base runners on, I wonder if Charlie Montoya goes to the pen. We saw Jordan Romano was up earlier.
Yeah, Romano was warming up in that 2nd inning. Chase Anderson struggled mightily upon entering the game. Gave up a single, and then a sac fly. I think it's Peraza with a first pitch strike there. Yeah, Pete Walker had to come out and talk to Chase Anderson a bit. We weren't sure how long he was going to be in this game, and I'm not sure how much longer he is going to be in this game. He's given up a leadoff single here to the 9th batter. And the Jays already trailing by 4.
Nope, outside.
There is an off day tomorrow, so there's no reason not to use other guys in the bullpen when everyone's well rested. So we'll see how long the leash on Anderson is.
Hits that one on the ground to Bichette. Fires off to Biggio, and not in time for the double play. I'm interested to see that slide. I think maybe they should challenge this one. This looks like a breakup slide.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. Biggio got turned around there.
Yeah, I don't know if Charlie Montoya is going to call for the review, but I would call for that review. It looks like he's not going to call for the review. It's going to stand as a fielder's choice, and it brings up Kevin Pilar.
Ball match outside.
Now Kevin Pilar is strikes out a lot. Doesn't have the greatest strike zone judgment. I remember him flailing a lot at sliders outside.
I got 2-1 to count.
Chase Anderson does not throw a slider. He's got that fastball curve changeup combination. There's that curveball. Pilar gets a piece of it and fouls it away. It's weird to see Kevin Pilar in right field. He came up with the Jays as a left fielder. He made that incredible play in left field, robbing a home run, and after that, Blue Jays slid him over to center field. And Chase Anderson walks another guy here, losing Kevin Pilar, and that's not easy to do, walking Kevin Pilar.
I was just going to say that. If you're walking Kevin Pilar, then you might have some issues.
Yeah, only one away still here, and now we've got the meat of the Red Sox lineup coming up. J.D. Martinez, Xander Bogaerts, and Rafael Devers.
Got to get a double play. Almost had one, but not quite with the fielder's choice.
Well, Martinez swings at the first pitch and sends it deep to center field, and that one is gone. A 3-run home run for J.D. Martinez, and we mentioned home runs are a problem for Chase Anderson, and that one puts the game basically out of reach. It's now 8-1 Boston as J.D. Martinez clears the bases.
Yeah, we're not very good luck for the Blue Jays, I think, when we're here. And, well, they probably could hit that, too, if you threw that to me. Right down the middle.
They hit it to straight away center field. Grichuk gave it a pretty good run at it. Maybe Kevin Pilar makes that catch, but Randall Grichuk does not. And that is the end of the line for Chase Anderson. Maybe a couple batters too late. We are going to get to see a look here at Jordan Romano. Now, what can you tell us about Romano?
As I mentioned, he is native of Canada, Markham, Ontario. You see his 13th appearance, 4.02 ERA. Not terrible. Not a lot of games. I'd like to see a little more of him, honestly, if I had a chance. So hopefully Charlie Montoya uses him more. He does have a very good arm, and you mentioned in real life he's been opening some eyes at camp. He's had a very nice camp so far.
Well, that one's fouled away. Yeah, he's got a very good fastball, 98 miles an hour, and he's got a wipeout slider, and that's the combination that Josh Hader has from the left side. Woo. Big swing and a miss on that slider there, and that's a big strikeout for Jordan Romano.
Went upstairs, way upstairs with that.
Yeah, surprised to see Bogaerts swinging at that one. I guess he thought it was a high fastball that he wanted to maybe pound into the outfield, but it just was a slider that fooled him. And now swinging at the first pitch is Rafael Devers, sending Gurriel back, but he's going to make the catch there in front of the warning track. Put it away, but J.D. Martinez sends a moonshot there to straightaway center field, plating 3 Red Sox and knocking Chase Anderson out of this game and effectively putting Toronto out of this game. It's 8-1 Boston.
Leading up for Toronto, the third baseman,
Eduardo Rodriguez going back to work here in the 4th inning. Only thrown 48 pitches so far. He'll face 3, 4, and 5 for Toronto. Travis Shaw, Teoscar Hernandez, and Rowdy Tellez.
I guess this is a good time to talk about the trade deadline coming up in 9 days. Obviously, the Blue Jays, I think, could use some pitching. I think they could use some offensive help from someone. And you did a game last week with, or involving the Buffalo Bisons, and they don't really have a lot down there. So if you're the Blue Jays, looking at where you are in the standings and what you need in order to compete perhaps next year, I think you might be looking at trading for some bats.
Yeah, they've got a lot of options is what it is. And I called that AAA game where Derek Fisher's hitting 230 in ML Bot Ball. But yesterday he hit 2 home runs against the Red Sox. So in real life, the Jays want to try out Fisher. They want to try out Alford. And, maybe Billy McKinney. But in Bot Ball this year, all of those guys have not been good.
Billy McKinney on the bench here, batting 233. Joe Panic on the bench, 205. Brandon Drury, 244.
That one's hit up the middle, but right at the shift, the Red Sox are shifting, and it seems the Blue Jays are not. And Shaw's put away here, one out here in the fourth inning.
Roberts was in the correct spot.
Comments in the Twitch chat. Derek Fisher, Redemption Tour 2020.
I suppose so, in real life for sure, but in ball, not really. So we'll have to see what the Blue Jays do for the trading deadline. As we mentioned, that's on the 31st of July here in ball. I would think they would love some bats that can help this year and beyond, obviously. And also maybe some more young starters. So
you can never have enough starting pitching.
So guys like Baraki and Kay and Thornton see they have some competition. Maybe that encourages them to work hard and get better.
Well, earlier in the year, they had Baraki and Thornton in the bullpen, and they did not pitch that great out of that role. Down in AAA, where they getting more regular starts. Now, full count pitch here to Teoscar Hernandez. He sends that one to straightaway center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. back on that one, and he makes the catch for the second out.
Now batting, number 44.
2 outs here already for Rodriguez. Got a 7-run lead, so you think he'll be aggressive.
Now brings up Rowdy Tellez. Rowdy Tellez flew out to right field in the second inning, 0 for 1 today. Hits that one down the left field line. That one could be extra bases, beating the shift. Rowdy Tellez, and he's going to wind up with a 2-out double.
How about that? Hit it where they ate. He did that.
Yeah, and we've seen in summer camp this year, and Rowdy Tellez likes to use the whole field, just a bit late on that ball, and he's able to just cue it down that third base line and just keep it fair. Goes all the way into the corner, and the Jays have a chance to maybe cut into this 7-run Red Sox lead.
They're going to need a lot of work to do it, but that's a good start. I am surprised they were shifting on Rowdy, knowing that he does like to use the whole field. Most times he'll probably pull it, so that's why they were shifting. But
well, when he likes to go the other way, it's often the other way in the air. We've seen a lot of his home runs go to left center field. He's got that big upper body strength where he can just lift the ball anywhere, it seems, for a home run. And he's one of the guys I'm pretty excited to see how his career advances.
I think that he'll probably get quite a bit of DH opportunities in this shortened 60-game season. Maybe some time at first base if you want to give Guerrero a day off. But if he's hitting, I expect him in the lineup on a regular basis.
2-2 pitch swung on and missed from Lourdes Gurriel. So a 2-out double from Rowdy Tellez is stranded there at second base. Eduardo Rodriguez is pitching a pretty good ball game here so far. He's got a 7-run lead as we go to the 5th inning. Now, Jordan Romano still in this game, and Wilmer Font is starting to warm up. He's going to face 6, 7, 8 here for the Red Sox in the top half of the 5th inning. It's going to be Benintendi, Vasquez, and Moreland. Now, Benintendi was a guy I really thought the Red Sox were going to be able to build around. I really burst onto the scene, I believe, in 2016 it was. He sends this one to straightaway center field. Grichuk is there to make the catch. The power numbers have not been there for Benintendi, though. Only 7 home runs this year for him.
He, too, has been dealing with a few injuries this year as well, so just getting back into things in the last few weeks. Really, I think this is the first time in a while that the Red Sox have had all their starters together on the field. A lot of injuries early on. Hasn't really helped them in terms of wins and losses.
No, it hasn't. They've actually lost the first 2 of this series to Toronto, and Toronto's able to put some ground against them. You know, they're in 4th place already in the this American League East, and you know, just 2 short years ago they were World Series champions. Well, Vasquez hits a Romano slider out into right field, where Teoscar Hernandez is there to make the catch. So, pretty good outing so far for Jordan Romano.
He's thrown 9 pitches, and one of them has been a ball. That's how you do it. Throw strikes. Don't walk guys.
Ball 1.
Of course, as I say that, he throws a ball.
Mitch Moreland, the longtime Texas Ranger,
1 ball, 1 strike.
played against the Jays in the 15 and 16 League Division
2
Series.
balls, 1 strike.
And those were some pretty fun games. Did you ever get a chance to go to any of those playoff games?
I did not watch them all on TV. They were pretty exciting,
That's ball 3.
especially, obviously, Game 5 in 2015. Game 3 in 16 was very exciting when Donaldson made the mad dash towards home, and Mitch Moreland actually couldn't corral the throw from Rougned Odor.
Well, you can always count on Rougned Odor to throw the ball away in the late innings of a playoff game. That's one of the things we love about him.
Maybe the only one. I don't
Ball
know.
4, that's up.
Well, Romano loses Moreland here on a 2-out walk, so the Red Sox will have a base runner here in the 5th inning.
Guess I shouldn't have said anything about him throwing strikes. Ends up walking Moreland. How about this guy? He's in the number 9 spot. He's already 2 for 2.
Yeah, and he reminds me a lot of Kevin Pillar in that he's just a very good defensive center fielder that can't hit that well, but he's got some ability to hit. He's hit this one pretty well to center field, and that one is off the wall. Randall Grichuk unable to get to that one. Plays it off a bounce, and coming around to score, he's safe at the plate, is Mitch Moreland. Moreland not having the greatest speed, but this one was hit to the deepest part of center field and staying into the ballpark, and he's able to motor all the way around from first and score.
Now, with 2 outs, you're running on contact anyway, so RBI double, and Blues are now 2 grand slams away from tying it.
1-0.
Well, only 2 grand slams.
Yeah. So I was talking nice about Romano, and then a walk. A walk is always a rally, or most times anyway.
Yeah, a walk with 2 outs, too, and
Ball, that's inside.
he's just missing the strike zone now. Sort of coming unraveled. You got to wonder, maybe is 1 inning the max that Jordan Romano can go?
He's at 19 pitches, so I think he could give you maybe 20, 25, but maybe not.
Was a starter in the minor leagues. You definitely would think he should be able to go 2 innings here. He's going to have to bear down here. He's got a runner in scoring position, and he's in a hole 3-1 to Jose Peraza. Oh, a little favorable call there from the home plate ump.
Generous there, but he'll take it.
Now, full count pitch on the way to Peraza. A swing and a miss on that slider from Romano. He gets a strikeout, but not before Jackie Bradley Jr. gets the Red Sox another run. Big double to center field, scoring Mitch Moreland, and the Red Sox lead 8 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Heidi Watney once again reminding you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels is our charity of the week this week, and it supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. Network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. So if you can donate to Meals on Wheels, we ask for you to donate in our chat below.
Ball.
Very important charity, and they do operate in Canada as well, where I live. So, be happy to get any donations for them that you can afford.
Seven, 8, and 9 here for the Jays in the bottom half of the fifth. It'll be Randall Grichuk, Kevin Biggio, and Danny Jansen. Jansen's the only one who's had anything going against Eduardo Rodriguez. He hit a solo home run in the third inning.
Don't know why Grichuk thought he had to swing at that. That was almost in the other batter's box, that last pitch.
Now, it doesn't matter if it's right down the center of the plate either. Randall Grichuk is going to swing and miss at it, it seems.
The batter, number 8.
Fifth strikeout of the game for Eduardo Rodriguez, and a big strikeout for Randall Grichuk. Brings up Kevin Biggio. Biggio struck out his first time up, 194 on the season. And the batting average has not been there for Biggio this season.
Not the batting average and not the walks that he's so good at taking.
Off the plate, ball 1.
I do begin to think whether Blue Jays are going to start thinking about maybe it's time to give Kevin a trip to Buffalo to maybe clear his head and get the back going.
Ball, that's out.
You know, they've got some options they can run through with Joe Panic and Brandon Drury. And, Santiago Espinal's playing pretty well in Major League Summer Camp, but again, he's another guy that MLB The Show does not believe in. He's not playing very well down in Buffalo.
I think maybe they consider a platoon of Panic and Drury, and maybe they bring somebody else for the bench. I don't know, but it's very hard to see Biggio struggling so much.
Yeah, and it did wonders for Gurriel last year when he went down to the minors for a couple of weeks. As another strikeout here for Kevin Biggio, 96 miles an hour for Eduardo Rodriguez, and
Now batting,
his
number
6th
9.
strikeout of the game and 2 already for Biggio.
Now, Biggio had a really good game the first game of the series. He had 2 home runs. Not a lot of luck since, so he will have that rare game where it looks like he's coming out of it, but then the next day he'll just go back to, whoa!
And it looks like Danny Jansen's going to have himself another 2-homer game. The second home run of the game for Danny Jansen. He's now got 16 on the season, and he's got more home runs than Bo Bichette. He's tied with Travis Shaw for home runs. He's got more home runs than Rowdy Tellez. Danny Jansen is having himself a season.
And he's telling the manager, move me up in the lineup, put me somewhere where I can drive in more guys with these home runs. Almost to the same spot as the first one, a little bit more to the left.
Yeah, an absolute no doubt about it. But again, no one on base and 2 solo home runs for Danny Jansen.
Not shortstop. Ball.
Bo Bichette swings at the first pitch, hits it right to Jose Peraza, who fields and fires on the first for final out here in the 5th inning. But Danny Jansen goes yard again. His 2nd home run of the game. Yeah, basically to the same spot. Another upper decker. Not a cheap home run, and Danny Jansen continues to stay hot.
Leading off with the Red
Oh, this is a
Sox,
bit surprising to
the
me.
right fielder, number 5.
Jordan Romano remains in this ball game.
I wonder if anybody gets on if they go to the bullpen again. We saw Wilmer Font earlier warming up.
Yeah, and part of the Red Sox order coming up after the easy out that Kevin Pillar sometimes can be.
He has walked today, but other than that, he's 0 for 2.
Now swings at that one and slices it to the right side. Kevin Biggio's there and makes the out. So yeah, now here comes the challenging part of the lineup for Jordan Romano. He's got to face JD Martinez, who's hit a 3-run home run today. He's got to face Xander Bogaerts and Rafael Devers, who's also homered and singled today.
JD Martinez knocked Chase Anderson out of this game. We were sort of happy about that. Unfortunately, he knocked him out because of the home run, which blew this game open.
Now, a lot of people were surprised he did not opt out of his contract. He's got several opt-outs in that contract, and he signed that 5-year deal with the Red Sox, and I think he's going to finish that contract with the Red Sox.
You know, it's hard to choose free agency, but this year or at this time, because of just the way teams view certain players.
Well, swinging 3-0. He sends this one to deep right field. Teoscar Hernandez has a beat on it, though, and makes the catch in front of the warning track.
What I was going to say is that if you're perceived as being on the wrong side of 30, they probably won't get an opportunity to sign a major league contract, or they'll offer you peanuts. So if you're JD Martinez, you're probably thinking, I have a good contract. I'm still productive. I might as well just stick it out. Hopefully the team rebounds and continues to compete.
Oof. And Xander Bogaerts hits one to deep left field, almost exactly where the same spot Danny Jansen just hit one. A solo shot for him, and it seems every time the Jays score a run, the Red Sox come right back with one of their own. That's Bogaerts' 17th home run of the season, 403 feet, and a no doubt about it.
I think that's going to be it for Romano, but oh yeah, another center cut pitch. So not surprising he did that. How far did this one go? 402.
Yeah, and the thing with Romano is all of these runs off of him have come with 2 outs.
And he's not taking out of the game. Okay.
Well, when it's 10-2, I guess they figure what really does it matter.
Yeah, what the heck.
Now, like I said, this is the difficult part of the lineup for him, and a big home run. Everyone in the 3, 4, 5 spot, JD Martinez, Xander Bogaerts, and Rafael Devers have hit a home run. That one's hit right to Vladimir Guerrero, who bobbles it a bit but recovers and makes the out at first. But Xander Bogaerts crushes one to deep left field. The Red Sox continue to pad that lead. They lead 8 as we go to the bottom half of the 6th.
Leading up for Toronto.
2, 3, and 4 for the Jays here. Vladimir Guerrero, Travis Shaw, and Teoscar Hernandez.
I wonder if anybody can calculate for us. How many bloops and blasts do they need to get back in this?
It's just two grand slams again.
So a lot of bloops.
Yes, a lot of bloops. Ryan Brazier and Martin Perez warming up in the Red Sox bullpen, and Martin Perez is a guy that gets a lot of action for the Red Sox in that long relief role.
He pitched on Monday, he pitched yesterday, and he might get into this one.
And Vladimir Guerrero trying to wave this one fair, and does he? He does. A home run. No, he does not. Why did he start jogging down to first after he waved it?
They're toying with our emotions here.
They are. I mean, we can't see where this is going. All we have is that one camera angle. Now here's the 1-2 pitch to Guerrero. That one is hit to left field, but not as deep. Andrew Benintendi is there for the first out here in the 6th.
So I was going to say about Perez, he does get a lot of work out of that long relief role. He pitched yesterday and in the first game as well. We saw Ryan Brazier warming up as well. He's the one in real life who blew the save yesterday against the Blue Jays at Fenway.
Travis Shaw swings at that first pitch and sends it out to left center field, and Benintendi is there to make the catch for the second out. Benintendi getting a lot of action here this inning.
Yeah, and it doesn't really look like you need to take Eduardo Rodriguez out. He's throwing strikes. He's got 86 pitches here in the 6th inning, and he's got an 8-run lead.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't have to face Danny Jansen with anyone on base, he is totally fine.
1-0.
Blue Jays will be going to Seattle after this game, 3-game series with the Mariners, and then Anaheim with the Angels. Wonder if there could be a lineup change for those games.
Yeah. Well, in the Twitch chat, Mo saying, I think a couple days ago a Jays player had a foul ball and the next pitch was a home run. You're right, I was calling that one. I think that was Danny Jansen or Kevin Biggio. One of those two. Teoscar Hernandez goes down swinging there, and a quick 1-2-3 inning here for Eduardo Rodriguez after he gave up what I thought was a home run to Vladimir Guerrero very cruelly. Only 4 hits through 6 innings. Eduardo Rodriguez has been cruising. As we go to the 7th inning, I'm going to hand things back on over to EB.
All right, thank you very much, Justin. And Jordan Romano is still out there on the mound. I don't really know why, but
that is absurd.
Benintendi, Vasquez, and Moreland, 6, 7, 8 in the lineup for the Red Sox. First pitch fouled away.
He's throwing more innings than the long reliever.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. 33 pitches already.
1-1.
I wonder what his stamina is in the show. There's Justin Miller, Ryan Dull.
Yeah, those are 2 guys that have just been called up recently from AAA. Dull was lights out for the Bisons. He was their closer, had an ERA below 1. I believe it was below 0.5, actually.
He had very good numbers. He was called up while the Blue Jays were, I think, in Minnesota before the break. As Benintendi is going to send that to center field. That's going to drop.
Well, a leadoff base runner here for the Red Sox, and you got to wonder how much longer is Jordan Romano going to stay in this game.
Apparently, at least to face another batter. Christian Vasquez is 0 for 3 today.
Ball, that's just out.
We're in the 7th inning. Don't see Shark Shaver around, so we will not hear OK Blue Jays unless you want to sing it.
Well, it's a call and response, so if you want to sing it with me.
I don't know if I'm in much of a singing mood today. The way this game's gone.
Okay, Blue Jays. Well, let's play some ball.
They haven't really shown up to play today. 1 went to Vasquez. Up the middle. Lined right to Bichette. That's the first side. There is Shark. There we go.
All right.
Now back
Made it.
the first baseman, Mitch
You did
We're gonna
make
need-
it, man.
Moreland.
We're going to need some music because, as you can see, this game's not going so well.
No, I'm not if you're a Jays fan, at least.
Yeah.
Going pretty well if you're a Sox fan.
Yeah, no Sox fans in this booth, though.
Count
Well,
1-0.
I mean,
No, are you?
it's a secret. Moderately. Like, it's not like I'd say of the teams I root for, if any of the other ones are playing, I won't root for the Sox, but casual. I like Boston sports.
Well, we
won't
won't
hold
hold
that
it against you.
There we go. We were talking, Cookie was on the call with me yesterday, and I was saying that the Red Sox and the Tigers are going to play their entire season series over 2 weekends in August, so that's when you won't be rooting for the Red Sox.
Yeah, a lot of craziness with the schedule this year. A 60-game schedule. I think the Jays play 10 of their final 18 games against the Yankees.
Yeah. No, in the original schedule, as that's going to be a fly ball to left field, Gurriel is going to make the play. In the original schedule, they had the Tigers hosting the Red Sox for a weekend. Then the Tigers are coming here in the first week of September, and then they go to Fenway for 4. So it's one of those things where, those teams that are now in your division, you only see them for 2 series a year, 1 home, 1 away, and sometimes they schedule those on consecutive weekends or consecutive midweek series for some reason.
Well, what I think is if the Jays are playing in PNC Park, and the whole point of these the schedule was to reduce the travel, that means the Jays should be in the NL Central.
Absolutely. There's a fly ball to center field. Greinke is going to have a play. That will be the third out. So as we go to the seventh inning stretch, it's 10-2 Red Sox.
Seventh inning, the Reds.
Okay, Blue Jays, let's play ball. Okay, Blue Jays, let's play ball.
That made me feel better, even though
not to the first pitch.
Look at that. Yeah, Ryan Brazier is going to come in here to face the Blue Jays. Thank you very much, Shark. Always good to hear that, even when the score is so lopsided.
Yeah, that is why the traditions are nice. At least there's something to look forward to in the games that get a little bit out of hand like this.
Brazier deals a ball to Tellez, who was 1 for 2 today. He had a double going the other way. So we'll see how this goes. Blue Jays, as we said, need a lot of bloops and blasts to get in here and back in this game, rather. So they do have some work to do. Only 6 or 9 outs remaining to do it.
Yeah, that.
You want any before I head out? Any bets on what the final score will be?
Nope, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
See if Jordan Romano's still in this game. I'm not sure. Maybe 12-2.
I'm going to predict 11-4. I have no reason for that. It's just a hunch. So with that, I'll let you guys get back to this call. I've got some housework to get back to before Sporer comes on to play. So looking forward to that. But have a great rest of this call.
Now batting.
Thank you very much, Shark. Thank you for OK Blue Jays. As Ray Tellez is not too happy with that call. He goes down looking.
Yeah, that pitch looked a bit low to me. Tellez maybe has a legitimate beef there with the home plate umpire, but at 10-2, ump just wants to get home.
Yeah, he probably has to fly somewhere for the next series they're going to do. So,
well, I know Heidi Watney has to fly to where is it? San Diego, Colorado. Yeah, that's the next game.
Yeah,
or wherever Spore is playing.
Exactly, and then she might go to Colorado because I think we might have time to get that in on like fast play, as Gurriel, awful looking swing there, strikes out swinging, 2 outs in the 7th.
Now batting.
Yeah, I mean, look at this pitch. It was already in the. Why would you try to swing at that pitch?
There's a current poll in the Twitch chat. How many more runs will be scored? Less than 5, more than 5, or rest in peace, my fantasy? Those are the options.
0-1.
I'm gonna go with the less than 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with less than 5 too.
You know, Eduardo Rodriguez is out of this game. He will not be able to face Danny Jansen for his 3rd home run, so I'm not sure if Toronto will score any more runs.
And I'm not sure if the Red Sox will. He might.
Count 0-2.
Yeah, you hope not.
Yeah.
Well, Brazier's 1 pitch away from striking out the side.
Ball 2 strikes, the count.
If it was Gurriel, he would have swung in that, but Greinke is a little smarter there. So the Blue Jays will go to Seattle. That game will be on Friday, 7:15. Brother Beard, of course. He's our Mariners guy. Nate Pearson, Nick Margevicius will be the matchup there. And the Red Sox, they're off to Yankee Stadium to play 3 games against the Bombers.
Well, Pearson's really coming around for Toronto so far in this ball season. Last start out against Cleveland, 8 innings, 5 hits, no earned runs. He's got that earned run average all the way down to 4.08. So I'm excited to see that next start against Seattle, and that's usually a home game for Toronto out there in Seattle too.
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
they should have played their games there.
Swing and a miss, and Brazier does strike out the side. At least that looked like a strike that Grichuk swung at. So
yeah.
We go to the 8th.
Your attention, please.
Randall
And we have-
Grichuk, 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts.
Number 38. Ryan.
Yeah, I think that, again, there might be some lineup changes on Friday. Stay tuned for that. Talked about the Red Sox, so they'll be in the Bronx, Dane Richardson and Matt Price will have the game on Friday at 2 o'clock. Colin McHugh against Masahiro Tanaka. Is this a big series that's coming up? Not really. I know the Red Sox and Yankees are always an exciting series, but with the Red Sox so far out, like, what does it really matter?
Yeah, exactly. But they've got to play each other 19 times a year. I do not like the unbalanced schedule, and especially with everyone competing for the same wild card spots. I've never been a fan of that unbalanced schedule.
I don't like it either. You see 18,185 in attendance for this getaway day. I always like the fact that you see Detroit or whoever it is for more than 2 series. Obviously, Detroit used to be in the East, and it was a very exciting rivalry. Even Seattle, give me another series out there. That'll always be fun. Seeing the Yankees and Red Sox 19 times a year for me is kind of brutal. So
yeah.
I would like to see more of the schedule the way it was before. I think they started that really when the Astros went to the American League. They started doing that 19 games a year and interleague every day. I don't mind interleague. I like that, but too many games in the division.
Especially if there's a universal DH. I absolutely don't mind every day there being interleague. The thing that's confusing to me, right, as Ryan Dahl has a leadoff walk, the thing that's confusing to me is that they're only going to be playing AL East and NL East opponents, but they're not competing for playoff spots against their NL East opponents. They're competing against, the Astros and the White Sox and Cleveland, who they're never going to play a single game against. And that just seems silly to me that with that scheduling change, they didn't make any change to the playoffs or postseason or anything.
Yeah, they should have done that for this year because they're trying to minimize travel, which makes sense. And you're right. You're going to face rivals in your division and in the same division in the other league. And then, come playoff time, you might have to play the Indians, most likely, whoever gets in.
Yeah.
Indians, White Sox, whoever it is in the West. It is very strange. Now, everything's strange this year anyway. But when we get back to 162 next year, hopefully, I would definitely like to see the schedule become a bit more balanced over the course of the 162 when you don't have to see these division rivals so many times. It just gets tiresome, I think. And we're talking about the Red Sox, so when they will have the 3 games in the Bronx, then they go home. They have 3 against the Orioles, another division rival, and then 4 more against the Yankees after that at home. So they have 7 games coming up. 7 of their next 10 will be against the Bronx Bombers.
Oof. Yeah, that is always... and those games take a long, long time, too. As
Villar goes down looking, not too happy with that call. You see the starter comparison. Anthony Kay getting knocked out in the second inning after he was hit by a comebacker. 3 runs charged to him. And Eduardo Rodriguez, 6 innings, just the 2 runs. If he didn't have to face Danny Jansen, he'd have a shutout. 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, a bit unfair to put up a starter comparison graphic like that. It's not like Kay was knocked out because of poor pitching. He was knocked out because he was hit by a baseball.
JD Martinez fouls that away. Yeah, definitely not fair. And then the inherited runners came in to score, courtesy of Mr. Anderson, who ended up giving up more runs than Anthony Kay.
Yeah.
So, he kind of like the starter who came in after the opener, basically, because of just the injury.
And not a pretty game for the Jays. And like we said at the beginning, they've got a lot of options for that 5th spot in the rotation, but none of them have really been able to stick. Thornton hasn't been great. Barucki hasn't been great. Anderson hasn't been great. Sean Reed Foley hasn't even been given a chance because he hasn't been great down in Buffalo.
He was up earlier doing some long relief as well, and that'll be a foul ball. I think he did okay as a long reliever in the majors, but I don't think he's the option in the starting role. So the Blues either, again, will have to pick up somebody from another team, as that's going to be a base hit. The runner was going to go to third. The throw was not going to be in time. And that will allow the runner to go to second.
Yeah. Terrible throw there from Randall Gritchick. You had no chance at the runner at third, and by throwing that ball to third, you've eliminated a chance at the double play.
I'm scoring that as a single and goes to second on the throw, because I don't think he had any intentions of going to second before the ball was thrown. Yeah, this is not a good thing to do. You have to keep a double play in order.
Yeah, it's definitely a single and advancing on the throw. Although that should have been an error on Teoscar Hernandez. I forget what inning, the second inning on the Benintendi play, but it was scored a hit.
Yeah, when he kind of nonchalantly ran in there. That high fly ball to right center field. That will drop. That's going to score 2 more runs. It's an RBI double, and now it's 12-2.
Looks like I may be proven right on the 12-2.
The third baseman.
2-run double.
Now 2 doubles and a home run and a walk for Xander Bogaerts, and he is just he's been only gotten out once this whole game, and that's going to do it for Ryan Dull.
Number 60.
Justin Miller coming in, 11 and 3rd innings, 2.3 ERA. Kind of feel bad for Dull. He might have only given up 1 run if throw was made to the proper base. You never know, but so 12-2.
And found a lot of success down there in Buffalo, but has not had as much success here in the majors. And we're going to see if Justin Miller can have some major league success after being very successful down in the minors. He's gotten into 8 games for the Jays already, though. The 2.38 earned run average, so he's been pretty decent for them.
Yeah, he's done a nice job. Hopefully he can continue to do that, because, I mean, there's not a lot of options, so there's nothing much that can be done. If everybody falters, you're going to be in big trouble. But the point that I was making about the deadline, so the Blue Jays will either have to pick up a starter who can help right now from another team, or dip into the minors further down, not AAA, because there's not really much there. They might have to go down to AA and see what's going on there.
Yeah, they've got a couple arms down in AA. Alec Manoah, Simeon Woods Richardson. So they've got some options there. And, you've seen it more recently, players making the jump from AA to the majors. It's not completely unheard of. Of course, you've got to have a lot of talent sometimes to do that. Miguel Cabrera made that jump. But that's Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah. Obviously, Manoah, top pick, and he was in the Futures game. We saw him last week. Simeon Woods Richardson was on the roster for that game, as that's going to be a walk. He didn't get into the game, but he's obviously impressed enough to get that nod, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, and that's the other part of that Marcus Stroman trade. And Stroman's going to be a free agent. You think any chance he winds back up in Toronto? They could use a starting pitcher.
I don't know. Will Randall Gritchick approve of that? I'm not really sure.
That's right. Stroman said to Randall Gritchick on Twitter, how does it feel knowing that all of Canada would rather have me than you? And I kind of agreed with Stroman there.
Well, do I want Stroman back? I'm not really sure. I'm not a big Gritchick fan, but I'm not a big fan of the Stro show and the theatrics and I'm better than you.
I love that stuff. It's all, an act to get your team pumped up and your fans pumped up, and I buy the act.
There's a diving stop not going to be in time, and the run will score, so it'll be RBI single.
Well, that's a gutsy send there from second base. It's hit to shallow right. Teoscar Hernandez, I'm not sure why he threw to the cutoff, man. He was that shallow. Maybe he should have thrown to the plate himself, but scoring easily on that one is Bogaerts.
So 13-2. Vasquez 0 for 4. Shark has 12-4. Well, he was wrong because Red Sox unlucky 13.
I guess 12-2, so I'm already incorrect. The There's still only one out and a runner in scoring position.
1-1.
I'm guessing I'm not going to be too happy after this game is over.
Well, that happens. We have a chance of getting them in real life tonight.
You got 2 balls, 1
Checks
strike.
his swing, then go around 2-1.
Oh, you got to give the benefit of the doubt to the All-Star there.
Absolutely. The all-star catcher, Christian Vasquez. Two-one. Gets away from Jansen, but nobody advances.
Yeah, nice block there by Jansen, and known primarily for his defense last year in the majors, but this year he's really putting up some good offensive numbers as well. Miller loses another guy to walks.
And that will bring
Now
up
batting, the
Mitch
first
Moreland, who is 1 for 3 today.
Moreland.
I mean, at this point, you just want to bring in anyone that can get outs.
Too bad we don't have Luke Miley anymore. He
Or
pitched
Cliff
in a couple-
Pennington.
Yeah, Miley pitched in a couple of blowouts last year. Did a nice job. In real life, he's out for the shortened season, but Bopal, he's in Pittsburgh. I might see him tomorrow. I'll be calling the Pittsburgh-San Diego game with Jaden Becker.
Oh, did Miley opt out of the season?
No, he got injured
Oh.
during summer camp. He had to have surgery. Yeah, so
That was too bad.
Yeah.
Miley has always been one of my favorite guys. Can't hit it all, but
1-1.
really works well with the pitching staff and very solid back there defensively.
indeed, and as I said, if you're in a game like this, it can come in and shut down the opposition. So that's a foul ball. I wonder, in the Bopal world, who'd be the designated position player pitching for the Blue Jays? Might be Brandon Drury. He'd be my nominee. Swing and a miss. Moreland goes down at the second out.
Yeah, I think he'd be my guess too. I wouldn't want to see McKinney or Panic out there.
Bradley
And not Reese McGuire either, although sometimes it is the backup catcher. Like Jeff Mathis, when he was here, he pitched in some blowouts. We mentioned Miley. Jackie Bradley's having a day in that number 9 spot. He's going to foul that away.
3 for 4. Double, 2 singles, RBI. He finally got out his last time up in the 7th inning. But he comes up here again in the 8th inning, and a lot of bat around innings for the Red Sox here. This is the 9th man to come up here in the 8th inning.
Swings and misses there. 0-2.
And they sent 8 men to the plate in the 2nd inning.
That team ERA for the Blue Jays probably go up today.
Yeah, quite a bit. They came into the day with a pretty good run differential for a 500 team. They had scored, you see my numbers here, 424 against 403, so it's going to be 426 against 416 right now.
1-2 to JBJ. It's going to be a fly ball to right. That should end the inning. It will end the inning. Red Sox add on. It's 13-2. We go to the bottom of the 8th.
So not exactly a bat around inning, but they did send 9 men to the plate that inning. Jose Peraza started it off with a walk, and things unraveled quickly after that. Let's see if Danny Jansen, though, can go for his 3rd home run. What are you thinking?
Well, definitely come up this inning. I'd like to see it. Kevin Biggio would like to just get on base somehow. He struck out both times he's come to the plate.
Yeah, Ryan Brazier in for a 2nd inning. He struck out the side. He struck out Tellez, Gurriel, and Grichuk. And Biggio's another guy that you could strike out.
0-1.
Offered at that first pitch.
Apparently 99. Yeah. Brazier bringing the heat. Yesterday in that game at Fenway, he gave up a leadoff double to Raleigh Tellez, and then he gave up another base hit to Teoscar, and then he tried to pick Teoscar off and threw it away.
That's right.
Yeah. Then he ended up giving up a go-ahead 2-run home run to Derek Fisher. That was in the exhibition game at Empty Fenway last night. 0-2 pitch, and another swing and a
There
miss.
you go. So that's 4 strikeouts in a row for Ryan Brazier.
Now batting, number 9.
Danny Jansen. Wow. I know, obviously, you can't give a player of the game to the team that loses, but he's my player of the game.
Yeah, he's the Jays player of the game for sure. Just looking at my my score sheet, though. Randall Grichuk and Kevin Biggio 0 for 6 with 6 strikeouts.
Danny Jansen puts a charge in that one. That is going to drop. Not going to be a home run, but it should be a double. Benintendi plays it off the wall, and it is a double.
And then Danny Jansen, 3 for 3, 2 homers and a double. It's just, wow. He has been the only Jay that has done anything offensively today.
I really do think that Charlie Montoyo is going to make a change before the game in Seattle. I just have this feeling. Bo Bichette on the ground to Devers. Nice diving play. He makes the play, 2 outs.
Yeah, the way, well, they had to quickly throw the ball over to third. They're playing in the shift, and with the runner at second, as you can see, no one covering third, and Jansen running right back to second, but Moreland wisely firing off to third at Devers.
2 outs. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 0 for 3 today. Fly out all 3 times.
Yeah, the way Jansen's hitting, though, I wouldn't be surprised if Montoyo even put him into the number 4 spot.
Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez has kind of struggled. Does have the power, but not hitting for average. Gurriel might be an option. But yeah, stay tuned to see what happens. Friday night, as I mentioned, the game will be on at 7:15. Brother Beard, our Seattle Mariners guy, will have that game with Nate Pearson and Nick Margevich is over there.
Should be a good one.
Yeah, it's called T-Mobile Park now. It used to be Safeco.
Oh, really? When did they change that park name?
Last year. Naming rights and all that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
You get used to a name, and then they decide to change it. Like with Chicago, right? It was Comiskey Park, and then it was U.S. Cellular Field, and now it's Guaranteed Rate Field, which I really don't like.
Yeah. I mean, it at least should be like, White Sox Park by Guaranteed Rate or something like that. These stadium names constantly changing.
Up the middle for Vladdy, that's going to be a base hit. Jansen coming around third, and be a dead duck. So it's not a good idea when you're down by 11 to try to score unless you actually are sure that you're going to be safe. But he was not, so never mind. Ken Giles going to come in here. Not a safe situation, obviously.
Now trying to save that bullpen and trying to save us from any more runs, I guess. Off day, like you said, tomorrow, and didn't pitch yesterday, didn't pitch in the first game of the series. Just getting him some work.
Interesting that in game 1, Chase Anderson got a save in a 7-run game, and then when you're down by 11 runs, the closer comes in to just get some work.
Oh, baseball is a weird, weird sport.
Football is a weird, weird managing system.
Well, that's why I like it.
Yeah, very interesting. So, Ken Giles is going to get the work here, and then the Blue Jays will score 12 runs, and they'll get the win.
That makes sense,
They need 3 grand slams to walk off.
Is they 3 grand slams to walk it off now? Yeah.
Yeah. Fouls away. The pitch does Jose Peraza.
What a game this has been. 13-2, not even close.
And Peraza goes down swinging, so 1 out here for Ken Giles. As we mentioned, just getting some work in today because does not pitch in a few days. Trying to remember when he last pitched.
Could this be the second 1-2-3 inning the Jays have? The first one coming all the way back in the first inning.
Why not? Let's bookend it. First inning 1, 2, 3, and last inning 1, 2, 3. 99 miles an hour on that one, but Pilar lays off. Giles might have pitched. I know he pitched in the All-Star game. Obviously got the save in that game. And then the Blue Jays played 3 games against Cleveland. Don't know if he got into any of those. They did lose 2 out of 3. I don't think he got in the game on Sunday.
Pitched on the 17th.
17th. So that's all the way back, 5 days ago. So that's...
Yeah.
That might have been the save he got in Minnesota, I think.
It was a loss against Cleveland.
Oh, so
again.
Okay.
1 ball.
Yeah, that was a K start where Anderson came in and pitched 5 1/3 out of the bullpen without giving up a run.
So again, they just needed him to get some work. So yeah, okay. So his last save was in Minnesota. Then he pitched in the
And in the All-Star game.
All-Star game. Yeah, swing and a miss. He gets the first 2 out on strikes. And now you mentioned the game against Cleveland, and now today.
Up next for the Red Sox.
I've lost track of dates and times. So you said 17th. I'm trying to think. It was 5 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I said the 17th, but I don't know what day of the week that was.
Must have been Friday. I
So
think.
I'm right there with you. I'm losing charge of what days of the week it was.
Yeah, I think it was Friday. 2 outs. JD Martinez, a nice day today, takes a strike. 99. So yeah, Ken Giles hasn't had a lot of save opportunities in recent days. Yesterday, as we mentioned, Tanner Roark had the complete game, so nobody needed to work, and almost everybody needed to work today. On the ground. Foul.
Oof. I thought that was going to blow our chance at our second 1-2-3 inning.
0-2 to JD Martinez from Ken Giles, and he's going to go down swinging.
So
Ken Giles
Giles-
strikes out the side.
All right, so there's some good baseball every now and then. You can, just got to enjoy the little things. That's a 1-2-3 inning, striking out the side for Giles.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, the Blues will be leading 2-0.
Who likes those innings anyways?
The third base.
So Ryan Brady is going to go for a save as well, because he's been in there for a while.
Yeah, this is a 3rd inning of work.
So 3-inning save, the old-fashioned way, up by 11, unless he runs into some trouble.
So we get those 3 grand slams.
Yeah. Travis Shaw, 0 for 3 today, takes a ball. At least we're having fun today. I think more than in the Yankees-Blue Jays game we did, because that one was disappointing because remember the Blue Jays had a lead, and then Yankees took a lead, and then they tied it, and then they left Ryan Baraki, the long man, out there too long to blow it. And that I don't like. But today, at least, we know the Blue Jays won the first 2 games of the series, so we can have fun.
Yeah, this game has never been in question of whether the Jays were going to have a chance of winning it, I felt like. So it's, you've accepted it early, and you can just, yeah.
Maybe a couple of questionable bullpen decisions again, but not really. Yeah, your starter gets knocked out in the 2nd inning, and you're really in a pickle.
Yeah, and it's been fun watching Danny Jansen continue to hit.
3-2 to Shaw, or 3-1, I should say, is... Oh, knocked down by Devers. That's going to be an infield hit.
I was about to say, is that going to stay fair? Yeah, it did stay fair. He did it slowly down that 3rd base line where no one plays on that shift, and I guess he's got a 6-game hitting streak.
He broke his bat, too. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's a way to...
Well, Frazier's given up back-to-back singles now, but of course Jansen being thrown out at the plate.
This game might have looked differently if they hadn't thrown him out the plate.
Oh, absolutely, they'd definitely be in this game.
Outside to Teoscar, 1-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
So you can definitely say that bat of Travis Shaw died a hero. He broke it, and then he ends up at first.
Aye.
1-1 to Teoscar. Takes it for a strike in 97.
Come on, Blue Jays, let's go.
1-2, strike 3 called.
Now Brazier has that off-speed stuff working at slider. Just dump in there, and he can throw a fastball at 98 miles an hour. He's been pretty good for the Red Sox here today.
Having the big lead certainly helps. Rowdy Tellez 1 for 3 today. 3 for 11 in the series, a couple of doubles.
And that OPS for Rowdy Tellez has been consistently in that 770 range. And for a designated hitter, you'd like to see it be a little bit better than that. This could be the ball game.
Yes, it is. It's a nice double play turned by the second baseman, Peraza, and that's going to do it. So, not really much that we can say here, right?
Yeah, I don't know who the player of the game is. Maybe JD Martinez, maybe Devers or Bogarts, or even Eduardo Rodriguez. Take your pick. I'm going to say it's Xander Bogarts. That'll be my guess.
Let's see, Charlie's not too happy. I'm not too happy, so I guess, you know, that's what it is. It is.
I mean, looking at that, 15 hits for the Red Sox, but the Jays also had 7 hits.
Yeah, just not able to score anybody in. It will be
Bogarts. I was right.
Player of the game today, 13-2 drubbing for the Blue Jays here. Do we have to see some highlights? I don't really want to see them, but I guess we will be.
Looks like we do have to see some highlights.
So it started with Devers and that 2-run home run way back in the second inning.
Yep. This was all Red Sox, all right from the get-go. But, you know, Danny Jansen homered, and that was as close as it was ever going to get. We thought maybe we have a chance of getting back into this one.
Yeah.
First of 2 monster homers, though.
They're skipping a lot of the Red Sox offense, and I thank them for that. There's JD Martinez off of Chase Anderson, just for fun. You're up by 4, but let's make it up by 7 by hitting a 3-run home run to that tarped area over there.
Yeah, and that one was the real decisive blow. It was 5-1 at that point, but after that, 8-1. It's all Red Sox. Jackie Bradley Jr. doubling to center. That scored another run. It was 9-1. It just never really went the Jays' way. As we see Jansen's second homer went 419 feet. So, I mean, 430, 419. Those balls were crushed.
Then Xander Bogarts adding on. Player of the game, top of the 6th inning, making it 10-2.
2 doubles and a homer for him, and a base on ball. It's hard to keep him off of the base paths, and 13-2 game for the Red Sox is hard to keep any of these guys off the base paths, as we see his double here to right in the 8th inning that scored 2 more.
Bottom of the 8th, Bichette grounding out on that nice play by Rafael Devers.
Yeah, Devers doing it all, hitting a home run, singling, walking, and nice defensive play there. And here's that play at the plate. Guerrero Jr. sending that single up to center field. And this is how you do a relay. Jackie Bradley Jr. firing from center field. Perfect throw right on the money. Vasquez barely had to move, applying that all-star glove of his to tag out Danny Jansen.
There's a double play, the 4 unassisted to first base. Nice play by Peraza to end this one, put us out of our misery for the day. So Eduardo Rodriguez will pick up the win. Anthony Kay take the loss, and then the 3-inning save for Ryan Brazier. See, nice offensive day for the Red Sox here. 15 hits, 13 runs, and some ugly pitching lines. Poor Ryan Bell. His ERA, did you see that? Played it to 8.
Si salimos que romo, sí que esto se puso feo.
them, but hopefully something close.
Yeah.
Oh, confidence. That's the smack talk. Is you're smack talking yourself?
I guess so. We're gonna start like that, but we'll see how the game carries on.
So
What
Jeremy
sort
won.
of, what sort of restrictions are we doing? Sort of lineups.
I'm just doing my regular lineup.
Sounds good. Works for
I
me.
was putting no restrictions.
Pardon
So
me.
yeah, Jeremy won our player tournament last year, and his prize is to play Paul Sporer, who's a good friend of our community. Good to see you again, Sporer.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all having me.
And you're probably going to be really busy with the regular season coming up, so it's nice to see you here today to do this player tournament thing. So
Can't wait. Can't wait. Let me see if I can get.
just on my end, it says stream ended, so I'm not really sure what we're doing.
Me as well, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure Garrett will figure it out. But we will sign off. So for J-Man 1993, I'm EB from Toronto. Thank you for joining us for game one of the day, and a lot of good things yet to come. So enjoy the rest of your day. And now it's time for Jeremy versus Boar.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Jeremy, I'm trying to figure out how to share my screen here.
What they did during the tournament was they had like one of us stream, and they would just. I think Garrett would play it from his computer, his PC. My screen, yeah.
Oh, you're streaming?
My screen, yeah. But they told me you were gonna share screen, so I have no idea.
Well, I was, but I'm finding it. It's not coming up when I'm clicking on share screen. My MLB is not showing. Like every tab, but that is showing. So I don't know. I might not be able to do that after all. So if you're sharing,
Garrett just messaged me that I need to stream my screen to Discord.
that's what I'm trying to do, but I'm failing. I don't know how people do it. We have one that we do.
I don't know Discord. I've never done that before.
We have one that we do at Fangraphs. If you click share screen, it should pop up, but for some reason mine isn't popping up. If you click share screen at the bottom on Discord, what does it show your
on Discord?
Like down at the bottom where the mute and all that is, it should say screen. Click that and see if MLB pops up for you.
So go to Discord.
Go to the bottom. You see share screen, video next to it, screen.
Oh, screen, share your screen.
Yeah, click that and see if it shows your MLB that you can share.
Share your screen?
Yeah, it should give you the options of your screens.
Oh, I want to go to my MLB stream. Oh, okay.
Does it allow you to do that?
I think it will. Wait, let's see.
Because for some reason it's not pulling up MLB for me on my computer. It's being weird.
Application window. For some reason, it's not coming up. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh. Did that work?
I think so. Let's see here. Yes, there we go.
Perfect.
There we go. All right. Now, you won the tournament, so you be the home team.
Oh, love that. All
You
right.
deserve it. You actually did something to earn this. I'm gonna be the sacrificial lamb who gets murked. I can't wait. We should be friends. Pardon me?
Who are your favorite cards in this game?
Love Ryan Sandberg. The Cody Bellinger Player of the Month is insane. Been a huge fan of Larry Walker.
That card kills me. I don't have him. I chose Mo because I'm a Yankee fan, but
I actually ended up buying Mo. I think you left guest pitch on
I did.
on default. Unless,
You want me to change it?
let me see. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have it on.
All right, I'll redo it.
But yeah, I picked Larry and then bought Mo, and I actually prestiged Mo. He's been great.
Wow. Yeah.
You know who's sneak tip excellent is Keith Folk.
Really.
I've
I
been
had
really enjoying
a
him.
while, and I had a really bad game with him, and I just let him go.
With relievers, if you don't have the confidence, it's very difficult to trust them.
Yeah, my favorite cards is I've been grinding this event for Betances, but I'm running out of time and I only have like 40 wins.
I went crazy on that event because I really wanted all 3 cards, really, but I really wanted the Darvish and the Betances. So I got that Betances relatively quickly.
Yeah, that makes sense because Betances was my favorite player when he was on the, now he's on the Mets, obviously, but not 11 a.m.
On your Twitch page,
Yeah.
see what happens if you full screen it. There you go. I think that'll look better on Botball's page. All right, let's see who I'm going to use against you here.
I'm using Newhouser. I dominated the whole tournament with him.
He kind of owns my life, so I'm nervous there.
I'm not gonna be the guy who uses Kluber. I got that Paxton, but I haven't tested him out yet.
Nah, so I'm not using Kluber either.
Oh, I faced Hershiser so much in the event. Every time. It's him or Smoltz.
Let's go Hershiser. How do you feel about that Smoltz? I've heard bad things. I don't have him yet. I really want to get him.
To be honest, I'm very behind on all the team affinities. I'm more of an event program guy. Like I probably should be doing more affinities. Like I only have 2 future stars even. Like
Jeremy, do you have a Twitter, by the way?
I do.
What is it?
At JNGHD.
HD at the end?
Yeah.
I see you. All right, I'm tweeting it out.
Awesome. Sounds good. Yeah, so I had the Sandberg at the very beginning. He was the first diamond level I picked.
I love that card. He's done great.
A very long time. It took me like a very long time to adjust to his swing. I used to think it was more of a noodle type swing at first. Then I ended up getting the hang of it.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of his this year. Oh, sometimes you want to check swing. I might actually make that. Yeah, no. Sometimes you want to check swing and you don't get one. Sometimes you don't want to check swing and you do get one. It can be so frustrating sometimes.
What's the best place to use that 94 Jackie Robinson? Because I'm like 5 program things away.
I don't have him yet, but he owns my life. So I desperately need to get him.
He doesn't do very well against me. Like my weaknesses are Larry Walker, like him. Ellsbury kills me a lot.
That Ellsbury is nice. I think he's underrated. Good pitch.
Yeah, the only player I've sold from the program is Chipper. I just never was. I know a lot of people love that card, but I was never a fan.
I have him. He doesn't start for me right now. Because Miggy got off to a great start, and I'm a Tigers fan, so I had to go with Miggy.
How many wins do you expected from them this season?
From Tigers, I don't know, probably 22. Not very many. Depends if they bring up like Mize and Manning and Tariq Skubal.
Mize is good. I went to two Yankees Tigers games at the beginning of last season, and the Tigers won one of them.
I was gonna say we actually.
You won the series, I think, and then they had that 12-11 win against the Yankees later in the season in Detroit. I remember. I was frustrated.
Played the Yankees relatively well considering how bad we are.
Yeah, I've actually grown a big liking towards Nico Goodrum.
He's awesome. Good guy too.
I wish he came up a little bit earlier in his career, but he's good.
He should get a full run this year, though. Nothing blocking him at all.
I mean,
playing time shouldn't be a problem in the slightest.
The Tigers can string some lucky wins together. Maybe they'll have an interesting season, but I mean, the Twins are so good.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I think it's still a rebuild season. Shouldn't even really be that focused on trying to collect too many dubs because it's just not that kind of year. Got Manoso. I like Mini. Mini cards are slept on. His SIG last year was insane.
Especially because people are more into power cards and people forget like this guy's got 80 pop.
Yeah, I like power as much as the next guy, but people overrate it and sleep on cards like this. He's got enough juice in his bat for sure. Plays a few positions too, which helps.
But yeah, left field, center field for me usually.
Mm-hmm. Can also play
like
third in a
McCovey.
pinch.
Against righties, I love William McCovey, so I just usually slap him at first, and I'll throw Bellinger in left, and then I'll play Yosa in center because he has gold fielding. Oh, that's a terrible swing.
Mm-hmm.
Gold fielding both sides.
Love that. Oh,
That just died.
it really did. Y'all kept the infield grass too long, I guess.
Classic Yankee Stadium. Huh. I need him to use the porch right here.
Bring him. Let's go.
So you're at Fangraphs?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Writer and editor on the Roto side. Excited to get some baseball going for sure.
Roto World?
No. It's called Rotographs. There is no rotographs.com though, so I try to just say the fantasy side of Fangraphs because it's fantasy.fangraphs.com. There we go.
It's kind of strange this year because it's gonna be
only 60 games. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna have like a fantasy football feel to it, really.
As a Yankee fan, I'm just hoping for. I think you got to beat the Rays a ton, and they'll be okay.
Yeah, that beast of a division, though, that East is tough.
I think the Orioles I'm not concerned about. The Yankees in the first series of the year last year lost to the Orioles 2 out of 3.
I know.
And then they beat them every game the rest of the season.
Yeah, the Orioles are really the only bad team, like truly bad team in the East. I think even the Marlins are halfway decent, and then every other team is quite good.
Beyond it, like the Blue Jays scare me a little bit, like more than the Red Sox.
Yeah,
more than the Red Sox maybe.
Mm-hmm. The Red Sox have a good offense, but they have wretched pitching.
The Red Sox have Eduardo Rodriguez at the start of the year, so they have Martin Perez as their ace. So,
yeah, I mean they don't have an ace. I mean Eovaldi, Perez, those ain't anything going pitching wise.
Eovaldi is more. I feel like has established himself to more of a long reliever type player. This Reggie Jackson feels right at time too.
He can go lefty. That's the beauty.
Oh yeah,
you don't have to worry about him against either side.
That's the case with McCovey. McCovey does not hit lefties.
You can be confident with a big lefty against lefties. It's huge because a lot of them have bad numbers, but the guys that like Walker, same. He can go lefty. So I don't feel like he needs to be platooned at all.
That Walker hits the ball hard every time. Like he never
crushes.
Yeah. Ooh.
Come on, Reg. Gross.
Are you using the Player of the Month cards for fun, or do you actually like them?
Both. The Laureano and the Grandal have gotten off to great starts, so they get to play.
I like the Posey a lot, but he's much better against left.
I've got him.
Are you Prestige yet?
Pardon me?
Are you Prestige yet?
No, not yet. Get down. There we go. No, I'm like middle diamond, somewhere in the 60s, I think.
Oh yeah, same. I'm like 66, 67. Oh, I thought that was getting through.
Nah. Slow down, like yours.
But
a pitcher hit it, so I wasn't expecting it to be any good. All right. Let's see what Aaron Judge has here.
Aaron Judge in this lineup is pure bias. I can't hit with him. You see the average and no home runs.
Yeah,
like, it's pure bias.
It looks like he just started using him now. Pretty small sample, right?
Not really.
Oh, okay. So you're just sticking with your guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get going eventually, right?
I respect you. Yeah, you're trying to make it work.
Oh, good. think are so good.
You know, the longest I ever stuck with a guy was the Hanley that we have this year, that Dodgers one, a couple of years ago. I really, really, really wanted to be good with him. And I usually give a guy like 100 plate appearances, which in real life is a pretty small sample, but in this game, you have a pretty good idea of whether or not you're going to be good with him.
Like in the event, I started the Brian Dozier, but he can't hit righties.
Oh, I can't do anything with him. But yeah, I couldn't do anything with Ramirez. He was still hitting like low 200s. It's like, golly, this really stinks. I decided I'll stick with it another, 75, another 100 plate appearances. Turns out I ended up hitting 300 with him by the season's end. He completely turned it around in that second 100 plate appearances and became one of my best players. So if you have the patience, sometimes you should really even go 200 plus plate appearances with the guy.
Obviously, I want to get that done Mattingly. He'd be inserted right away.
See, he gets slept on because there's so many good first basemen, which I totally understand. But I think it leaves him as a sleeper that people could use.
That Team Affinity drop, though, released so many good cards into the game. It makes it hard.
For sure. Can't keep up with all of them, that's for sure.
Alan Trammell, I know his 94 last year was hated. It was one of my best cards last year, and my friends made fun of me for it, but I still enjoyed him, and I'm looking to pick this one up.
Hey, tell him to suck it, man. You use the cards that you're good with. Doesn't really matter.
Doubled off, man. There you go.
I love using players that people like, why do you use that guy? Because he's good. How about that? I don't need any other reason. I used Gold Matt Chapman for like 3 months last year when I had a team of all other diamonds, and every stream, why you use Matt Chapman? Why you use Matt Chapman? Why you bat him third? Because he sucks. Why do you think I use him? Because he's awesome. He's been killing it for me.
Oh, how you swing.
Spit on that one.
Oh, that was not where I wanted it. Oh, this is tough. Oh, goodness.
We're on the board. Let's go.
You hit the slider well. That's very nice. Wow.
Went down and got that one. Sandberg. Good hit. Now we got
Newhouser's not
Belly.
located. I want him.
That could be the tough thing with him on All-Star. I'm not running on Judge. Hell no. Heck no.
Ooh, I gotta get an out. This is tough.
You're gonna get 2 outs.
2. I'll take the 2.
Son of a gun.
Probably could have thrown it home, but I need to.
Nah, it's not worth it. It's the third inning of a game. Give up a run
for
for
2
2
runs.
outs.
You're probably not gonna win. So
What's that?
I said, regardless, even if I let him go or not, if I don't score 2 runs, I'm not gonna win.
Yeah, like you got to give the run there. Gotta be fishing.
Gotta figure out. I gotta get 1 base runner.
Dang it.
Then I'll get
Can't
going.
believe that doesn't get out.
My friends who's watching just texted me, Trammell sucks.
No, it doesn't.
He didn't last inning.
Yeah, double and scored the run. Let's go.
Even if it's against me, I'll be happy for it. Get the Trammell train going. Is he still going for around like 30?
Yeah, I think he is. And then since his pack is gone, he'll probably start to inch up a little bit. Obviously, you can still get him via standard packs, but you see the prices start to inch up once they're not the headliner.
See those golds that were ranked season rewards are now going for in the 20K range because of the new collection.
Because of the collection, yeah. That's why you always got to get those cards. And a good investment strategy is whenever a time limited card is near quick sell price, you should buy a couple of them. if you have the budget to do it.
Yeah. Wow. Guys, up and in sinker as good as Kluber's.
Oh, I know. Hershiser and Kluber have two of the best. They're insane. All right, here's Didi. I need to get Player of the Month Didi. I love the card. I've been good with him in the past. I didn't really get on the Player of the Month on the first two with Correa and Didi.
Free stubs and free packs, so I was all
Yeah, I just should, but I just didn't make the time for him. But I do love that Didi, so
breaking ball is awful.
I should get him. What's that?
Breaking ball is insane.
Oh yeah, I love.
If you put a game me, I'm gonna be very, very. I'm gonna lose a lot of confidence.
No, I'm not. Don't worry. This game's just getting going.
I threw one the first round with Newhouser.
You threw a perfect game with Newhouser? That's so sick.
I forgot how many strikeouts.
That's so nice.
Who are the best cards to use in the event? Because I'm in a slump right now. I need to get this down Betances before the 24th.
Well, as far as relievers, I really like that John Franco lefty. I rented the Rob Dibble, and turns out I think I'm going to end up keeping him. He's been insane.
I was just under that. All right, I interrupted you.
No, it's all right. I'm trying to think of hitters because I did most of it in the first part. So now you can use awards and face of the franchise, right? Joey Votto. Oh, there's so many good first basemen. It's insane. But Votto crushes for me. I know a lot of people love Tomei. Carlos Santana, you can put him at catcher or third. Eric Davis, I am hit or miss with him right now, but I love the defense. So it's almost worth the mediocre hitting.
I think that stance just ruins him.
I'm not good with him, but I know a lot of people who are, and I'm a huge fan, so I'm kind of stubborn with him right now. I'm going to keep trying, but it has not been good so far offensively. But like I said, the defense makes up for it. Byron Buxton, if you want to use a different center fielder, I'm amazing with that card.
That, okay.
I was going to drop. I was like, wait a minute.
Newhouser gets the hit out of anyone? It's going to be weird.
All right, we go top 4. 2-0.
I need a scoreless inning or else I'm screwed. If Newhouser gives up more runs, I'm going to have to yank him.
Catch Laureano on the good side, though. I take him all the way there. 101. Come on, Laureano.
I thought you would chase that.
I don't want to chase this breaking ball either. Come on. Stupid check swings are so bad.
Bad break there, perhaps? Are you still working from home until?
Yeah, I permanently work from home now because I'm only as an internet baseball writer. We don't have like a central. We're spread out around the country.
Even the broadcasters, when there's a road game for their team, they're doing it at the stadium, their home stadium. It's crazy.
It's gonna be wild.
I know. Like Michael Kay for the Yankees. When the Yankees went to Citi Field for an exhibition, he was calling it from Yankee Stadium.
Makes sense.
On a
you
Monday.
know, gotta be smart. I know that back in the day before travel became more feasible, that's how they would call games on the radios. So it's certainly doable. It's not like you're missing any of the ambiance anyway because there's no fans. So that'd be like normally the thing that you're missing, but that's not a concern here. Oh gosh.
If he's from the left side, it's out.
Oh my God.
Manny Minosa, let's go. I need something from you, man.
One
Front. I was out in front. It's fine.
see, we got Sandberg here. Bottom 4, 2-0. Hershiser versus Newhouser. There's a hit. I didn't really think I was getting a no-hitter, so not worried about that.
Bellinger goes deep. Tiger. Have that mindset.
I'd really rather he not go deep.
Yeah. No. Pen already?
No. I'm dominating. No need to go to the bullpen.
Yeah, I own a life of that.
Oh, that's gone. Ooh. Sending him. Perfect throw. Oh, wow. Must have gotten a great jump. Jesus.
You avoid double play. Foul off, Belly. Let's go.
Sit down, Bellinger.
Time gets me. Oh, my God.
Let's go. All
right, yep. The inning's over. I mean, judge against righties not happening.
Good take. Great sinker. Let's go.
Sinker is so good. I mean, that sinker curveball combo is amazing.
Good take.
You aiming out?
Pardon me?
You aiming out of the zone on that sinker?
Sometimes. A lot of times you just let the natural break carry. Don't walk him. What a terrible pitch. I hate when they just make it a bad pitch for no reason.
I can't do anything with that. I'll take it's fine take. You are getting the bullpen loose.
Oh, I put guys in the bullpen instantly because it doesn't cost anything. I paused to change settings. Hershiser is not going anywhere. I know you want him to leave, but he ain't going anywhere. But you should warm up guys like the second the game starts. There's no penalty for it.
Runner's got a head start. Oh, a little less late on that. Come on, Buster.
Nope.
Oh, I thought we'd get through. All right. You know what? That was more competitive. I'm happy with myself. Let's go. You're in Detroit?
No. I grew up in Detroit. I live in Texas now.
Got it. I'm gonna hit again.
Pardon me?
I have to let Trammell get another hit.
Just to prove to your friends, like, no, dude, he's so good. Promise.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Like I said, let them shade you. When you beat them with a player they think sucks, it'll feel that much better.
That was a yank. I mean, that was supposed to be out of the zone.
Come on, Rhino. All right, let's pitch. Hershiser goes bot 5 here. We have McCovey, Correa, Didi, and then Hal. I doubt Hal bats again. Oh, come on.
Oh, come on,
Loaded
Joe.
it a little bit.
Got a hit. I don't get much to hit all game.
Come on. Hit my spots, dude. Give me good pitches.
Oh, curveball goes inside too. Like, it's great. There's so much movement.
I think that would have been a ball, but it looks
Would have been a ball, yeah.
in.
I saw it go up. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna aim.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I think throwing high is what got you. If it's low, I think you take it.
I didn't expect the curveball to land inside. I thought it was gonna go just north south.
Oof, good take. Is this Correa prestiged?
No, unfortunately not.
I got my Bellinger prestige. Bellinger and Mo are my only prestige cards.
Oh, I have my Oswalt prestige. That's it.
Oh yeah, he wrecks me, man. I do not do well against that Oswald. I don't know what it is, but he kind of owns my life.
I used him in the second round of the tournament. You had to switch it up the first two, and then you can use whoever you wanted in the last.
Mm-hmm.
I was so lucky I hit that pitch, and then so I used Newhouser, Oswalt, and then Newhouser 2 more times.
I like it.
Newhouser at a sinker would be the best pitcher in the game.
He's really good on Hall of Fame. I don't do so well with him on All-Star personally.
Oh, that makes sense.
Of course, I don't really do well with any pitcher on All-Star because it's pretty random. Oh, Jesus. This is bad.
All right, looks like we're taking him out. The game told me to take him out, so I listened. Okay.
Oh yeah, I knew Newhouser wasn't going to bat again.
Oh.
How's your pitch?
Oh, I mean, all right. Come on, Jason.
Boom. Yoink. Boom. Let's go. Huge double play.
That was almost a perfect ground ball.
Whew.
Good. It was good. It was good. It was on the money. But right at short. What are you gonna do? I can't get mad at that. What we could have done.
What's that?
I can't get mad at that. It was just good positioning.
Yeah, I mean it was a smash job. Oh no! Hang on 1 second.
The Mets just signed Brian Dozier and Lagares.
Oh wow!
Mookie
I figured
Betts
Dozier would latch on somewhere. I figured.
Mookie Betts' contract is $380 million.
Is it locked?
It's 13.
I know it's rumored. Is it guaranteed? Is it settled?
I don't know if it's guaranteed, but it's 13 years. He's there till he's
finalizing an extension. Yeah. Get over his head. Yeah. Put a decent lick on that.
You have Mantle yet or no?
No, I've actually been kind of slow as far as that.
I have like a few left. I'm doing no money spent.
Yeah. I know a lot of no money spent people who already have the whole set, and I'm like, dang,
Yeah.
I'm even doing money spent, and I don't have the whole set.
You know,
Harry.
I haven't.
Yeesh.
Only diamonds I've really bought in the auctions. I haven't really bought any expensive ones. I pulled Garrett Cole day 2.
Yeah, see, I haven't pulled any of the biggies, and that's all I need is the 6 biggest, and it's like I feel a million miles away though.
I pulled Scherzer
so
twice.
far away.
I pulled Scherzer twice. I pulled DeGrom. Only players I really need are Arenado, Trout, Verlander, and Bellinger.
Yes, yes.
Those are 4 big ones.
I need every big one. All right, we go bot 6 here.
Just get a man on for Bellinger again.
Yeesh.
That's under it. PCI placement. This guy has still so much stamina left. No.
I miss. He's always got crazy good stamina.
Where do you think the Blue Jays are going to play?
Looks like PNC Park, no?
Ken Rosenthal, I think. Was that him? Yeah, he just tweeted it's falling apart.
Oh wow. Then I don't know. Maybe Buffalo. It's a mess.
What's crazy to me is America's obviously so much worse, and yet Canada's still like, yeah, you're not playing here.
Well, yeah, Canada doesn't want people coming in and out, which is understandable.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's wouldn't think. I need a good result here. Come on. I'm living off the walk right now. Even yellow yet. Herb.
9 yellow and it's 95 pitches. Jeez, these jumps are insane. I don't understand. It's a good pitch. Oh wow.
Down. Oh. Thought I got that.
Woo! Meatball City there.
Was not looking for that.
Wow. Didn't take that. Let's go, Hershiser. Big strikeout there. Come on now.
Buster. Oh, not enough though. Covey, this is a good chance. Let's go. That's gonna hurt. All right. No, that was so well hit.
Oh, let's go.
I'm mad at that. Oh god, I just with a little. I'm not gonna. I can't make excuses. Come on, not gonna work. I gotta make some adjustments.
All right, here we go. Top 7.
Yeah, I gotta.
Third of the game here.
And will I see your paused? I understand we're going to be doing a stretch. Is that right? You still want that?
That's right. We do 17 stretch
Alrighty
after
then.
this.
Gotta move. I think I had you nervous there for a little bit. That's gone. Okay.
All right, got another one back. Let's go.
Oh, I can't get anything in.
Reggie dropping the PCI. I fucking hate those chip swings so much, man. They're so frustrating.
A new picture now. Oh, this Carl Santana card is so good.
He really is. He's underrated. Missed that one barely.
All right, is my stream correct? Ready for the stretch?
Right. 17 stretch time after I bring in a pitcher here. Love it. Great seventh inning
Thank you.
stretch there. The organist
Much
came through.
appreciated. Great game, you two. Excited to see how this one plays out.
Let's bring it home.
Need some walk. How do I go on Do Not Disturb on Discord? Because the stream's picking up the notifications. I gotta turn it off.
Pardon me?
How do I go on Do Not Disturb on Discord?
I'm actually not sure. Let's see. I don't know.
Notification.
Anybody know on that? What notifications is it picking up? Like when people come in and out of the stream?
That.
Oh yeah. I'm not actually sure.
All right.
Unfortunately, sorry, I can't help on that.
Look on your profile picture on the lower left. It says Disturb. Thanks, Duggo. All right, awesome. We got it.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Go help.
Cool. All right, here we go. John Franco versus Carlos Correa and Didi. And then I forget who bats, I guess, the pitcher spot.
I have like no one left because I used everybody off the bench. I have 2 guys left.
And they're lefties. I think you still have your Sanchez.
Again. I have one ready.
Yeah, Sanchez, right?
How did you know? Did you see Can you see my bench?
Looked at the bench, yeah.
Oh,
press
yeah,
options and then options square L1.
Options square. What? Oh yeah, you can.
You're talking to the guy who got that feature in the game.
Oh, very cool.
Used to not be able to find the bench, and I was like, guys, we gotta get a way to be able to see a player's bench. You bunt dancing on me? I hit you.
I'm not gonna do that. People are gonna be way too mad. To my stream. That's the record. All right. Come on, Gary. Let's not be like the playoffs. Oh,
Popped him up. Let's go. We go top 8. 3-0.
right, hopefully this Diaz is good. Haven't used him yet.
He looks pretty nice. And he has the changeup, which his cards don't always have, so I was on that just a little early.
If he has the Focus 7-run 9th inning lead quirk.
Oh my god. I was even looking for that and I missed it. Come slider. Changeup, same diff.
My mood. Definitely gonna miss him.
These check swings are killing me, man.
Yeah.
And then when you want a check swing, they don't give you one. It's like, come on.
What's the inspiration behind your team name?
Charlotte's my dog's name, and I love otters. So 2 of my favorite things, my dog and otters. Otters are pretty popular as a meme in my stream. A lot of people think I'm from North Carolina because of it, but nope, it's just my dog's name. I have an emote for both of them in my stream.
I'll sub after the game.
Pardon me?
I'll sub after the game.
Oh, sounds good, man. I'll be streaming later tonight too. If you want to come through, just say what's up.
Good.
What's your Twitch handle?
It should be JNGHD8.
Okay, great. I'll definitely
You'll
be
see
looking
it.
for you. All right, let's see here. We got guys warming up. You know what? I think we're gonna do it to you.
Oh no, Mo.
Prestige Mo.
At least I can be satisfied with him beating me because he's a Yankee.
I gotta beat you with him first, though. Nothing's guaranteed. This is only the second appearance with Prestige Mo. Oof. All right, we got Rhino here.
I just watched a documentary that the Cubs put out called the Ryan Sandberg Game. Awesome.
I watched it too. It was
Great.
excellent.
The fact that Bruce Sutter was that good and he homered off him twice, it's awesome.
Yep.
I love
I was familiar with the game, but the whole doc was awesome.
I had never heard of it. And as a big baseball fan, I
Well,
was shocked.
So but yeah, like I knew it was this big crazy game that he had, but
The fact that Bruce Sutter pitched a starter's length of innings is nuts.
right. Oh, I thought that was 3-2. They were terrible.
Now in front of all these fastballs somehow.
Jeremy, hang on 1 second. My dog is crying to get into my office, so hang on.
Hey, don't worry.
All right, sorry about that.
No worries.
This is very nerve-wracking against Belly. Heartened by the fact that you could only cut it to 2 or to 3-2. Oh shit, that's gone.
Yeah, I'm not good offensively. You're worry about it.
Whew. Scary.
Oh, I thought it might get out. Oh no.
Whew. Off the bat, I thought it might too. I was wondering when you would go. Yeesh. Interesting send there. If you lose him, it's a tough base runner to lose.
I have confidence. No, I don't have any. I mean, it was just unhittable.
Oh, that one was fat. Oh, that's not a good one either. Jeez. Surviving. Let's go slide piece here. Oh, frozen. Let's go. We go top 9. 3-0.
Yeah, Posey, Griffey Sr., and this Larry Walker. Yeah, he's going deep. I already know.
Oh for 4 for Walker.
My win. I'll take that as a win for me.
Oh my goodness. All over that. All right, what you got on a full count here? Cheese. Go slider.
All right, last chance. Let's do it.
All right, Mo. I need you badly, dude. I need you to come correct.
Ooh. Posey gets on. I feel like we can get something to go. Oh, that was nasty.
Big strikeout. 96 on the cutty. Go right back to it. 2 down.
You drop it.
Corporal, I don't live in Michigan, so I can't really go to Tigers games. Even without quarantine. I live in Texas.
He's getting on, and then Eddie Matthews is tying the game. Let's do it.
Stupid. Doesn't make any sense to right down the middle. Bring him. Boo. Ball game. Woo, good game, man.
Good game. Yeah, of course.
Very, very nerve-wracking. All right, let's see. We got Hershiser, 5 walks, but only 2 hits and 5 2/3 with 5 strikeouts. No hits from the bullpen. Newhouser pitched well, just gave up a couple runs. Doolittle gave up the homer. Sandberg had 3 SBs. Nice. Laureano went yard. Love that Laureano card.
Doolittle, yeah. Doolittle.
All right, man. Great game.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'll look for you in my stream. I hate to cut it short, but I gotta get going. I gotta get back to work here real quick. But thank you so much for playing, man. That was fun.
Stay safe.
Take care, man.
Yeah, you too.
Even guarantee it when she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean. You're in too deep to go back again. Cash is pay to play. You want more hits than lemonade. Now you don't own me. You don't even know me. This vagabond with a two-part path to the great beyond. Say genuine, a ground floor up. I can help you find. You're a dreamer. Call me when you're Bieber. And when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd. That's nothing wrong. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. The wondered bond don't work no more, think it took too much. Your equity, make the caffeine be your weaponry. Is the reason there never was one need. but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first.
Good afternoon to the Bop-Ball community. We want to thank you for sticking with us. Well, we just watched Spore, Paul Spore, great friend of the channel and employee of Fangraphs, big editor for the baseball stats giant. He just played our broadcaster tournament champion, Jeremy Goldstein, and ended up winning 3-0. So before we've got our 3:45 Eastern game, we're going to sneak another one in for you. Originally scheduled today before we ended up doing that Diamond Dynasty contest. We had the Miami Marlins coming to Colorado playing against the Rockies. So looks like we are going to fit that one in. It is going to be a fast play style game, so a lot less graphics for me to talk about and a lot quicker gameplay, so hopefully we can all stay caught up. Jorge Mateo, though, going to lead things off for the Fish, and he's going to take high from ball one. Mateo came over just about a week ago in a trade with the Oakland Athletics, came over along with Sheldon Noty for the biggest piece in that return, Jonathan Villar. This one sprayed foul, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. John Gray is the starter here today for Colorado.
The right fielder, number 15.
Having a fantastic year this year.
Anderson.
And he doesn't have much left on that contract, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's wearing another set of uniforms after the trade deadline is over. Quickly ahead of Brian Anderson here, no balls and 2 strikes.
Ball.
He takes outside 1 and 2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Taps this slider foul, so still 1 ball and 2 strikes to Brian Anderson. Probably one of the bigger pieces that the Marlins are looking to have moving forward. This one's sent over to shortstop Story. Backhand it fires across the first for out number 2.
Batting third, the left fielder, number 23, Corey Dickerson.
So up next, the number 3 hitter, Corey Dickerson. It's called strike on 1. Dickerson, maybe another trade piece that the Marlins are looking to expedite their rebuild with. Signed a very short contract with the Fish, and he's been producing well. He, like you mentioned, he's in the number 3 hole today. And he's ahead in the count now. 3 balls and 1 strike. Jesus Aguilar, another big name that these Marlins picked up in the offseason, waits on deck. So swing and a miss, 3 and 2 now. 3-2 pitch, ground ball foul, so we're going to do it again. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the inning is over. 1-2-3, go the Marlins. Head to the bottom of the first here at Coors Field. You're watching ML Bop-Ball Fast Play Edition on Twitch. Charlie Blackmon going to get things going for the Rockies. Pablo Lopez is on the mound for Miami. His first one misses outside 1-0. Blackmon drives this one out to right field. Well hit, but also hooking and foul out of play. So it evens the count up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Blackmon with the .269 average. Very nice. Said he's going to slice this one the other way against the shift, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. Good job by the left fielder to cut that one off and hold Blackmon to just a single. So Daniel Murphy will try and keep things rolling here. This first one misses low, 1-0. Murphy's going to get in the head of the count. 2 balls, no strikes. Having a hot stretch of late, betting over 400 in the last week or so. This one is pulled on the ground to first. Aguilar to short 1. Relay to first. Pitcher covering. It's going to be a 3-6-1 double play And just as quickly as the Rockies got this inning started, they hit into that double play. And here comes Nolan Arenado, one of the biggest bats in Major League Baseball. He's going to drive this one up the gap into right center field. That's easily going to be extra bases for him. Takes the turnaround first and cruises into second base with a 2-out stand-up double.
Batting fourth, not shortstop.
22nd of the year, so now it'll be Trevor Story with 26 home runs. And is this 27? Drives it out to left field deep, and not quite a home run, but gonna one hop up against the wall. Story checks into second, trades places with Nolan Arenado, and the Rockies have taken an early 1-0 lead.
The left fielder,
Raimel Tapia, not your typical 5-hitter. Still doing pretty well, hitting 291. Line drive caught by Aguilar, and the inning is over. Rockies get 3 hits and score 1 run because of it. Head to the second inning. They're up 1-0.
leading off
So
the
4, 5, 6 coming up for the Marlins. Led off by Jesus Aguilar. The first pitch to him is a called strike 1. The one from Greg. Big swing and a miss. And quickly now down, no balls and 2 strikes. Braves this one foul. Couple of trade chips facing off against each other. That one misses outside 1 and 2. Swing and a miss at the pitch in the dirt, blocked by the catcher. He will fire onto first for out number 1. It's an ugly swing right there. We're going to see Isan Diaz stepping up to the plate. 14 home runs already this season. This first one is a called strike, 0-1. Swing and a miss quickly now, no balls and 2 strikes.
No, that's the ball.
The misses outside 1 and 2.
20-12, 1-2 to count. Ball, no.
Just a bit inside with that fastball. Ray thought he had it, but he's got at least one more pitch. Get through Diaz. Goes with the curveball, not going to get there. Jorge Alfaro, the catcher for these Marlins, waits on deck. This one slapped the other way. Trevor Story picks it up and fires onto first for out number 2.
Batting fifth, the catcher, Jorge Alfaro.
2 outs, base is empty. Jorge Alfaro gonna get his cuts going here.
Ball.
It's his first one, misses in the dirt, 1-0.
No strike.
Drive out to left field, but it's gonna hook foul, 1-1. Alfaro 233 this season, 9 home runs.
That's the ball.
In a good hitter's count here, 2-1. Drives this one over to third base. Couple of hops over to Arenado. The throw onto first will get him, and the side is retired. Marlins go down in order. Rockies are going to send up 7, 8, and 9. You're watching ML Bopball on Twitch.
Leading off,
Ryan McMahon
the second baseman
is the first man up, and I do apologize. It is going to be 6, 7, 8, as the Rockies have an untraditional lineup where they have the pitcher batting in the 8th spot, which is what confused me. 1-0 pitch going to grab the outside corner, 1-1.
No.
Just a bit outside, 1 ball and 2 balls and 1 strike.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball.
2-2 misses low, so the count is filled up. Tony Wolters, catcher, waits on deck. Check swing, appeal down to third, no swing. So the Rockies will get the second inning started with a leadoff walk, and we're gonna throw you guys a trivia question brought to you today by the Big Guys 73. Name the only Colorado Rockies players to hit 300 or more home runs for the franchise, and I'm gonna only throw out one guess. but it's a pretty safe bet. I'm going to go Todd Helton. Spent his entire career with the Rockies. 2-1 now to Walters. Got McMahon over at first base. Pitcher spot, John Gray is due up next. 3 balls and 1 strike, as Lopez is having very much trouble trying to find the strike zone. The 3-1 pitch skied into center field, but coming over is the center fielder Mateo. He will make the catch for out number 1. So John Gray, 105 on the year, no home runs and just the 4 ribbies. As he pulls back on the attempted bunt, 1-0. Gray spent his entire career with Colorado. He bunts this one over to first base, picked up by Aguilar. He's going to throw to second, and it's not in time. He had an easy out if he just tried to tag the man, but didn't end up doing that. David Dahl, number 9 hitter, comes up with a couple of guys on here in the second. And we did get confirmation from the big guy that Helton is not only correct answer, it is the correct answer. Only one guy in Rockies history has ever hit for 300 home runs for the team. So thank you once again for the trivia. This one's a tapper back to the mound. Throw onto first is going to get Dahl as they go for the sure out instead of trying and failing to get the guy at second. Charlie Blackmon, 2 for 7 in the series, 1 for 1 today. With a single in the first inning, he was later erased on a double play ball. But a single right here at least scores 1, maybe 2, depending on if they want to send their starting pitcher, John Gray, around from third. 0-1 pitch misses high, 1 ball and 1 strike.
1-1.
Slaps this one fair down the third base line. That's going to get into the corner. 1 run is in as well as Gray. 2-run double here for Charlie Blackmon, and it is 3-0 Rockies here in the second.
The first baseman, number 9.
26th of the year, Daniel Murphy, hit into a double play his last time up, and good news for him, he can't do that this time around because, of course, there are 2 outs. Misses high and tight. 2 balls, no strikes.
No.
Misses low with that one, 3-0.
No strike.
Gonna grab the strike zone there with a fastball at the knees. 3 balls and 1 strike. Daniel Murphy at the dish. Charlie Blackmon over at second. Taps this one foul, 3-2. So Lopez just 1 strike away from getting out of this inning, trying to reset in his team's dugout. 3-2 pitch, fouled away. We'll do it again.
Too high.
Another 3-2, just a bit high. Ball 4. 13 balls, 13 strikes this inning for Pablo Lopez. 26 pitches. He's got to face Nolan Arenado, very dangerous hitter. He and his team, the Colorado Rockies, their front office don't have the best relationships, we can put it that way. Arenado would love to stay here if he can have a contending team built around him. You've got guys like Trevor Story and Charlie Blackmon who are doing the brunt of the work along with Nolan Arenado, but outside of that, the pitching staff has been, really hammered, which is going to happen in Colorado, but still you'd like to see guys who can adjust better. The rest of the pieces in the offense are less than desirable, so, I don't blame Arenado. You want to play for a winning team, even if you do love the organization that brought you up. 2-2 is slapped over to first. Aguilar scoops it up and takes it to the bag for out number 3. Rockies get a couple of more runs on just the 1 hit. We've played 2 in Colorado, 3-0 Rockies. 7, 8, 9, Sheldon Noisy lead things off for the Marlins. He, along with Mateo, came over in that Jonathan VR deal.
1-0.
Gray is going to get him to fly this one into right field. Coming over is, I believe that's Blackman, but it's going to drop in for a base hit. First base run of the game for Miami. It's going to be a base knock for Sheldon Noisy. Here we've got Jazz Chisholm, one of the upper echelon prospects in this Marlins system. Batting .304 on the year, so you got to like his production, even if it is out of the 8th spot. And he does have a couple of home runs in his last 8 games. 2-0 pitch from Gray, misses outside 3-0. And even though he's got a 3-0 lead, you don't want to mess around, especially with these bottom of the order guys. But he will keep messing around, misses high, ball 4. Pablo Lopez will step in. Likely going to see him try and sacrifice those 2 runners over. As that is the intention. Bunted just between the mound and the third baseman, picked up by the pitcher, fires onto first, and it's not in time. Just a perfect placement of that bunt for Pablo Lopez, and all of a sudden the Marlins have the bases loaded with nobody out. And the top of the lineup coming up, Jorge Mateo going to take in the dirt. Count evens up at 1-1.
Ball. 2 balls.
Prime opportunity for the Marlins to get right back into this ball game. There's a swing and miss, 2-2. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Big punch out there for John Gray. And a ground ball could get him out of the inning unscathed, but Brian Anderson is in his way. That first one is called strike on 1. Career against Gray, 2 for 10, but the 3 punch outs are also a part of that mix. And he's set up for another one here. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Ball. 1-2.
Way. Strike 3 called. Ooh, looked like it might have been high, but either way, there are now 2 outs, and Marlins are threatening to waste this opportunity here. Had the bases loaded, nobody out. Top of the order coming up, but 2 straight strikeouts leaves it up to Corey Dickerson. It's going to slap this one into left field. That's going to at least get 1 home, probably 2, and it will score 2 runs. So Marlins will not go out of this inning without getting some run support for their pitcher. 2-run single there for Corey Dickerson. And Jesus Aguilar going to try and keep this 2-out rally going.
1 ball, no strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. Slaps this one on the ground to second base, flips it onto first, and the inning is over. Head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Miami gets onto the scoreboard. They're down 3-2.
Leading up for the Rockies, the shortstop,
Trevor Story, 4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Rockies. This first one is sent foul. And Lopez feeling a little bit better now, but he's still got to produce on the mound. Has yet to go a scoreless inning, albeit only 2 chances so far.
Ball.
Misses high, 2 balls and 1 strike, so not the best of signs to start out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Chopped foul, 2-2. Wind up 2-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball right field, foul, and going to drop into foul territory. So we will do it again. 2-2 is sent into center field. Coming over is Mateo. And he will make the catch for out number 1. Raimel Tapia lined out in the first inning to end the frame.
No.
First pitch to him is going to miss a little bit high, 1-0. 3 doubles in his last 8 games. Pops this one foul. Gonna slice on out of play down the third baseline. 1 ball and 1 strike. Strike 2 called now. This one up into shallow right field. Coming over and in is the right fielder, Brian Anderson. He'll make the catch for out number 2.
Now batting, second baseman,
Ryan McMahon drew a walk in the second inning. First pitch to him is going to be a called strike 1. Grips this one into right field, and that one is going to get through for a base hit. So, not quite the 1-2-3 inning Lopez was looking for, but if he can at least get Walters here, we'll have a scoreless frame to show for it. 1-0 pitch. Pops it up. Third base side, crossing over into foul territory for the out. We played 3 in Denver. 3-2 Rockies leading the Marlins. You're watching ML Bop Ball on Twitch.
leading off for Miami, the second baseman,
Isan Diaz trying to get the bats going here for Miami. Hit a home run in last night's game with a called strike 1-1.
Ball outside.
Up. Over is the first baseman, Murphy. He's going to make the catch for out number 1. Jorge Alfaro grounded out in the second inning. They'll see if he can do any better right here.
No, that's the ball.
That one misses inside 1-0. Product of Colombia in South America. Strike called. For a catcher, he's got some really good speed out there on the base paths, so I don't know how much longer that's going to last given the destructive nature defensively that catchers have to face. This one slapped over to third. Arenado fires onto first for out number 2.
Now batting, third baseman, Sheldon Noisy.
So 2 outs. Sheldon Noisy got that rally started in last inning with a leadoff single. Gonna try and see if he can work some 2-out magic here. Misses inside with that one, 1-0. And as you can see, he was acquired from the Oakland Athletics here in 2020. This one's sent out to left center field. Deep, 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 and gone. Solo home run for Sheldon Noisy. If I'm not mistaken, that is his first as a Miami Marlin. And that's going to knot things up here at 3 in the 4th. Jazz Chisholm steps in, takes high for ball 1. He drew a 4-pitch walk his last time up.
Ball.
This is 2 balls and no strikes. And of course, we do have to get the puns in. Thank you, EB, but that was a very noisy home run coming off the bat. Called strike, so Gray is able to get a slider in there. Interesting choice for 3-1. But the 69th pitch of the game, very nice indeed, but gonna miss inside for ball 4.
The pitcher, Pablo Lopez.
First pitch is a called strike 0-1.
0-1.
Swing and a miss, no ball from 2 strikes. So Pablo Lopez, who has the base hit today when he was trying to sacrifice himself, is going to tap this one up the middle, picked up by the shortstop Story, flips it onto McMahon for out number 3. So we get a Sheldon Noisy home run, and that's going to knot things up at 3, head to the bottom of the 4th inning.
Leading off for the Rockies.
So John Gray 0 for 1 today. Really trying to showcase his stuff. But so far in this one is yet to show the good side of himself. Experiencing the treacherous Coors effect that has tanked pitchers' careers. 1-1 is line foul. 1-2. Swinging a ground ball towards the shortstop. That's going to be bobbled, and he's not going to have a play out there. So it's going to be an error on the shortstop, allowing John Gray to reach. David Dahl 0 for 1 today. Swing and a miss, 0-1. 15 home runs. That's the third best on the team, and yet he is hitting in the number 9 spot. Interesting decision, to say the least, for Bud Black, as that one is fouled away, 0-2. Slaps this one foul, so we will do it again. 0-2 once again, and tough pitch there to take, but it's going to be strike 3 called. Looked like it was high and away. But we've seen a hefty strike zone, to say the least, from the umpire behind the plate today. Charlie Blackman with 99 hits this season, third best on the team. Already has 2 of them today, so make it a 3-for-3 ball game and also get that 100th, as that fastball misses high, but it's called strike 1. One swing and a miss. Pulled the string on him with that one. So the 1-2 pitch misses inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, man on first is the pitcher, John Gray. This one slapped up to left center field. That's going to get up the gap, and hit number 100 for Charlie Blackman is going to be extra bases. Gray is going to be sent around third, heading home. The relay throw is going to be late, and the Rockies retake the lead here. It is 4-3. Charlie Blackman's third hit of the game. 100th on the year. It's an RBI double. First pitch to the next batter. Daniel Murphy misses low. His 69th pitch of the game for Pablo Lopez. This one's sent out to right field, well hit, but Brian Anderson is there to make the catch, and that's going to hold Blackman over at second. 2 outs, Nolan Arenado with a double and a run scored today. Sixto Sanchez already getting one in Miami's bullpen. First pitch to him is a called strike on 1. Strike 2 at the top of the zone. Oh, 2 pitch to the line drive. That's going to get into center field for a base hit. Rounding third and scoring is Blackman. Throw home is cut off. It is now 5-3 Colorado. A very high-scoring game. Trevor Story 1 for 2 today with a double and an RBI. Gonna pull this one foul. Strike 2 called there. And a nice 84-mile-an-hour changeup. The 1-2 slaps this one on the ground and into center field for a base hit. So the Rockies are going to try and keep things going here in inning number 4. And have to do it with Raimel Tapia, 0 for 2 today. First pitch pops it up into left field. Going over is Corey Dickerson. He will make the catch, and the inning is over. Rockies score a couple of runs, though. One of them was unearned, but they're up 5-3 after 4 here at Coors. Jorge Mateo already trying to avoid the hat trick, as we see Jairo Diaz and Jake McGee warming up in the Rockies bullpen. First pitch is going to be bunted foul. Looked like a hanger right there, but he had it in his mind he was going to try the drag bunt. 0-1 pitch to, from Gray to Mateo is skied into center field, so no hat trick just yet. But it will be an 0 for 3 start And it is caught out there in center
right
field
fielder, number
for out
15,
number 1.
Brian Anderson.
Fouls his first one away, 0-1. Brian Anderson now 2 for 11 in his career against John Gray with 4 strikeouts. This one's skied out to right. Slicing, foul, and into the crowd. So no balls and 2 strikes.
Ball.
This is low with that one, 1-2.
Ball.
One's gonna miss outside. 2 balls now and 2 strikes. Slaps this one right to the first baseman. Daniel Murphy with a quick glove for out number 2. Corey Dickerson 1 for 2 today, singled and drove in 2 runs. Probably the biggest hit so far today is Marlins in the 3rd inning loaded the bases, but only got those 2 runs as that one slapped to short. Throw over to first is going to get him for out number 3. Halfway home here in Colorado, 5-3 Rockies. So Ryan McMahon, 1 for 1 today, singled and scored a run. We see Eliezer Hernandez and Adam Conley getting ready for Miami.
Ball 1.
This one misses
1 ball.
just
no
a bit. 1 ball and no strikes. Slaps this one up the middle, second baseman as it flips it on to first for out number 1.
Now batting, catcher, Cody.
0 for 2 today with a flyout and a pop out is the Rockies catcher Tony Walters. First pitch to him misses inside 1-0. Claimed off of waivers back in 2016, and he's made an impact here in Colorado. They like his consistency behind the plate. Not too much offensive production, but he can, slap an extra base hit when needed. Takes that changeup in a dangerous spot, I guess you could say. Misses inside with the fastball now. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Hurry. Count is full. 3 balls.
Called strike. He was thinking about that one, but might be better off looking for one here. The 3-2 pitch. And he is better off. Lines this one into deep right field, going into the corner for extra bases over the head of Brian Anderson. Walters will check into second base with a 1-out, 2-bagger.
The pitcher, number 55.
So John Gray 0 for 2 today, grounded out and scored 2 runs. Got a man on second with just the 1 out. Takes the fastball high, 1-0. So it looks like he will be trying to swing the bat for himself today. That one is a called strike. 1-1 pulled foul down the third base line. Got out in front of that one.
2-2.
1-2 pitch to the opposing pitcher, misses low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two swing a ground ball, and that's going to get through into left field. Walters had to hold up, but he will make his way over to third. He's not going to score on that single for John Gray, and that's going to be it for him. For Pablo Lopez, Sixto Sanchez coming in for the Marlins. Try and calm things down here. David Dahl 0 for 2 today with a strikeout on a ground out. He's going to check his swing right here. Successfully 1-0. This one's pulled out into center field. That one's going to get through for a base hit. So Rockies are now doubling up the Marlins at 6-3. Charlie Blackman 3 for 3 today already. A single and 2 doubles. Looking to do some more damage. Really break this game open here in the 5th. 1-0 pitch is fouled away, 1-1. Look at that average with runners in scoring position up over 350. This one's pulled over to first. Aguilar to short 1. Relay to first. 3-6-3. Double play ends the inning. Colorado gets another run though. They're up 6-3 after 5.
Leading off for the Marlins, the first baseman, Jesus Aguilar.
First pitch to Jesus Aguilar is fouled away, 0-1. John Gray is starting to settle back down after a shaky third inning and fourth inning. Back in the third, he loaded the bases with nobody out. Got a couple of punch-outs before allowing a Corey Dickerson 2-run single. That one slapped over to third, fires onto first for out number 1. And then in the very next inning, fourth inning, Sheldon Noisy with a big solo shot out into left center field. Tied the game at 3 at the time, but his offense hasn't stopped producing. And now he's back up 6-3.
Ball. We're playing 11, 1-1.
He will miss inside with that one, 1-1 to Isan Diaz. And that one's going to run too far inside, but the slider hits him. So Jorge Alfaro 0 for 2 today with a couple of ground outs.
Jorge Alfaro.
And if Gray pitches this inning, quick enough and efficiently enough, he could come back out before the 7th. His spot in the batting order isn't due up anytime soon. But at the same time, given his struggles, I wouldn't be surprised if he's taken out either. This one is pulled foul 1 and 2. Fouls this one away. Still 1 and 2. We want to remind everyone here, stick around after this game. We've got a whole afternoon and evening of pop ball coverage. There's a swing and miss, strike 3 for out number 2.
Now batting.
But the very next game after this one is going to be the New York Mets at the Cincinnati Reds. Should be an exciting matchup. And it should be a lot slower pace than this, as we will turn it back to regular broadcaster status, as this one sent out to center field, drives the center fielder Dahl back, but he will make the catch on the run for out number 3. Halfway through the 6th inning. 6-3. The Rockies lead the Marlins. 2-3-4, Daniel Murphy, Nolan Arenado, and Trevor Story all due up in this inning. We've got Sixto Sanchez. Going to get a first pitch ground out over to first base. Aguilar picks it up and steps on the bag.
Now batting, third baseman, Nolan
Arenado, 2 for 3 today. With a couple of key hits.
No, that's the ball.
One ball and 1 strike.
Ball 2.
Misses 2-1. Called strike on the high outside corner. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pulls this one foul, stays alive. Neither of these teams really in playoff contention, either in the division or the wild card. This one's sent out to left center field, well hit. This one's going back. Still going back, and that's going to be caught by Jorge Mateo. Nice long run to get out there in the left center field for out number 2. And as they are not in contention, really, you can obviously see some of these guys moving along, especially those on expiring deals, to try and improve the farm system and really get these rebuilds going so both of these teams can go back to competing in their respective divisions. This one's sent out to left center field, well hit. Mateo once again has a long run, but he will get there for out number 3. So Jorge Mateo put in some work out there in center field. Not going to help though if you don't get the offense going, down 6-3.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
so that will be the day for John Gray. Pitched 6th inning, gave up the 3 runs. Jairo Diaz going to take things over in the 7th inning. It's 8-9-1. Jez Chisholm in the pitcher's spot, which will likely feature a pinch hitter, and then Jorge Mateo. First pitch is a called strike, 2-seamer right down the middle.
No, that's the ball.
Just a bit low with that slider.
Ball, that's down.
Misses low with that one. 2-1 now. One is sent out to right center field, well hit. This one's going back onto the track at the wall, and that ball is gone. Solo home run for Jazz Chisholm. He keeps his hot streak going.
Your attention, please.
And we won't get to see the replay, of course. We are broadcasting this game fast play style.
Garrett.
But we are going to have a pinch hitter for the Miami Marlins. It's going to be Garrett Cooper, hitting .259, 5 home runs, and 27 ribbies. Going to take a called strike 0-1. So it's slapped on the ground at first, picked up by Daniel Murphy. He's going to take it to the bag for out number 1. We'll turn this lineup over to Jorge Mateo. 2 strikeouts and a flyout are on his ledger today. That first one misses low, 1-0. Taps this one foul. Count evens up at 1. Strike 2 called on the high inside corner.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Diaz get the strikeout, not on this pitch. Cold foul. 1-2. He will get it on that pitch, though. Beautiful slider, tailing out of the zone for out number 2. Scott Oberg and Jake McGee warming up for the Rockies. But Diaz will have to get through Brian Anderson. That one misses low, 1-0. Pitch is going to splinter the bat down the first base line. It's actually going to be a tough play, but it's picked up by Diaz. He's going to tag him with the baseball for out number 3. So the Marlins score a run on a Jazz Chisholm solo shot. Stretch time in Colorado. They're down 6-4.
Attention, please. Now pitching for the Marlins.
Adam Conley going to be the new pitcher for Miami. He's got a lefty to face off here to start out the 7th inning. Raimel Tapia. First pitch going to miss low and away, 1-0 on the slider. Strike 1 called. It's high and away now, 2 balls and 1 strike. Like I was mentioning, Tapia not really the typical 5-hitter. Might honestly want to swap him and David Dahl. Tapia is more known for his speed, and Dahl's got the power going this season. That's going to miss ball 4. So Rockies will try and add things onto this lead. Ryan McMahon 1 for 2 today. First pitch to him, going to grab the strike zone on the fastball, 0-1. This one's pulled into center field. That's going to be a base hit. So back-to-back base runners, a walk, now a single. And even though it is 3 lefties in a row for these Rockies, not quite sure if the move is going to pay off for the Marlins. There's a swing and a miss. Ugly pitch there to go after for Wolters. That very open stance, but he's going to ground this one to the pitcher, throw the second one, relay to first. And the double play going to kill most of the momentum that these Rockies have built up. Going to see a pinch hitter here for the pitcher's spot. Number 20, Ian Desmond. Got a chance to add another run to the lead. This one misses high and tight, 1-0. Fly ball left field, way back there, and that is a pinch hit, 2-run home run for Ian Desmond. Left the lefty in there. He was showing his struggles, and it didn't pay off. 2-run shot for Ian Desmond. That makes it 8-4, Colorado. Desmond with the big home run. Now David Dahl going to take strike 1. And that one's quickly now, no balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So the inning is over. But the Colorado Rockies with a couple of hits, one of them being the big home run from Ian Desmond. We've played 7 in Denver.
Ladies and
They're
gentlemen,
up
your
8-4.
attention, please.
Jake McGee,
Now pitching for
the
Rockies,
lefty, former closer,
number 51.
gonna
Jake.
take his turn out on the mound. Corey Dickerson is the first man he will face, followed by Jesus Aguilar.
Leading off for the Marlins, the left fielder, number 23, Corey Dickerson.
First pitch to him is fouled away, 0-1. Dickerson 1 for 3 today with a 2-run single back in the third inning. Game with 2 outs though, as the bases had been loaded with nobody out. But the 2 men before him were struck out. Mets and Reds after this game, don't miss on that one. It's going to be Rick Porcello versus Wade Miley. Jaden Becker and Charlotte are on the call for that one. Pops this one up to third base. It'll be caught by Arenado for out number 1.
Now batting.
Then after that, we've got
The
the
first
Atlanta
baseman,
Braves going out to Oakland
Aguilar.
to face the Athletics. Following that game, it's going to be Tampa Bay, Kansas City. I'll be on the call with Tim Moore for that one. Minnesota at Arizona, and then we will finish out the day in the Lone Star State. Houston Astros going to Arlington playing the Texas Rangers. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, got him out in front of that slider. No balls and 2 strikes now to Jesus Aguilar. Outside. Just a bit outside with that sinker. The 1-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball into left field, well hit. Going back is Tapia. He's going to get there though to make the catch for out number 2. Big swing off the bat of Aguilar, but not quite going to pay off. Isan Diaz 0 for 2 today, but he was hit by a pitch his last time up. Lefty on lefty. Should favor the pitcher. That one's a called strike on the fastball.
No ball. 1 strike.
The 0-1 taps it foul. No balls and 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch to Diaz, swinging a fly ball into left field. Not nearly as deep. Tapia will make the catch after losing it in the lights a little bit here. The side is retired. Head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Rockies up 8-4 over the Marlins. You're watching ML Botball on Twitch. 1-2-3 hitters. Charlie Blackman,
The right fielder,
who just recently reached his 100th hit on the season in this ball game. That one's going to miss outside 1-0.
1 ball. No strike.
3 for 12 career against Conley. So if he wants to get number 101, this would be a good spot to do it. Although I'm pretty sure he'll take a walk quickly up 2-0. Strike 1 on the outer half. 2-0 changeup, a little bit of an interesting decision, but he located it well, so it pays off. 2-1 fly ball into right field. You can forget about that one. Long solo home run for Charlie Blackman. And that's just going to add some fuel to the fire.
your attention, please.
9 for Rockies. That's going to be the last pitch Conley throws. He gives up the 2 home runs in an inning plus pitch. Eliezer Hernandez going to try and finish things out in the 8th inning.
The first baseman, number 9,
This first one misses 1-0.
Murphy.
Daniel Murphy with a called strike, 1-1. 0 for 3 today, so not having the same success that a lot of his teammates are, but you're going to have some of those days, so can't let it get to you. The 2-1 pitch from Hernandez is the chopper over to first base, picked up by Aguilar, flips it with the glove to the pitcher covering, and he will take it to the bag for out number 1. Nolan Arenado, 2 hits and 4 trips, double single, and 2 runs batted in. Just 3 for 10 of the series, though, including today's ball game. That was a called strike, 0-1. Arenado, lots of bat movement in his stance, but clearly it's worked out for him. The 1-1, swinging a ground ball up the middle, so a 3 for 5 day for Nolan. That one gets in for a base hit.
Now batting, the shortstop, Trevor
Trevor Story. Gonna slap this one fair down the first baseline, just out of reach of Aguilar. It's gonna get all the way into the corner. Nolan is gonna round third, but he's gonna be held up right there. So a one-out double for Trevor Story. Puts runners at second and third for Rymel Tapia. No hits for him either. He did draw a walk back in the seventh inning.
No.
First pitch misses 1-0. And the Marlins don't have much of a chance. Need 5 runs in the 9th inning, but if they do want to have any chances, this one's slapped over to first. Picked up by Aguilar. He'll take it to the bag, and Arenado holds at third. But, you know, that is going to make their task a little bit easier. But if they want any chance of coming back in this one, likely want to keep the limit to 5 runs needed. So they'll have to get Ryan McMahon here, who's 2 for 3 today. His first pitch is sent out to right center field, well hit. This one's going back onto the track at the wall, and that ball is gone. 3-run home run for Ryan McMahon, and that's just going to put the cap on this one. Makes it 12-4 Colorado.
The catcher, number 14.
Tony Wolters going to take strike one on the outside corner. The 0-1 misses high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wolters just 1 for 4 today.
No, that's a ball.
Outside 2-1 now.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Swing and a miss as the pitch in the dirt. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hernandez just 1 strike away from getting out of this nightmare inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the inning is over. 2 home runs for the Rockies off 2 different pitchers. They score 4 in the inning, up 12-4 after 8. So Jake McGee now in a non-safe situation, very much out of the realm of possibility. He's going to try and close this one out. Jorge Alfaro leads these 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the face-in.
1 ball, no strike.
McGee always works out of the stretch and going to deliver a strike at the top of the zone, 1-1. One pitch swing and a miss. Blew that fastball right by him, 1-2. Honestly, it looked like he timed that fairly well, just couldn't quite get the location right.
Outside.
1-2, just a bit outside. 2-2 to Miami Marlins catcher. No hits in 3 trips today.
Full count.
But the count is now filled up, 3-2. Sheldon Noisy has a home run today. He waits on deck. 3-2 pitch, swinging the line drive. Excuse me, a ground ball hit over to shortstop. Story didn't react, so I didn't think it was hit on the ground. But he will make the play over at first for out number 1. Sheldon Noisy, like I mentioned, with the home run, also has a single today. 7 and 8 hitters in this Marlins lineup with the 2 home runs. And doing most of the production, top half of the lineup has been pretty much silent. And when that's the case, not going to win a lot of ball games despite what everyone else might be doing. This one's tapped over to third base. Arenado has it. A couple of crow hops and fires onto first for out number 2. So the last chance for the Marlins to get an 8-run rally started is going to be Jazz Chisholm. Only 1 at bat today. Walked a few times and hit that solo home run his last time out. First pitch misses well high. Lefty Jake McGee on the mound. Lefty Jazz Chisholm at the plate. 1-0 pitch misses low. 2-0.
2-0 to count. Ball.
The 2-0 misses 3-0. Eliezer Hernandez is technically on deck, although I wouldn't be surprised to see a pinch hitter for him should Chisholm reach with yet another walk, and he will. Ball 4 high. That will be it for Hernandez. It's going to be Matt Kemp, former Dodger, trying to hurt his former division rival, Colorado Rockies, and keep this inning alive. 321 home run and 6 RBIs off the bench. First pitch to him is skied high, foul, and out of play. 0-1. 0-1 pitch to Kemp. Grounded foul, no balls and 2 strikes. Miami down to their last strike of the ballgame. Checks the runner first a couple of times, now delivers high 1-2.
1-2.
The 1-2 pitch misses inside 2-2. And yes, EB, I did forget about that, but in real life, Matt Kemp was released by the Marlins and did sign a deal to play with these Colorado Rockies. And he's brought the count back full now, 3-2. Chisholm going to get a head start off of first.
Take your base, ball 4.
And he'll just check in at second, back-to-back walks after the first 2 men were set down. Jorge Mateo 0 for 4 today, already with a hat trick of strikeouts. First pitch is going to miss high 1-0.
1-0.
And apparently in real life, Jake McGee is also now a Los Angeles Dodger. So we've definitely diverged some of the timelines to fit our conveniences here. But we still do try and keep, you know, relatively accurate rosters, except for the occasional trade deals. This one's popped up into foul territory. Coming over is Murphy. He'll make the running basket catch for out number 3. So the Rockies take this one by the final score of 12-4. Started out actually fairly shaky in the middle innings, but they were able to shut down this Marlins offense and keep their offense producing all throughout this one. John Gray is going to get the win. 3 runs in 6 innings pitched. Loss is going to go to Pablo Lopez for the Marlins. You see right there, only inning that the Rockies didn't score in was the 3rd and the 6th inning. Otherwise, they had at least 1 run in every inning, helped them build their way all the way up to 12. And the player of the game going to be Charlie Blackmon, 4 for 5, 2 doubles, a single, and that big 3-run home run that just put a capper onto this one. John Gray with the win. Pablo Lopez with the loss in just 4 1/3 innings pitched. I'm not quite sure whether or not we're going to get into the highlight reel, so we will keep you updated on that. But in the meantime, I want to welcome our next 2 broadcasters into the booth, getting ready to call the Cincinnati Red, hosting the New York Mets. We've got Jaden Becker and Charlotte. How are you 2 doing today?
Doing great. Special effects. You know, we saw a great game between Jeremy Goldstein and Sporer. Jeremy Goldstein getting it handed to him 3-0, and I'm good friends with him, so I'm allowed to say that. And we also saw a good game between the Marlins and the Rockies.
Yep, and sorry, Charlotte, I am going to cut you off, but we'll get these highlights narrated really quickly as Trevor Story started things out in the bottom of the 1st inning with an RBI double drive home Nolan Arenado. And they would keep things going back in the 2nd inning. Charlie Blackmon with a 2-ribby single down that left field line, or excuse me, 2-ribby double. It was already his 2nd hit of the ball game. But the Marlins weren't quite done with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Corey Dickerson poked one into left field and made it a 3-2 ball game. As John Gray, who's been fantastic all season, especially if you consider he plays for these Rockies, had some struggles, exemplified by this solo bomb for Sheldon Noisy out into left center field, 441 feet off the bat. Tied this game up at 3, but that would be as close as the Marlins ended up getting, as bottom half of that same inning, Rockies would reclaim the lead. Charlie Blackmon with his 3rd hit of the game already in the 4th inning. It's an RBI double out into left center field, and that actually was his 100th hit on the 2020 season. So big congratulations to him. Top of the 7th inning, after the Rockies had added on a couple more runs, Jazz Chisholm tried to make things interesting again with a solo shot out into right center field, 409 into the bullpen. But that would be the last run Miami scored, as in the last 3 innings, Rockies were able to score 6 total runs. Ian Desmond got that started off with a pinch hit 2-run shot, 433 feet out into left field. Made it 8-4. Then Charlie Blackmon with his final swing of the night. Solo home run out into right center field. Made it 9-4. And then one more big blast in this ball game. It's coming off the bat of Ryan McMahon, who wasn't having the best of ball games before this swing. 401 out to right center field. Made it 12-4. And the Marlins didn't really have much of a shot after that. They did get a couple of back-to-back walks in the top half of the ninth inning, but Jorge Mateo 0 for 5 with this pop-out, as well as 3 strikeouts on the game. That would seal up the final score. 12-4 is the final. Rockies beating the Marlins. And now I do want to introduce Charlotte into the booth. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good as well. Had a lot of fun watching that crazy Rockies offense just totally eat up the Marlins. And I'm excited for our Mets-Reds matchup.
Yeah, that looks like a fun one, even though on paper it seems like the Reds should be sweeping the floor with the Mets. They've got a good team. They've just been dealing with the injury bugs, so you gotta give them some more credit. But I do know we are running a little bit behind, so unfortunately won't be able to do too much crosstalk. Instead, I will sign off for special effects, myself, and the rest of the Bop Ball community. We want to thank you for joining us for the Marlins and Rockies, and we want to keep you guys coming in for the rest of our games today. Continuing on with the New York Mets and the Cincinnati Reds. Charlotte and Jaden Becker on the call. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, FX. Gonna have Mets and Reds going underway soon at Great American Ballpark. Gonna be a decent pitching matchup. We got Rick Porcello versus Wade Miley. And these two, sort of tale of two different tastes. Miley coming into this season, MLB journeyman. He's been around the league a good amount and has pitched pretty well this season, 3.38 ERA. And Porcello, you could sort of say the opposite. Yeah, he has very high points in his career, obviously the Cy Young, but now 5.79, not exactly what you want from a guy that you picked up this season.
Yeah, Porcello really trying to build his stock, maybe get a bigger contract with a few more years on it next season, but it's pretty much backfired on him as that ERA is still hovering almost at 6. Wade Miley, a similar career path as he was strong early in his career, fell off as he aged, but has now really been able to tap back into some of that skill, and I have him as my favorite to win this matchup today.
Definitely could do it for sure as we get underway here at Great American Ballpark. Foggy skies here and overcast clouds. I'm joined here with Charlotte, and we have a good matchup here as the Mets head all the way over to Cincinnati to take on the Cincinnati Reds. We talked about Wade Miley and how he's been able to improve. What plan of attack do you think he's going to be able to do today in this pitching matchup against the Mets?
Well, he's not a big strikeout guy, as you can see there in his numbers, and he has struggled with the long ball in the past, so I think really just trying to keep the ball on the ground and keep the ball in the ballpark, especially when you're facing guys like Pete Alonso, who can really send it out of here.
That is for sure. Definitely not a strikeout guy. Only 75 strikeouts on the season so far. And that's pairs in comparison to a lot of other starters on this team who have over 120 strikeouts on the season. Looking at Castillo, looking at Sonny Gray. And, you know, these guys have just been strikeout monsters as we get underway here. That one is taken for a ball. 1-0 in Cincinnati. Met Rosario up to bat for the New York Mets. The shortstop debuted back in 2017 as he swings at that one foul. Guy that can do some work with the glove and definitely a speedster. Has had some struggles at shortstop, however. Fielding needs to find his way around that position as he grows up. 74 degrees here. We talked about that overcast clouds and 5-mile-per-hour winds blowing sort of towards left field. So a lot of these pull hitters might be happy with that. 2-1 count. That one's high. 3-1.
Yeah, and you talked about Rosario struggling a little bit at shortstop. He had negative 16 defensive runs saved last season, which was the lowest among shortstops in the National League.
It's that one to Senzel. Easy play for him, Novato, for the first out of the top of the first inning. And I think that's just going to come with age when we talk about Rosario. Might just need some more time at that position to really grow up and be able to field at a major league level. But talk about someone who was able to grow up pretty fast. Jeff McNeil, 326 batting average, 4th in the National League. Just a superstar for this New York Mets team. Had his rookie year last season, but plays like a 10-year vet. That one's going to hit this Senzel. Another easy play for him, Devado, for the first 2 outs of the first inning.
McNeil, one of the best contact hitters in baseball, and that's been a big part of his appeal, is that he plays sort of more an old-fashioned style. He's making contact just about every plate appearance he gets, and so that's why that average is so high.
Yeah, first pitch swinger as well. Loves to swing at that first pitch, catches the pitchers off guard. Pete Alonso up to bat. You could say 1,000 things about this guy. He has just been a superstar for this Mets team. 53 home runs last season in his rookie year. Obviously, NL Rookie of the Year as well coming with that. Has struggled a little bit with average this season, batting .249, looking to improve in that way. But, sophomore slump, it's been touted, and people know how you hit, and coming into your rookie season, they don't know how you hit. They don't have a lot of film on you. Now they have a whole year on you, as it's a 1-2 count. Alonso trying to adjust now in this new normal.
Yeah, and if sophomore slump has you at 25 home runs at this point in the season, I'm not complaining.
Very true. that is a good point. Loves to hit that ball hard, leading the team in home runs. 2-2 count, as that one is inside. Miley doing a good job controlling the plate here. And as you talked about it, keeping the ball in the park even though they're getting hit. Contact-wise, first 2 balls going to the second baseman. That one's going to be fouled off. 2-2 count. That one swung on and missed right underneath the bat of Alonso. And Miley gets out of that one easily. 1-2-3 to start the top of the first inning, but we're just on our way here on ML Bot Ball. Join us as Senzel, Castellano, and Suarez come up in the bottom of the first. Welcome you back to ML Bot Ball. Rick Porcello coming into this game, 5.79 ERA, and looking to improve for the Mets this season in the second half.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about how hard of a season he's had so far. He's really had a bit of a roller coaster of a career. Started out pretty strong, fell off, was able to win Comeback Player of the Year along with his Cy Young in 2016, but it's just been downhill from there. And hoping that the change of scenery would help him out, but his numbers looking even worse than last year.
5.52 ERA last season, now at 5.79 this year. Definitely wants to improve in the second half, and as you mentioned, looking for a contract at the end of this year. Might not find it with the ERA that high, as that one's for a ball. 1-0. Second pitch of his start, 1-1, and hey, Porcello, you obviously had that Cy Young year, and a lot of eyes were on him in Boston, but now he's just fallen off completely, really trying to regain his footing. I think that just comes one start at a time. 2-1 count, ball high and outside.
Yeah, there still are some glimpses of brilliance when you watch him, but they're becoming further between and fewer, as he's really just starting to lose his command that is so necessary for him.
2-2 count to Senzel. Swings at that one and misses. Rare to see that from Senzel. Not really a strikeout type of guy, but Porcello able to put one there on the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, great pitch from Porcello. Senzel definitely not afraid to swing, and he just got him there on that one outside, got him to reach out.
Like they say in MLB The Show, you can't hit that one with an or, and I don't think he could have hit that one either way, as Nicholas Castellanos comes up to bat, 291 on the season, and yeah, the batting average sounds pretty good as well, but also has 16 home runs, signed a massive deal with the Cincinnati Reds this offseason, looking to make the most of it. That batting average second on the Reds this season, and he has just been a superstar for this team and really loves hitting that ball hard.
The Reds saw him a lot while he was at the Cubs at the end of last season, and I guess they liked what they saw, giving him $64 million over 4 years, and he's definitely paying off.
That's going to be a strikeout there. Porcello actually looking pretty good to start this game. We're going to take a look at where that pitch was, right by his neck, and you know, when that ball's up there, your eyes light up like saucers. just couldn't hit that one.
And even though Porcello doesn't have elite velocity at all, just as you said, those high fastballs are so hard to see and they're coming at you.
You just want to hit that one so bad because you think you can just get it because it's coming right by your letters and by your shoulders, but sometimes that's just not the best swing to take. As Eugenio Suarez comes up to bat, 309 on the season, the best batting average on this team by far. 309 really being a solid number to hit, and also leads the team in OPS, home runs, RBIs. Just has been an awesome piece and a cornerstone for this team. Someone that they really look to build around us. That one's hit pretty hard and over the head of Cespedes. Not able to reach that one. Nimmo's going to have to go and grab it. He's going to stop at second base, Suarez is, and they're going to get that one in before any more damage is done. But Cespedes not getting a good read on that ball.
Maybe we jinxed Porcello a little bit there. We were talking about how well he was doing, but then Suarez absolutely smoked that one off the high wall and left. And Suarez probably the best hitter in this game on either lineup, able to really take advantage of the pitch that Porcello left him.
Suarez went 1 for 3 last game with a walk and a strikeout, already on base with a double in the first inning after smoking that baseball over the head of Cespedes. Just not able to get to that one quick enough. We know the speed has been an issue for him in the field. We might see differently as we get to real baseball in the 60-game set. Either way, Mike Moustakas up to bat, and look at that batting average, 227. Not what you want to see. Also from a guy that you paid a lot of money for to get in your lineup. Power numbers also have been struggling a bit. 14 home runs on the season as that one's hit to McNeil. Easy play for him, going straight to Alonso to get out of that inning. Only a double given up by Porcello here. Getting through first, and now we're head to the top of the second inning, as we have Conforto, Cespedes, and Davis coming up for the New York Mets here on ML Buffalo. We're welcoming you back to Cincinnati. Mike Conforto coming up to bat, 216 on the season. Not what you want to see, but at the same time, the 23 home runs do help out a little bit. The power has been there, the contact has not. And there's been a lot of word around about Conforto and what his piece is going to be in this Mets lineup in the future. Obviously, he's going to end up getting to a contract at some point with this team where he might have to leave as a free agent or re-sign. And a lot of people wonder where he will go, if he'll stay with the Mets. And the fear is that he'll leave and end up blossoming into something that the Mets could have had. So as we see here, the 216 batting average not helping him there, but the power numbers sure are.
This guy has been with the Mets since 2015, and he has so much potential. It's hard to see him struggle like this with that horrible average, but it hurts so bad when you trade away a guy and then he becomes a major star. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Mets wanted to hold on to him for at least a little bit longer.
I think that's the story of the Mets. You know, they get a guy and he plays okay for them for a couple of years and leaves and goes to another team and ends up being the greatest player in the history. Ends up being someone amazing as Conforto strikes there on the high fastball. And that's been the story of him this season. You're either going to hit for power or you're going to miss that ball completely. Just couldn't grab that one as that one was in tight right by the belt.
Finding that in between for him is going to be so critical as he tries to raise that average. Just the ability to get more singles and more doubles and just generate more contact in general, put the ball in play, will really help improve his game.
And if you want to talk about future with the Mets, here's Yoenis Cespedes. And who knows what his future will be. Obviously, his contract got reducted after the wild boar injury, and in very complicated situations. That one is hit to Moustakas and thrown over to Votto. You have to wonder what's going to happen with him in this 60-game season. And the DH role probably will help him out a lot, but you never know with Cespedes. He's always been a big question mark as J.D. Davis comes up to bat. He had a good year last year, now struggling, batting .247.
Yeah, Davis coming over to the Mets in 2019 on a trade from the Astros. So he was part of that World Series team that everyone is so mad at right now because of the cheating scandal. But he was not active in the playoffs, so he has a little bit of slack there.
Put an asterisk next to that World Series. That one's popped up to the first baseman Votto for a can of corn, and they'll get out of that one 1-2-3 once again. They head to the bottom of the second inning as you see Winker, Votto, and Akiyama come up to bat right here on ML Bat Ball. We welcome you back to some ML Bat Ball. Jesse Winker coming up to bat. You see the 324 batting average, but he's been out for a while. Injuries have been an issue for him this season, and now that he's back, really looking to make a big push for this NL Central. It's such an important race, and the Cubs holding a 5.5 game lead over them. These guys coming back, such as Votto, Bauer, Winker, they're going to be huge parts for this team.
The Cubs played the Reds this past weekend and then are now fighting the White Sox, which is not going so well for them. The Reds definitely keeping an eye on that as they lucked out now playing the Mets, which should be some easy wins as they're starting to pull a little bit closer to the Cubs.
Pulling closer and closer indeed. I remember at one point, I think it was they were back 3 games on the Cubs in the NL Central. Obviously going to be looking closer towards the wild card as that one's hit pretty hard. Will it go over the right fielder's head? Yes, Conforto will have to field that one at the wall, and he'll be stuck at second base after that's brought in quickly by Conforto, but Winker doing a great job stroking that one, his 11th double of the season.
And this could become a great early opportunity for the Reds, a runner in scoring position with nobody out, and Rick Porcello looked pretty strong in the first inning, but definitely starting to crack maybe early here, and they would love to get into that Mets bullpen.
Contact King Joey Votto up to bat, 262 this season batting average, so not exactly what you want to see from a guy that once batted over 400 in one half of the season. But hey, right now we're in that second half of the season, so you never know. He could just be a monster, as we usually see him be for this Reds team. Had a great game last game, 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Did struggle with a strikeout, however, had 2 of those last game as well. So let's see what he does here with the stick. 1-1, runner on second base. Winker there after the double. No outs here in the bottom of the second inning. We thank you for joining us. That one's hit foul hard down the third base line. Fans had to dive out the way there. We're going to go to 1-2.
Joey Votto signed a 10-year contract for $225 million back in, I believe, 2013. And that's looking like small bucks now as we're seeing massive contracts signed, most notably Mookie Betts reportedly agreeing to a giant one with LA, the Dodgers.
Yeah, giant deal indeed. I can't tell the exact numbers at the moment as they're still being confirmed by major media markets, but we know it's going to be he's going to be there in Los Angeles for a while, at least 12 years. So definitely going to be something huge to see from Mookie Betts as Joey Votto strikes out there. Shogo Akiyama coming up to bat. He's a rookie this season, but his age won't tell you that. 32 years old. He's a rookie in the MLB, but best known for his time in Japan. Put up a lot of great numbers there. Gold Glove winner, All-Star winner, I believe 6-time All-Star winner in Japan. So Akiyama taking his talents overseas now to Cincinnati.
One of his biggest assets this season has been his speed, as he has 16 stolen bases, good for 6th in the National League. But also, with the bat, he's been adjusting pretty well, batting .259 after a career .300 average over in Japan.
2-1 count to Akiyama. And that one's going to get hit hard down the third base line. Will it stay fair? Yes, it will. He's going to head to second base, so runner's going to come in and score. And the right fielder grabs that one, brings it in time. But Akiyama getting his RBI double, 10th of the season. And a great piece of hitting by him, able to drive that one down the first base line.
We've seen 3 hits this game so far for the Reds. All of them have been doubles. So a little bit concerning for the Mets as they're hitting Rick Porcello hard when they're able to make contact.
Very good point there. The big red machine, could be called the big red double machine at this point. Going into this one, thinking, hey, I'm going to go for extra bases, and they do that pretty well. Tucker Barnhart coming into this one. Not known for his bat in particularly. He's definitely known for his glove and that's a dominant presence behind the plate. but still able to make things work with the bat. You know, he's able to put up some numbers here and there for himself. 7 home runs on the season, 22 RBIs as well. We talked about that. Glove has just been so important. Gold Glover back in 2017.
And between Barnhart and Wilson Ramos, who's behind the plate for the Mets right now, we have a matchup of 2 of the best defensive catchers in the league.
Yeah, Ramos has been able to show some stuff behind the plate, and his blocking has been good. The arm is definitely a question for Ramos, as you know, he hasn't been able to stop a lot of base runners from stealing, but that one's going to be a walk. Barnhart's going to make his way over to first base. This might be a good thing as it helps for the double play situation, but either way, the pitch is going to come up. We might see a bunt.
And Barnhart, not very much speed at all, being a catcher. So really an ideal double play situation. Bunts are pretty easy to turn into double plays if you don't place them correctly. So Porcello hoping to get out of this one without any more runs coming across the plate.
See what David Bell signals here. He does signal a bunt. That one's going to be fielded by Davis, barehanded. They're going to try to go for 2, and they won't get it there, but a great effort by Davis, able to fling that one to McNeil. McNeil just couldn't throw it over to Alonso quick enough there.
Yeah, and great presence of mind and a great barehanded scoop by Davis to pick off the runner from second. So instead of 2 runners in scoring position, you now only have 1, though Akiyama now only 90 feet away.
Miley will make it over on a fielder's choice. Nick Senzel back up to bat. He struck out back in the first inning swinging. Last game, he won player of the game, went 3 for 5 with a triple RBI, stolen base. Only struck out once in this one, and that one, as that one is hit over to McNeil. He'll throw it over for the easy out towards Rosario at second base. But Nick Senzel, Greinke coming in to score the first run as Akiyama hit one hard down the first base line. We're going to head to the top of the 3rd inning where the Mets will try to get back into this one, only down 1.
Leading off with the Mets.
Welcome you back to ML Bat Ball. Wilson Ramos up to bat. 2020 NL All-Star, the only All-Star for the New York Mets this season.
Ramos signed with the Twins in 2004, grew up in Venezuela. As a Twins fan, that one hurts a little bit. They shipped him out because Joe Mauer was their catcher for a while there, but he really turned into a fantastic player, 3-time All-Star now. Every other year he's made the team. And the Silver Slugger back in 2016. So really a fantastic presence in the Mets lineup.
Last season went on that huge hitting streak for the New York Mets as counts 2-0, and he was just able to get on base non-stop last season as well. At one point batted over 300, making every penny of that contract that they paid him worth it instantly as soon as you saw that .300 on the board. 2-1 count as that one is hit foul. He's going to hit that one right back towards the pitcher, but that one's not going to be fielded as Akiyama's going to have to grab that one for the Mets to get their first hit of the ball game here in the 3rd inning.
That's always scary as a pitcher when that comes right back at you. That one coming really close to hitting Miley, and he sort of flung his arms trying to catch that one, but to no avail. And that leadoff base runner, Ramos, not a lot of speed on the base paths, but still a man on for Brandon Nimmo.
You don't have to be polite about it. Yeah, 1 speed definitely is not a lot of speed for Wilson Ramos, but that's not his game. His game is to be able to get on base and have someone like Brandon Nimmo hit it hard and far. Will it go off the wall? Ramos going to try to go home? No. He will stay at 3rd base as that is a double for Brandon Nimmo, striking that one towards the wall.
And another double here in this game. That's the 4th that we've seen already. And Brandon Nimmo making some really solid contact there, just a few feet short of a home run. And the Reds lucky that they had Ramos as the lead runner, that he wasn't able to round the bag and make it home.
The question when you have to ask for Nimmo, he's able to hit that ball hard and he always gets on base. He can walk, he can do a lot of things for his OPS. So you have to wonder, do you want him at the 1 spot? Do you want him at the 8 spot? You even put him at the 9 spot to have him spark the top of the lineup. So a lot of things you could do with Brandon Nimmo, as he's very versatile. Up now, the pitcher, Rick Porcello, not having a good time with the bat, only 154 this season, but he is a pitcher, so what are you going to do? This is not a force situation, as runners are on second and third. 1-2 count to the starter. That one's inside 2-2.
I'd say as far as pitchers go, Porcello isn't doing poorly. The 154 average puts him among the top of pitchers, and he does have a home run on the season after being in the American League for a while, and 3 RBI. So he could add on to that one here with a base hit.
RBIs would be very important, as Mets know very well. You got to do it yourself sometimes, as that one's hit out to right field, and it will be dropped into the outfield, so a run will come across. Wilson Ramos able to come in and score there. Do it yourself, Porcello gets on base, scores an RBI, and now the game is 1-1 here in Cincinnati as Med Rosario comes up to bat.
And you know it's getting bad when the pitcher is getting RBIs. Miley needs to calm down a little bit here, pull himself together. He is facing a lefty in Jeff McNeil next, but still nobody out in this inning.
33 pitches here in the top of the third inning. As you mentioned, no outs here. Runners on first and third. 1-1 count to the shortstop, Rosario. That one was swung at low. 1-2. Couldn't stay away from that one. That one is swung on foul as well. You know, Rosario, we talked about his glove, but the bat has also been a big product of his game. Main reason why he's really solidified himself in that shortstop position. A lot of people were worried after Reyes left what would happen. Now we have him there. If you're a Mets fan, that one's going to be hit to Senzel and caught on the fly.
Now batting, number 6.
Big first out there. Excuse me, big first out there for Wade Miley. Almost another single, but good positioning by Nick Senzel to be able to catch that one right before it hit the ground.
Jeff McNeil up to bat here, and the average has been good for him. We talked about before, but the home runs have also been there as well. 14 home runs this season. I guess they come along with that batting average. The more times you put that bat in the ball, the higher chances going to go out the park. And the RBIs have been there as well, 48 on the season. Last game went 2 for 4, 0 for 1 in this one after grounding out to the second baseman in the first inning. Ground out here would end it as they would try for a double play. 1-1 to McNeil. McNeil swings at that one. That one's going to be hit towards Castellanos. Will he go? Yes, he will. Play at the plate, and there will be no tag as the throw is offline. Nimmo makes his way in, and the Mets lead here 2-1 off a sac fly from Jeff McNeil.
And that was a combination of Nimmo showing off the speed and Castellanos really having a poor arm. The throw well offline, really nothing that Barnhart could do about that one. But great job by Nimmo being aggressive on the base paths and being able to score there.
Third base coach sent him. Mets now lead 2-1 as Pete Alonso is up to bat. Runner still on first base with 2 outs after the sac fly. Alonso struck out his previous at bat, but has a little bit more breathing room now. But the Mets are up by 1. Ball's on the outside part of the plate, 2-1. Take a look at the pitches this inning, 22 total, 13 strikes, 9 balls. And found himself getting into a considerable amount of trouble, even having the pitcher hit off him.
That short first inning really might help Wade Miley here, as he's thrown, as you mentioned, many more pitches than he probably feels comfortable throwing in one inning. But the pitch count's still looking relatively healthy here if he can end this one.
Over the head of Suarez, and that one's going to be a single for Pete Alonso. Porcello's going to stop at second base to get that ball in fast as the hit parade continues for the New York Mets. And they're going to go ahead and talk to him as pitching coach Derek Johnson is going to come out and have a conversation with the struggling starter.
Yeah, Johnson probably just trying to calm Miley down a little bit. Here, try to just remind him to throw pitches in the zone. Pay attention to Barnhart and what he's signaling to you. Just you have one final guy to get. He's a lefty, so it should be a little bit easier of a matchup. And the guy that you struck out last time.
Yes, you mentioned his lefty. That is Mike Conforto. And definitely has a tough time against lefties, but is strong with the pull ball. You see that a lot in Citi Field as he hits it up to the Coca-Cola quarter pretty often against lefties if he's able to pull it. 0-2 count to the 4-hole hitter. And that ball is high by the eyes. Not going to swing at that one. Two-seamer up there. Just lost control of it. 1-2 count. On an overcast night in Cincinnati. Thank you for joining us once again. Ball is swung on and fouled away. We'll try it again, 1-2.
It looks like the runner on second is wearing a jacket. I don't know if that's a glitch in the game or something, but
I believe that is Porcello on second base, so they have so he stays warm out there on a 70-degree day in July. So I get it. You know, he has to stay warm. Swings at that one, fouled off again. Conforto putting up a good battle. See what Conforto does here. Swings at that one and fouls it off again. A great battle from Mike Conforto against the lefty. Rare to see that one. Runners on first and second. 1-2 count. 2 outs here in the top of the third. And swings at one in the dirt. That's going to be a drop third strike. Easy throw over to first base and Votto. And that's going to be the third out of the inning. But the Mets did their damage and lead here now as we head to the bottom of the third. 2-1. We're going to see the 2, 3, and 4 hitters come up for Cincinnati right here on ML Pop Ball. Heidi Watney joins us, and we'd like to congratulate her as she is expecting her second son. Just had her birth reveal, her gender reveal on Instagram. But once again, we'd like to ask you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Support more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Now is a better time than ever to donate to Meals on Wheels. I'm sure you don't want your grandma going to the store, and I don't want my grandma to go either. So donate to Meals on Wheels today. The link is in the Twitch description. Nicholas Castellanos coming up to bat. 0-1 in this one so far.
The Reds quickly giving up that lead that they had. Now maybe want to come out of the gate aggressively against Porcello. Try to give a base runner to this middle part of their lineup.
That ball is hit hard towards Conforto, but he's able to sit underneath that one for the easy one-handed catch for the first out at the bottom of the third inning. Take a look at our standings here, and the Mets sitting all the way at the bottom, tied with the Marlins 17 games back. Not much you can do when you're screaming from down there, but Washington and Atlanta definitely making a push for that NL East title this season.
Yeah, the AL East race is interesting, but the Mets expected to be a part of that coming into the season. They made some big moves. Were looking promising at the end of last season, but really one of the biggest disappointments this season, as you mentioned, sitting 17 games back, tied with the Marlins, who you'd expect to be like perennially in 5th place in the East.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Marlins obviously blowing up shop couple years back when Jeter got a hold of that franchise, but either way, the Mets are going to have to struggle to find their way back as they also try to find a new owner themselves. 2-1 count to Eugenio Suarez. Doubled back in the first inning on a strong hit. That one slapped hard but foul towards first base coach Delino DeShields. We'll try it 2-2. Hits that one pretty hard, but no. That one's also going to hook foul, but sure had the distance.
Porcello should be looking to throw this one out of the zone. Suarez struggles to make contact with those out of the zone pitches.
Conforto with a running catch by the warning track, has to bounce off the outfield fencing there right in front of the bullpen, and almost was out of his reach, but great range by Conforto there to get that over the shoulder basket catch.
Yeah, Suarez about maybe 10 feet away from home run number 30 on that one. Porcello catching a few breaks here early.
Porcello already at 42 pitches here in the bottom of the third inning, but able to get his outs as that one's hit past McNeil. And to Brandon Nimmo in the outfield, bring that one in, but Moustakas will get his hit. One of a rare occasion if you're Moustakas, as Jesse Winker comes into bat here.
It is nice to see Moustakas get a solid base hit like that. His average sitting pretty low. He is getting paid, but really falling off in his career so far, maybe aging out of baseball at age 31 now. So good to see him being productive out here.
Yeah, good point. The Mets obviously know Moustakas very well back from his run with the Royals back in 2015, so they have some familiarity there. Mets also have some familiarity with Jesse Winker, who was a pest last season for a lot of the Mets players and the Mets team, who would wave them goodbye after the big home runs and walk-off hits that he was able to get last season. But Porcello ahead in the count here, 1-2, with a runner on first base and 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning.
If the Reds are trying to score a run here, Winker is not a bad guy to have at the plate. We see that high batting average, that ability to make contact. He could definitely poke one into the outfield here.
See what he does, fouls one away. Once again, 1-2. That one is swung on and fouled as well, this time down the third base line.
Nice curveball there by Porcello, but great job by Winker to catch a piece of that one and keep this at bat alive.
Fouls it off once again. So we saw Conforto, the lefty, able to foul plenty of pitches off. Now we see Winker, the lefty, foul some pitches off of his own. 1-2 pitch, fouled off once again. This time the pitch high in the zone. You're able to hit that one over backstop netting. And Porcello will try for another strikeout pitch. That one's hit hard and toward Brandon Nimmo. Will he catch that one? Yes. Just in his reach. Grabs that one, didn't need to dive for it. But we're going to have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters up for the New York Mets here on ML Bot Ball. Welcome you back to a windy, cloudy night in Cincinnati. Heidi Rodney once again joining us, talking about Mike Conforto. We talked about him before in his previous at-bat, and he was able to foul off a lot of pitches, and that might be a plan of attack for a lot of Mets hitters now coming into the second half of the season. Really try to attack that baseball, no matter where it is in the zone, either if it's close or away. Be able to try and reach for one and stay alive in your counts. Going to Cespedes up to bat, fouls that one away. Miley will try to go and run after that one, but that one's obviously foul. He's getting his cardio in while on the mound. I respect it. Cespedes, his previous at bat, grounded out to the third baseman for an easy play. He'll try to do some damage here now that the Mets are in the lead 2-1. Hits that one pretty hard, but that will go foul. Surprisingly, the bottom half of this Mets lineup was able to accumulate the 2 runs. Usually we see that from the top half of this team, as that's where the names are. Swings at that one inside and strike 3. Couldn't get contact on that one. 4th strikeout for Miley in this one.
Miley looking like a completely different guy than we expected coming into this game. Still not giving up very many runs, but Lots of strikeouts. You mentioned 4 already. For a guy that has significantly fewer strikeouts than innings pitched, this is a very productive outing for him.
Yeah, productive indeed, and all of his strikeouts have been strikeouts swinging. So not really getting a lot of guys to go look at his stuff, but that's not really what he does. He's an off-speed type of guy that likes to drop the ball way in the zone, makes that ball look enticing enough to swing at, but just drops underneath the barrel, as we've seen in multiple at-bats. But that one's barreled up and hit towards Akiyama in center field. Davis is going to get on base for a hit.
We've seen a lot of solid contact in this game, and there is another really great piece of hitting by J.D. Davis, getting on base here with 1 out, setting up the part of the lineup that was able to create all of the offense for the Mets last inning.
Wilson Ramos up to bat was the first hit for this Mets team in that rally that you mentioned, and that third inning was definitely very productive, and now we're getting into that part of the lineup. We could see it again, but we might need some Porcello magic as well for him to get on base also. Runner on first base, 1-0 count as he took one for a ball. Swings at that one, but that will go foul, 1-1, with 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning.
We talked about how critical Ramos is to this Mets team, both offensively and defensively, but his biggest shortcoming is how injury prone he is. He actually tore his ACL against the Reds back in 2012, which cost him his season, and has had a number of other smaller injuries since then.
Hits one past the second baseman for another hit, and keeping the ball on the ground, but just putting it in the right spots. Wilson Ramos is great piece of hitting there by him on the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, not a bad pitch there from Wade Miley, but Ramos able to just poke that one through the infield. And once these singles start to accumulate, you can really get something going.
Yeah, Ramos had the highest ground ball percentage in the MLB last season with 62%. So out of the balls he hit, 62% of those were on the ground, and we see them once again. Already had 2 in this one, just putting them in the right spots and hitting them pretty hard. So Wilson Ramos once again getting on base with his infamously slow 1 speed, but nothing much you can do there. Brandon Nimmo up to bat, had a double in his previous at bat, hit it pretty hard, just couldn't get out. The wind might have been a factor there, but a 1-1 count with runners on first and second.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Ball outside, but swung at 1-2.
Nimmo grew up in the state of Washington, where one of the few states where high school baseball does not exist, so he had to play amateurly throughout his high school career.
Strikes out there, ball on the outside part of the plate. Once again, strikes out swinging. That I didn't know that. No high school baseball in Washington. That's a pretty crazy fact, and the fact that he's even in the majors makes that even crazy.
Wyoming, rather.
Wyoming, there we go. Wyoming's a weird place. I don't know a lot of people that are from Wyoming, but Brandon Nimmo sure is one.
I believe it has the smallest population of any state, despite being the 10th biggest.
Not a lot of people in Wyoming, and I don't know, we're losing a lot of Wyoming viewers. I highly apologize to all the ball fans as Rick Porcello comes up to bat. When 1 for 1 in this one so far, and he was able to get a hit right back up the middle, and something you really don't see from the pitcher, but sometimes you just got to do it yourself if you want to get those runs across the board, and he's been doing it himself this one so far. Let's see if he can do it again, down 1-2. Swings at that one. Can that stay fair? Yes, it will. Runners are going to circle around third base. He's going to score. Davis is. And Ramos will stay at second. Rick Porcello doing it himself. And I am just shocked. I apologize, but wow. Able to hit one down the third base line. Does it himself once again, putting some runs on the board.
And this is not a characteristic game for Rick Porcello, as he only had 3 RBI, nearly has doubled that already here.
Rosario hits one back up the middle, but that one is stopped by Suarez, able to stop a couple runs from coming in. So great effort there, making that diving play. But now here comes Jeff McNeil up to bat. We all know that batting average is high. The power is there. Hit sac fly his last at bat. And would love to put some more RBIs on his stat line here with the bases loaded. That one's hit hard, but I don't think it will get out. Akiyama stands underneath that one for the third out. Miley stops the bleeding there, as things could have gotten ugly. But either way, the New York Mets now up 3-1 with Votto, Akiyama, and Barnhart coming up in the bottom of the fourth inning. Welcome you back to ML Bot Ball. Heidi Watney busy today with her third hit of the ball game. Like to see her on our screen always. Once again, we'd like to remind you, Meals on Wheels is our partner for the week. Donate to Meals on Wheels to support more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nurse lives with independence and dignity. Now is a better time than ever to donate to Meals on Wheels, so click in the description of this Twitch live stream. Up to that, Joey Votto, first baseman for the Cincinnati Reds, coming off of injury, 0 for 1 in this one so far with a strikeout. They're looking to make an impact on the second half of this season.
Nope, at the ball.
That one's high, 1-1.
Votto, a good guy to have leading things off here. We've talked about how great he is at getting really strong contact as he gets a piece of that one.
Strong contact indeed as that one goes. Yes! Out of the park, Joey Votto hits that one hard and far. A 5th home run of the season for the veteran.
I said he got a piece of it. He got all of that one, sending that one almost 400 feet, exiting at a speedy 99 miles per hour. And the old man maybe reliving some of his former glories here.
I wouldn't want Joey Votto to hear what you said there, because I don't think he'd be too happy. But either way, I don't think a lot of veterans in this league can hit a ball hard like that one, as Votto launches one over the right field wall, cutting their deficit down to 1, now only trailing 3-2. Welcome you back to ML Bot Ball, as Joey Votto really just launching one there. Rick Porcello, we thought he was going to be in his groove, but Votto telling him, no, not today, as Akiyama is now up to bat. Porcello up in the count 0-2. That one's
Let
outside.
me just clarify. Lots of respect for Joey Votto, but relative to baseball, he is nearing the end of his career at age 36, though he is signed through age 40, I believe, so we're going to be seeing him around for a while.
Yes, and if he can keep on doing that with the bat, there's no reason why he shouldn't be signed to this team, as that one's hit to Davis. Easy play for Alonso to grab there on the throw for the first out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Good hit ball on the outside part of the plate there.
Yeah, Porcello caught sleeping by Votto, but nice pitch dropping away from Akiyama there and forcing the weak contact for at number 1.
Tucker Barnhart now up to bat, and they have him listed in this game as a switch hitter. From a lot of the reports I'm reading, it says that he's only batting from the left side of the plate now in this 2020 season. He's given up switch hitting. He doesn't want to do it no more, and especially after injury, he just bats better from the left side of the plate. So definitely didn't look like it there as he swings at that one inside, tried to check it, but nothing you can do there when the bat's all the way out. That's Wade Miley's going to come up. Pitcher versus pitcher here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
If Barnhart had leaned into that one, he might have been able to take first on a hit by pitch, but swung at that one that was just a few inches away from him. Don't really know what he was thinking there, seeing.
0-2.
Wade Miley now down in the count, 0-2. See if he even tries for contact here. Swings at that one away. Nothing you can do there when you're the pitcher, as that's 3 outs. But Joey Votto doing some damage cutting the deficit here with a moonshot of a home run into the dark Cincinnati sky. Mets still lead here, 3-2. Pete Alonso
The first baseman.
up to bat for the New York Mets.
Alonso.
We talked about him going through some struggles this season, but that power is still there for him. 25 home runs on the season as that one's launched by Pete Alonso. Make it 26 as that one doesn't want to spend any time in the ballpark. See you later as Alonso hits his 26th home run of the season.
And Joey Votto sending that one out at 99, but Pete Alonso 109 miles per hour. That one was out of the ballpark just about the minute he touched it. Absolutely smoked. And now leadoff home runs for both teams here. And the Mets immediately get that one back.
416 feet off the bat. 109 miles per hour. Someone, you better have a glove out there in left field because that one came in hot. If not, move out the way because that is a scary sight to see. Pete Alonso. Monster shot from him. Here's Mike Conforto, 0 for 2 in this one. 1-1 count to him. 50 base on balls this season. Thank you for the graphic from our producers. Tied for 6th in the National League. So able to draw the walk a considerable amount, but at the same time, still strikes out a considerable amount of times as well. Just not really doing it for average this season.
We've seen those strikeouts already, striking out in the second and in the third.
That one's hit hard. Will that one be able to leave the park? Yes, it does! Back-to-back home runs for the New York Mets. As Mike Conforto launches that one over the wall, the Mets now lead here 5-2.
And Conforto didn't really like us trash-talking him, did he? And talking about his inability to make contact, and he absolutely rockets that one. Miley probably nearing the end of his outing here in the 5th, as he is just unable to retire anyone or really keep the ball in the ballpark.
That ball was just crushed, similar to that Votto shot. And here comes David Bell. This is going to be the end of the night for Wade Miley. Doesn't seem happy about it as he flips the ball over to his manager as we get a bullpen substitution.
Wade Miley giving up 5 runs with 5 strikeouts and I believe 10 hits. So not the numbers that he wanted to put up tonight, but the Mets able to really take advantage of him here.
Here is Jose Lopez for the Cincinnati Reds, and you see that ERA on the screen, 45, not .45, 45.00. Yeah, not something you want, but obviously the stats are inflated. Haven't played a lot of games this season. This is his rookie year from the Dominican Republic. Spent 1 year at Seton Hall, and then ended up finding his way to the major leagues, but has struggled in the first 2 games that he's been able to toe the rubber.
You can cut him a little bit of slack considering how few innings he has thrown, but he pitched in one of my games that I called in the Cincinnati Reds Chicago Cubs series, and that's when that ERA skyrocketed. It was at 18 coming into that one, and he gave up a few runs, a few hits in that one, so he really is yet to become comfortable in the majors.
Definitely not a good first impression, if I do say so myself. 45 ERA is just almost breaks the scoreboard, if you will. Just something that you don't want to see. But here's your Yoenis Cespedes, 3-1 count, a hitter's count for him. So let's see if he's going to be a free swinger here. J.D. Davis on deck, and after him will be Wilson Ramos. No outs in this inning so far, as has been back-to-back home runs, one from Alonso, one from Mike Conforto, as he doesn't swing there. That one's inside, and he'll take his base at first.
Now batting, third base.
I'm sure this Mets lineup is well aware of the struggles that Lopez has been having. They're going to be definitely taking some pitches. They know that he's been really having an issue with his control. So they're going to try and milk that as much as they can.
Getting on base is always important, and if the Mets can do that, as you mentioned, they can really extend this lead as far as they want, especially with a pitcher up there like Jose Lopez. J.D. Davis now up to bat. 1 for 2 in this one. Was a pinch hitter last game. He hasn't been playing all these games like how he used to last season because of injuries, but he's been sharing time with a couple fielders. Make sure Robinson Cano gets his reps. Make sure Marisnick gets his reps. A lot of players, and Davis not seeing the amount of innings that he used to last year, as it's a 1-2 count.
The Mets do have a bit of a predicament with a little bit of a crowded lineup they've got here. You mentioned you've got Cano sitting on your bench right now, which is really a shame considering how massive of a trade that was to acquire him. You've got Jake Marisnick, who's had some great years in his career so far, and then some younger guys who are yet to really get any reps.
That one swung on and popped up towards the shortstop Suarez. He'll stand underneath that one for the easy out.
The catcher,
One out here in the top of the 5th inning. The Mets recently made that trade that sent Eduardo Nunez around the league, and Domingo Labia making his way to the Mets, and he's sitting on the bench currently for the Mets. And James McCain also got moved in that deal. It was a 3-team trade. If you'd like to read more on that, check our Discord, as that one is going to be grounded out for Wilson Ramos. Surprised he didn't go for a double play there.
Yeah, Ramos, as we've talked about with that one speed, really, they most likely could have beaten him out, but I guess the safe play just going across to first base, making sure that you catch him there and at least get someone.
Brandon Nimmo up to bat here, had a double in his first at bat. That one's going to be in the dirt, but Cespedes not testing the arm of the Gold Glover. Not sure if Cespedes will test the arm of anyone at this point in his career of what he's been through with his leg injuries, but either way, 2-0 count to Brandon Nimmo.
We talked a little bit about Nimmo living in Wyoming last time up. Some more Wyoming fun facts for you about Brandon Nimmo. He was the highest drafted Wyoming native ever when he was selected by the Mets with the 13th overall pick back in 2011 out of high school. I think the previous highest Wyoming draft pick was like 194 or something. So really crushing that record.
Wyoming's finest. He's going to take a trip over the first base. Usually will sprint there if this was real baseball. He does hard 90s at all times. And here comes the swing king, Rick Porcello, 2 for 2 in this one so far. And looking to add some more RBIs onto his record. Already doing a considerable job with the bat. Had one single up the middle and then rocked one down the left field line for another single. RBIs have been a huge thing for him in this game, as he looks on to tack on a couple more with the runner in scoring position.
I'd love to see Porcello go 3 for 3 here today. It's just so much fun watching the pitchers rake, especially with 2 RBI, a single and a double, maybe on cycle watch. I don't know if he has the speed for a triple.
He's going to strike out there, but that is to be expected from a pitcher, as that one was on the inside part of the plate. We're going to head to the bottom of the 5th inning, as we'll see Senzel, Castellanos, and Suarez lead off here on ML Botball. We welcome you back. Nick Senzel, the leadoff man for the Cincinnati Reds, steps into the batter's box. 0 for 2 in this one so far, a strikeout and a ground out. Thank you for joining us once again. I'm joined here with Charlotte. Seeing a great game here so far between the New York Mets and the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds started off pretty hot into this game, able to score a run back in the 2nd inning, but the New York Mets did not sit down lightly, as that ball is going to be hit pretty hard as well, but it's going to be dropped in towards left field. Cespedes will gather it. As Senzel will be on for his first hit of the ball game. Going back to our recap, the third inning, the bottom of the lineup for the Mets is able to heat up and score 2 runs. Then in the fourth inning, Joey Votto brought this game 3-2. And then we saw back-to-back home runs from Alonso and Mike Conforto, definitely giving them the lead here. Now 5-2 here in the bottom of the fifth inning with a runner on first base. Here is Nicholas Castellanos, 0 for 2 in this one. Strikeout and fly out.
Nick Senzel over there on first base. He's a pretty fast guy. He has 6 triples on the season, putting him second in the National League. His first major league hit was an infield single, so he can really leg it out. So Porcello should keep an eye on him.
And just to think Senzel made his MLB debut last season really is a testament to how well he's played. Now leading off for the Cincinnati Reds, very rare to say that you're the leadoff guy for your respective team, and it's your second year in the league. So Senzel definitely putting an impact, but Castellano puts an impact into that ball. Conforto can't reach it. That one's going to be down by the warning track. He has to gather it himself. Senzel's going to stop at third base. Castellanos going to stop at second. And that's going to be the 19th double of the season for Nicholas Castellanos.
And Castellanos hitting a number of doubles with the Cubs last season when he ended up there, and getting back right back into the swing of things. As you said, number 19, and now 2 runners in scoring position for the Reds. Eugenio Suarez representing the tying run coming to the plate, and he is more than capable of tying this game with 1 swing.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you want anybody for this Reds team, it's going to be Suarez. 29 home runs, 85 RBIs, and has just been a monster with the bat. 3rd in home runs in the National League, 2nd in the RBI rankings when it comes to the National League as well. So definitely a guy that can do some damage against Rick Porcello as he tries to find his footing here once again with both runners in scoring position.
And the trend that we've been seeing here so far is the inability to get the first out. Once these guys get out number 1, it's been pretty smooth going, but just retiring that first guy has been so difficult.
Very good point, as that first out sometimes is the hardest out to get because you're coming back out of that dugout, and in Porcello's cases has been coming off the base paths and needing to get back into the rhythm when it comes to pitching. 2-2 count here to Eugenio Suarez, looking to drive in some runs for the Cincinnati Reds. That ball is swung at on the outside part of the plate, so drop third. Alonso is going to make the grab there. First out of the bottom of the 5th inning, with runners still in scoring position.
Now batting, the third baseman.
Suarez not one of those guys that can make contact on pitches outside of the zone, so smart decision with location there by Porcello, and the easy out number 1 to retire the dangerous Suarez.
Here comes Mike Moustakas, 14 home runs on the season. We already talked about his low batting average, but it doesn't matter what the batting average is if you can drive in those runs here on 2nd and 3rd. That ball is hit hard towards Cespedes. Will he be able to reach it? No, he will not! Runner's going to come in from 3rd. Cespedes will throw over at the sliding Moustakas at 2nd. And it's now a 2-run ball game with the Reds still trailing.
That's the 2nd double that we've seen over the head of Cespedes, so really a defensive weakness over there in left field. The Mets just waiting until they can make him a designated hitter instead and put someone more competent with the glove out there. But the Reds far from done here in the bottom of the 5th.
Jesse Winker will be the leading run if he can launch one over the wall here. Fouls that one off. Now 1-1. Porcello already at 78 pitches here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bullpen should be getting active soon for this Mets team, but we all know that the Mets bullpen has had its struggles in the past.
Yeah, if Porcello can get out of this one quickly, we might be able to see him back out in the 6th, but definitely not any anywhere in the last 3 innings, as that pitch count now hitting 80. But the Mets definitely wary to bring out some of those relievers that have been pretty inconsistent.
Reds fans on their feet as that one's outside now, 2-2. Runners in scoring position here in Cincinnati. We thank you for joining us. Getting excited here on ML Bot Ball. Anything could happen here as Winker takes that one and drives it up towards Brandon Nimmo. Will he make the catch? Yes, he will. A runner is going to be able to come in from third base. Castellanos will score on the sac fly, and now it's only a 1-run game.
Great job by the Reds getting back at the Mets quickly and putting up some runs. As now Joey Votto, who we saw send that ball over the wall in right field his last at bat. If he were to do that again, the Reds would be back on top. But really all he needs is a base hit to tie the game.
Good point. The Reds have been able to do it without the long ball. Only 1 home run in this game that was off the bat of Joey Votto. They've been able to do it with the small ball, getting the ball into play and moving around their base runners. Porcello has to be wary here of the strong bat of Joey Votto. Took in yard once before. Does not want that to happen once again. 0-1 count to the veteran. That one is high, 1-1. And Moustakis on second base, not the fastest guy, so a hit to the outfield is not a guaranteed run. That one is swung on 1-2.
Votto taking some big swings today, really going all or nothing with a strikeout and a home run.
Swings at that one and misses at the bottom of the zone. Gets out of that inning and stops the bleeding. But the Cincinnati Reds try to claw their way back into this one. Now only down by 1. Mets lead here going into the top of the 6th inning, 5-4. Welcome you back to ML Bot Ball. Ahmed Rosario up to bat here, 1 for 4 in this one with the single. Got that single in his last at bat. Jose Lopez, the long relief arm for the Cincinnati Reds, still in this one. As we take a good look at their bullpen, Matt Bowman and Michael Lorenzen, 2 righties warming up for the Cincinnati Reds.
I'm definitely a little surprised to see Lopez back out here for another inning of work after he got out to that rocky start, especially with the Reds within 1 run. You'd think that they would put in someone a little bit more reliable. And they do have some backup in the pen, as we just saw, but still, just 1 at-bat could tie this game.
That is for sure, especially with the top of the Mets lineup coming up, the very potent offense of this team that hits well for contact and also is able to strike you with their power. So definitely a question mark on why David Bell still has Jose Lopez out there. 3-1 count to Rosario. That one is high, and he will be walked to first base.
Close pitch there. Lopez hoping to catch the top of the zone, but the umpire not giving it to him. And a base running threat in Ahmed Rosario with 12 stolen bases on the season. However, he does get caught quite a bit. And with Barnhart behind the plate, you can count on a strong throw if he tries to run.
Does get caught a good amount, but that's not going to matter as McNeil drives that one down the first base line. Rosario's going to come home. They're going to throw it, but no throw actually, as he's just going to come in there and be safe. Jeff McNeil with the easy double down the first base line, and the Mets extend their lead now 6-4.
And that's some really impressive speed by Rosario. He was home before the throw, even really left the hand of Winker out there. And McNeil not slow either, now on second base. And Pete Alonso, definitely a threat, the polar bear, nicknamed that because of his power.
And his power has been tremendous for this New York Mets team. Looking like the centerpiece and possible future captain of this Mets team after David Wright. retired a few years back. As Alonso takes that one inside, 2-1 with Jeff McNeil on second base after the strong double, driving in a run. No outs still here at the top of the 6th inning. Pete Alonso drives that one down towards the first base line. Will it go? No, it will not go. Very close and sniffed the foul pole, but did not touch it. Do it again, 2-2. That one's inside now. Full count, 3-2. We saw the power there on display to the opposite field. Usually known for driving it towards center and left. As he drives that one towards center field. And Akiyama is going to find his way underneath it. But McNeil will test the arm of the 32-year-old. And he will be safe at third base.
Great aggression on the base paths by Jeff McNeil, but also a great job by Pete Alonso driving that one deep enough to allow McNeil to advance.
That's sometimes the best thing about having power. It doesn't have to get out all the time, but if it goes far enough with a runner in scoring position, you can move them over if you may. Conforto drives that one past Suarez, and that's going to drive in a run. Conforto with the RBI there. But I think we have to look at Alonso as well for the way he was able to move him over to third. Great piece of hitting there by Conforto, able to push that one off on the outside part of the plate.
And so often in modern baseball, we see games where we just see bomb after bomb. But I really am enjoying the smaller ball here. So we're seeing lots of singles and doubles, good old-fashioned base running, base hits. Really a fun game so far.
7 players for the Mets have come across and scored a run. 7 different players, so not all the same person. And the Mets really doing that team ball type of aspect. As Cespedes hits that one towards second base, runner was going, and just Senzel diving for that baseball. He's going to back up the throw from the catcher, had a turnaround on a dime. It dived for that ball. Wow.
Now, what a play by Senzel at second base. Definitely not a guy who's made his name as on defense, but that is the kind of play that you see from a Gold Glover.
J.D. Davis back to Senzel. That one's an easier play than the previous one, but they all count the same. But the Mets bring across 2 here, now leading 7-4 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Welcome you back to NL Bopball. Shogo Akiyama coming up to bat for the Cincinnati Reds. At one point, he was the leadoff guy for this team. Now dropped to the 7th spot with the return of Joey Votto and Jesse Winker and multiple other bats and arms off of the IL list.
2-0.
I think we can count on this being Rick Porcello's last inning, if he even makes it through the inning, as he's nearing 90 pitches now. He only has 96 1/3 innings on the season, so not a super high volume guy.
Yeah, good point. Definitely could be his last inning as he's already at 90 pitches. And, he definitely, I don't know if you would consider this a good start, but 4 runs is not terrible for Porcello. He has been known to give up a lot more, and the run support has been there, and he's even been able to do it himself, where he's able to drive across a couple of his own runs as he walks Akiyama here.
We see again an inability to come out strong from the pitching staff. Rick Porcello walking the leadoff guy. A good situation here for the Reds to maybe come back within reach, as they're starting to run out of time.
The Reds have been fighters in this game, so anything could happen, and we've seen crazier things on ML Bopball, so be sure to stay tuned all the way through into the end. Akiyama on first base after the walk. Here's Tucker Barnhart. 0 for 1 in this one so far. He's able to get on base with a walk in his first at-bat, as that one's in the dirt and thrown over to Alonso.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the walk on Akiyama was actually Porcello's first walk of the game, which would be immensely impressive.
I think it's his second walk of the game, but once again, 1 walk, 2 walks, they've both been. He's been really a dominant arm, and someone that the Mets really are putting their hat on right now for the reason why they're at least staying in this game. But it is finding some trouble now as that one is hit into the outfield. Now runners on first and second. Do not be surprised if Luis Rojas comes out here to take him out of this one.
Yeah, nice opposite field line drive there by Tucker Barnhart. We mentioned how he has been struggling offensively, but already 1 hit here today, taking a walk. And that will be the day for Rick Porcello.
Porcello making his way to the dugout. 4 earned runs in this one. Maybe not his best start, but definitely not his worst, as we've seen some tough starts from him. But here's Brad Brock coming into this one. 3.68 ERA on the season. 6 holds as well. And is going to need to hold this one with a runner on first and second.
Yeah, one of the more reliable guys in the Mets bullpen, drafted in the 42nd round back in 2008. So that's not often that you see those guys all the way at the end of the draft signing, but able to make it to the majors. That really shows you how draft position doesn't necessarily ensure your path.
Here's Aristides Aquino coming in to be the pinch hitter, and very surprising that he is coming off the bench in this one. Has been a huge power bat for this Reds team, and even last season was a monster with the bat as well. 17 home runs, second on the Reds, and is coming off the bench. Definitely a surprise, and they're going to need to find a place for him now that Winker and Votto are back. Definitely want that power in the lineup. Brock up on the count, 2-1 here with a runner on first and second. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Count is 3-1.
Yeah, what a guy to be able to bring off your bench in Aquino. Broke all kinds of home run records last season, hitting about 1 million of them when he debuted.
I think that's closer to accurate than not. You know, he really raked the ball hard, and I believe the stat was he hit 10 home runs in 16 games. Then he hit his 11th in the 17th game, and has broke plenty of franchise records as a rookie and even just as a player for the Reds. So definitely a piece to see, but strikes out there as Brock puts a beautiful one on the outside part of the plate, making him swing over that one.
Yeah, Aquino is prone to strikeouts. When you are swinging, making those big swings to hit the ball that far, you are always prone to just missing it. No better way to put it.
Mets have 2 righties warming up in the bullpen, so we'll keep an eye out for you there. Nick Senzel up to bat. 1 for 3 in this one. Had a single his last at bat. That was called a strike. Keeping those balls low, looking for a ground ball. Brock is. Ground ball ends it here with a double play.
Senzel, a 2nd overall pick back in 2016, was widely regarded as the best hitter in that draft, but that's the same draft that the Mets got Pete Alonso in, so that one didn't pan out perfectly, though Senzel has definitely been an important part to this Reds team.
Now, being the 2nd best hitter out the draft is it's always good, but you know, number 1 is really where you want to be if you're Senzel. 1-2 count to him. And he doesn't swing at a great pitch right by the shins. A strikeout pitch for Brock, but spit on there by Senzel.
That is the pitch that Brock can regularly get swings outside of the zone with. So really great patience by Senzel as he fouls off a good one there.
2-2 count. We try it again after the foul ball. And that one is going to be a ground ball. Rosario does not field it. Hits off his glove, looks up before he makes the play at second base, and that's an error.
They just scored a nice hit. they just score that a base hit?
Believe it might be a base hit from what the graphic shows, but in my book, that's going down as an error because that ball was in the glove of Ahmed Rosario. Now the bases are loaded here with only one out. With the big bat of Nicholas Castellanos up, not where you want to be. Brock should be frustrated. Could have been out of that inning.
Yeah, Rosario, we've talked about his struggles at shortstop, and really backing us up with that one. Got out of it. I don't know what the scorer was thinking, giving him some slack there, calling that one a base hit. But I'm sure Rosario appreciates it. I'm sure Senzel appreciates it. Getting another single in his stat line.
That one was swung on and underneath the bat. Maybe because there was a runner on second and first, they could have thought that he might have been able to make it either way. Or either way, the scorer tallies that one a base hit, not an error. Bases are loaded here. Nicholas Castellanos trying to do some damage. That one's going to be hit to Davis. Goes to McNeil. Alonso, double play. And the Mets get out of that one. Wipe the sweat off of your brim because the score is exactly the same as it was when the inning started. 7-4 as we head to the top of the 7th inning here on ML Ball.
Now pitching for the Reds.
We welcome you back. Michael Lorenzen coming into this game for the Reds. And you notice the Reds putting in the top half of their bullpen here. And that top half meaning their weaker long relief arms and middle relievers, not their bottom half of the bullpen, which consists of their closer and setup men. And definitely a question mark here, only being down by 3. Very surprising to see these weaker arms come into this game.
It definitely is. And maybe an argument for putting in Lorenzen would be his ability to hit, but the Reds nowhere near the pitcher's spot in their lineup, so a bit of a questionable decision, especially with some better guys further back in the pen.
Lorenzen definitely known for being able to make contact with that baseball, has stats compared to Babe Ruth, and Lorenzen, you Google him, and one of the first pictures that come up is Babe Ruth, and it's almost a question mark, like, oh, Babe Ruth, and he has some stats that compare to him as well. And one game back last season, he was able to hit a home run, pitch, and then play the field all in one game. Babe Ruth did that a long time ago, and now he's being compared to him in whatever shape or form. But either way, 2-2 count to Ramos, as that one's going to be hit to Akiyama. He's going to stand underneath that one, no problem, for the first out of the top of the 7th inning.
The center fielder, number 9.
This game was pretty wild in terms of run scoring earlier, but maybe starting to settle down a little bit here as we've gone through at least a half inning now with no runs scored.
Every time you said that, something crazy has happened, so maybe the crazy will continue here and there. Here comes Brandon Nimmo, only 1 for 5 against Lorenzen in his career. Like to improve on that, as he's also 1 for 2 in this game. He doubled in his first at bat, struck out, then walked back in the 5th. Now it's a 2-1 count to Brandon Nimmo. Swings at that one, pops it up towards Castellanos. Can of corn, an easy play to make for the left fielder.
Now batting.
We were pretty down on Lorenzen when he entered the game, but he's done better than any other pitcher so far for the Reds. He's gotten 2 quick, easy flyouts, and I don't want to jinx it with Cano coming off the bench here, but looking like it could be a quiet 1-2-3 inning.
Robinson Cano coming in, as you mentioned, the pinch hitter here, and that big contract. Robinson Cano, the scarlet letter, and albatross, whatever you want to call it, hanging around the neck of the New York Mets, as he's going to be with them for a while, as he signed that contract with Seattle. Ended up being traded over to the Mets last season in a package that sent Edwin Diaz to the Mets as well. You all know how that went. So, nothing against Cano or Diaz, but Cano going to need to improve with the bat as he's only batting .249 this season. That one's going to be hit towards Moustakis. Grounds that one. And Votto makes the play at first for the 1-2-3 inning. So Lorenzen able to be easy with this one as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning here on ML Bat Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Mets, number 51.
We welcome you back. Paul Sewald coming into this one. Pitched pretty well for the New York Mets coming out of the pen. 3.68 ERA this season. And Sewald, he's been floated around from the majors and the minors with the Mets and debuted back in 2017. So, you know, he's still trying to find his footing in the major leagues. But this seems to be more of a breakout year for him as he's been pitching pretty well.
Yeah, Sewald with a really rough start to his career. Didn't pick up his first major league win until last season. But he's a big fastball guy, throws his fastball over 70% of the time, and when his location is on point, that's a really nasty pitch for him.
And you notice the fastball isn't that fast for him. I think that last pitch was at 91 miles per hour, but his location is very strong, as you see there, right there on the bottom part of the plate. That one at 90 miles per hour, but if he's able to locate his pitches, Sewald can be a dominant force out of the bullpen. We saw 2 pitchers warming up in the bullpen as well for the New York Mets as McNeil is able to make an easy grab there for the first out of the bottom of the 7th inning.
Seen a lot of broken bats in Bob Ball recently. I saw Castellanos and Suarez break back-to-back bats. Last week I saw a broken bat, I believe the game before this one, and now another one. So these bats maybe need some inspection or something. It's not holding up.
Definitely getting some lumbar department involvement here, as yes, there has been a question. Why are all these bats breaking in our simulated bat ball games? A big question that's floating around. Maybe the ash bats aren't cutting it anymore here in the major leagues. Might need to move on to these maple or birch bats, if you will. Sewald with the 0-2 count, drops that one low in the zone. A good waste pitch to try to get Moustakis swinging at. He doesn't there. Moustakis having a good game in this one, 2 for 3. Talked about earlier how he's struggling with average, but 2 for 3 in this one's definitely going to help. Let's see if he can continue here now that the count is even 2-2. Swings at that one foul. Do it again, 2-2.
With that average at 227 entering the game, and with a 2 for 3 day, that average is definitely going to be moving up after this game, so maybe a bit of a relief for Mike Moustakis.
Swings at that one on the outside part of the play. Couldn't reach that one for Sewald's first strikeout of his appearance. See Dylan Betances warming up in the bullpen. They're going to sit down Seth Lugo as Gazelman continues to warm up. Jesse Winker now up to bat. Had a double in this one.
And going back to the Mets bullpen, Gazelman and Betances, their 1-2 punch in the back of the bullpen.
This one's punched out towards third base line. There's going to be a play at second. No. Will not be in time, and the throw is also offline. Winker able to get into second base for his second double of the game.
Good job legging that one out by Winker, hustling all the way to beat out the throw from Cespedes. I have been hating on Cespedes and his defense out there, but that one a decent throw. Just unable to beat out the fast Winker.
Charlotte, you are not alone, as a lot of Mets fans would agree with you there. The defense has been lacking. The arm is there, but the question is the glove still there? Joey Votto up to bat, 1 for 3. The solo home run was one of those shots that got them back into this game when they were only down by 1, but now down by 3. You're going to need some more magic from the veteran. Swings at that one hard. Will it go? No. Hard hit ball, definitely down the right field line. Had the speed, but just not straightened out. 1 and 2. That one's low. Greinke not going to test him there. 23 speed over there at second base. Votto takes that ball and hits it hard. Is that one going to be able to go? Yes! That one is out of here. And Joey Votto hits his second home run of the game. Cutting their deficit now. Mets still lead 7-6.
And if the Reds can pull off this comeback here, Votto making a great case for himself as player of the game. 2 for 4 with 2 home runs and 3 RBI so far. That one not hit quite as far, nearly a play at the wall for Nimmo drifting over, but just over the top of his glove. Poor outing from Paul Sewald, and now Edwin Diaz will try to do some damage control.
Sewald able to get the first 2 outs, just not able to contain the returning players from the injured list, Winker and Votto. And this is what we talked about, the Cincinnati Reds. They're going to need these big bats. Where are they going to find them? And they'll find them off the injured list, surprisingly enough. Shogo Akiyama coming up, and right off the leg of Edwin Diaz. And let's hope he's okay there. We see him with a little bit of a limp, and we might go check on him. But you see hit right off his leg, off the first pitch he threw into this game. Didn't even get to say anything about him, as he might be able to walk it off here, but he's waving away medical assistance, so I think he'll be okay as he throws back to first base, maybe to test out that leg as well. Akiyama able to reach on first after that ball was booted. After a hard hit ball was booted by Diaz.
That's definitely scary to watch as a Mets fan. Edwin Diaz finally starting to click into their lineup, or excuse me, into their bullpen here. And they're lucky that it wasn't a more serious injury.
Yeah, 2.87 ERA. If you told me that he would do that last season, I would expect it, because that's what he was able to do back in 2018, but was a big reason why the Mets struggled last season at an ERA over 5 and just loved to blow saves. That one's going to be thrown over to second base, and Ramos gets the out. Great tag there by Rosario as well, but Ramos, not known for his arm, able to gun the speedy Akiyama there. And now the Mets will head to the sticks as we'll go to the top of the 8th inning.
Leading off for the Mets, the shortstop, Ahmed Rocco.
Welcome you back to ML Botball. Med Rosario up to bat, lead off for the New York Mets, and I can't get over that throw by Wilson Ramos, able to gun down Akiyama there, and Akiyama has some speed, so definitely something to watch out for there. Maybe Ramos can work on his arm, and he can be a perennial all-star catcher if he can do it more and more.
Yeah, we talked about the stolen bases that Akiyama has been able to rack up this season, and you really got to give credit to Ramos. They're able to nail him.
Rosario hitting one into the gap, and he will stop at second base. Rosario with a great swing there, poking one in between the center fielder and right fielder. So look at this swing here, inside part of the play, actually able to push that one out.
And Rosario with a pretty low pull percentage usually. Last year, lowest pull percentage in the National League, able to slap that one the other way. But this has got to be infuriating for the Reds whenever they come close. The Mets able to make something happen and pull right back away. So this will be key here, as we're now in the 8th inning, for the Reds to not give up any more runs.
20,000 fans here in Cincinnati. I'd like to thank them for coming watch this Reds-Mets game, and we'd also like to thank our Twitch viewers for watching this Reds-Mets game. We'd like to ask you to join our Discord. We have a lot of great fun there. Talk baseball, talk other sports, talk pretty much everything if you really think about it, and we're getting into a lot of actually playing MLB The Show as Jeff McNeil hits one hard. Winker's going to sit underneath it, but Rosario's going to test the arm of Winker. That one's thrown over towards third base, offline, and Rosario will make it there sliding.
Now batting, the first base.
Aggressive base running there by Rosario, a common theme that we've seen throughout this game. And well-placed fly ball by McNeil, though he was obviously unable to get a base hit. Winker nowhere near close enough to nail Rosario.
Here comes Pete Alonso. Has a single and also has a home run. The first of the 2 home runs that are back-to-back. Back in the 5th inning. As that one's inside, takes that 2-0. Great place to be if you're the Mets. Runner on third base and Alonso's at bat. Just needs to poke one out to extend their lead. That has been shriveled up slightly. Only up by 1 now.
Lorenzen definitely keeping an eye on Rosario on third base. But he can't lose focus in this matchup with Pete Alonso. We've seen Alonso go deep already today, hit a single, and have a deep fly ball. So really any of those outcomes would put the Mets in a really great position here.
2-2 count to Pete Alonso. Swings at that one, and it's hit hard, but foul off the netting. Down the third base line. See if he could even his swing out. Looking to add some insurance. That one is hit back up the middle. The infield is playing in, trying to get the play at the plate. Puts it in the perfect spot. Rosario comes in to score. And Alonso gets his 3rd hit of the ball game.
We talk so much about Alonso's power, but that was such a strong at-bat there, able to watch a few go by, really work the count, foul off a few pitches, and eventually just grounding that one right up the middle. There was nobody there, and the Mets now back up by 2.
Mike Conforto up to bat now. Was the second to hit the home run, the back-to-back home runs back in the 5th inning with Alonso. And more runs here definitely would help the Mets out, as the Reds do not seem to want to quit fighting, especially in these late innings.
Conforto already with 2 RBI on the day. Wouldn't mind adding a few more, helping out his team a little bit. It has become clear that the bullpen of the Mets cannot be trusted to hold this lead, so the bats are going to have to do most of the work.
Conforto hits one. That one might be rolled up for 2. It is. Hits one, chooses the first baseman. That's going to be a 3-6-3 double play. Not much you can do there. But now the Mets are going to look at the bottom half, the 8, 9, and 1 spots of the Reds at the bottom of the 8th inning.
Now pitching for the New York
Seth
Mets,
Lugo
number
coming in to
67.
toe the rubber for
Seth
New York Mets.
Lugo.
2.12 ERA this season. And last season was really his coming out party. Was once a starting pitcher for the Mets, and then it got moved over towards the bullpen when that starting rotation just got too packed for him to enter, and really proved his salt in the bullpen. A force to be reckoned with. Really found his own in the second half of the season.
Yeah, last season, his first season exclusively out of the bullpen. He had started shifting over there a little bit earlier than that. But yeah, those numbers really doing most of the talking. His record 0-1 on the season, but the ERA almost at 2 even. So one of your best guys coming out of the pen now for the Mets, trying to get these 3 outs in the 8th before we can expect to see Betances in the 9th.
Yeah, Lugo can almost do it all, and given his starting experience, he could also be a long relief arm. So if he needs to go a considerable amount of innings, he won't need to here. But if, let's say, something happens where the Mets need someone to come in there and pitch a good amount of innings, Lugo can definitely do it. He has the stamina. 1-1 count to Barnhart. That one's outside, 2-1. Look at that bullpen down Betances. And Robert Gsellman, Betances being the closer for the Mets this season. Picked him off free agency. Two-one pitch to Barnhart. That one swung on and back to Lugo. Able to make the easy play for the first out of the bottom of the 8th inning.
And I'm excited to see who the Reds are going to bring in here to hit as we see our pitcher comparison.
Both starters having similar starts, and look at these numbers and almost identical. The earned runs, the strikeout numbers very, very close, and bullpen really going to be the determining factor on who wins this game, only being a 2-run game as Freddie Galvis comes into this one, not known for his bat. A pinch hitter here in this one, 225 batting average this season. Already at 97 home runs in his career, so we'll be looking out, see how long it takes for him to get to 100, but the power sure isn't his trademark. I believe it would be more of his fielding in his time in Philadelphia.
Yeah, starting at shortstop in Philly for 3 years and bringing fantastic defense to the game, but now coming off the bench doing some pinch hitting.
That one's hit hard but foul. 2-1.
Galvis in the second year of his contract here with the Reds. We'll see where he ends up this offseason.
Yeah, he will be a free agent and might even be a trade piece for the Reds as someone that they'll try to get out of here as the deadline approaches, as they might look for maybe some starting arms. As that one is swung on and missed. Strikeout by Seth Lugo, and look where this pitch was. Almost right by the belt. Galvis couldn't touch that one.
Lugo's so good in these high leverage situations, not giving up anything to the Reds. Doing a great job of protecting this New York lead so far.
Back to the top of the lineup. Here is Nick Senzel, 2 for 4 in this game with 2 singles and a run.
Senzel doing really well against the Mets. Yesterday he was 3 for 5. You said already, today 2 for 4. So really been a big asset to the Mets, or rather to the Reds in recent games.
Second best hitter in that 2016 draft class, as we also talked about, behind Alonso. But if he can hit one hard here, definitely could try to make a case as they're going face-to-face now. 1-2. That one is hit hard. And Conforto will go look at it. It's up, and he catches it at the wall. Great play by Conforto, finding the wall and snagging that one. Wow.
Conforto putting his body on the line here, and it is paying off. That's the second catch that he's made out there in right field, running into the wall. That will end the 8th.
Number 67, Matt.
Great catch there by Conforto. Now we're going to head to the top of the 9th inning. Matt Bowman coming in to pitch for the Cincinnati Reds, and he's been okay this season. 4.62 ERA. Maybe not the best pitcher you want there in this moment now. Only down by 2 runs. Maybe you bring in one of your setup guys instead of one of your middle relievers, but either way, you're going against Cespedes here, going to go against Davis as well. Ramos is going to be an issue for you. So let's see how Bowman handles himself. Already 1-1 to Cespedes.
Bowman definitely struggling as of late. Gave up a walk-off home run to Wilson Contreras last weekend. And definitely a questionable decision bringing him in. The Reds do have a number of other guys that would arguably be better suited for this situation.
Lucas Sims, Raciel Iglesias, Pedro Strop is your closer, but still maybe you want to put him out there and see what you can do with the bats coming into the bottom of the 9th inning. Either way, the middle reliever is there. And he might be able to put Cespedes on first base if he's not careful now. That's a full count.
And honestly, taking a walk would probably be the best, most reliable way for Cespedes to get on base.
That one's hit hard to Moustakis, not able to field it the first time, grabs it and tosses it high to Votto. It is going to be out at first base, but scariest 90 feet in professional sports, there it was. As Moustakis struggled to make the play there, but either way, an out's an out. JD Davis is up to bat. 1 for 4 in this one.
Moustakis almost with 2 errors on that one as he bobbled the ball and then almost threw it over the head of Votto. But good reach there by Votto, using all of that 6'2" frame to get that out.
Take a look at that bullpen there, righty and lefty. We see Amir Garrett warming up there. 20 holes on the season, leading this Reds team. Maybe another guy you want to put in here. But still, Bowman, got to give him credit, did get Cespedes out there, now up 0-2. That one's low and swung at. So Davis strikes out there. As long as they make the out at first, they will. And now 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning with Wilson Ramos up.
And you touched on this earlier, but Ramos will be the biggest test of these 3 guys that Bowman is being asked to retire. Having a good day for himself, having a pretty solid season for himself as well, though below his usual standards. And he's a pretty big... Pretty big... You can go.
The test comes not from his power, but comes from his contact. And you see the catcher patting himself on the chest there, saying that, yeah, that's exactly where I want it. That one swung on and fouled over to the right side. Thank you for joining us in this great ball game between the Mets and the Cincinnati Reds. And strike 3 called on the inside part of the plate. Bowman able to get out of that one. 1, 2, 3. And we talked bad about him coming in. He must have heard us because he was able to dominate there in the top of the 9th. Now it's time for the Cincinnati Reds to turn on the bats. We're going to get a double switch here. We'll get the information to you as soon as possible. You can help us out in the Twitch chat. Write the switches in if you may. Dylan Betances coming into this one.
Number 68,
Dylan Betances, an amazing career just across town with the Yankees. He's a native of New York City, spent his whole life here now. And having a bounce-back season after one that was shortened to only 2/3 of an inning in 2019.
That's a ball.
Yeah, the 2019 season for Dylan Betances. Something, look at as, hey, maybe you just scratch that one off the list because injuries were a huge issue for him. Now, jumping Burrows from the Bronx to Queens, looking to make an impact for this Mets team. Already has done a great job this season. 20 saves through the halfway point. 2-0 count to Castellanos as that one's hit hard foul. Mets have signed him to a 1-year deal with a 1-year player option. And in this season coming up, it's only 60 games, and it's going to count. So let's hope if you're a Mets fan that he will accept that player option or extension comes his way if he pitches well.
Based on his previous numbers, he will pitch well. He has that 97 mile per hour average on his fastball, which can touch triple digits. He's also 6'8", one of the taller guys that you'll see in Major League Baseball, and definitely intimidating to the batters to see someone that tall on the mound.
Very good point. When they're so high and in height-wise, and that ball is coming out at such a high release point, sometimes the ball goes over the batter's eye in the batter's view. So being that tall is definitely an advantage.
Good job by Castellanos working the count here to 3-2.
He hits that one high and might have a chance as Nimmo goes back. But no, he'll sit underneath that one by the warning track for the first out of the bottom of the 9th inning.
Now batting, not shortstop.
Castellanos kicking himself there. Not quite getting all of that one. The Reds still down by 2, and the Mets now only 2 outs away from taking Game 2 of the series.
Hard hit ball there by Castellanos, and yeah, he might be kicking himself there going back to the dugout because that one definitely had a shot by the way that one was hit. Daniel Suarez coming up, 1 for 4 in this game. Had a double back in his first at bat, all the way back in the first inning. First hit on the board for this Reds team. Swings over that one, 0-2. Good slurve there by Betances, and 87-mile-per-hour slurve. Not something you're going to hit pretty often, especially if it's on righty action.
And especially once you take into consideration the speed that he has on the fastball and that enormous differential.
Swings at that one on the other batter's box. Wasn't going to reach that one ever. Daniel Suarez strikes out there, and Betances is rolling.
Betances has a huge horizontal sweep on that slurve and really showing it off here today. Suarez looking a little bit upset. He embarrassed himself a little bit there.
Mike Moustakas coming up to bat. Might be the final opportunity for this Reds team. Definitely not out of reach. Only 2 runs away to tie it. See what Betances does here. That one is low, 2-0.
Moustakas is having himself a pretty good day despite the numbers he had coming into the game. So a little bit of hope here for the Reds.
Now a 3-0 count. Jesse Winker is on deck. It might not be the friendliest person in that batter's box. Looking to get the out here. That one is called a strike on the inside part of the plate, 3-1.
That one coming in at 99. Moustakas was watching that one all the way, but if he had decided to swing, he wouldn't have had time. That is some elite speed out of the hand of Betances.
3-1 count here to Moustakas. That one is low and he's walked. Runner will be on first base. Tying run comes to the plate in the name of Jesse Winker.
If you're looking to walk this one off, Winker is not your guy. Only 4 home runs on the season, but we have seen his ability to make contact in this game and throughout the season. So at least getting on base would still be huge for the Reds.
I wouldn't say it's completely out of the question to at least tie it up here. Has been gone with injury for quite some time, so Greinke looking to make an impact coming back with this team. This could be the moment to do it, as that one is pitched away 1-0. Outside 2-0. On deck is Joey Votto. Already has 2 home runs in this game.
So if you're Winker, you really just want
to at it hard. Will that one be able to go? Nimmo running after it. It's out of here. Home run by Jesse Winker. And this game is tied.
We have ourselves a ball game here in Cincinnati. Already running pretty far behind on the schedule, but we're going to have to wait for the next one, as we could be looking at extra innings here. The Reds able to tie this one up in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs. Nimmo looking up as that one was sent over the wall in right center field, and now Joey Votto with the opportunity to just end this one now, looking for home run number 3 of the game.
And I'm at a loss for words. We're going to get a replay here of the 7th inning home run that Votto hit. He also hit one back in the 4th inning. And now you have to wonder, when will the bullpen woes end for the New York Mets? As Dylan Betances blows the save here.
Nope, ball 1.
And you've got to feel pretty bad for the Mets as they keep bringing in these guys who have had elite previous seasons and they keep falling apart. We saw it with Edwin Diaz. We're seeing it now a little bit with Dell and Betances.
Joey Votto. 2 hits in this one. Both of them being home runs. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And a 1-1 count. Pitch is low, 1-2. Betances already at 22 pitches this inning.
Votto already with 3 RBI of the Reds' 8. Would love to pick up number 4 here and send these fans home happy.
Two count to the savvy veteran. Inside and swung at. Time to get into some free baseball right here on ML Bop Ball as we head to the top of the 10th inning with Nimmo, Nito, and Rosario coming in for the New York Mets. Welcome you back to ML Bop Ball. Nito was the replacement in that double switch. Wilson Ramos out of this game.
Nito with a 245 average on the season, so relatively similar numbers to Wilson Ramos.
And behind the plate, he has been strong as well as Brandon Nimmo is up to bat now. 2-0 count here in the top of the 10th inning. You get the free baseball graphics popping up on the side of the screen. I saw put it in the books graphic pop up earlier. I'm not going to call out who put that one up, but the jinx was there. So we'll just move on from that. 3-0 count to Nimmo as that one's called a strike by the knees.
A lot of these guys today having strong outings. Nimmo is one of them. He reaches to lead off the top of the 10th.
The catcher, Tomas.
That's the second walk he's drawn this game. Obviously using his patience to his advantage as the Mets try to regain the lead here. Thomas Nito now up to bat. Not known for his bat, but definitely could get some work out of him. Definitely known for more of his action behind the plate.
And I mean, that's what backup catchers are usually for, is being really great behind the plate, not necessarily great offensively. But Nito hoping to tack on some runs
that
here.
one hit hard. Will it go? Yes, it will go! Thomas Nito hits that one hard and out. And the Mets lead once again. Now up by 2, 10-8. Wow.
Well, that was quick. The Mets immediately take back a 2-run lead. They don't like being tied. They want to go home. They want to take this win. The Reds not looking happy. Matt Bowman falling apart here, probably coming out of the game now at this point. We've seen just home run after home run here today.
A great shot there by Nito. Able to launch that one. As Amir Garrett comes into this game, Bowman's going to have to sit down. Giving up the lead. And now the Reds trail once again, down by 2 here in the top of the 10th inning.
Amir Garrett does have some elite stuff, though you wouldn't know it from his ERA. He can get a strikeout when he needs to, but maybe more known for his temper. He's gotten into quite a few benches clearing brawls, most notably suspended for 8 games after throwing punches last season, I believe.
And you know, Charlotte, every broadcast I've been with on Bop Ball, every time Garrett comes in, that always comes up. So now that is a part of his legacy. That's a part of his history. That bench clearing brawl in Pittsburgh, against Pittsburgh, where they just went at it. He ran straight towards that dugout and said, "Let's go," for a 25-man roster plus the coaches against him right there, right now. And that was one moment that will go down in MLB history. That is just insane. Med Rosario, the count 1-2. No outs here in the top of the 10th inning after Thomas Nito cleared the bases. Mets up 10-8.
It doesn't make me a bad person if I sort of enjoy deep down watching those benches clearing balls.
I think we all enjoy it in some way, shape, or form. It's in hockey, fighting is a part of the game, but in baseball, it isn't. So those rare moments that we do see it, and especially on a baseball field, I think it adds so much to the game. As Rosario hits one hard and far, will that one go over the head of Castellanos? He will round his way over to second base. Ball comes in, and a double now. First batter that Amir Garrett faces hits him hard for a double.
I must say, left field seems to be the place to hit those balls today if you want to get a double. We've seen 2 of them go over the head of Castellanos. We've seen 2 of them go over the head of Cespedes. And now the Mets threatening to extend this lead here against Garrett. But the Reds forced to keep Garrett in at least for 2 more batters.
Jeff McNeil up to bat here. Runner on second base after the legged out double by Ahmed Rosario. And now McNeil trying to add some insurance into their now 2-run lead, as that one's going to be hit right by the third baseman Moustakis. He'll gather himself underneath that one for the out. That one's going to be thrown away for whatever reason, and now Rosario will find his way to third base. Moustakis wasn't even out of the infield, and an error is made there on a play. You just have to scratch your head and wonder why. Just wonder why, if you're a Cincinnati Reds fan, trying to claw their way back into this NL Central race.
I mean, really a baffling play there, and Rosario now 90 feet away. Pete Alonso more than capable of scoring him. We've seen him drive in quite a few runs already this game.
Pete Alonso 3 for 5 in this one. 2 singles in that big home run. Swings at that one hard, but just on top of it. Rosario now on third base after a head-scratching play. With 1 out, that one's low, 2-2. That one is high, and strike 3. Swings over that one. That will be the second out, and Garrett's first strikeout of this one. He's right in his blind spot as he swinged over that one.
Pete Alonso striking out back in the first. Now here striking out in the 10th. In what will most likely be his last plate appearance, though, as we have seen this game, just about anything is possible.
Anything is possible indeed. As the Mets right now only up by 2. And that lead can go away just like that, as they've been able to see multiple times throughout this game. Mike Conforto down 0-2. Trying to make some contact against the lefty. Swings at that one early, strike 3. And Garrett will walk off the field, looks excited, but gave up those 2 runs at the Mets lead now. Cincinnati is going to have to come back into this one with the bottom of the lineup coming up.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets,
Robert Gsellman
number 65.
coming in for the New York Mets.
Gsellman.
Much like Lugo was a starting pitcher at one point and was in that Mets rotation, ended up being moved to the bullpen after the rotation was overcrowded, but did not have the same success as Lugo at the pen. Right now has an ERA over 5.
Gsellman has been with the Mets since the start of his career, back when they drafted him in 2011. And he also has some heat, like Betances, but not quite as much. But he can touch 99 on his sinking fastball.
Tinker, definitely a strong pitch and a great pitch to use at MLB The Show. Is right now it's a 2-1 count to Akiyama. Pitch swung on and fouled. 2-2.
Definitely not a desirable part of the order to be in if you're the Reds trying to make a comeback here. Akiyama, Barnhart, and then someone in to pinch hit off the bench, which is nearly empty now.
Saw Aquino come in. We saw Galvis come in. Big question mark, who will come in next for that 9-hole spot. 2-2 to Akiyama, hits that one to McNeil, fields it cleanly, throws him out to first for the first out at the bottom of the 10th inning. 2 outs away, the Mets are from winning this ball game.
The scoring never stops here as it's somehow gotten to 10-8. I guess coming into this one, these are two weaker pitching staffs, especially with the starters that we had lined up. But still, you don't see scores this high this often.
That is very true. 18 runs scored total in this one. And gonna have to go sharpen my pencil later after filling in all the black squares, as that one is grounded over to Rosario. Alonso fields it for the second out. Now, only need one more to win this ball game. We said that last inning. A walk and a home run ends up tying it. Now they're going to bring in the pinch hitter, Philip Irvin.
Irvin has been pretty successful off the bench. As you just said, batting .299 on the season. He has 8 home runs, 24 RBI, and 12 doubles. One of the Reds' favorites to bring in higher leverage situations.
No, that's down.
That one is low, 2-0. And no larger leverage situation than this. 2 outs in extra innings. Trying to get a rally started and get back into this one. As we said last inning, 2 runs is not that much if you really think about it. So Bloop in the blast gets them back into this game. 3-1. That ball was low on outside part of the plate. Hitters count for Irvin. See what he does here. Swings at that one. And that's the Bloop. Hit over to Brandon Nimmo. And he's going to run for second base. And he's out at second. A head scratcher to end a great game between two teams. Wow. Philip Irvin tries to make his way to second base on a play that's easily a single.
You really gotta wonder what he was thinking there. Not elite speed, and easily in there for a single, maybe hoping to catch Nimmo sleeping in center field. I don't know, but poor decision making there. You can see Bell really unhappy with that choice, but the Mets will take this one finally 10-8. 21 total hits in the game. Wow.
Mets are the victors here, and I would be holding my head too if I was David Bell. Dylan Betances with the win here, Matt Bowman with the loss, and Robert Gazelman with the save. Player of the game going to have Ahmed Rosario, 3 for 5 with 2 doubles and a hit. And we look at the top of your screen there, the scoring line there. Wow, just runs almost coming in every single inning. And final score being 10-8, 16 hits for the Mets, 15 hits for Cincinnati Reds. 1 error for the Reds as well. We're going to take a look at our replay here. And really, what a game for the New York Mets. Even though the Reds were clawing back time and time again, the Mets really found their way to continue to stay in the lead.
And looking at that scoring line is so interesting because even with 18 total runs scored, we never saw more than 2 runs scored in each half inning. So that's really great consistency shown by both teams here, but especially good and promising for the New York Mets, who have been really struggling, and being able to beat this strong Cincinnati team that will almost definitely make the playoffs this year is really promising for the Mets and shows maybe a little bit of what the future could hold for them.
You have to wonder if the Reds were in a tougher situation, maybe not in the NL Central, but the AL Central, they would be scratching their heads at losses like these that they really cannot take at this moment, falling back in games back when it comes to the Chicago Cubs. Now really going to have to look towards that wild card spot if they really do start to skid. Pete Alonso also this game 3 for 6 with a home run and 2 singles, and Thomas Nido only came in to pinch hit, had 1 at-bat, but that at-bat being the most important at-bat in the game, launching one over that left field wall and giving them that 2-run lead in the top of the 10th inning.
And that was only home run number 2 on the season for Nido, RBIs numbers 6 and 7. He has not seen a ton of time this season, but you can definitely expect the Mets to be bringing him out more after he's shown that ability to come up clutch in big situations like that.
Very clutch indeed. And Jeff McNeil, 1 for 5 in this game, did have that double, but still struggled this game a little bit. We're going to expect an uptick from him. Looking at the Reds now, Winker and Votto, 3 for 4 and 2 for 5 respectively. Coming into this game, we really didn't expect them to do much, given that they're just coming off that IL after the All-Star break and now looking to find their role back with the team. I think they found it right away as they've both hit home runs, Votto hitting 2 of them in this one.
Yeah, each of those guys coming up with 3 RBI for the Reds. Then really great performances from both of them, promising for the Reds to both see Votto continuing to produce at a high level despite his age, and Winker starting to really become an important contributor in this Reds offense.
Let's take a look at our highlight reel. Akiyama doubles to right. That was the first run scored of this game, and when that happened, I think a lot of people were thinking, oh, typical Mets game, this is what you're going to expect. They're going to give up runs early and often, but no. Mets really fought back, and you see it here. Pete Alonso hitting a 417-foot shot. This was also the home run that left the bat at 109 miles per hour. 4-2 now, the Mets leading in the top of the 5th inning. Mike Conforto was able to hit a home run as well. This were the back-to-back jacks from the 2. Conforto launching on 369 feet, now leading 5-2 in the top of the 5th inning, extending their lead as they try to win that game early on. Cespedes grounded out to the second baseman on a great play, as you see there, had a jump back on a dime, and there's a good reason why that one's in the highlight reel, because had a turnaround from being on the base trying to make the tag. Votto home runs here. Now this one was a tough one for a lot of fans to swallow, because this one cut the game even closer and closer. 7-6, and Votto with that home run there. Nimmo just out of reach, that 2-run shot. Conforto grounded into a double play here, and we noticed this play. First baseman Votto coming off the bag, and a great way to turn it with the pitcher coming off the rubber and able to field his position there, covering first base. Dylan Pedantis not having the best night, but did strike out Suarez there on a slider on the other's batter's box. We said in the broadcast wasn't going to hit that one ever, and when that ball is that far away, just have to wonder what you're swinging at. But this swing was a beauty. Winker tying this game up. It was 8-6. Ball went over the fence. Now it's 8-8 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Gave us some free baseball, as we like to say here on ML Bot Ball. 399 feet, not far, but all home runs count when they go over the wall. But this one counted the most. Thomas Nido, homer to left field, giving the Mets the lead 10-8, which would end up being the final score. His second home run of the season. Doesn't hit him often, but hits him when it counts. Irvin lines to center field for a single, but ends up getting thrown out at second base in a play where he should have just stayed at second base, especially when you have the top of the lineup coming up. Really a question mark there, and a head scratcher if you're David Bell, but that's the game for you. The Mets win this one 10-8 with Betances getting the win. Up next, we're going to have the Braves and the Athletics over in Oakland. We're joined here by Mike A. and the uniquely named Sledgehammer. I like that name. How you guys doing?
Doing great. That was a thriller there in the Queen City.
Yeah, thriller indeed, and you just have to wonder what happened at the end there.
I think
weird way to cap it off.
I think Irvin wanted to go home. Those the hotel stopped doing room service after a certain point.
Yeah, definitely a big question mark there. But you guys have a great game coming up. The Braves trying to fight their way back atop the NL East, and the Oakland A's also having considerable season themselves. So what are you guys expecting?
I think it's going to be a good one. As you mentioned, these are two teams that are right in the thick of the playoff hunt. The Braves have been trailing the Nationals throughout the ball season. They're still about 3.5, 4 games back. The defending world champs look like they're going to be tough to catch. However, these Braves are the 2-time defending NL East champions. They've shown they can do it. They've had a great August and September the last couple of seasons. And then for Oakland, they've been leading things pretty much the whole way. But you got to imagine that those Astros in their rearview mirror are a little bit closer than they appear. They are charging hard.
That is for sure. The race there is definitely close. It's going to be the end of me and Charlotte here. The Mets win this one 10-8. Mike, Sledgehammer, we hand it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. Great call there. A wild one. Extra innings needed for the Mets, taking the 10-8 victory over Cincinnati. But we'll now catch you on a quick flight out to the West Coast as we've got Braves and A's coming at you. And while we get over to that, I'd like to welcome Sledge into the booth. I believe it's your first time calling here on Bot Ball. Welcome to the club.
Well, thanks, Mike. I'm glad to be here tonight and get to see some great battle going on between the little NL AL action, East-West action out here, and looking forward to seeing a great game between two powerhouse teams. You know, Oakland definitely looking like they're trying to chase that home field advantage for the playoffs coming up, to staying 2.5 games ahead of the Astros. So we'll have to see what happens here. Braves definitely are chasing the lead there in their division as well. So we'll see what happens.
It's still a long way to go. A lot of bot ball to be played, but as of right now, both these teams would make the postseason. The A's, of course, leading the AL West. The Braves in a, I believe, statistical edge for the second playoff spot, so they definitely have some more winning they need to do to advance back to the postseason. But both these teams, if they can keep up the winning, you know, there are a couple of teams that have had a long track record of success the last decade or so. However, what's eluding them is playoff success. The A's and Braves kind of both synonymous for always being in the hunt, but you never quite see them advancing to the LCS or the World Series.
And how about that former Met that we got on the pitching roster here tonight for Atlanta? Looking forward to seeing some action out of him coming out the gate when Atlanta gets out there in the field.
Yeah, your pitching matchup tonight for the homestanding A's, it'll be Sean Manaea, and for the Braves, it'll be new acquisition, Michael Wacha. Came over in a trade about a week ago. Kind of interesting there to see teams go inside the division for a trade with the Mets, who figured they'd be a little bit better this year. Last thing you figured they'd want to do is possibly give a division frontrunner a piece, but that's what they did. Is they had, I believe it was a 6-man deal, Walker, one of the main pieces, going from New York down to Atlanta.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how that trade pays off here tonight, if he's able to deliver and pay some dividends back to the team who acquired him. So we'll see. Definitely looking forward to how Oakland reacts to his pitching style.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Braves lineup's going to try to wake up. Last night they were shut down. Mike Fiers twirled a 3-hit gem. Shutout victory there as the A's took that one. And now it's another tough lefty in Sean Manaea. He's had some great success this season. He'll try to do it again as the A's are proven to be a very tough team to beat at home.
And judging by the sky, it looks like it's going to be a warm one out here in California. And between these two teams here, anything I guess is possible sitting at the front of this game, wondering, after the game you just saw, will we have something that is going to be that dramatic? Who knows?
There you see that trade that sent Michael Wacha and Justin Wilson a relief piece. The two major league pieces going from New York to Atlanta. The Braves sending a couple of prospects along with Mark Melanson, who wasn't quite getting the job done as a closer. The Braves went out and got Will Smith to be the back end of their bullpen in the offseason. He's been doing a good job. So some diversifying of the portfolio there as the Braves try to maneuver the pieces in just the right way to maybe find a little bit more success in the postseason. But as for now, we're going to get things started. As there you see Sean Manaea coming on strong this season, a 10-6 record, 2.98 ERA. Big bounce back after missing all of 2019 with shoulder surgery. So always scary when you hear elbow or shoulder surgery for a pitcher, but it seems like he is bounced back and a solid piece in this A's lineup as we are ready to get underway here from Oakland. There'll be a strike on the outside corner to center fielder Ronald Acuna Jr. leading off for the Braves.
And Acuna, definitely strong hitter here, that 296 average, looking to get on base early in this game. We'll have to see what he does.
Manaea looks in for the sign. 0-1 delivery. Little off-speed pitch, a changeup hung a little bit, but maybe the location fooled Acuna. That was one to drive, but it freezes him, and that's quickly an 0-2 count. So Manaea back into the line, the 0-2 to Acuna. That one dealt low, tried to go off speed again. Acuna doesn't bite, 1-2.
Hard to believe you'd find 66 degrees out here in California on a July day like this, but
well, it is the Bay Area. Acuna swings and slaps that one foul down the first base line. We'll do it again, 1-2. Yeah, I forget who said it, but a famous quote. You know, the coldest ever was is the summer I spent in San Francisco, and Oakland right across the bay as Acuna's going to pop that one into the air. Jonathan VR under it for the A's, and that'll be out number one.
Definitely the start the Braves were not looking for out of their leadoff hitter.
So one quick out, and that will bring up second baseman Ozzie Albies. Manaea misses just inside, 1-0. Talked about Manaea missing 2019. That was after a breakout season in 2018, highlighted by a no-hitter against the Red Sox. Highlight of his career to this point. As he tosses that one in just high, 2-0.
Albies been with the Braves since 2013. Braves organization since 2013.
And he was really one of those breakout players, the Braves, who have been on a huge upward climb since 2017. And he's one of those young guys that seemingly came out of nowhere as he fouls that one back. The 2-2. You know, everybody knew about what they were getting in a guy like Ronald Acuna, but Albies, that's the kind of prospect that shows up, plays over his head, and takes your team from having one big prospect. When you get two or three of them in there, that's when you start winning divisions instead of just having star players. But nothing for Albies here as he grounds out to VR, and that'll be 2 down quickly here in the first.
Well, definitely, Athletics are looking solid coming out with their defense. And Atlanta, I don't know, 2 outs here. They're going to have to turn something up, get something working for them.
In steps what has been the heart and soul of this Braves team for a decade, Freddie Freeman. He was the star back when there wasn't too much star power on this team in the early 2010s. He's stuck it out. He's become a franchise player, and he's getting a little bit older, at least in terms of where you figure a baseball player's prime is, now well into his 30s. But now he's got some help. He's got some bats around him, and he's having some of the best offensive years of what's been a stellar offensive career. Career high 38 home runs last year, and he might just be able to beat that this time around.
That definitely explains why he's a 4-time MLB also, too.
Still waiting for that MVP. I've always thought that he should be a contender year in and year out. He just hasn't ever quite had he's had monster seasons, but never quite topping the list. But there, Manaea burns one by him. Don't see that too often from Freddie. A swing and a miss. He goes down swinging. And a quick 1-2-3 inning for Manaea. We'll go to the bottom of the first. 0-0 here in Oakland.
Well, there's your former Med coming out onto the mound now. Let's see what he's going to do here. Hopefully the Braves will have a little bit more better chance of defense here than their opening offense.
Yeah, Wacha, not a bad season. Nothing great. 8-9, 3.61 ERA. You know, when he first burst onto the scene with the Cardinals, it looked like he might be an ace in the making. Some injuries here and there and hasn't quite lived up to that potential. He's been a solid guy in any rotation, but now quickly on the move is after a handful of years with the Cardinals. He had gone to the Mets this offseason, but now quickly shipped right down I-75 and now in Atlanta, but once again pitching for a playoff contender as he dumps in his first pitch of the day, strike one, to another new acquisition in Jonathan VR for the A's.
Yeah, and how about Jonathan VR, former shortstop playing second base here for Oakland?
Yeah, making the transition. Looked like he might be a cornerstone for the Marlins, playing that shortstop position, but now shifting over. The Marlins selling once again at the deadline, and I'm sure VR is probably happy to trade shortstop for second base when you trade fourth place for first.
Well, being a former Astro as well, definitely be happy to be on the Athletics at this point in time.
Slices that one down the left field line, but pushes a little too far foul. Count remains 1-2. Big curveball and a swing and a miss by VR. Good off speed there by Wacha.
Yeah, Wacha's looking pretty solid coming out the gate. Definitely getting VR where he wanted him to be, and got a couple of tips off of him, but trying to keep that pitch count low here in the first.
12-6 action, so tough to hit, especially when you throw it with the velocity that Wacha does. As Marcus Simeon's going to take his hack, he'll come up empty 0-1. Simeon, the reason that VR is making that switch from short to second base, Simeon's got that held down for the A's. However, Simeon bumps down. He had been leading off for much of the season. But I think that fits this Oakland lineup a little bit better. Simeon with 20, maybe 25 home run power. So maybe good to get that bat a little farther down in the order. Maybe have VR on base and make some of those homers worth another run.
Yeah, and the former White Sox here watching another pitch go by, trying to get ahead in the count.
So Wacha into the wind. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back, 1-2. Some good swings by these A's players, but what I'm noticing is some great location by Wacha.
Simeon finding Oakland pretty much home out of the San Francisco area. Grew up around this area.
And right there is some more location as Wacha just paints one right on the outside corner at the knees. He couldn't have walked that one up any better. He locks up Simeon, and that'll be strikeout number 2, out number 2, as it'll be Chris Davis standing in.
You got to imagine coming into today's game, both teams having identical records, but when you look at the Athletics being 2.5 games ahead of the Astros, but yet Atlanta being 5.5 behind the Nationals, just amazing the difference in the strength of these two divisions.
Yeah, the AL West, I believe, most people thought it would be a cakewalk for the Astros. Obviously, some adversity maybe keeping them from having another dominant season. But the A's, I think most people thought that they would have a good team, but now they're seeing how long they can hold on. But you're right, the rest of the AL West still rebuilding. The Angels not quite there. The Rangers not quite there. The Mariners have been the Mariners. What can I say, for the better part of 2 decades. With the NL East, yeah, definitely a little bit more depth there, as we are going to have Wacha striking out the side. He did not care for the analysis of the divisions at all. He gets right to business, strikes out the side in the first. We go to the second. Still no score here in Oakland.
And Marcell Ozuna coming up 6 for 33 in the last 10 games, a 182 batting average. Gotta wonder what he's going to be able to put up anything at his first at bat today.
Former Marlin, former Cardinal, and then signed in free agency by the Braves. I think that was their big shot they took. They made a bunch of signings, a lot in the bullpen, but Ozuna was the one big bat added to an already scary lineup They had to replace Josh Donaldson, who left after spending 1 year, one very profitable year with the Braves, hitting those 30-some home runs, getting himself a big contract. So the Braves went out and replaced his bat with Ozuna, and that's been just what they needed so far. He's been able to swing a good stick, provide some power, some backup for Freddie Freeman and Acuna in the power category. And this is, once again, one of the more dangerous offenses in the National League because of it.
Yeah, the theme I'm seeing here today with a lot of these guys been around for about 7 years in the league.
You know, that one's fouled off. Count's still 1-2. And, you know, as quick as they're bringing up guys with potential, you do tend to see that now. It used to be that guys would be stars right away, but they weren't getting to the show till they were 25, 26 years old. Now the trend seems to be get them up there early, have them take a lump or two in the first year or two. But then right as they're hitting their prime, they're also used to seeing MLB pitching. They're used to seeing they're used to going through the grind of 162 games, the road trips and all that. So their mental prime and physical prime are hitting at the exact same time. So the 1-2 by Manaea is fanned on. Great changeup diving low and away to Ozuna. Gets him out in front. So both pitchers starting off strong here. Absolutely beautiful changeup by Manaea.
Definitely favoring the outside of the strike box there, and good calling so far by the ump. Those outside pitches can get a little dicey. You wonder where some of those questionable calls can come into play, but so far here, everything looks been pretty solid.
Well, there's one that might be up or even away. Catches the very up and outside corner to Ender Inciarte, and they're going to try to go back there again. Well, that's what you do when you get a borderline call. You see if you can stretch that border a little bit. Manaea does it, locates it well, but a little bit too far outside for the liking of the home plate umpire there, and it's 1-1.
Inciarte, the former Diamondback, pops it up there.
Popped up behind the plate. No problem there for Austin Allen. If there's one place you don't want to hit a pop-up in foul territory, it is in Oakland. There is about 5 acres of foul ground out there.
Well, and just like that, I mean, Atlanta not getting anything going as far as offensively so far in this game, already facing 2 outs here in the top of the second.
So in steps the Atlanta catcher, Travis d'Arnaud. Another acquisition in the offseason by the Braves. Another acquisition from the Mets by the Braves in the offseason. Has not quite turned in the benefits the Atlanta Braves were hoping for. Thought he could be an everyday guy, but instead he's been splitting time with Tyler Flowers. The average not up there, not much power, probably a little bit defensively than Flowers, but not quite what they were hoping for when they signed him.
Well, and he's been out in California before. He played for the Dodgers.
Swung on and missed, but he's going to beat out a changeup that bounces away from Allen. So that's how the first base runner of the afternoon for either team gets on. As Manaea had him fooled badly with off speed in the dirt, but it bounces far enough away that d'Arnaud's able to chug his way on down to first base. Not exactly a burner, but it got a good 20 feet away from Allen. So that'll be a man on first with 2 outs here for Atlanta DH Austin Riley.
And I guess if you can't rely on your bat to get the job done, you got to rely on the legs, and it looks like he powered that one out.
Nope. Manaea deals, and that one, looked like it was on the outside corner, but doesn't get the call. 1-0.
And Riley, kind of a change position player here. Can substitute both outfield and for third base.
Manaea working from the stretch for the first time today. The 1-0 misses low, 2-0. Yeah, and Riley, he came up as a third baseman. He played a lot in left field last season, his rookie year, because of Josh Donaldson playing so well over at third. Manaea sets the 2-0 pitch. That one will get in just under the letters, 2-1. The Braves hoping that Riley would be the third baseman of the future. There are always concerns about his glove. And when they put him out in left field, it wasn't much better there as he swings and strokes one. Hard hit, but right out to shortstop. Simeon takes care of that one, goes the short way, and down go the Braves here in the second. So no runs, no hits, no errors. One left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. 0-0 here in Oakland.
Leading off for the A's.
So it'll be second time up for the A's here. Cleanup hitter and first baseman Matt Olson digging in. Plenty of power in this Oakland lineup. Olson with 24 home runs already on the season. There you see what's so common today in baseball, that big left-handed shift. Shortstop Dansby Swanson a good step or two to the first base side of second base.
You got to really, I was gonna say, you got to really favor the guys who can beat the shift, the left-handed batters that see that and they actually can hit it out there in left field.
And there you go, right on cue. Olson's going to beat the shift. That one's going to get all the way to the track. Run down, but too much momentum going towards the wall.
That's the effect of that shift beating batter right there. You get a double out of that one.
Yeah, Ozuna doing a good job to track it down before it got all the way to the fence, but such a long run, had no chance at all to throw out Olson, just as you were getting at, or at least what I think you were getting at. That's what hitters need to do. I get the whole analytics science saying, you know, if you just keep on hitting home runs, it's worth a bunch of ground outs into the shift. But you got to know the situation. And if they're going to pitch you away, and if it's not a spot where you really need to swing for the fences and you can line one to an unoccupied third base, why not do that? And when the time comes where you really need the big swing, then go ahead, knock yourself out trying to power it over the fence.
Well, and you know, the Oakland A's definitely have a history of being a team that appreciates guys who can get on base over the home run hitters.
That's Matt Chapman lining one to right. The perfectly positioned was Inciarte, tagging up as Olson. Good heads-up play by Olson there. Not a speed demon, but I think he saw that Inciarte didn't quite square that one up. Wasn't in a good spot to set and throw, and he went ahead and took third. And speaking of, you know, being analytic or playing heads-up baseball, being smart, that's what you got to do. A little bit of small ball there puts a runner on third with less than 2 outs. As now Mark Canna's up at the bat.
And Canna, a good opportunity here for him to get the sac fly to put the Athletics on the board first here in the second inning.
Good pitch there inside net the knees by Wacha, 1-1. No score here in the second. The 1-1 pitch to Canna. Front door curveball is going to get in. I'm sorry, that was a circle change there by Wacha. Dangerous pitch, but he gets it for strike two as Canna lines one. That's going to be gloved by Echeverria. Great backhanded play, saves a run. As Olson goes sprawling back into third. Web Gem nominee right there.
Great awareness by Inciarte to get back on third there as the ball hit right beside him.
So that'll bring up Ramon Laureano. He's been at both the top and the bottom of the A's order throughout the season. As much pop as a lot of these guys have, Laureano not quite one to put himself on that list. The chance for a 2-out RBI as he lines that one just foul down the third base line. It'll be 1-1. So Wacha, after giving up the leadoff double, a chance to pitch himself out of this jam.
And Laureano 2 years in with the Athletics here.
At the ball.
That one's going to miss low. A lot of changeups by both these pitchers today. Wacha sets at the belt, the 2-1. That one's going to be a fastball, same spot as the last one. Dug out of the dirt by Darno, and it's 3-1.
And Piscotti is going to be on deck following Laureano.
Swung on a miss, taking something off yet again. Count will be full. 3-2 to Laureano is on and roped, but just foul. He tagged that one.
Oakland's so close to scoring here.
That one Wacha lets get away from him a little bit. can't necessarily blame him. As big of a cut as Laureano had at that last one. Maybe he thought he was in his head a bit, knew what was coming. But that'll be a walk to Laureano, and there'll be runners on the corners with 2 outs as right fielder Stephen Piscotti stands in for Oakland.
Yeah, the former Cardinal now coming in for his first at-bat here in the second. Gotta wonder if he's been anything could get going here with the 2 runners on.
Piscotti, first pitch swinging, gloved by Freeman. Steps on first, and that will do it for the A's. They threaten but get nothing across. First hit of the day by Olsen, but he's stranded at third. 2 stranded by the A's in the inning, thanks to a couple of good plays on the corners. One by Echeverria, one by Freeman, and we go to the 3rd inning, still scoreless.
Leading off for the Braves, the shortstop, Gansby.
32 pitches you see there. 32 coming out of the previous inning. Wonder if he's going to be able to get out of the 3rd with a low pitch count, or if he might even start looking towards warming somebody up.
Just want to throw a shout out to the Twitch stream and our resident trivia expert, the big guy. Try my best to read it. I think one of the answers is Eddie Matthews. Maybe he can tell me. I don't think I saw his name up there yet. It's Manaea still cruising. Swanson way out in front of the changeup, 0-2.
Yeah, he's definitely favoring the low and outside portion of the strike box here and getting those batters to bite on him every time.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Hey, there it is. Put Eddie Matthews on the board. Manaea winds the 1-2 to Swanson. He swung on and lined to right. That one is going to get down for a hit. So first hit of the day for the Braves. Dansby Swanson stays on one. Takes that pitch at the knees and just drives it the opposite way. Good inside-out swing there for Swanson.
It's like he's definitely trying to keep that pitch count, or excuse me, the pitch location low here.
Yeah, Manaea not exactly a fireballer. Usually that means you've got to pitch closer to the knees. Can't get away with too many mistakes. You can be crafty if you really think about it and spot stuff and locate stuff. But when you miss out over the plate and up above the thighs and don't have 94, 95 miles per hour behind it, things can get bad in a hurry. The 1-1 to Echeverria.
I'm talking about a guy who's been in the league quite a while here. Echeverria has been in since 2010 and played for a number of teams: Tampa Bay Rays, the Marlins, and even the Yankees, and even the Mets.
Yeah, great glove on him. That's what's kept him in the league. He can play basically any infield position. Has always had good soft hands and a good arm. Every once in a while, he'll surprise you with the bat. As there he tries to. He tees off on one to deep left field. That one's going to be run down, though. Maybe hung up in the wind. Looked like he got a piece of it there, but Canna runs it down just shy of the track. Off the bat, I thought that might be some trouble.
And it definitely looked like it was going to get to the wall, and Canna going back to the warning track, and he was able to snag that one out pretty easy.
So Manaea far from out of the woods. Swanson stays on first. Quick throw over there. Back in plenty of time, but now has to deal with Acuna. Acuna popped out behind the bag at second, his first time up.
And we're starting to see the batting order come back around to the top. And they've got to look at this pitcher. You got to wonder if they're going to start, producing here a little bit more than what we've seen in the previous innings.
Yeah, and again, when you've got a guy who isn't a power pitcher, that's where you really need to be able to locate 2 or more pitches, preferably 3, if you're going to stick as a starter. Because it's one thing to have location issues, but the second and third time through still be able to just overpower a batter. But when you're on a 91, 92 mile per hour fastball and you can't locate a changeup or a curve, things get really tough and tricky when you start tiring out and everyone's seen that fastball a bunch.
Nakuno right there looking like he's struggling, trying to find the pitch that he wants. Kind of looked like he lazily swung at that one, just a little unsure.
The 1-2 fastball runs in. It'll be 2-2. See, Manaea's got himself a fan out there.
The kid.
Swanson leads off of first. Acuna waits the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and a rocketed foul down the left field line. That was a bit of a mistake. Tried to come in with an off-speed, caught too much of the plate, and Acuna just missed that one. But we'll do it again here at 2-2. That time he put it where he wanted it, but Acuna lays off of it. 3-2.
Now we see the pitcher getting up close to that 50 pitch count here in the third inning, and we're going to start to see any kind of slippage here on his accuracy that he's had so far.
So full count. That one's going to miss outside. Didn't want to challenge Acuna, but now finds himself in a bit of a jam, does Manaea. As it'll be runners on first and second, on out, and Ozzy Albies striding to the plate. So Manaea in his first trouble of the day. Leadoff single by Swanson, who's off and running. That one's going to be tagged, and it's going to be through the hole into left field. Not sure why Swanson didn't go. I thought he was running on the pitch. It looked like he broke. He was running.
The first baseman,
I think he could have made it home easily, but he gets the hard red light. But now it'll be bases loaded and Freddie Freeman at bat.
Hopefully that decision doesn't come back to haunt him later in this game. They're decided by one run.
So Manaea stays with the off-speed stuff, misses low. I understand pitching carefully, but he is fresh out of bases to put anyone, and still just one out in the inning. He is going to have to do something against the great bat of Freddie Freeman. 1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled away. It's the same pitch he got Freeman to fan on back in the first.
Now Freeman, though, looks like he is getting some timing down here. Maybe looking for something big, especially with these bases loaded.
There's a great fastball on the corner. Paints the outside there. So Manaea now ahead 1-2, battling hard against one of the best bats in this Braves order in Freeman. You'd think he would go off speed here, but again, don't want to mess around and get yourself into a full count. Manaea sets. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and looped foul.
You got to wonder if Manaea is a little intimidated seeing a multiple MLB All-Star at the plate with bases loaded here.
Mixing it up well, going inside, outside, inside. Let's see where it goes this time. He goes back outside. So making good pitches, but Freddie Freeman, to his credit, getting his bat to all of them. So we'll do it again at 1-2.
Maybe Manaea might try something low and away here.
Swung on and missed, and for the second time today, Freddie Freeman goes down swinging. That time chasing a floating curve or maybe slider outside of the zone.
Definitely where you want to go. If you guys got your timing in the box, you're going to want to make a chase because you're going to put the wrong pitch inside that box and you're going to be looking at a 4-run deficit.
So still not out of the woods. Base is still loaded. Marcelo Ozuna up, and he swings through a first pitch fastball. Quickly 0-1. Ozuna also a strikeout victim of Manaea to lead off the second. Now if you're the Braves, you just want to put something in play and make the A's at least earn an out here. 0-1 is just below the knees, 1-1.
He's definitely still continuing to keep that pitch location below the knees.
Manaea working hard, delivers here. He hangs that one, and Ozuna all over the yanks at foul. It's about the third time today a Braves hitter has been out in front of an off-speed pitch that caught too much of the zone up in the zone, but they have not been able to straighten one out. It's now a 1-2 pitch by Manaea. Is swung on and missed. What a piece of pitching by Manaea. Bases loaded with one out, and he strikes out the heart of the Braves order to get out of the jam here in the third. We go to the bottom half. Still no score here in Oakland. Sledge, that is a gutsy effort there by Manaea.
Yeah, it definitely could be to see the sideline reporter Heidi Watney giving her thoughts on this game so far, but definitely a very, very close game and some scary situations there for Oakland. But Manaea definitely showing why he worth every penny.
And again, it's one thing if you're a guy like Verlander or DeGrom who can get in a bases loaded jam and say, to hell with it, I'm going to throw 99 at the letters and try to strike out 2 or 3 guys in a row. Manaea does not have that option, and to be able to go through the quality of bats that he did while not giving up not only a run, but any contact, striking out 2 guys like that, that is saying something for pitch selection and pitch location.
When you got to, talking about pitch selection, I mean, you look at Manaea and you look at Wacha here, look at the pitching difference between these 2 pitchers and what they've had to face so far. And it's almost, Wacha's almost facing half the amount of pitches that Manaea is, but yet still a 0-0 score here in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, and Oakland just now getting to the bottom of its lineup as catcher Austin Allen stands in. He fouls that one off, and it counts 0-2. So, yeah, Wacha definitely pitching a bit more efficiently, but Manaea is still getting it done at least on the scoreboard.
1 ball.
As Allen takes that one wild high, 1-2.
Yeah, and Allen, not too many years in this league, former San Diego Padre.
Yeah, just his second full-time season. He shifted himself up the Pacific Coast and trying to catch on here. Definitely not a big piece in the offensive side of this A's lineup. But trying to hold down the fort behind the plate there, he's not going to get it done inside the batter's box as Wacha fans in this 4th strikeout of the game. First one since the first inning when he fanned the side. He ties up Allen there, and that's 1 down quickly here in the 3rd.
I tell you, Mike, you got to be, for somebody who put in the trade for Wacha, you definitely got to be patting yourself on the back so far in this Oakland game, going up against such a great team who's leading their division, and just like you said, efficient pitching coming out these first few innings, and already we're staring down a possible 1-2-3.
Yeah, and that's going to be the name of the game for both pitchers in this ball game is keeping leadoff runners off, just keeping runners in general off base, because both of these lineups can just hit you so hard. Back-to-back home runs, definitely a possibility when you look at the middle of these orders. So the best thing you can do is at least not have the top and bottom of the order getting on base and perhaps providing 2- and 3-run homers, as VR is going to shoot that one down the left field line. It's going to drop in for a hit, but credit to Ozuna over there in a hurry. Backhands it, fires it into second base, and that's going to keep VR to a single here with 1 out.
How about that backwards grab from Ozuna to be able to turn and pivot and fire that one and prevent a double there from
that one. Good stop by Darnode. And yeah, really a risky play, an athletic play for sure by Ozuna, but you've really got to commit to charging hard, backhanding, stopping, and throwing. A lot of moving parts, and if you botch that and it goes off the heel of your glove and all the way to the wall, you're no longer talking double. You're going to have a guy standing on 3rd.
How about the stats right there? 70 RBIs. And the Simeon there, and attempted pickoff play. Not effective.
Time to throw a little bit better, but VR still easily back in time.
I think it said Simeon's 8th, I believe. 6th or 8th overall in RBIs in the league.
And when you think about the speed that VR brings to this Oakland batting order now that it really didn't have a ton of, maybe now they do start the running game a bit, especially with an RBI guy like Simeon batting with 1 out. As Wacha deals, and that one just inside 3-1. Probably think twice about running here now with the hitters count. Davis on deck. Hoping that Simeon can barrel one up. The 3-1 is swung on and popped foul. That'd be 10 rows back in any other stadium, but Freeman's going to run that down. So another victim of foul ground here in Oakland is Simeon. That'll be 2 down here in the 3rd. Chris Davis coming up.
Also credit that to Wacha's efficient pitching. Definitely not providing some aimful pitches there for these guys to put into fair play.
Nope, at the ball.
Wacha fires, misses just high, 1-0.
lot of signals coming out of the Oakland dugout. Gotta wonder what these guys are up to.
Well, now with 2 outs, maybe you put VR in motion again. Worst case scenario, you've got 3, 4, 5 leading off the next inning if you would get caught stealing. So now count runs to 2-0.
Basically, how we've seen Atlanta been hitting or making contact so far, you got to wonder if they're going to be facing possible runs coming up here at the top of the fourth. You might want to have your best guys going into the next time you're at bat. Or forward thinking.
Wacha definitely cognizant of VR speed over at first. That's the 4th time he's thrown over. As he sets and fires. Davis swings and misses. Good pitch at the knees. Davis pulled off of that one. Now 2-1. Wacha deals again. Check swing. Did he go? Oh, they won't even appeal.
Tried to get him to chase that one, and he's not going to bite on it.
So another 3-1 hitters count. Wacha induced the pop-up last time. Here he goes with the off-speed, and Davis out in front of it. Mind games being played there. A bold 3-1 changeup. Now the full count. That one's going to be popped up. Freeman on his horse again. And another pop-out deep into foul territory is going to run the A's right out of this. So the hit by VR does nothing. He's stranded at first base. We go to the 4th. Nothing.
I tell you, Mike, you got to wonder if you're an Oakland fan, you got to want to see some seats come back over there after seeing 2 pop-ups in that direct area being caught.
Yeah, well, especially now with the Raiders out of town, there's no reason to leave it there to make space for the football field. So enter NCarte leading off the 4th for the Braves. NCarte battling back, getting himself back into the everyday lineup after missing much of the 2019 season, a nagging injury. Then he kind of fell victim to everybody else playing really well. Got stuck down in the minors for a little longer than it took him to get healthy.
Yeah, being 29 years old, you don't bounce back from injuries like you do when you're in your early 20s. Good to see him back out here playing.
And he used to be just go-to Gold Glove caliber center fielder. I think he still is a great defensive fielder, but if a guy like Ronald Acuna says that he likes center field, well, what are you going to do? Tell him to go somewhere else where he might not be as happy? So the 3-0 count, first 3-0 count by either pitcher today. And Manaea is going to lose him a 4-pitch leadoff walk to NCarte.
Now batting.
I see Manaea here starting to struggle here in the 4th. You got to wonder that 63 pitch count. It's got to start coming into factor into play, and then hopefully, if you're a Braves fan, might start to see him capitalize off of it.
Well, you mentioned the cool day here in the Bay Area, so maybe not laboring as much as if they were in the middle of the absolute firestorm that's all over the eastern seaboard right now.
Well, anything is possible in July, I guess.
But d'Arnaud now stands in. 0 for 1 on the day. NCarte leads off of first. Manaea the pitch. Good fastball right at the knees. Quickly ahead 0-2. So Manaea battling hard again. Sets at the letters. 0-2 is swung on and bounced foul. We'll do it again.
And with no outs, you got to wonder if they might be thinking of sending NCarte to second.
Yeah, maybe a little tougher with the lefty pitcher, but NCarte has the wheels to do it. But here, you're going to have a tailor-made 4-6-3 double play.
Up next for Atlanta.
Once again, getting bailed out of a sticky situation here that could have turned even worse.
And there you see VR already at double play depth, and maybe with NCRT's speed, maybe playing even a half step closer to the base, and that allows him to get to a hard hit ball up the middle. Wasn't bad contact by d'Arnaud, but VR not only able to get to it, but just flipping it backhanded right to Simeon, turns it easily for the twin killing, and just like that, it's 2 down and nobody on for Austin Riley.
Yeah, definitely not the picture I'm sure Riley wanted to see coming up to bat, especially with NCarte being on and the hopes that he was going to possibly maybe have a sacrifice chance at getting a scoring run in.
So Manaea just threw his nicest pitch of the night. Shout out to Tardis wherever he's listening. I know he appreciates that. Pitch number 70 is fouled back our way, 1-2.
Yeah, Manaea still continuing to keep the Athletics out of danger. You wonder when they're going to start to warm these guys up in the bullpen, and as of right now, he's doing it.
Swung on and missed there by Riley. A slider barreling in all the way. Riley way out in front. Steps in the bucket, clears out everything about a half second before the ball gets there, and takes a tough one there. He knows it. Little smile there. I think he was just badly fooled by it. So, no harm done by the leadoff walk. Braves go down in order after the double play. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Still goose eggs all around as Matt Olson steps in to begin the bottom of the fourth for the A's.
Count 1-0.
Another first baseman coming up, a little lefty action here, and you got to wonder what's going to happen. Is he going to get something started? Seems like when they do, that just somehow, some way, there's something that's coming through so far here today and keeping them at that goose egg.
Walk is still with a good pitch count, but I've noticed he's been falling behind guys, getting himself into tough pitchers counts, or good hitters counts, I should say. Falls behind 2-0 there, but now gets foul ball, 2-1. As he deals again to Olson, and that one is going to just inside. So 3-1.
You know, I never knew that Olson had some time out in right field.
Doesn't look like much of an outfielder. There he rips one just foul down the first base line. Counter run full at 3-2. Wacha into the wind. Spikes a curveball there. Olson watching all the way, and he'll draw a leadoff walk. Kind of funny how that happens, especially in those nothing pitchers duels. One guy will get into trouble and get out of it. The next guy will kind of start the next inning off the same way. Maybe he gets out of it. They just kind of seem to match each other pitch for pitch.
Yeah, but, you know, being a pitcher's battle, we have seen some good hits here, too, today. I mean, it's not complete strikeout fest, per se, but...
Chapman's going to ground one to third, and again, what did I say? Leadoff walk followed up by a double play. They're matching each other pitch for pitch here.
Definitely going to be interesting in the later innings here today.
So Chapman blasts that one, and Echevarria gets his glove in front of it, knocks it down. And, you know, good thinking on his part to know the speed or lack thereof of both the guys on the base paths. Knows that he still had time to get the lead runner. And then a good turn by Albies gets two and clears the bases now with Canna coming to the bat.
You don't see a good 5-4-3 double play much.
So Canna lofts one into center. Acuna was playing very deep, but he has a good beat on it. Tracking in all the way and grabs it, and that'll do it. So a pretty efficient inning for Wacha despite the leadoff walk. And we will go to the fifth, still scoreless here in Oakland.
I think, Mike, this is going to be the inning, and maybe Heidi Watney's down there talking about it, but this is definitely going to be the inning here that I think is going to, and what I'm feeling is going to be the make or break so far in this game as far as the score. Atlanta's up against the high pitch count, and it's just only a matter of time, I think, before they're going to break loose. But when you think that Manaea gets out of it, so who knows what's going to happen. But I feel like this inning is going to be the one that's going to be the action inning to watch.
And you saw Ozuna up there with a helmet and bat already in his hand. I guess he thinks they're going to have a big inning because he's 6 batters away.
There you see Swanson, the first round pick in the 2015 MLB draft.
Yeah, originally taken by Arizona, I believe, first ever #1 overall pick to be drafted before he ever made it, or to be traded before he ever made it to the big leagues. He was traded just a year after being taken as the #1 overall guy out of Vanderbilt.
Well, he's 1 for 1 so far here today. Looks like we're getting a little garbled audio.
Heidi, you're one to say that. Manaea with a big fastball catch in the inside corner. That'll run the count full, 3-2.
That's kind of what I was getting at too at the beginning, at this session here, is that Manaea is able to pull off what seems to be, well, I'm jinxing myself with that one, but it seems like he's going to get into a pickle, but he seems to work himself out of it, and I think that's why you're not seeing that bullpen start warming up some arms over there.
Yeah, the second straight inning for Manaea, the third consecutive half inning, is led off with a walk. See if the Braves can do any better this time around as Denny Echevarria stands in. A couple of good defensive plays here. He got a hold of one last time. Gave the A's a scare, but kind of ran it down on the warning track.
How about that average for the last 3 games? Batting .400 average, 2 for 5.
He's got a streaky bat, and again, it does have a little bit of power when he can run into a fastball. And now you got to tread carefully here. Doesn't want to put more on for the top of the order.
I got 2-1 the count.
Well, are we going to see what we've seen so far here, or shall I jinx it and say the leadoff walk followed by the quintessential double play?
Yeah, I think this is a huge at bat here for Manaea. You getting out here, your leash is probably extended, but you put 2 on with the third time through the order coming up, and you would have to think that guys are going to at least think about getting loose in the bullpen, but here will get Echevarria to sky out to center. Not deep. Swanson retreats back to first base. Laureano, no trouble there, even with the high sky this afternoon out in Oakland. And that'll be one away to bring up Acuna.
Now looking back at that decision at third, now you wonder if they should have tried it when they had the opportunity.
Manaea fires one in. Acuna looked like he was watching all the way. Usually very aggressive. No one swings, especially out of the leadoff role. I've never seen someone swing at so many first pitches of ball games as Acuna.
And Acuna signed out of Venezuela.
There, Allen egging on Manaea, getting the pitch he wants, tells him just as much as he's ahead of Acuna 0-2. Still got to be careful here. Manaea sets and deals that one off speed. Acuna beats it off. Count remains 0-2.
Well, they're definitely going to need to see some offense generating here. Hopefully Acuna can deliver.
Acuna skies that one deep, but slicing foul down the right field line. Still 0-2. Manaea wants no part of the middle of the zone here. Acuna not backing off one bit with the swings. That one's going to miss low, 1-2.
He retreats back to that low pitch yet again to prevent Acuna from having anything to swing at.
Manaea deals, and another changeup produces another strikeout. 7th punch out of the day for Manaea, as Acuna just couldn't help himself. And I got to tell you, righty on lefty, lefty on righty, when you have that opposite matchup there and you throw a good changeup low and away, it's almost impossible to lay off of it.
You saw how early, looking at that replay, Acuna's swing was. He definitely was anticipating something much faster.
Runner moving, and Allen is going to nail him. Swanson, a dead duck at second. Rifle shot by Allen is going to end this inning. So once again, a leadoff runner on. Can't do anything with it. The swipe tag by VR in time. And that will do it for the Braves here in the 5th. We go to the bottom half. Still no score here in Oakland.
Heidi Watney yet again on the sidelines reporting. Got to wonder what they're going to think of next inning here, if they're going to keep Manaea out, or it looks like he's been doing solid with nothing on the scoreboard before they start thinking about bringing in that relief pitcher.
He's thrown more pitches than Wacha, but at the same time, it's not way up there. He's a durable guy. Maybe you have some second thoughts, less than a year removed from the shoulder surgery, or I guess maybe a year and a half removed, but he's started plenty of games, no issues so far, so maybe one more time through the meat of the order. His first pitch swinging there, that one's going to be lofted out to right. No problem for Enciarte. That'll be one pitch, one out here in the 5th.
Laureano's going to go for 2 there. First time at bat getting the walk. just not going to be able to deliver here.
Looking ahead, you've got 2, 3, 4 in the order, Albies, Freeman, and Ozuna. I think you've at least got to send Manaea back out there. Now, if you give up another leadoff walk, maybe you have someone ready. Maybe you'd have someone warming up this inning just in case. But he's gotten you this far. He hasn't allowed a run. I think you got to let him keep pitching his ball game.
Yeah, especially if pitcher's out there and he's in his element, he's in his zone. As long as he's not getting up anything too great, I would have to agree.
So Wacha pours that one in. And speaking of bullpens, the Braves do have one up in the bullpen. It'd be Sean Newcomb. Starter turned reliever. Not quite sure why. Wacha's been mostly cruising. Got in some early trouble, I think, back in the second or third inning. But other than that, it's been just the leadoff walk in the third, followed by the double play. It's been about it. As Piscotty swings and fouls that one into the dirt, 1-2.
And Wacha's definitely looking like he's getting these batters to bite on what he wants them to swing at. Still keeping it to the outside, as you see there.
Yeah, he still has all the location. Manaea has gotten away with some mistake pitches. Wacha really hasn't made any mistakes at all. He might miss a little farther away or down than what he's aiming for, but he's not missing over the plate. Because there you see another one just right on the inside corner, and Piscotty gets to it, but you can't do anything with it when it's located there.
With the action pitch coming up, you got to wonder, will we see Newcomb this inning?
2-2 is driven, and that one was a mistake. That one hung out over the plate, but Piscotty, just like a few of the Braves hitters, just a bit out in front, as we'll do 2-2 again.
And again, Wacha going to that outside. Like you said, he's getting these guys to bite on that outside pitch.
Yeah, good cutter, spoiled by Piscotty. 2-2 again. That one swung on and tapped to third. Echevarria up with it. Piscotty not exactly hustling down there. Thought he had a few more wheels than that, but little three-hopper. No issue there for the Braves, and that's 2 down here in the fifth.
Now an 0-1.
Allen getting it done behind the plate. Gun down Swanson to end the last inning. See if he can do anything at bat here. Strikeout victim his first time up.
Wacha's cresting above 70 pitches now, and will he get to finish this inning? He's delivering just like we was talking about with Manaea.
Wacha deals well outside. 1-1. In this game, Wacha's been a bit more of a fastball pitcher throughout his career than Manaea, but it has just been amazing to see how many off-speed pitches we've seen, especially in today's game where so much of the name of the game is get ahead in the count and then just, beat people to death with up and in fastballs.
And so far at this at bat with Allen, Wacha definitely keeping the pitch outside the strike box.
It's been more of a chess match than a boxing match. That one is going to be line slicing foul. I believe I did see some action down there in the A's bullpen. Payoff pitch is going to miss inside. Allen draws the walk. Third free pass of the day given up by Wacha. That will roll the lineup over for Jonathan VR. A single down the left field line, his last at bat.
Javier's 1 for 2 today. Been pretty solid once he gets on base. So let's see here, 2 outs if he's going to get anything going. What's going on?
A's fans working themselves up into a bit of a frenzy. Hasn't been a ton to cheer about either way today.
Off the plate, ball 1.
But as we get later into the game, as long as that score remains 0-0, even a guy on first with 2 outs is something to get excited about, I guess.
Well, if you're Wacha, you gotta favor the odds on this one. Veer's 3 for 13 while facing Wacha.
Yeah, it does have that hit the last time up, but kind of like Manaea, VR maybe his last chance to be able to make pitches in the zone and not worry about them really getting tagged. If he would let VR on, then you've got to deal with Simeon, who you mentioned his breakout RBI year. And after that come the big home run bats. It's the 1-2. Great off-speed pitch, that 12-6 curveball, but BR does not bite on it. And it'll be 2-2.
It's definitely tough to lay off something that can look so tempting like that 12-6.
2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and he's got it. Sure-handed Freddie Freeman at it again. It's the second inning he's ended for the A's by way of a 3 unassisted. And that will do it for the A's in the 5th. We go on to the 6th inning. Still no score here in Oakland. We've got ourselves a pitcher's duel.
Definitely was hoping to see a lot more action into the 5th inning, but here again, extending out with our starting pitchers into the 6th.
You know, and sometimes you see that with the getaway days. Everyone's looking to do just that. Everyone comes up swinging. The pitchers are throwing strikes up there as that one is going to be lined into right. What a play by Biscotti. Full extension, diving out ahead of him.
I think Biscotti wanted to show you he still had the wheels after that lousy base running he had at his previous at-bat.
Yeah, might have gotten someone in his ear telling him to give a little more effort. That was maximum effort, maximum risk, too. If that one gets by with the speed of all these, you're talking about a triple, maybe even rounding the bases. As Manaea deals just outside, ball 1 to Freddie Freeman.
And here you see the stats on Freddie Freeman for the last 4 games, a 357 average.
But he has run into his own personal speed bump in the form of Sean Manaea today. 0 for 2 with a pair of punch-outs. Last one coming with the bases loaded back in the 4th. But Manaea treading carefully as he now falls behind 3-0 to Freeman. Can't really say I blame him. Freeman doesn't strike out much, and with 2 big strikeouts, can't be a happy camper right there.
And facing Ozuna on deck. Good opportunity here for the Braves to probably muster up some sort of offense here in the 6th.
So Manaea makes a good pitch there to get strike 1 over at the knees. 3-1. Looks like Olsen wants it upstairs. Sorry, Allen wants it upstairs. That's exactly where Manaea goes. Freeman chases, fouls it off. So Manaea's battled back to 3-2. And here comes the payoff pitch. That one swung on and sliced down the left field line, and that's going to drop in there, just catching inside the line. Freeman's going to be in for a double. And the Braves have something going again, a 1-out double for Freeman. That'll bring Ozuna to the dish.
Ozuna today facing 2 strikeouts in his previous at-bats.
So Manaea's still in there. First pitch, breaking ball at the knees for strike 1. Manaea sets and delivers. Swung on, fouled back.
Well, hopefully he can live up to his nickname, the Big Bear, here, and hopefully score a run or at least get himself on base after what he's faced so far today.
0-2 by Manaea, swung on and driven to center. It's going to hang up for Laureano. It's a good contact by Ozuna, but hits it right at the A's center fielder. No chance for Freeman to advance, and that'll be 2 down here.
Manaea looking to get out of another sticky situation yet again.
That'll bring up Ender Inciarte. That ball swung on and lined down the first base there. So good leather being showcased by both first basemen today. Good placement there defensively for the A's as Bolson's playing off the bag. That easily could have been a double down in the corner and a run, but instead it's a 3 unassisted, and we move on to the bottom of the 6th. Still no score here in Oakland.
And Manaea's going to come out of that one saying he was sub 100 heading into the 7th.
So Wacha still cruising along. They've sat down Newcomb. Now it's a pair of righties up in the Braves bullpen. Chris Martin, Shane Green, both acquired late last year in an attempt to bolster the bullpen, which for the most part worked. They just had the starters go a little haywire in the playoffs. as Simeon swings and smacks that one into right. Inciarte a little bit creative, but gets to it there for out number one.
In this situation, if you're out there as the pitching coach and you got Wacha delivering a wonderful day so far here today, who would you choose to go with?
I'm sorry, one more time there?
Said if you're the pitching coach and you're wondering who to follow up Wacha here today, I mean, who would you choose? You sat down at lefty, now you're pulling up two righties. You've had an effective righty here so far today. I mean, would you go with Green?
Yeah, I think it depends on where you're going to make the move. Is that one skied to right? That's going to get down in front of Inciarte. For the most part, the A's don't have too much in the way of power left-handed bats once you get past Olson. And I think that's the thinking right now of Snicker is if you can get past Davis, if you can get past Olson with Wacha, then you can do whatever you want. You've got a bunch of righties. I would probably go with Green first. If you would get into trouble, maybe then if Newcomb's still warm, you would see him come in to try to take care of Olson. But you got to figure Wacha's going to get a shot here as Davis goes down swinging.
And that's Wacha's fifth strikeout today.
And for the Braves, I believe that Newcomb's really the only middle innings guy who's left-handed for them. So they probably were saving him for the special occasion of having runners on or having less than 2 outs and having to face this guy in Matt Olson. Other than that, they've spent the last 12, 13, 14 months stacking up on good right-handed arms out of the bullpen. So it's really pick and choose, but Green would probably be the first guy out for me, at least if you're going to make the move this inning or next.
Olson here with a 336 on base percentage. Odds are looking pretty good here for him. 1 for 1 so far on the day. If Oakland needs to get something started here in the sixth, this might be the guy to do it.
The 1-2 sails high. It'll run to 2-2. So it looks like if Wacha can get out of this inning, both pitchers will go through 6 with just under 100 pitches. So it really becomes a thinking game for the managers, whether or not they let either of their starters back out, as Wacha is going to run this one full to Olson. Don't really want to give in here.
Yeah, especially with Chapman on deck.
Wacha into the wind, 3-2 pitch. Just misses inside. He has tried that inside corner with the fastball all day. Has not gotten it. Give the umpire credit. Whether you think it's on or off the plate, it's at least been consistent. And Olson draws the free base. And now Snicker's going to come out, and now he wants the lefty. So I guess I was right. Newcomb was still warm, but I don't know why you would bring him in to face a right-handed bat.
It'll be interesting to see here with Newcomb coming out.
Now pitching for Atlanta.
Selected first round of the 2014 MLB draft and was traded to the Braves in 2015.
Yeah, and he's had a strange career with the Braves. Had a couple of great starts, then he kind of went totally haywire. Then he looked like he might be a failed reliever, and then all of a sudden he found a few extra miles per hour and was, a big gun coming out of the bullpen. So always interesting to see what you're going to get out of Newcomb. But now he's got Chapman, who's first pitch swinging and waiting on that fastball. He drives it through the hole into right. Everybody advance one. So one pitch, and Newcomb gives up a single. The A's have a man in scoring position for the first time since, I believe, the third inning.
And Canna now up 0 for 2 with a fly out and a ground out here today. A new pitcher, new opportunities.
It looked like Canna wanted to pull that trigger. It was a high fastball. It's tough to catch up to it, but if you do, you can send it a long way. But didn't quite commit there, and now 0-1. Newcomb sets at the letters, deals again. Took something off that one, a curveball running inside. Canna right off the fist, and quickly ahead 0-2 is Newcomb.
And with Newcomb coming in the game here with 2 outs, definitely don't have to worry about any type of sacrifice play.
In a game full of pitchers escaping jams, the Braves need another one. As he ties Canna in a knot, fists it over to second base. Albies gets it, throws on to Freeman, and that'll do it. So a little bit of a scare there. but Newcomb works out of it, and we are still scoreless as we head to the 7th inning here in Oakland.
From the trends we've seen here today, Mike, you got to look at it coming into the 7th inning. 3 hits each for both these teams in here today, and you can just see what a great pitching battle this game has turned out to be.
Yeah, a few too many walks for either of these pitchers' likings, I would assume, but they've pitched around everything. They've made huge pitches when they had to, as the first pitch of the 7th is the 100th of the day for Manaea, and it's over at the knees for strike 1 to Braves catcher Travis d'Arnaud.
And definitely the decisions here today between the managers, keeping Manaea in, going over 100 here in the 7th. Looking to get a full day out of him. And Wacha being cut off there mid in the 6th. Just interesting to see the decision making here, and gonna wonder for Manaea if it's going to continue to pay off.
d'Arnaud lost that one fairly deep to center, but plenty of room out there. Laureano hauls it in, and one down in the 7th. Yeah, tough one there for Wacha. Arguably his best outing of the season, and he's not even going to have a chance to win it. Can't lose it, but can't win it. As he goes, see, the book on him is finished now. He went 5 2/3, allows just the 3 hits. Struck out 6, I believe. As this one's going to be lofted to shallow right. Piscotti right there. No need to dive on this one. Great play to save a whole lot of trouble last inning, but puts away a can of corn here, and 2 down quickly in the 7th.
Well, let me throw this at you. Would you keep Manaea in the game going into the 8th with the success he's had so far, or would you make the switch?
It is just real tough knowing that Acuna is going to be up either later this inning or early in the next inning. It's real tough. As Swanson sends this one to third. Good running play by Chapman. Puts Swanson away. So a quick inning here. And to answer your question here, Sledge, I would say if the A's score a run this inning, there's no question about it. You run Manaea back out there. He's good for at least 15 to 20 more pitches this far into the season. He's stretched out enough. Now, if they go down in order, you've got the bottom of the order due up with Echevarria. Maybe you send him out there, and if he gets the first out, you let him face Acuna. But the last thing you want to do is, have your pitcher put forth such a great performance already at 7 shutout innings, and then have him make one bad pitch and take the loss because of it. But at the same time, you don't want to hang too much on just your thoughts for the pitcher. You got a game to win out here. As Laureano smokes one, but right at Albies. So quick first out here as Newcomb remains on the mound for the Braves, and it'll be Piscotti standing in for the A's.
Yeah, Piscotti's last at bat, not too much, just grounding out, but who knows? Maybe somebody's got in his ear. We might see something out of him at this facing of Newcomb.
Piscotti's flashed plenty of power in his career. He's just not really been a consistent enough bat to really stick in the middle of any order. It's there. Newcomb stays with the high hard stuff. He's been pitching up in the zone since coming in. 94, 95, all the way up to 96 on that 4-seam fastball. Ahead or behind 2-1 in the count here to Piscotti. Takes something off that time, and Piscotti way out in front of it, 2-2. 2-2 pitch. d'Arnaud wants it low again, a big hook. Piscotti lays off, and the count runs full, 3-2.
I probably wouldn't swing here if I was in his situation.
Swing and a miss on another high fastball. Piscotti couldn't help himself. Those things look so hittable when they're coming in as fast as Newcomb's throwing them. Good luck getting your bat to it.
That one was well above the letters, too. He had to held off. He'd be sitting on first right now.
Yep, that would have been an easy walk, but Piscotti couldn't help himself, and he's now back in the dugout. 2 down here in the 7th, and Austin Allen up to bat. 0 for 1, a strikeout back in the 3rd, a walk back in the 5th.
And here we're going to get to see a little lefty-on-lefty action. See how Allen reacts to the new pitcher here he's facing.
Got to imagine probably a defensive approach. Not a big offensive threat in his own right, but lefty-on-lefty with someone throwing that hard. You'd think that maybe he would try to coax another walk, get it back to the top of the order. It takes a cut there.
1 and 2.
No one catching up to that high heat by
94 miles an hour on that 4-seam.
Allen goes chasing. It's in the dirt, but Darnold up with it easily on to Freeman. And that'll do it for the A's here in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors. Clean inning for Newcomb. He's looked impressive ever since that first pitch swinging single given up to Chapman. You might see him out there for another one with VR leading things off, lefty on lefty once again. But now we head to the top of the 8th.
And it looks like your question's going to get answered here. The question was asked in the previous inning. They stick with Manaea.
Yeah, I think that's the play, at least to begin the inning. And if Echevarria gets on, I think it's no doubt you got to pull him, go with a fresh arm to face the big bats at the top of the lineup. But if you don't, you just got to let the guy go. He's pitching a heck of a game. That one skied out to left center, tracking way into the alley, but that one hung up too far to get down. Laureano covers some ground, but makes a pretty routine catch out there.
Definitely showing some speed to catch that fly ball.
Looking back at Canna, I think Canna had not as far to run, but then again, he's not as much of a runner. Maybe a little bit of a wink and a laugh back there saying, oh, he didn't want to run for that one, big guy.
So Acuna comes up to bat, 0 for 2, walk back in the 3rd, and this is one of the concerns you had with Manaea facing Acuna. What do you think is going to happen here at this at-bat?
I mean, a guy the skill of Acuna with all the power, I don't disagree with leaving Manaea in, but what just happened there as Acuna is going to beat that one out is what you'd be afraid of. Someone with that skill, Manaea really working with 3 pitches, and a guy who's seen all those pitches, now he's facing you kind of tired, and you're seeing all those pitches for a 4th and 5th time, it can get really hard to sneak one by a guy like Acuna. As I think this is the right call. You left him in as far as he could go. Now that a man's on base, let the rest of his team try to finish this one off for him. Now, tough spot since that is his runner on first and Acuna, who, knowing Acuna, especially with a righty coming in, could easily try to steal second here. If he comes around and scores, Manaea could take one of the toughest luck losses we've seen in bop ball. But that is Paul Blackburn's problem now, as he comes in trying to continue what's been a stellar season. ERA solidly under 2.5.
Blackburn, previous with the Las Vegas Aviators, joined with them in March 2019 here with the Athletics.
As he ties up Albies, that's going to be a big out there for Blackburn. Saws off Albies on an excuse me swing. Little humpback liner to VR, and that's 2 down quickly.
And it seems like a trend.
Did you say Aviators or is 51s?
Las Vegas Aviators, yes.
Oh, that is a shame. Freeman stands in a double in his last at bat. A's thinking that Acuna might be moving. Honestly, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. Acuna has 40, maybe even 50 stolen base speed in those legs. And with the bat of Freeman and 2 outs, maybe just trust that Freddie can swing with 1 or 2 strikes and see if you can get Acuna on to second for him.
And Manaea looking on at the 26-year-old Antioch native to hopefully get him out of this inning.
In fact, I take it back. This is almost a must-run situation. The speed of Acuna, if you get him to second base and you trust Freeman, who's batting on pace for a career-high batting average, any hit's going to get Acuna home. I don't know why they're... That one smoked foul, 2-1. It is a fastball count, but Acuna against a right-handed pitcher, he's got the wheels to just take it off the pitcher. So the 2-1 comes in, still no motion. That one's going to miss below the knees, 3-1.
Zuna's on deck, and talking about Blackburn, I mean, coming out of last year, had a 10.64 ERA.
Blackburn stretches the 3-1. Now Acuna on the move.
Ooh, look at that.
So Blackburn gets a big strike to run it to full, but the Braves will easily trade that one. And again, there I think you see the trust in Freddie Freeman. They don't mind having him hitting with 2 strikes, and now the A's saying, no, we any count. Just put him on that newly cleared out first base. So down to first, Freddie Freeman will go. Here's where you see the wheels turning. For everyone who says that baseball is not an exciting game, I get it, but if you really pay attention, it's all the things that happen, all the mind games that happen in between the action that can really make it exciting. As now you see Freeman's going to exit the game as Duvall comes in to pinch run, and Ozuna up to bat looking to get Acuna home. You got to figure any hit that reaches the outfield, you've got to send Acuna.
Yeah, and Ozuna, though he's 0 for 3 today, has the possibility to get on base. And
it's Ozuna, big hack, but he skies it straight up in the air to left, and that one's going to be put away by Acuna. He had a hanger by Blackburn, but he just cut right under it. Mile-high pop-up, reeled in by Acuna, and that will do it. So, still nothing on the scoreboard, but everything's getting just a little bit spicier out there. We're not quite in August yet. We're a long way from September and October, but with 2 teams in the playoff hunt, you can really feel these games starting to get a little bit more intense.
And we're going to see Duvall obviously come in, and now they're bringing the righty Shane Green to come in for Newcomb. Hopefully get a little bit more out of him than they were probably hoping to get out of Newcomb. Like you said earlier, I think they were just trying to get out of that jam that they were in and kept the lefty warm for that.
And maybe Newcomb didn't want a third inning or one more batter, but if he had one more in him, don't know why you wouldn't have stayed with the lefty on lefty as VR. He's going to try to bunt his way on. That one rolls just foul. Maybe something lost into the depths of the scorebook here. As Green's going to lay that one in. VR fouls it off 0-2. The Braves trying to get something going. They took Freeman out of the game when he wasn't even the go-ahead run. He was behind Acuna, and he gets stranded out there, and now he's out of the game, and Duvall's playing first. He's not a terrible first baseman, but he's nowhere near the defensive first baseman that Freeman is. As VR chops that one up the middle, Swanson on the run, gets him by half a step. Great play by Swanson to retire the leadoff man here in the 8th.
And as we close in on our regulation innings here, the decisions that's been made today has kept both these teams at 0, even though we've seen some great offense coming from both teams at times. Somehow, some way, the defense from both these pitchers and outfielders have paid off to keep each team scoreless. You just got to wonder, with that pendulum swinging back and forth that it is, we're about to see a break. We've got to see a break here, hopefully in the next few innings.
Too many big bats throughout each of these lineups for all of them to keep missing the middle of the barrel. But again, like we mentioned midway through the broadcast, when you've got those big swingers, a big portion of the game is to keep guys off base, keep guys out of scoring position where hits or fly balls can score runs. And to the credit of both Wacha and Manaea, they've been able to do that. No one was ever really threatening. You had the one inning for the Braves with the bases loaded. Manaea dug down, struck out Freeman, struck out Ozuna. Other than that, not really an imminent run-scoring situation for either team.
You could see the stress out of the Atlanta management there as they're already starting to warm up 2 more righties in their bullpen, not taking any chances here. And being Green in the game, you got to be a tough situation here because he could get pulled just as fast as Newcomb did, depending upon what happens here in the next 2 batters.
So 2-2 count to Simeon. 1 out here in the 8th. Nobody on. Green sets and delivers. That one swung on again. Simeon dead set on testing that third base bag, trying to get one inside of it. He's missed on a couple straight swings here. We'll do it again at 2-2. Green fires. Simeon swings. Fouls it again.
And there was that cutter. Simeon's like swinging at that one. And he's 0 for 3 on the day, but again, new pitcher, anything can happen here.
Another 2-2 offering. Swung on and spoiled again. Another cutter. That time Green tried to chase it a little farther off the plate. Would have been ball 3, but you got to understand Simeon not wanting to take a chance there. fouls that one off, and we'll do it one more time. Another cutter fouled off. What a battle we've got going here.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Green doesn't want to come off his bread and butter, and Simeon just will not let him get away with it.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a curveball here. Something low and outside to get him to bait on it. He's been seeing something come to the outside, those cutters. What do you do? Go to the low and outside, or do you give him something up above the letters?
I mean, I just don't know how much Green trusts the off-speed stuff. If you do it, you got to keep it down. Try to two-seamer going the other way, trying to keep it down again here, and Simeon's going to foul off a 6th straight pitch.
He's definitely got the timing of that cutter. You know, one. Get it a little bit more pinpoint, and he might keep it in play.
Another 2-2 coming. That one, a slider hung on, but slapped off over the first base dugout. Simeon could have done more with that, but 7 consecutive foul balls. 2-2 once again. Green delivers, and that one is going to freeze him. Two-seamer backs up right on the inside corner. Man, what a showdown. Ultimately won by Green there.
And what you're saying of keeping with the off-speed stuff, you know, he's seen it so much there, and it just almost seemed logical to go with something a little bit fast, and fortunately for Simeon, he watched it go by.
Chris Davis absolutely hammers that one, but in front of it. Davis looking to settle this game all by himself. Plenty of distance, not enough straightness, much like my golf game. So Davis, 0-1 upcoming to Green, or to Davis.
He's 0 for 3 on the day, and last struck out in the 6th. You see just both between pitcher and batter here in such a high-pressure, high-intensity game here. Good pitching battle here in Oakland, and the 2 outs. Anything's possible.
Green with a cutter catches probably too much at the plate for his liking, but Davis watches it go by, and with Davis's swing, a dead pull hitter, the cutter being Green's pitch, you'd have to think he'd try to go low and away with that cutter again. Going to be hard for Davis to get to it.
And when it comes, beautiful bait right there.
Now on a slider, and yeah, Davis couldn't lay off of it and didn't have a chance of getting to it. He goes down swinging, so 2 big strikeouts there for Green. We go to the 9th. That is a lonely scoreboard out there, Sledge.
Definitely not what we were hoping to see here today out of 2 powerhouse teams coming in a good AL/NL matchup, but with 2 great pitchers, you know what we're getting is what you would expect, especially being the coaches of those pitchers.
So Blackburn on for his 2nd inning of work, relieved the A's starter Sean Manaea last inning. Inciarte is going to slap that one up the middle. Good speed. Going to be a tough turn by VR, but he's got it. Good backhand stop and throw by VR. And Inciarte thrown out by a 1.5 as there you see the closed book on Manaea. 7 1/3 pitched. 4 hits, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. 108 pitches strong. A lot of gas in that tank, but unfortunately for both him and Wacha, neither one's going to be going home with a win. Now they just got to hope the team will.
Yeah, and the story we've seen today, anytime a team here trying to get any kind of offense or any kind of momentum going, if they're at bat, it just gets shot down. You know, few feet to the left or to the right, and they get a guy on base. It's just not happening.
Darno now in. Blackburn still dealing, gets that one across the knees, 1-1. Darno to fly out to center last time up. 1-1 pitch is smoked, but right to Olsen at first. He'll take care of it himself. That'll be 2 down here in the 9th.
Give a quick shout out to everybody watching out there in the ML Bodball Twitch chat. Appreciate you sticking with us here today. This one, of course, not as exciting as the game you saw prior to this one, but if you love pitching battles.
Plenty exciting, just with fewer runs.
There you go.
Rays DH Austin Riley up at the dish. Riley 0 for 3. The 0-1 from Blackburn. Curveball floats outside, 1-1.
Now Blackburn looks to be having a little bit better of a 2020 season than he did in 2019, and this. Gotta wonder at what point though they're gonna look to probably go to a closer.
Great backup change up there by Blackburn. Wanted the corner but didn't get it. That thing looked like it came across the outside corner, but again, just as Wacha was missing on that corner, couldn't get anything. It's been a fair call, I think, throughout the game here. As he tries it again.
And I don't want to jinx the calling here, but I think we have seen some pretty solid calling out of the guy behind the catcher.
The 2-2 is swung on and missed right over the bat of Riley. That will do it for the Braves in the ninth. So the good news for the A's, they go through 9 innings and don't give up a run. The bad news is they have yet to score 1-2. So last ups in regulation for the swinging A's. They'll have the middle of the lineup coming up to bat in the bottom of the ninth. And it'll be Shane Green returning for his second inning of work on the mound. Still an enthusiastic crowd here in Oakland. No one's left. Everyone wants to go home happy.
Well, there's an interesting development there in the bullpen. Will Smith, lefty, now warming up out there.
Yeah, he is the Braves closer, but that's the old adage. You play for extra innings on the road, which whether that's this inning or whether you get 2 extras, that would mean you put your best pitcher in, your closer, whatever. You put him in whenever you really need to get the outs. So I'm sure he's getting ready for the back half of the middle of this order. Some of those big bats there. Last thing they want is to go this far and then have a middle reliever serve one up. They'd rather it be the closer throwing those big pitches. As quickly falling behind 3-0 is Shane Green. There you see the big bat of Chapman on deck.
Yeah, that's concerning there, especially if Olsen gets on.
As Green challenges Olsen, but he gets under it, skies it out to center, and Acuna under it. Big out there for Green and the Braves.
Up next for Oakland.
I don't blame the A's for giving the green light there, but if you're going to swing, you got to hit it a bit better than that. It was a very hittable pitch, and Olsen just couldn't get the barrel up to it.
Chapman's up now, 1 for 3 on the day. He had a single back in the 6th.
Green sets and fires. Catches the bottom of the kneecaps. Good fastball, 0-1. Chapman waits the 0-1. Tries a slider that time. Dives down below the knees. 1-1. A's fans leaving.
They can't be.
2 balls, 1 strike.
When it's going to get good. Or they trust that their team's going to pull one out here.
Well, when you've come this far and you've got 2 offensive clubs, you got to figure that statistics favor the home team. The A's with their lineup pretty much always have a chance. Someone's going to be coming up that can hit it hard. As Green with a good pitch on the outside corner there, 2-2.
Amazing, Chapman's not biting on any of the off-speed stuff as well.
But there he takes a cut at one. Another good cutter by Green. Chapman can't get to it. Spins off of that one, and Green with another big strikeout. Now 2 down in the 9th, and it'll be Mark Canna coming up.
Beautiful placement by Green, putting that cutter pretty much in the same area that two-seam fastball prior. Chapman debate on that.
Canna not wasting any time getting to it. Big hack on the first pitch, but comes up empty. Now the 0-1 by Green, another big hack. Canna's sick of waiting. He does not like the zeros on that scoreboard. He wants to go home right now, but 2 big swings and misses, and now behind 0-2 as Green delivers again. That one low, 1-2.
Canna could be a hero here for all of his fans.
That one swung on, crushed, but right back to Green. The fast glove hand. He snares it, throws on to first, and that will do it for regulation for the second straight day here on the second straight game here on the Bop Ball Network. We've got free Bop Ball. We go to the 10th. Still no score in Oakland.
Leading off for the Braves, The shortstop.
Good to see Swanson coming back out here, Mike, in the extra innings. Duvall being placed back. Swanson comes back out now. 1 for 2 on the day, though.
Yeah, things get a little bit squirrely when you get to extra innings, a battle of the bullpens. Although I think it's going to run pretty traditionally because, as Swanson, did he bunt through that? Yes, he did, 0-2. Because of such great efforts given by the starting pitchers. Swanson's going to beat that one into the ground, Simeon up with it over to first, 1 out. You know, it's one thing when you've got a game like the last one here on the Bob Ball Network, a 10-8 extra inning thriller between the Reds and Mets, where maybe you're getting into the bullpen in the 5th and 6th inning and you're running out of arms in a hurry and you got to get creative. But when you've got 2 guys just throwing goose eggs up there, right now the bullpens aren't stressed or taxed at all. You've still got everything kind of set up. Maybe guys have to go a couple pitches more than you want to, but right now neither team, I think, is in too much distress of having to send a guy in to pitch that they really don't want.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Now, you look at Cincinnati, Great American Ballpark, that's a hitter's park, and it showed there earlier in that game. Out here in Oakland, though, a little bit different story, and you mentioned it earlier where they should have taken out put some seats back in there since the football team's moved over, and I know that's definitely cost these guys out here with a few pop-ups.
Chavarria swings and misses on a good changeup by Blackburn. So 2 down quickly here in the 10th. That'll bring up Acuna. 1 for 3, a single and a walk.
Single back in the 8th.
0-1.
Good fastball outside to begin the at-bat with Acuna. See Allen want everything low to Ronald Acuna Jr. Do not want to elevate anything to that man. He will wheel off and put everything into it. There, he smacks one. VR can't get that one. First time we've said that today. VR's been all over the place, but that one gets under his glove. Trickles on out into right, and Acuna's got his second hit in as many at-bats.
The trend is still continuing. It seems like when the great move to get on base is coming at the unfortunate situation of 2 outs for both teams at times.
Yeah, but again, with Acuna's speed, maybe you'll see him go again. The A's certainly thinking about it. You see the pitch out there. Yeah, with Acuna's speed, he could obviously steal and put himself in position to score on anything. Or with a good bat up in all these, anything that gets to the wall, Acuna's going to come home, especially with 2 outs running on contact. Because Albies might have done just that. He smacks that one down the right field line. It's going to get down. Cutting it off is Piscotty. Acuna is going to have to be held at third. Albies in with a double. Credit Piscotty there. If that gets any farther down the line, Acuna is going to be scoring. But the Braves now in business. Runners at second and third with 2 outs. And now you see where the lineup game comes into play. Instead of Freddie Freeman, it is Adam Duvall at the plate.
Duvall coming in for Freeman just a few innings ago, and 213 batting average here so far on the year. I think he's going to pay off.
Yeah, no slouch, plenty of power, but what you'd really rather have is the 320 average of Freeman up with 2 outs and 2 guys in scoring position. As Duvall fans right through a good hard fastball by Blackburn, who's bearing down here. He is going right after Duvall. Wouldn't be surprised after that hard fastball in an 0-2 count to see him try to get Duvall flailing at something away.
And a nice little contact single to the outfield, and it'll put Atlanta on top.
Duvall gets a piece of that. Going to be close. Throw on to first. Great pitcher fielding practice by Blackburn. You don't usually see that out of relievers, but they needed it there. Olsen trusted his pitcher to get where he had to go. Makes the play, flips it on to Blackburn, and he dances out of trouble here. 2 hits given up, but still no runs for either bottom of the 10th inning here in Oakland. And the Braves go into the bullpen once again as Chris Martin enters the game.
Yeah, Chris Martin coming in, 34-year-old out of Arlington, Texas.
Laureano, his first cuss, fires outside, but no.
been with the Braves last 2 years. Started back in 2014 in the league.
Martin sets at the letters. 1-0 pitch, Sauls off Floriano, ground ball, Duval's got it. He's going to have to race to the bag, go there in time. That'll be one down.
Now batting, right fielder, defense.
Definitely something going to be noteworthy to talk about. It had Freeman stayed in the game in that unforeseen circumstance where Duval was coming in as a pinch runner.
Yeah, and I really wonder why. I mean, Freeman not the fastest guy, but neither is Duval. As Martin's going to fire that one just high. 1-0. You see Will Smith, Braves closer, getting loose. Luke Jackson deposed Braves closer. Also warming up.
And Piscotti over 3 on the day here. So definitely something brewing with this guy. I could feel it.
As that one is rifled deep to left center. Ozuna going. You called it. That one's over the wall, and this baby's over. Walk-off home run, Stephen Piscotti in the bottom of the 10th. A's your winner. Piscotti, celebrate it, young man. He trots home, flips the helmet, mobbed by his teammates. And in an afternoon full of great pitching, finally it's one big swing of the bat that ends it. Take a look at the replay. Chris Martin leaves that one over the plate. Piscotti gets all over it. That's a cold play for Chris Martin.
One pitch, one swing, one run, and one game going to the win column there for the Athletics.
So what an afternoon here in Oakland. Two great teams, two teams who I think will be seen in October. But Oakland not only getting another win over the Braves. We talked to Sean Manaea here, player of the game, which I think that's fair. Piscotti with the walk-off heroics, but Manaea got him most of the way there with his great pitching. But not to be lost in the greatness of this game is the fact that the Braves, for their great lineup, this is the second straight game they've been shut out by this A's team. Mike Fiers doing it yesterday, Manaea and Blackburn doing it today, and then Piscotti with the exclamation point on top of it. What a game.
Yeah, Manaea definitely showing what it's like to be a quality starting pitcher, coming out, really delivering here today, going, I would say, over and beyond with 108 pitches, 7.1 innings pitched. I mean, that's your player of the game right there, and I would have to agree with you, Mike.
Yeah, I think that's why you give him player of the game, because it's a shame he couldn't be the winner in this game. But yeah, he did everything he needed to do. And then finally, at long last, an extra inning, gets a little bit of help. And what did we say? I mean, it was going to come down to one big swing. Both teams kept runners off the bases, kept bad things from happening. But in a couple of lineups full of big bats, eventually someone was going to catch all of them.
Yeah, and don't discredit Blackburn as well coming in. He will walk out of here today with the win with his 2.2 innings pitched. But, from a guy who had such a tough season in 2019 to come out here today, clutch, keep his team and keep the Braves from putting anything on the board, it's just impressive from both these two guys.
So as we have done two straight extra inning pop ball games, we're going to keep things moving here. We're going to move it right on out to Kansas City, as we're going to have Tim Moore and Special FX join us. What a game here as we see some of the highlights in the game. A big one there by Piscotti doing it with the glove, and then much louder later with the bat.
And talk about Acuna. Look at the deal, and it's one thing I didn't get a chance to bring up. Acuna's speed. You alluded to it, and it was talking about it quite a bit. But Acuna's speed. He was at second base prior to that ball even touching the glove of the second baseman. Just amazing, and wasn't able to get it done here. Had a couple of chances to come home today, not able to get it. There you see a fly out there from Acuna, and just tough break here today for the Braves. They had a lot of great offense. They had some hits. Just nothing standing their way, and there it is right there. The chance had Duval would have beaten that. Maybe in singing another inning here out of these guys.
Yeah, and this game really just a masterclass in how you pitch, how you think, how you really construct the ball game. I think I called it a 2-run home run by Piscotti. That's how excited I got. That's how much it was worth, I guess. But that's how we end this one. Oakland winning this one 1-0. A great game here on the Bop Ball Network. And as mentioned, we are going to get you right on back out to the Central Time Zone as we are headed to Kansas City. And we are now joined by Tim Moore. How are you doing, Tim?
Great, Mike. How about you? Another extra inning game. How about that? I mean, I can't believe it.
It was something special. That was a great ball game. Incredible pitching, a lot of gamesmanship, a lot of thinking, a lot of wheels turning, and in the end, it comes down to one guy just swinging really hard and clearing it right on over the wall.
I mean, how about that for Stephen Piscotti? You think about all the troubles he's had to go through, even now transitioning over to Oakland. He wasn't even a starter for most of this season, Mike. You know, being a role player and making a big hit there, huge at bat. I mean, that helps this A's team, especially with the Astros, who seem to continue to try to stalk them in that AL West after what was a dreadful start to the year.
Yeah, the Astros early on in the season definitely predicted the team to beat, and to nobody's surprise, they're right in the thick of it. But yeah, if you're the A's, getting out to such a big lead over the Astros and the rest of the AL West, they couldn't have ever felt all that comfortable, but they definitely are feeling that breath on the back of their necks. So a huge one here to get at home against a good team, a team in the Atlanta Braves that could very well be making its own appearance in the playoffs for a third straight season. So lots of good vibes from Oakland. They are glad to get out of there with a win in this one. I see that we are starting things up, so we'll send you right on out and hand the reins over to you, Tim, for Sledge. Great job, man. Awesome rookie debut there. Look forward to doing it again.
Well, I think Piscotty's definitely going to like that rookie call that I made prior to that swing where he sent one over the wall. So definitely glad to be here, looking to call some more out here, and definitely thanks for everybody sticking around out there in ML Bot Ball. And Tim, it's going to be a great day out there. Hopefully you get to see some free baseball here today.
See if we can make it 3 in a row. As I thank you guys so much as we look into Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. Special Effects is supposed to be here in a moment. He's having a mic issue. He is our play-by-play announcer today, but until he gets here, which actually he may have just gotten here, so we shall see. But Willie Adames will step in for the Rays, and we'll talk in just a couple of moments, but it'll be Graterol on the mound for the Royals. And last time I personally saw the pitcher on the Tampa Bay side of Chirinos, well, he walked 6 hitters and still combined with that Rays bullpen for a shutout against a struggling Seattle Mariners offense. Now, obviously, today, this Tampa Bay Rays team facing against a struggling Kansas City Royals team. We'll talk more about that as this game goes on, as the 1-0 is taken downstairs 2-0 to Adames. See Adames 299 to open up the year. Overall, he's a very all-around player, pretty solid shortstop. Pitch. This one hit on the ground. It's going to be fielded by the shortstop of Mondesi and over to first for the first down of the ball game.
Hey, thank you, Tim, for taking over. Well, yeah, thank you for taking over while I was fixing the mic issues. Sometimes you just got to turn it off and turn it back on again. But ends up working out. So, like you mentioned, there's a ground ball right there, and Brewstar Graterol going to be making his major league debut in this one. So, always nice to start out your career with an out.
I mean, it's a lot better than getting hit around, as we've seen the last 2 games at Special FX. Look at it. It's, that one.
Just a little bit of a dribbler back to Brewstar Graterol. Going to flip it over to O'Hearn for out number 2.
I say the last 2 ones, it's been the tall tale of 2 different games. You had a slugfest that resulted in extra innings, and then past one, a nothing affair until Stephen Piscotti hits a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 10th. Makes me want to think what this one's going to be, because again, with no Soler being on this Royals team, FX, a totally different offense for this Royals team. And as we know for the Rays, the offense is minimal to none. It's all the pitching that's made the difference for them.
I mean, I don't want to say the offense is minimal to none. You got some guys out there that can really produce, like this man, Austin Meadows, going to take strike one. They just don't have the big names in the offense, but you got Austin Meadows, you got G-Man Choi is producing. You know, you've got your Yandy Diaz kind of guy, and if they're putting up the numbers, even though they don't have the biggest of names, I think Tampa's going to take it.
And obviously the Royals struggling this year. The Rays still trying to dig back. At one point, they were about 2.5 games off the Yankees in the AL East. Now they sit 6 games back, but have, again, opportunities to try to catch this Yankees ball club.
There's a swing and a miss, 100-mile-an-hour sinker. You can see just why the Royals wanted this guy back in that Jorge Soler deal. Probably the biggest deal we've seen so far, and maybe the biggest deal we're going to see this trade deadline. But if you're living under a rock here in ML Botball, Jorge Soler is now a Los Angeles Dodger. Brewster Graterol, AJ Pollock, and Josiah Gray are with the Kansas City Royals. There's a ground ball to first, and Graterol works a 1-2-3 inning here in his first inning of Major League work. Head to the bottom of the first here in Kansas City with no score.
A great job there by the rookie of Graterol, again making, as you mentioned, that first start. Now here is Yonny Chirinos, special effects. I mean, you look at it, 8-7 record, pretty average. A 4.28 ERA is something to look at because, you know, you see 95 strikeouts, 30 walks. A lot of those runs are as results of really walks for Chirinos. Control tends to be his issue, and I know 30 walks isn't necessarily too high, but it all really depends on how his first 2 innings go for him. It's the ball game ultimately on how it's going to go.
It's been a very streaky pitcher. He's going to start out here with a strike. 0-1 to Edalberto Mondesi. And, of course, he's going to want to stay around the strike zone with this guy because he is second best in the American League in stolen bases, right behind Malik Smith. That one misses low and away, 1-1. And Mondesi definitely going to be one of those pieces that the Royals try and build around. Of course, they just came off of, well, it feels like they just came off of their World Series win. As there's a swing and a miss, 1-2. That was already 5 years ago, back in 2015. And it's just kind of disappointing to see how far they've fallen off from that one. It misses 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And they have to do a lot of rebounding, but they're getting the pieces, and Mondesi being one of them. I mean, he doesn't just have the speed to steal bases, but he's also even showing little flashes of power. Last time I called the Royals game, he led off the game with a home run and then had a couple extra base hits against the New York Yankees.
Very productive piece. He's going to slap this one over towards first base. My screen is freezing up a little bit, but it looks like he's going to take it over to the bag himself for out number 1.
A great job there by Choi. Had a sliding stop and then still had enough time to get up and take it himself. Now here's Whit Merrifield. I'll tell you, Merrifield this year a little bit lower than what his average typically is, a 273. But man, can this kid hit. He every year up there in terms of major leagues, the major league stat totals. Always up there debating to, you know, lead that hit total as well as the double total.
This one's sent out into right field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. So Whit Merrifield going to add to that hit total with a 1-out single. We're going to take a look at this replay right here.
Sat back and took it over the back knee right where you're taught. It was about middle away. And he did a good job to slap it to right field, doing his job. And now this is where the lineup really needs to step up because you see Hunter Dozier, he initially was the cleanup hitter. He now moves up into a 3-hole.
He's not going to do much here. Ground ball, throw to second one, relay to first in time for the double play. So 4-6-3 to end the inning. And I'm going to hop out really quickly because my computer is lagging so much. Still having some technical difficulties. So Tim, take it away on the solo call just for a little bit.
Indeed, as we head to the top of the second inning, Hunter Renfroe will lead it off for the Rays. It'll be 4-5-6. Up for Tampa. As it'll be Renfroe, Choi, and also Satsugo. As one's going to be called for a strike 0-1. And a good 1-2-3 inning for Graterol in his debut. This one misses outside 1-1. Overall, again, he's two teams, well, 2 seasons to say the least. Royals struggled on the road. They do a lot better at home.
That's in. Ball 2.
Right now, obviously, Graterol being at home making his debut as that one misses down and in 2-1 to Renfro. And Renfro, again, having a solid average year, 250. But man, when he can swing the bat, he does have that pop. It's a 2-1 pitch. Swung on a miss, 2-2.
And thank you, Tim. My screen, it was literally probably had like a frame rate of 2 frames per second. So, I couldn't quite call a ball game with that. But thank you once again for hopping on in. Tim Moore, of course, one of our great broadcasters we've got here on the ML Ball Network. And here's going to be a ground ball up the middle. Second baseman with a tough throws against his body, and he gets some over at first for a big out, number 1.
Great stretch there by O'Hearn. I mean, that was a tough play to make, and it was a high throw, and he reached up on the tip of his toes to make that catch. And that's just solid defense all around. 4 consecutive outs already for this rookie Graterol.
So G-Man Choice steps in. You take a look at the infield, well shifted over. O'Hearn, Merrifield, and even Adalberto Mondesi over on the right side with the lone man on the left side, Michael Franco. 1-0 pitch ripped, but foul down the right field line. 1 ball, 1 strike. Blue Star winds and delivers the 1-1. It's going to be a slice foul the other way. Now it's 1-2.
Earlier on in the year, I got to see Casey Mize's first career complete game as well as his first career win. They're all looking good right now.
Slapped on over to first. O'Hearn takes it to the bag, and one first baseman grounds out to the other, as Matt Vasgersian would put it. 2 down here in the second.
Doing a good job right now. He's keeping that ball low, being effective. This is what's needed right now to ultimately get through these innings quickly. 21 pitches, that's an excellent pitch count. Facing a very strong DH here, Satsuga.
Very strong DH and a very, pesky kind of lineup. Like I mentioned, there's not really any of the big names in there, but they can always, fight on at bats and make them drag on longer than they usually should be. So good job by Graterol to get those first couple outs quickly in this inning. Down 2-0 though to Satsugo. He's going to grab the strike zone there with a sinker, 2-1. That one is skied foul, out of play, 2-2. Two pitch. This one's going to go out to center field. Well hit. Going back is the center fielder Pollock. He's on the track. He's at the wall, and that ball is gone. Solo home run for Yoshitomo Tsutsugo. Didn't look like it had much off the bat, but it just kept carrying and carrying the Rays off to an early 1-0 lead.
What a job by Satsuga, and I'll tell you what, of the foreign signings of late, he's by far one of the most underrated, I think. He didn't really have much expectations going into this year in terms of the Rays fans, but man, has this guy lived up to the hype. He takes a low pitch at his knees and drives it all the way through to dead center field off the batter's eye. Rays have their first lead of the game, and unfortunately for Graterol, the first hit he allows is a moonshot.
Still, though, he can not. He doesn't have to hang his head in shame if he can work out of this inning and try and bounce back. 0-1 now to Yandy Diaz. The 0-1 pitch to him is going to be popped up on the infield shortstop. Mondesi comes over and makes the catch for out number 3. Head to the bottom of the second, but not before Yoshitomo Tsutsugo gives the Rays the lead. And a big solo shot out to center field. It's 1-0 Tampa Bay.
And I'll tell you what, Graterol should not hang his head at all. That was still a very good pitch, special effects. When you look at it, he did a great job keeping that pitch low, but Satsugo just utilizing a great piece of hitting. Have that baby up and sent it through center field. And let's see if the Royals can answer back here early on in this one.
Brian O'Hearn going to lead things off in this inning with 19 home runs, already a career high for him. It's the first pitch. Probably could have been number 20 right there if he'd actually swung at it. 0-1. We've got a trivia question from the big guy. So we're looking for the 6 Royals players to have a season with double-digit doubles, triples, home runs, and stolen bases since 1970. So one correct answer already is probably the most obvious one, George Brett. And we'll toss it to you guys to see if you can get any more correct. The 0-2 check swing. Did he go? No, he did not, says our third base umpire tonight. 1-2 to O'Hearn. Gets out in front of it and rips it into right field for a base hit. And a little bit of a bobble out there, but it doesn't look like it's going to hurt the Rays any bit. Leadoff single for Ryan O'Hearn.
Again, Ryan O'Hearn, he loves right-handed pitching, and that time just sat back and turned on that one for a base knock. Royals, again, doing a great job hitting early on. Now you've got to continue moving those runners over one at a time, and you have a hitter coming up that's probably still very underrated in his hitting ability of Salvador Perez. This is a big at-bat here for Salvi.
First pitch misses outside. Yeah, Perez, he's never been known for his offense, but you take a look at the numbers both throughout his career and especially these last couple of seasons. He's not injured. He's producing a lot of offense at the plate. Missed quite a bit of time on the injured list this year as this one's tapped in front of the mound. Picked up. Only play is going to be over at first for out number 1. O'Hearn scoots over to second.
Well, I think the thing, too, when you look at it for Perez, and I know that one was a tap out, was a lot of his injuries have been, really, really rare injuries. If I'm not mistaken, Perez tore his ACL tripping in his hotel in the middle of the season a few years back, if I'm not mistaken. You get an idea of how rare they've been.
So A.J. Pollock, one of the new Royals, is going to ground out to third base quickly for out number 2. Don't really get to talk too much about him, but I'm sure we will keep on going as this game goes along. Instead, we're going to talk about Maikel Franco, who's a great potential bat. He just hasn't quite lived up to expectations, both with the Phillies and now with the Royals. This one's going to be sent out to center field deep. Going back is the center fielder Kiermaier. He's going to make the running catch, and that will end the inning. So the Royals get a leadoff single but can't do anything with it after 2 innings here in Kansas City. 1-0 Tampa. I want to welcome you guys to Kauffman Stadium on Special Effects alongside Tim Moore calling this one for you on a beautiful evening in the Midwest.
And Kiermaier, after making a great play, now he has an opportunity with the bat here.
So the first pitch to Kiermaier is going to be a called strike. Not really known for his offense, definitely in there for his defense, but he can come up in clutch situations. There's a swing and a miss quickly now, 0-2. But the biggest moment I can remember last year in the playoffs, the ALDS, against the Houston Astros as he goes down swinging on the sinker. He had a big 3-run home run to help extend that series, which they would ultimately lose, but didn't get swept and made it actually really tough.
Kiermaier, again, he's a tough out, even though his average hasn't really shown it. I know there he strikes out. He does have some pop, he really can be a guy that when he finds it, he's on a tear. And here's another guy when he finds it is on a tear, Mike Zunino. You see the power numbers, solid 13 home runs. But Zunino, the only dig they really have him is he tends to strike out a lot. He can still be a good bat, just like on the opposite side of Salvador Perez.
Very good bat, very underrated bat. But he did strike out twice in yesterday's ball game, and he's set up for another one here, down 1-2. So here is the pitch from Graterol. It's going to be popped up on the right side. Ryan O'Hearn camps underneath it and makes the catch for out number 2.
Early on, we're starting to see this be a little bit of the shape of the game we just saw prior, the Athletics and the Parades. Moving pace early on, still close, 1-0 game. Graterol's got to get another big out here. And again, these Royals bats, they need to show up consistently now in the bottom half of the inning.
So top of the order, Willie Adames going to send this one back up the middle into center field. So a 2-out base knock will extend the inning for them.
Now batting,
That one was just a curveball, low and in, and turned on it and just sent it right back down the middle where it came from. Good piece of hitting there by Willie Thomas. Brandon Lowe, he likes that kind of pitch, that pitch location too. So let's see if they try to go there again, because I know Lowe is more of a pull type of hitter. Although I shouldn't say Lowe, Lau. Goodness for me getting that wrong. Yeah, you get that wrong from time to time, but yeah, rather Lau, he really likes those low pitches as well.
Nope, outside.
Yeah, well, it's got to be very confusing. You got two guys on the same team that spell the name the same way but pronounce it very differently. Of course, Brandon Lau and Nate Lowe, who is currently on the injured list. So the 2-0 pitch to Lau. Gonna miss for ball 3. Austin Meadows waits on deck. Three balls, no strikes. Man on first is the shortstop Adames. It's called strike 3-1.
Hey, this says a lot about Graterol. The stuff you see is that when you get into a hole, how he answers back is excellent. He looks, very confident out there. Down the count 3-0. All right, I'm going to throw a fastball challenge pitch. Now let's see if he comes back with another one.
Count is 3-2.
Going to get a good swing and miss right there on the sinker. 3 balls and 2 strikes, so that's going to loosen up the runner over from first.
That's nasty. 97 miles an hour on the dot on that sinker. That ball, that pitch isn't made to go that fast, and he makes it look good.
The 3-2 outside for ball 4, so we will see Austin Meadows here in the third inning as Graterol doing well but can't quite control himself just yet.
They tried to attack low and away. He did hit his spot, but it's just a little bit too far out in the zone. I'm sure they're going to try it again here with Austin Meadows, but I think they'll attack in first before they go out.
Well, we shall see if you're right. Checks on the runner at second, Adames. First pitch is going to be in there for strike 1. Austin Meadows, of course, probably one of the more famous trades for how well it went for the Rays and how bad it went for the Pirates. Chris Archer coming over to Pittsburgh, and Austin Meadows, Tyler Glasnow heading to Tampa Bay. Quickly, no balls, 2 strikes, though, on Meadows.
Yeah, this is where you're going to see them tack away. They went in first 2. It's going to go away. Maybe not.
Maybe he goes in instead. Mondesi has it, flips it onto second for out number 3. So Rays make a little bit of noise on the base paths, but can't score. They've already got 1, and Kansas City has none. Heading to the bottom of the third. Let's see if they can change that. You're watching ML Botball on Twitch. Trying to check in with Heidi Watney, but unfortunately her microphone's not working too well. Need to get that fixed, but she's telling us about these Kansas City Royals who are not doing too well, and those numbers might actually be even a little bit too high now that Jorge Soler is off in Los Angeles.
And you see that offense, it's still, again, relatively average, but it goes through its slumps. You take away its biggest bat, well, now you step in a guy like Ryan McBroom here, who steps in a big role. You have to swing well. In a 167, it's not going to do it for you, to say the least.
There's a tapper up the middle, picked up by the second baseman. Off-balance throw, he got him for out number 1. Nice defense here early on from both sides of the diamond.
I'll tell you, that's the one thing here for the Rays. While the offense tends to lack consistency, man, is this defense and pitching staff incredible. That time, Lau backhanded, no problem, fires off the back foot in time, made it look routine. This is what you get out of this middle infield. Both Lau and Adames, they're gold glove type defenders out there in the middle infield.
That will bring up Alex Gordon. At one time, probably one of the more feared batters, maybe not for the power, but just his ability to get on base, and now he's hitting all the way in the number 9 hole. But he's being kept around, veteran presence, very helpful to all the outfielders that the Royals feature. The young guys trying to make it here in the big leagues, and he's just got so many good memories with Kansas City. So it's kind of one of those stories you just want to keep him around.
Both him and Salvi.
This one's popped up. Over into foul territory is Yandy Diaz. He will make the catch for out number 2.
Now batting, number 27.
Top of the order coming up, Adalberto Mondesi grounded out in the first inning. First time through the order, Yanni Chirinos is looking like we're getting the good version of him today. But of course, things can change in a heartbeat with the top of this Royals lineup. Misses outside 1-0.
You know, we mentioned in the top of the broadcast, you could tell after the first 2 innings the kind of day Chirinos is going to have. We're seeing today, he's throwing strikes, and if I'm not mistaken, he's only allowed 2 hits, hasn't walked anyone. Ineffective.
Grounds it up the middle, off-balance throw, and not in time. That was always going to be a tough play. Mondesi with that great speed, slaps it up the middle, and even though the shortstop, Willie Adames, gets to it, he was hustling all the way and beats it out for a single. We'll take a look right here, and yes, tie goes to the runner.
Great job by Mondesi. Now, I'm not surprised if he turns around and tries to steal here in a pitch or two.
As we saw the slide step to try and maybe prevent that. Splitter misses low, 1-0.
They went slide step first, maybe a pitch out. If they can get a strike, they'll try it.
2 balls, no strike.
That one is also out of the zone and checking over at the runner, but not going to do anything.
Now, if he doesn't throw over, this is definitely the pitch you have to go on if you're Mondesi.
So the 2-0 is a called strike, and maybe he's running on this type of pitch. We're going to see Kevin Cash giving some signs, but 2-1 is typically, you know, the either base running count or hit and run type count. So we shall see. Check over at first. I had the same thought that we did.
I don't think you're going to try to hit and run here. It's going to be definitely more of a straight steal if they do.
The 2-1 is sent out into right center field deep. This one's going back, and that one's going to plug the gap for extra bases. Mondesi will cruise around third and score easily. Whit Merrifield with an RBI double, and the Royals have tied things up here in the third inning. It's 1-1.
Again, this is the reason why Whit Merrifield's one of the best bat-off-ball hitters in all of Major League Baseball. I mean, he just sits back and almost essentially inside-outs that thing into the opposite field gap. Yet another double and an RBI for Whit Merrifield. And I mean, this is exactly what the Royals and the doctor ordered.
This one's going to be a single into right field. They're going to send Merrifield home. Throw his cutoff relay into second, and Dozier wasn't paying attention. He will be out, but the run does count. It's 2-1 Royals after 3 innings, after they score a couple here in the third. Lots of excitement to come. Top of the fourth here in Kansas City.
I'll tell you what, the top of the lineup doing exactly what they're paid to do. Hunter Dozier coming up clutch there and hitting an opposite field single. All of a sudden now this rookie Graterol, after allowing that home run to Satsugo, he has his first lead of his career. Now can he hold on, and can the Royals, most importantly, hold on?
Well, really quickly, we're talking to Heidi Watney, who's trying to remind us that we are doing all of this here at ML Bopball for charity. Neither Tim nor I are getting paid to do the broadcasting. We just want to raise money for a great cause, and this week's charity is Meals on Wheels, which supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables American seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. As you know, there's lots of seniors who really are afraid to leave their houses right now, so Meals on Wheels is just a great organization during this COVID pandemic. We've got a donate link that I will toss into the chat, and also any subscriptions to our Twitch channel is going to Meals on Wheels this week, so feel free, if you are able to, send some donations to a great cause, as Graterol is starting off this inning with a 3-0 count. And at this point, you might just want to put him on, because Hunter Renfroe is very dangerous if he gets the right pitch.
Indeed. I mean, we saw Renfroe get a couple of good swings the last time up, but oh my goodness!
3-0, and he hits them with the slider. I don't think there was any intent behind it. Already 3-0. I'll be honest, looking at the replay, that looks much better than I thought it was. I thought it hit him in the head, but just grazed him, you know, on the back where the back meets the shoulder. But still, you know, something to watch out for, because I'm not sure the Rays thought that was, you know, a slip of the ball.
Dude, I thought they didn't hit him in the head. I thought they hit him top shoulder blade, which even is a dangerous spot. It could be flush. Oh, here we go.
Troy's going to send this one out to left center field. Going back is the left fielder, Gordon. He will make the catch for out number 1.
And I'll tell you, that ball initially off the bat there from Troy looked like it was hit a little bit harder than what it actually was. Again, good answer back here from Graterol. Hits a batter on a 3-0 count, and then he throws a strike, and Troy first pitch swinging, regrets it. But now this is the biggest out he has to make here against Satsugo. And I know Satsugo hit a very good pitch that was down in the zone last time. Maybe approach him differently here for Graterol.
Instead, he's going to leave a curveball up, and it's fouled away 0-1. I don't know if that's necessarily the different strategy you want to go with, but it got him ahead in the count. That one misses inside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think that's the way you want to go. You want to attack him in. He's struggled a little bit this season on inside pitches.
Checks the runner at first and delivers the 1-1. Another hanging breaking ball that gets fouled away 1-2. It's almost a little bit surprising, like you mentioned. He hit that home run off of a pretty good pitch low in the zone, but all these hangers, he's not able to find it really well. This one's tapped over to shortstop. Mondesi over to second one. Relay to first. Not in time on the back end, so Graterol still has one more guy to get through.
The third baseman, number 2.
Hey, that one was still close at first, but that time Graterol attacked the low and away corner, went to the slider. I was thinking there was a chance he was going to go sinker, but he sat back and great job, hitting that back door with perfection, getting a routine ground ball. And I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go backdoor here on Diaz if he can get ahead in the count as well.
First one's going to miss high and tight on the curveball. Yandy Diaz, of course, you could probably say the hero of the wild card game last year against the Oakland Athletics with a couple of big home runs. Checks over once again at the runner at first. Misses low in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. That's probably got to be one of the best situations for Graterol. If you're making your major league debut, you've got Salvador Perez, one of the best ever catchers to play the game behind the plate, who can really help you with your craft. That one's strike 1.
Perez is really good at calling games, and he's really known too for making quote-unquote average pitchers really good. And this Royals team, they have a leader back there behind the plate of Perez, but now it's about the pitchers really stepping up. And now again, 3-1 count here. Let's see how Perez approaches behind the plate of what to go with here for Graterol.
Thinking we're going to see his sinker. That's his main pitch. And there's a changeup instead. Misses for ball 4. So Braves once again making some noise on the base paths. Graterol got out of it last time, but can he do the same this time? Kevin Kiermaier 0 for 1 today, struck out in the 3rd inning. 2 for 8 overall this series. He had a home run earlier against the Royals. This first one misses just above the dirt, 1-0.
What I noticed this inning special is that when you look at it, he hasn't really thrown that sinker too much since he got the first out. It's been really all slider and changeup. This time he's thrown back-to-back sinkers, but it's like he's just lost his command. I wonder if you're going to come out here and talk to him in a moment.
If he gets the guy on base, I think you might talk to him, but at the same time, you're 1 out away. Maybe just save this for the dugout because, of course, the mound visits have been limited. They started out with 6, I believe it was a couple of years ago, and then they tanked that number down to even 5 just to try and speed up the pace of play. 2-1 pitch to Kiermaier, strike 2, right down the middle with that fastball. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 on and out. 2-2 is sent out into right center field. Well hit. Going back is the right fielder. He's going to make the catch for out number 3. 4, 5, and 6 coming up for Kansas City. They're up 2-1 here on ML Bopball. So Ryan O'Hearn 1 for 1 today, singled back in the 2nd inning. Try and see if he can make it 2 for 2. And we did get the answers to the trivia question from the big guy. Which Kansas City Royals have ever had a season with 10-plus doubles, triples, home runs, and stolen bases? You had George Brett did it 3 times, Hal McRae did it once, Al Covens did it once, Johnny Damon did it twice, Carlos Beltran did it twice, and then Whit Merrifield did it just the once last season.
I'm telling you right now, we're seeing here the Royals with the lead. Hearn has that shift against him. I wonder if you ever think about trying to bunt. I think the Royals, obviously they have that speed capability, but you wonder if they try to bunt with all the teams that shift them.
Yep, it's interesting with the defensive shift, but we got to see what they plan to do. That one misses outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And I do want to apologize. Graterol is not making his MLB debut, although he is still qualified for being a rookie, but he was a September call-up for the Minnesota Twins last year. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. This is the first punch out of the game for Gianni Torino.
Indeed, well, Chirinos going for that low sinker. Man, was O'Hearn really out in front? I don't know what he was looking for, but even if Chirinos went to his breaking ball, it's an eternity out ahead. Needless to say, the first out and a big out for Chirinos.
That one's a called strike 0-1. So anyway, the mix-up came from, this is actually Graterol's first ever MLB start, but he has come out of the bullpen a few times. Back when he was with the Minnesota Twins, of course, traded in the offseason in that big deal with the Los Angeles Dodgers, kind of a 3-team trade, although they just facilitated it as 2 separate trades. But Kenta Maeda coming over to the Twins, got Brusdar Graterol to the Dodgers, and then the Dodgers also picked up Mookie Betts and David Price, while the Boston Red Sox got Alex Verdugo. That one is pulled foul, no balls and 2 strikes to Salvador Perez.
Royals would like it to work out, obviously, in their future, because he's looked very well today.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. So he only just had his first strikeout. Now he's got his second today, Gianni Chirinos. Big K right there.
That right there, again, another big strikeout, and he continues to really start to pound the zone. You can tell, man, especially, he has his A game today. He just made one mistake last inning that ultimately cost him.
So Pollock is going to sky the first one, foul, 0-1. He's 0 for 10 this series since joining the Kansas City Royals. Of course, he's not used to the starting role. He came off the bench mostly out in Los Angeles. But, talking to some Kansas City higher-ups, they really think that if he's getting everyday starts, he's going to be starting to perform better. And that's part of the reason why they were willing to take on that big contract. The 0-2 misses 1 and 2. They're hoping that either he can be still around by the time that this rebuild is complete. They're hoping around 2022 or 2023. And, if the rebuild is taking a little bit longer, they're still hoping he can produce, and maybe they can flip him around to add some more depth pieces into the minor league system.
I think, too, for Pollock, it's, he was a very good average hitter, then he got hurt, and he really hasn't been the same since his injury.
Well, there's a swing and a miss. So Chirinos, after no strikeouts this afternoon, strikes out the side here in the 4th, headed to the 5th inning here in Kansas City. 2-1 Royals. Nine, 1 and 2. Mike Zunino, the first of those men to take his cuts here in the 5th inning. Popped out his last time up, and 4 innings of work. Graterol's looking good, but not great, I'd say. Lots of traffic on the base paths, but only the 1 run to show for it.
0-1.
But he is pitching well, obviously. One solo home run, again, really was a good pitch, but he's done a good job showing his poise, pitching out of trouble. I'm just a little bit worried, though, because he walked 2 batters in that last inning. If he gets down the count again here, I start thinking maybe his day is slowly coming to an end, even though he's at a relatively low pitch count.
course, you don't want to overwork a young arm. But at the same time, I mean, you'd love to see this guy develop, and the best way to develop someone is to get them more innings pitched. So it's kind of a catch-22 scenarios. There's outside for ball 3. Willie Adames waits on deck, and we're waiting for the nicest pitch of the evening for Graterol. Number 69 misses inside for ball 4. So yet again, he walks a man to lead off the 5th inning.
And that time, just missed inside. That good break there on the sinker. Now again, just try to get a ground ball, be poised. Don't want to obviously let a runner on to lead off the inning. But one thing for Willie Adames has been is that he tends to hit a bunch of ground balls. Get yourself up just right. Maybe okay for Graterol.
So 6 ribbies in his last 6 games for Adames. Already 1 for 2 in this one, but no RBIs to go with it. Runner on first is Zanino. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Low and inside 2-0. And once again, we're starting to see these command issues from Graterol. I mean, he is a very young guy, just 21 years of age, but you know, you'd like to see him get more down the middle. Maybe not down the middle like that one, but you know, just get him over the strike zone, and then you can start working on painting the corners.
I mean, again, he's got to get that sinker going for command. It's like he's lost it in the last 2 innings. And even there, I mean, that's a pitch that's wild away, and it's a terrible swing by Adames. It's like he's just totally lost command of the zone. I think if he allows another base runner here, his day really could be coming to an end early.
2-2 misses inside, 3-2. Brandon Lau will be the next man up. Graterol in danger of walking back-to-back base runners. The 3-2 pitch. Swing the line drive into center field, so it won't be back-to-back walks, but I don't think that's what he was looking for either. 2 men on, nobody out. Brandon Lau coming up.
Starting to look back at the replay here, Graterol almost got a glove on it. That ball was a comebacker right at him. He did a great job getting out of the way. Ultimately, a good piece of hitting by Adames to produce that single. I'm telling you right now, I would definitely waste a mountain visit, though, to talk to Graterol. I know you get 5 in the ball game. And the Royals, they really have nothing to lose because, let's be honest, the season's over. They shipped away their top player of Soler, and they're trying to build so you could kind of keep Graterol out there and have it take it work. Overall, you're going to have to, you know, if this was the race with Torinos on the opposite end, Torinos would be out of the ball game right now. So you're going to have to learn how to dig through these holes, keep it through the deficit. But you got to at least go out there and talk to it, in my opinion.
No doubt. I was just, you know, maybe mentioning that the previous situation with 2 outs wasn't appropriate, but definitely with nobody out might be good, although he might not need a strike 3 called, a 3-pitch strikeout, his second of the evening for out number 1 here. And we're going to take a look at the show track. Looked like it could have been a bit outside. Maybe it was a little bit fooled by that action on the sinker.
I'll tell you that drop that time is only 4 inches. I would say that's actually maybe the least amount of drop his sinkers had today. And again, hitting the back door. Seen him do that time and time again today, especially with the slider. You see here now, he's starting to relocate that sinker. I would not be surprised if he continues to go right at it here.
The 0-1 pitch is going to be chopped foul. No balls and 2 strikes to Austin Meadows, having a fantastic year, but not too well with runners in scoring position. Let's see if he can turn that around in this at-bat. Oh, it's going to hit him. Slider runs inside, and he's had command of his slider before today. But, you know, whenever he has command of one pitch, he can't control the other one. We just saw him working really well with that sinker. Now that slider runs well inside and hits him. Bases are loaded here for the cleanup hitter, Hunter Renfroe.
Yeah, right there. Again, just lost command on an 0-2 pitch. But that's the second time he's lost his slider today. You have to remember he hit his batter earlier. In fact, it was Hunter Renfroe who he hit on a 3-0 count. So I'm eager to see now. Again, bases loaded, 1 out. This is where, again, you start to see exactly what Graterol is made of.
This one is fouled away, 0-1. Four-seam fastball high outside corner. Renfro, formerly of the San Diego Padres, came over in the Tommy Pham trade. The 0-1 swing and a miss. Nice looking changeup right there as he pulled the string on him.
And go to that again here.
He will go to it again, but that one's going to bounce up to the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
If he triples up.
The 1-2 pitch. He will triple up, and that one's going to be called strike 3. Excuse me, that was a slider. Didn't look like it had much lateral action, but it went up and down the longitudinal action for strike 3, second K of the inning. And now he's one step closer to getting out of it unscathed.
I would say it's probably the ugliest slider I've seen in terms of the drop. That just looked like a straight-up change. The velocity was the same. Regardless, it did the job. It got the strikeout. Now he's just, one big pitch away from getting out of this inning without any trouble.
The 0-1 is pulled foul. No balls and 2 strikes to Ji-Man Choi, and that one more pitch could be a strikeout here.
You face the guy who is very clutch for this Tampa Bay Rays team with Choi.
The 0-2, swing out into right field. Coming in is the right fielder, Dozier. He dives. He's not going to get there. 1 run is in, 2 runs are in. And you got to think that's going to be a single. I don't think you discredit Dozier for not being able to make that play, but ugly swing for Choi, and it does work out for Tampa Bay.
I wonder if Choi has had some experience, playing cricket in his career, because that's a cricket-like swing. He just turned around, and again, I just mentioned Choi has that clutch factor. He gets hits in weird ways. I always think about the clutch home runs he's had, but my goodness, I guess you take him where you can get him. A clutch hit by Ji-Man Choi, and I mean, what can you do if you're Graterol there? Made a great pitch, and unfortunately, lands down on the ground for a 2 RBI single.
Could just be karma getting back at him for hanging all of those pitches and not getting punished. But he does have one more guy to get through. Yoshitomo Tsutsugo hit that home run back in the 2nd inning, which got the Rays on the scoreboard. They were up 1-0, but Kansas City took the lead back, made it 2-1, and now Tampa Bay is on top in this seesaw affair, now 3-2. The 2-1 pitch is sent out into right field deep, chasing Dozier back. He's going back. He's going to make the catch on the dead sprint for out number 3. But Ji-Man Choi with a little bit of a 2-run single. And to the bottom of the 5th, Tampa Bay now leads at 3-2 here in Kansas City.
Like how you referenced it, a excuse me single there on that check swing is ultimately now the Rays have the lead for the 2nd time today. But now it goes back to the question, can they keep it? Chirinos, he's been pitching, exceptionally well. Hasn't really walked hitters, has been getting the strikeouts, and if I'm not mistaken, he's come off an inning where he just struck out the side. Overall, he's, again, trying to, keep up this momentum. And now you got to get out. So you face Mike Franco, who's struggled this year. He is a powerhouse machine that can hit extra bases. Also has the capability, or I should say the tendency, rather, of striking out a bunch.
7, 8, and 9 due up against Chirinos, who does have the lead again. First pitch is going to be a called strike. And Chirinos, just very switching topics here, but it's kind of weird to see a starting pitcher who's just going straight from the set. Usually you see bases empty. They're trying to wind up and kind of get that little bit of a rhythm going.
There's some pitchers it works for. For example, Hugh Darvish is another one who does it as well. Some pitchers just prefer that way. They feel like they're more compact, and that's the way for Chirinos. And I think it really does benefit sinker ball pitchers as well that don't really utilize the windup.
That one's going to miss inside now. 2 balls and 1 strike. And, earlier on today we were talking about Graterol's pitch count. Look at Chirinos. So we just start here in the bottom of the 5th inning, 48 pitches.
Pitches to contact very well, and he's had the strikeout total low, hasn't walked too many.
That one might be a bad swing, though. Swinging a fly ball left field deep, going back on the track, and that will be caught on the warning track for out number 1. Hunter Renfro is going to make the catch.
I'll tell you, I thought for a second he had all that one, but just got under it and a little bit out in front there. And I guess for Chirinos, hold your breath. All right, now regather yourself. You face a struggling McBroom, and then you face the 9-hitter ultimately. Just a 1-2-3 inning and send it back to your offense.
So Ryan McBroom, 0 for 1 today. Going to take in the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike. He, of course, has the enormous shoes to fill of Jorge Soler, who left the club in just a couple of days ago. I believe it was late Sunday night, early Monday morning when they finalized the deal, and he was actually able to get on a plane and get out to LA before their game time. It was 12:15 Eastern time when we got that one underway.
And I got to call that game, in fact, and watch him hit 2 massive moonshots in his Dodgers debut.
There's a swing and a miss, strike 3, 4 strikeouts on the day for Chirinos, and he's looking like he's found it, getting into a groove here in the 5th.
Indeed, again, 4 strikeout now. What is, I believe, 5 batters in a row. So, doing a very good job. And he's just starting to retire the side at this point. He's really gotten into the groove. He's throwing strikes, pitching the soft contact. I think he's going to best Alex Gordon here, but the question is, when he heads back to the top of the lineup, what happens next?
Third time through the lineup is always the biggest question mark for starting pitchers. Alex Gordon going to send it over to third, fires on to first for out number 3. They go down 1-2-3, and they're down by 1. They've got 2. The Rays have 3 here at Kauffman Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The Royals just sent up 7-8-9, so will the Rays, but they're going to face a new pitcher here. It's Jesse Hahn, 4.60 ERA. Why don't you tell me about him, Tim?
Jesse Hahn has been a solid reliever, and you see again that 1-1 record. The one dig that they've added him, though, is that he just really tends to walk a bunch of guys, and he really does serve more as a long relief type pitcher for this team. Overall, again, Hahn has the capability, he has good stuff. Really pitches the contact well, but if he's walking hitters, it tends to be a pain.
Slapped over to third. Franco has it and fires to O'Hearn for out number 1.
Yeah, that was a good pitch, getting him out in front. Again, Hahn on the year, if I'm not mistaken, 16 strikeouts to 11 walks. That's, a terrible ratio. Like, honest special effects, this has been the issue when you look at it for this Royals team. The bullpen's been disastrous, which is a big reason why they've lost a bunch of games.
This one's lined into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Kiermaier thought about it too, but quick throw back into the infield is going to hold him right there at first.
Now batting.
Kiermaier doing a good job again, sitting back, got middle of the way pitch, and he clapped that one opposite field. Now, I would take a look here. He's definitely a threat to steal here.
They are going to check on him over at first base. He's back safely.
And with Hahn not really throwing for too hard of velocity, it's a good chance.
There's a called strike 1-1. Yeah, that velocity isn't great, and his delivery also can be pretty slow, because that has hurt some guys in the past where they're fireballers, but it just takes them too long to get the ball out of their hand.
Oh, that's good.
Misses inside with a 2-seamer. Zunino with 117 home runs in his career, just the 7 seasons.
For Hahn, you got to get Zunino out here on the breaking ball. That curveball drops to as low as 70 miles an hour. That's real good. Again, when you have a fast-paced runner on the base pass, even if you go to that slide step, it's not going to be easy to get a runner like Kiermaier, who tends to get some of the best jumps in baseball.
Gonna see another slide step. Pitch misses low and away on the changeup. The 2-1 is fouled away. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
See here if he goes to that breaking ball. Let's also see as they continue to think about over there at first. I think this is the pitch that if he's going to steal, it's going to be right here.
And on first is Kiermaier. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Big bending curveball. Got him way out in front of it for out number 2.
I went 2 for 2 on that. If he wasn't going to steal, he's definitely, going on that curve. I mean, look at the spin rate on that. That is a nasty curveball. That's Jesse Og's arguably his best pitch to go to. 75 miles an hour. You have to sit back and try to slap that thing, but that ball spins like crazy. The drop is, it's miraculous.
One of my favorite baseball adages, it fell off the table, that one. Just, it looks like it's coming in straight, then takes that nosedive. And, the good old Uncle Charlie works again, as we're going to see yet another pickoff throw over to first. Kiermaier maybe getting a little bit annoyed, but, at least they're making sure he's not on the move.
Again, you got to keep on thinking about him, and this time we go to a pitch out.
Nothing's happening. Kiermaier does have 10 stolen bases this year in 12 attempts, so 83% of the time he's been successful. A 1-1 pitch to Adames, called strike 2. On the mound, Adames set the plate. Kiermaier at first. Here's the 1-2. Swing a tap foul. Two-seamer running in on him. Got a piece of it. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just a bit outside. Tried to get that slider reaching. Kiermaier still over at first. 1-2 checks. Delivers high and outside 3-2. So now no matter what, Kiermaier is going to be on the move over at first base.
And all of a sudden now a ball in the gap most definitely is going to score a run here.
3-2 pitch is going to be popped up right side. I'm surprised O'Hearn's not going for it, but it will be the second baseman, Whit Merrifield, making the catch on the long run in foul territory. Tampa Bay gets a base runner. They can't do anything with it. Head to the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-2 Tampa Bay.
Tell you right there for Whit Merrifield, that was a great job, and that really shows his center field experience that he had. He wasn't originally the everyday second baseman. That was a long run to make, especially trying to sit over second base in the threat of a steal. And to make up that ground, that's miraculous. And oh boy, here's a big opportunity.
Bunt from Mondesi, throwing to first, not going to be in time. Once again, just beaten out an infield single. Going to take another look at this one right here.
Gosh, that's going to be maybe the 10th time now I've seen that in a game called for Mondesi. He's just so good at laying down the bunts. Ooh, I want to take another look at that. That was pretty close.
Once again, I think Ty is going to go to the runner. Looks like we're not going to see a challenge on that one, and it will be a bunt base hit. And really just sucks for Diaz. He did everything right there. He just isn't going to make the play.
Either way, a leadoff runner, and this is starting to become a factor of what happened last time, Special FX. You look at it, Merrifield, remember, he produced that extra base hit that set one in the gap and essentially gave the Royals the lead. I'm not saying that's going to be exactly what happens this time, but it's starting to look like Carrenos' time out there in the mound could be coming to an end.
Even only at 59 pitches, there's another pitch out. 2 balls and no strikes. Is Mondesi, of course, second in the American League coming into today in stolen bases. So you want to keep a very close eye on him.
3 pitch outs, and now if I'm Mondesi, I'm definitely thinking, okay, well, as long as he doesn't throw over, I'm going to try to take second.
Of course, you don't want to try and pitch out 2-0 because there's still a batter at the plate to deal with. The slow delivery 2-0 strike called and easily gets on in there for a stolen base.
I don't want to jinx it, but I don't know if you saw the graphic on the show on that throw over, but you saw the triangle button light up. It kind of gave me a little bit of a feel that Mondesi was going on that pitch. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. A long stride, Carrenos, and of course, Mondesi was in there easily. He could have been in there standing, essentially.
So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Whit Merrifield. This one's going to be sent up into right center field. Coming over is the center fielder, Kiermaier. He's not going to get there. Had to hold up, did Mondesi. So Merrifield is going to take second base on the throw over into third. That's likely going to be a single and an advance on the throw.
I don't know what they were thinking there. That was easily an opportunity to just throw to the cutoff. Mondesi went back to second to hold just in case if that ball was caught. Ultimately, that ball landed down, and I mean, that was a very bad decision out there by Kiermaier.
Yeah, usually they try and teach you to split the runners and keep them at first and third, but now you got second and third here for Hunter Dozier, 0 for 3 in his last game with a walk. Ground ball or a fly ball should be enough to bring in Mondesi from third. That one is flat foul, 1 and 2.
Again, the top 3 in the lineup produced the last time, and they're looking to do the same thing again. All you need to do is put a ball in play here. The Rays, they'll take it out for a run.
1-2 misses inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And we did have a couple of people joining us late, so just want to do a little bit of a recap for you. But it was Brewstar Graterol's first ever Major League start, first ever appearance for the Kansas City Royals. He pitched pretty well, went 5 innings, gave up 3 runs, so he is in line for the loss if this scoreline holds. But teammates are trying to look and get back for him. Runners at second and third with nobody out.
And also, if you're looking for the Twins D-backs game, we promise it is coming soon. We had back-to-back games go to extra innings prior to this, including the Braves Athletics game just a game ago. So overall, we were about 40 minutes delayed, but this one moving relatively quickly. And here comes another 3-2 pitch.
3-2 pitch. It's going to be the best one of the day for Gianni Chirinos. Number 69 is going to be a ground ball over to second base, picked up by Lau, flips it on first, and the run will come across the score. We're tied at 3 here in the 6th.
As Big Fun would say, I suppose that one is sponsored by Childish Humor, as, of course, all tied up now at 3 apiece. Now I'd imagine the infield is going to move in for the Rays.
It is possible, although we have seen some managers making some wild decisions. Especially even today, we saw Freddie Freeman with being removed from the game for a pinch runner without any apparent injuries. There's a swing and a miss, 0-1. He was the trailing runner in a tie ball game, so he was yet pinch run for. And then when that spot in the lineup came up to bat in a clutch situation, of course, Adam Duvall did not produce, and Atlanta ended up losing to Oakland in a 1-0 walk-off victory. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Ryan O'Hearn. 1 hit today, came in his first at bat. This one is sent out to right, way back there. That ball is long gone. 2-run home run for Ryan O'Hearn. That is now 20 on the season. Extends his career high total. And the Royals take their first lead in a little while. Now it's 5-3.
And that ball long gone. And I'll tell you what, O'Hearn says bye-bye to that one, and he as well may say bye-bye to Chirinos. As holy cow, as EB_TO says. Indeed, I mean, look at that moonshot. That ball hung 419 feet is not easy to do in Kaufman. And he just set that a long way. 107.9 miles an hour off the bat. Chirinos looked. He knows his day is done. And the Rays, they're going to the bullpen.
Kevin Cash makes the official move, takes the ball from Yanni Chirinos, who, in all honesty, I want to say he had a really good ball game. He just made a couple of bad pitches, and they all got punished. So he's in line for the loss, now down 5-3. That doesn't mean Graterol will get a no decision in his first ever Royals appearance. And we're going to see the new pitcher, Trevor Richards, not doing too well out of the long relief spot.
You see he has 3 save opportunities, 1 for 3 out of them in that long relief spot. But, for Trevor Richards, it's, again, trying to find what his role was. He struggled a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, back with San Diego. So overall, he's, again, a solid pitcher, but really more of a role type of pitcher in that long relief. So I'm eager to see how he can kind of rebound. It's not a bad season, it's just a good one.
And I will be candid with you. I don't know exactly whether or not Trevor Richards was ever in San Diego, although I do know that Garrett Richards is currently there, so you might be confusing the two of them. But I also don't want to say anything because I don't know for sure if Trevor was ever a Padre.
And you know what? I'm indeed. That's where the confusion comes from. Thank you so much.
There's a line drive base hit into center field, so right after the new pitcher comes in, Royals are keeping it going.
Good job. And correction, of course, Trevor Richards rather with the Marlins to start before moving to Tampa, so he's really stayed in Florida. Overall skill, I mean, again, didn't really have a role when he was back with Miami, but right now he's overall, I mean, he was a starter for the past 2 seasons until he moved to Tampa. He started about 25 games a year. It's about 130 innings work, and he's going to do that even in the long relief role this year.
That's the ball.
That misses outside, 2 balls and no strikes to AJ Pollock. Still looking for his first ever Royals hit. Of course, former Diamondback and Dodger before being traded for Jorge Soler. The 2-0 is fouled away, cutter left, right down the middle.
You know, if you're the Royals, obviously, you know, you're thinking about trying to sell Pollock, you know, again down the future, but if there's anything you're going to do for Pollock, it's right now. This is come and produce. You want him to do good.
There's a ground ball into center field. That's another base hit. So Richards still has not found his first out of the ball game. And I'm a little surprised he actually didn't get that one, as it looks like the runner was moving on the pitch, Salvador Perez, and the ball was hit pretty much right at him, but he couldn't make the play.
Pretty rough, but you know, trying to regather yourself here. If you're Richards, I mean, this Royals team, again, with no Soler, you had to question their offense, but today they've brought the bats, and I know Chirinos isn't the ace of this Rays team. He's had an average year of 8-7, and he's right now in threat of falling down to 8-8. You're seeing some good wood here in the middle innings by this Royals team, and it makes you want to think here at home, they're looking pretty well and on their way to a victory.
So Michael Franco fouls it away quickly down 0-2, and that last single was actually the first single and first hit in a Royals uniform for AJ Pollock, so many congratulations to him. Of course, not as special as your first ever Major League hit, but still, you want to get off to a good start with the new club. One-two is a cut fastball fouled away, so we will reset and do it again.
You just have to have a pitch here that can beat Franco. Right now, I mean, Richards is just struggling to beat these batters.
He's not going to get a strikeout, but he will get a lazy fly ball out into center field. Kiermaier will make the grab for out number 2.
And that's a dig for Richards, is that I know he hasn't really found his role, but the reason why he hasn't really found the role is because he has solid stuff, but there's nothing that's, you know, explosive as a put-away pitch, as we saw from these 2 starters of Chirinos as well as Graterol earlier in this game. And this is a big hit right here. This is going to tell the tale for Trevor Richards. See right now McBroom, who's 0-for-2 on the day. He's had a terrible season this year, you know, batting well below the Mendoza line. If you can't get this guy out, it shows the kind of year he's had in terms of struggles and where his pitches lie.
First pitch to McBroom is going to miss high, and I do want to excuse McBroom just a little bit. I mean, you know, he's only had 8 at-bats this year, including today's ball game, so small sample size. And he's going to get another hit right here, base hit into center field. They're going to hold Perez. That one was hit pretty hard. Kiermaier has a very amazing arm out there in center. Base is loaded.
The left fielder, number 4, Alex Gordon.
So just a second. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I apologize. I had a little bit of lag there. What I was going to say is McBroom doing a good job. He had sitting back, low pitch, sends it down the middle. Oof.
Gordon had a pitch to hit, and he just pops it straight up to shoot. Choi will make the catch for out number 3, but Royals take the lead after tying the ball game. They get a Rhino Hearn 2-run shot. We've played 6 here at Kauffman Stadium. Royals 5, Rays 3.
And that is a home run derby shot by Ryan O'Hearn. That is incredible. As it's funny you mentioned home run derby. Well, here's a guy that seems like home runs tend to come a very long way off his bat of late in his career. Remember when Trevor Rosenthal was arguably one of the best closers in baseball, and it seems like late in his career he just can't tend to find himself.
Just greatly struggling, bouncing around teams. I gotta say, he was a former Tiger. Always mention that on my broadcast for any time I see one. But he misses high 1-0. And yeah, ever since he left St. Louis, he's just looked awful and terrible, and I'm not overstating how bad he was.
For a good while, there was a good debate between if Trevor Rosenthal was, better than Craig Kimbrell, if you remember. And obviously, Kimbrell now not closing either for the Cubbies. But it's been interesting, but who would have expected Rosenthal, that hard fastball, to have his career just kind of fall apart? Now he finds himself in a key role with the Royals. But it's not the 9th inning, it's the 7th.
Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I'd like to say, with that hair, what would you say the best comparison is now? It reminds me of Zach Greinke a little bit. But you can also say a little bit maybe Noah Syndergaard, just blonde,
Maybe you could say early Zach Greinke, when he's, his hair is kind of darkened as he's aged. But I remember back when he was in a Kansas City Royals uniform, there's a strike 3 called top of the zone with a slider. Not the best pitch, but he gets the result on 1 away.
I'll tell you, he was not looking slider there. That one right there, perfect location by Rosenthal. Typically, that's a pitch that's usually a danger because it's a hanging breaker. In that situation on the back door, he placed it perfectly.
So the first one misses high now to Austin Meadows, as it has been a very much roller coaster affair in this one. Tampa Bay took the lead on a Yoshitomo Tsutsugo home run in the 2nd inning. Royals bounced back in the 3rd with a couple of runs on their own.
1-1.
There's a swing and a miss, 1-1. 5th inning, Tampa Bay scored a couple more for themselves. They were up 3-2. And then just in the last inning, Kansas City had a 3-run inning capped off by that monstrous 2-run shot from Ryan O'Hearn.
Rosenthal here behind in the count to Meadows. About Austin Meadows, again, he has a really good capability to swing the bat. It's just a matter of consistency, as I mentioned throughout this entire Rays team. I'll tell you, this Rays team, they love Meadows, and for good reasoning. He's one heck of a ball player, and he has a great future.
Got a great future, but they're hoping he can produce in the present here in the division chase. That one misses inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hunter Renfroe is the man on deck. And the 3-2 from Rosenthal is a line drive. That's going to plug the gap out into right center field. Though good job there by Pollock to cut it off before it really does any damage. So it will be just a 1-out single for Austin Meadows.
Indeed, and Meadows again sitting back, slapping that baby down the right center. This is what he's paid to do. Making it look easy. And here's another guy who I know is 0 for 2 today, but I tell you, he wants some vengeance after getting hit. Graterol early in this game. It seems like Renfroe's had some good swings. Just hasn't been able to get the pitch he wants to drive it out the ballpark.
This would be a good spot to do it here in the 7th inning. That's a called strike, 1-1. Renfroe does represent the tying run at the plate here in the 7th inning. Royals up 5-3 on the Tampa Bay Rays. Meadows at first, Renfroe at the plate. Delivery from Trevor Rosenthal misses low, 2-1.
I'd rather see him miss low than high here.
Low balls are usually hit on the ground. High balls are hit in the air. That one was hit in the air well, but foul. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to the cleanup hitter. The 2-2 pitch is skied out into right field. Chase and Dozier back onto, not quite onto the track, He will make the catch for out number 2.
Again, soft fly ball on a hanging pitch. It's like Rosenthal can't really locate it low right now. Doing a good job again, beating him out in front, and it looks like his day is done as they're going to bring in Scott Barlow.
Number 58.
Rosenthal faced the minimum required 3 batters, and his day is done. Barlow doing a little bit better ERA at 5.04, but still not something you'd like to see. And really disappointing 394 batting average for righties against him this time.
Well, that doesn't really matter because right now all he needs to face is this left-handed hitter of Choi. All he needs is 1 out. That's all they really need out of him.
Not going to get it though. Line drive into center field. That's a base hit for G-Man Choi. And the tying run is now on base. Go-ahead run coming to the plate. Yoshitomo Tsutsugo.
I think that's a lot better than his excuse me single. That time he got a very good swing and lined that one down the middle. But I mean, Choi, from the swing he had to take on that 0-2 pitch to essentially give the Rays the lead at the time, that's a much different approach there.
So he does have to face at least 2 more batters, or he can get himself out of the inning and be relinquished of his duties. Yoshitomo Tsutsugo, 1 for 3 with a solo home run in the 2nd inning. Got a couple of arms, a lefty and a righty, warming up in the Royals bullpen. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Doing well with the runners in scoring position, batting over 300 in those situations. Checks the runner Meadows at second and delivers outside 1-1. Here is the pitch, just a bit outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Yoshitomo Tsutsugo.
Go back door, but you have to remember Tsutsugo, he likes those backdoor pitches.
2-1, high in the zone. Fly ball right field, hooking, foul, and out of play. You got to be careful. That wall out there in right field isn't super far away if you can hook it around that hole.
It's a dangerous pitch.
2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him chasing that fastball, and the inning is over. Tampa Bay gets a couple of base runners. It's stretch time here at Kauffman. They're down 5-3 to the Royals.
Shark Shavery at.
Very disappointing. Shark Shavery not able to make it into the booth for this one, but he is our resident organist who's not only doing the 7th inning stretch, but also has been kind of mixing it up and doing some exciting stretches by, mixing up all the chords and genres. There's a tapper over to third, picked up by Diaz, fires it on to first, and Ed Alberto Mondesi can be thrown out on a hit ground ball to the infield.
And again, good job there by Diaz. I was going to say, I'm not sure if you were watching my 12:15 broadcast on Monday. That's why I jokingly say that about Shark is because I decided since Shark wasn't going to be able to make it, I was going to play my version of the 7th inning stretch, and ultimately it turned out to be probably the biggest 7th inning stretch fail in ball history.
Nonsense. It sounded really good. It's always fun to have some music here in the booth, and I know that Shark is having a little bit of pain in his wrist, so we hope he can be back sooner rather than later. This one is driven out to left field. Coming in is Renfroe. He will make the catch for out number 2.
Just needless to say, end of story. If you're gonna find to take me out to the ball game, at least make sure the lyrics go past 5 seconds.
Yeah, and also, as he tries to mix in some of these interesting versions of stretches, he's also been, I don't know if you heard about this, but I believe it was last Friday night. I was on a solo call, and he hopped into the booth and rickrolled me by playing Never Gonna Give You Up instead of the 7th inning stretch.
Yesterday, he gave us the roulette of stretches, which I thought was very entertaining.
There's a called strike, 2 balls, 1 strike to Hunter Dozier.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Swing and a miss, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dozier just 1 for 3 today. That one hit did drive in a run. Misses high, 3 balls, 2 strikes. So Ryan O'Hearn had that big home run last inning. He's due up on deck.
Do not want to face him here in this inning. Try to get out your bat to get another opportunity late in this one.
3-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. So the 7th inning is over. We head to the 8th inning in Kauffman Stadium. 5-3 Royals. You're watching ML Bop Ball on Twitch.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the
Kevin McCarthy, one of the few good names out of this Royals bullpen. Not the biggest strikeout numbers, but it's worked out for him well.
McCarthy, 21 games on here, and you mentioned not a really big strikeout artist. Walks to, 6 walks, 8 strikeouts is, relatively average, but he's a pitch-to-contact guy, really creates soft contact, and he's been a key piece for this Royals team, especially in the past. I expect him to continue to be consistent. You notice the Royals team, Special Effects, has a lot of starters that have really been converted over to relievers in their careers.
So the 0-1 pitch to McCarthy, he popped up foul territory. That's going to get down for strike 2.
One of the few relievers that come out of that windup.
Kind of the inverse of what we were talking about with Torino. So there's a ground ball to first. O'Hearn going to pitch it to the pitcher, but it will be in time for out number 1. Take a look at our starting pitcher comparison. Yanni Chirinos doesn't make it through the 6th inning, gives up 5 runs on 8 hits, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. Graterol just went 5 innings pitched, came out with a deficit, so he won't get the win. But 3 runs, 3 strikeouts, 4 hits, and 3 walks.
And you really say for Chirinos at the end of the day, it was just all one really bad inning for him. And I know battled back and forth, but that really was the total difference maker, was that long inning.
Tapper to first. O'Hearn does it himself, and 2 quick outs here for Kevin McCarthy.
Ryan O'Hearn's got some swagger since obviously hitting that home run. You see him doing it himself. He's got to be happy for O'Hearn. Again, 20 home runs, career high already for him. And he's really starting to prove that he is the guy for the future of this Royals team.
He's an exciting young bat, and this one's driven out to right center field deep, going back on the track at the wall. That is gone. Solo home run for Mike Zunino. He's got 14 on the year, and just a quick reminder, we've got a ball game here, 5-4 Royals.
Zunino, first 2 at-bats, haven't really taken good hacks, but that time he took advantage of a hanger. And as you go back and see the replay, you see that 407 feet. What I like here, that was a breaking ball, hung up at the letters. He swung that baby, sat back, used his hands, and hit that to right center field. That shows how much power this man has. And I know it didn't land up there in the waterfall, but that's still a very long distance to go. And Mike Zunino, when he's on, he's on. And right there, he made that look routine.
So 1 ball, no strikes to Willie Adames, and I'm sure none of these 18,695 fans are falling asleep anytime soon during this one. It's kept our attention this whole time. Seesaw affair, roller coaster rivalry, as this one's driven out to left field deep, going back on the track at the wall, and it's going to hook foul that had the distance to tie this ball game, but it's just going to be a long strike 1.
It's not easy here at Kauffman. You have to really tighten it up around the poles. That time again, dust, crept foul. It's an opportunity for Adames, but he does have a couple hits on the day.
After that home run near swing, goes fishing in the dirt. Not there, though. Misses low with the slider. 2 balls and 2 strikes as McCarthy tries to work out of this inning with the lead intact. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the inning is over. Tampa Bay gets a run back. Willie Adames, though, wasn't the one to produce it. It was Mike Zunino. Solo shot out to right center field. Headed to the bottom of the 8th here in Kansas City, Missouri. 5-4 Royals. Ryan O'Hearn, the early vote for player of the game, 2 for 3 with a home run, a single, and 2 runs batted in. Second home run of the series. as Trevor Richards going to stay in the ball game. First pitch from him is a called strike 0-1. And despite allowing a lot of base runners, you can't fault Richards. He's bringing that ERA down and keeping his team in the ball game.
He's doing a very good job since coming out. And I know he got hit around early on, but since he dug out of that trouble, he's found himself very effective on his pitches, hitting his marks. Right here, you don't want to be down the count to Ryan O'Hearn. We saw what happened the last time when a pitch hung right down the middle. It took Chirinos out of the ballgame. The same thing could happen here for Richards if he hangs one.
That one misses in the dirt. 3 balls and 1 strike as O'Hearn is likely being pitched around. Don't want to give up another home run. Salvador Perez is the next man waiting in the bridges. Ooh, big swing and a miss. Power on power. Couldn't quite catch up to that fastball. 3-2.
He tried. He really tried with all his might. Just couldn't catch up to it. But let's see if he gets another chance again here.
The 3-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball foul down that third baseline. Defense is shifted over to the right side, so that could have easily been extra bases had it stayed fair. Instead, here is a 3-2 pitch fouled away. We'll do it again. Three balls, 2 strikes to count. Misses outside ball 4. So the Royals will have a base runner to start here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
I think it's notable because we're getting ready to come to the top of the 9th, and the Rays are only down to 3 more outs. You have to give yourself some run support, and that's a good first at-bat there for O'Hearn in the inning to try to make a difference. I think you're going to continue to try to make Richards outing long here. Although I don't really see him going past this batter. 35 pitches for a long reliever usually tends to be the distance they tend to go.
You know, usually 30 to 50 pitches is the maximum that you see out of those long relief guys. Although they can go longer, of course, they were former starters. This one is sliced foul. No balls and 2 strikes to Salvador Perez.
Here's why I mentioned 35 is because you tend to have instances what happened in the Yankees game yesterday where J.A. Happ threw 4 innings the day before, and then they utilized him again, and ultimately that cost him the game.
Fly ball into right field, well hit. Coming over is the right fielder, Meadows. He's going to make the catch on the move in foul territory for out number 1.
Great job by Meadows there, moving over and making another catch in foul territory. And here we go again. Pollock now up at the dish, and we saw him get that base hit the last time. First one as a Royal. Now let's see if he maybe has the big blast in him. He looked like he took a couple of good cuts against Richards. I think, he could find him.
It's a line drive. That's going to get over the third baseman's head and into the left field corner. Pollock around first, headed into second. O'Hearn's going to have to hold up at third. But a 1-out double for A.J. Pollock, and he's starting to find a groove out here in Kansas City.
Dude, he sat back and turned that one over into left field as it rolled against the show 20 sign in left. I mean, just a good job. I'll tell you, I know he struggled this season to open up and he couldn't find his stride. Right there, that shows how good of a hitter A.J. Pollock is. And now they have to go to Chaz Rowe out of the bullpen. They expect the infield in to try to limit this distance. This is a team right now that is poised of the Kansas City Royals and looking to knock off AL East strong team of the Tampa Bay Rays.
When you say they have to go to Chaz Rowe, I mean, I'd love to make that the last option, but he's got an ERA below 2. So fantastic here. The only issue is he's got a couple of inherited runners that he's trying to not let score. Michael Franco going to be the man in the way. And, of course, he does have another out to work with. First pitch from Rowe. Going to be tapped foul on the 86-mile-an-hour cutter. Not the fastest of fastballs you're going to see, but if he can locate it well, that pitch is very effective.
Count 1-1.
Misses low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
For Rowe, obviously, these runners aren't his responsibility, but he's going to do everything he can to pound low in the zone and get a ground ball here. Obviously, the first thing you want to get is a strikeout against Franco. Ultimately, if you can't get it done, the ground ball will do.
Like the order of preference would be the strikeout, the pop out, or then that ground ball, because of course ground balls you don't usually know what's going on. It might be a little bit too quick for you. 1-2 pitch. There is a ground ball. That's going to get into right field for a base hit. Pollock had to go back into second. Now he's going to try to third, and the throw is a little bit offline, so it is 6-4 Kansas City. Runners at the corners, and Michael Franco delivers here in the 8th.
Indeed, a great job by Franco. Again, inside pitch, and he actually inside out of that one. He sat back and slapped that baby Oppo Taco. This is, again, I mean, the Royals, they've commanded this game since they've taken the lead. And for Chaz Rowe, really nothing you can do. It was a solid pitch. And now you head back towards, slowly towards the top of the lineup. We're not quite there yet. You've got to get out to your 8-9, even if you allow another run. You don't want to face the top of this lineup for this Royals team that's been hitting well all day long.
Ground ball is what you're looking for. Is that one misses outside 1-0. McBroom 1 for 3 today with a single, 2 for 9 on the season. He's not been in this lineup whatsoever. So to all of a sudden be asked to come up and fill the everyday shoes of Jorge Soler after he departs it's got to be a lot of pressure for this youngster. But he's got some good potential, and he's not going to be as good as Soler, but he's going to be a viable candidate just to stay in this lineup and produce well.
I mean, again, he's still got to get his at-bats. I know he struggled a little bit earlier on this point, but saw a base hit the last time up. It's about, again, putting together quality at-bats, finding your rhythm. Broom, he's putting together a good at-bat here.
3 balls and 1 strike. Runners at the corners. That one's going to grab the outside corner. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I don't know what you're looking at there. You see a fastball. You've got to explode on that one. That was a great pitch for him to hit, and he didn't swing.
Might have not been looking in that location. And he's still got a chance here now. 3-2. Going to slap this one over to first. Throw to second one. Relay to first. That is a double play. 3-6-3 to end the inning. Kansas City does score a run on the Franco single. We head to the 9th here in Kansas City, Missouri. 6-4 Royals.
It is crunch time now as one of the best in the business, as you could say in the past, of Greg Holland. Coming out to pitch 10 for 13 in saves, 4.63 ERA, and obviously I know that saves total doesn't look too big, but that's really because the Royals hadn't had many save opportunities this year. But you look at it here, he's going to face a big part of the order, 2-3-4. So this is a big opportunity for Holland, a big chance for a win for this Royals team.
Chance maybe even to improve his trade value. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the Royals are planning to do, or even if he is an attractive enough option to move. But, everyone is trying to rebuild their team if they're not contending. And Holland's, not at least under contract for much longer. So might want to move him while you can instead of possibly losing him for nothing in free agency.
Again, like most of these Royals relievers, when you look at it, Holland is another one. Not really a strikeout type pitcher, low 90s fastball. He's great at pitching to contact.
1-2 pitch. There's some contact. It's ripped foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Making sure his first base coach is awake out there. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Holland. Just a bit low, 2-2.
That was a good location. Let's see if he goes there again.
2-2 to Austin Meadows. Goes with that location, but he almost pulls the string. Another one of those sliders that doesn't do much, but he gets the job done anyway.
The right fielder.
And again, didn't really have too much cut, but right at the knees. And almost what they say, when you play MLB The Show, when you look at it and you throw that low slider down the zone and they can't go down and get it, it's going to be a swing and a miss every time. Good job there by Holland, and he gets to face another lefty here. I wouldn't be surprised if you see the same exact thing.
I apologize. I was saying the last batter was Austin Meadows. My score sheet was all messed up, but that was Brandon Lau. This is Austin Meadows, who's 1 for 3 today. with a single in the 7th inning.
2-0.
1-0 misses outside 2-0.
Apologize, I had a minor technical difficulty there.
No worries. Up 2-0. Austin Meadows would love to draw a walk, bring the tying run to the plate. Or he could just get a single and do the same exact thing. Base hit for Meadows into center field. And the throw back in is going to get away a little bit from Merrifield, but in the end, no advancement from the runner.
And again, another good pitch to hit overall, but Holland, I think it was the changeup that time. I'll have to go back and see, but he hung that one right up the middle and obviously set towards the alley. Luckily, that ball was only a ground ball because better hitters would definitely send that ball a very long way. Now again, I mean, I'm eager to see what the Rays can put together. You have your cleanup hitter here, top of Renfroe. This is the dangerous part of the lineup, and who knows if they can get it to Choi. Oh boy, I don't even want to think about what can happen in this ball game.
1-0 pitch to Hunter Renfroe outside 2-0. And like you mentioned, he might be up there looking for some vengeance after getting hit high and tight with a slider that got away from Brewster Graterol earlier in this ball game. Didn't look like there was any intent, but at the same time, you never want to see one that could have hit him in the face had he not moved out of the way.
That's ball 3.
2-0 pitch misses 3-0. And like you mentioned, G-Man Choi waits on deck, that dangerous left-handed bat.
As that clutch factor, I'm telling you, he's a very dangerous bat. This is the last guy you want to face.
Strike one called, 3-1. As the 3-0 slider gets the job done. Not something you usually see, but 3-0, you want to go for your pitch that you know you can get in the strike zone.
Again, you talk about pitchers that have guts. Holland has it. He may go to it again here.
Slider misses outside for ball 4, so back-to-back base runners, a single and a walk will bring up G-Man Choi as the potential go-ahead run here in the 9th inning.
You start to worry. Choi is, again, as I mentioned, he has that clutch at bat. Margot is now going to pinch run. So this is a situation now where you would think you want to come out and talk to Holland, not to say, hey, you're struggling, but give him a breath and say, hey, you got to make a big out here. Because this is a guy who's 2 for 4 and really was the last blemish, I should say big blemish, on the Royals record earlier today when he produced with a 2 RBI single. Obviously, there was a home run since then, but his swing was arguably the biggest.
The 0-1 pitch misses high, 1 ball and 1 strike. And yeah, like you mentioned, a little bit confusing that they're not going to the mound just to talk to him, but he is a veteran pitcher out there on the mound, so they're likely only going to go to him if he needs it. The 1-1 pitch misses low, 2-1.
To throw a strike. That's all he needs right now.
Runner at second is Meadows. Man on first is Manuel Margot. Outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Yoshitomo Tsutsugo has a home run today. He's waiting on deck.
He almost homered his last time up again, if you remember as well.
That's
The
outside.
3-1 outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded here in the 9th. And now we will get that pitcher's mound visit here from the Royals pitching coach.
Goodness, can we see 3 consecutive ball games here? Special effects go to extras? I mean, it's starting to shape like we could see extra innings another time.
In order for that to happen, Tsutsugo is going to have to come through here in the 9th inning. Bases loaded, just the 1 out. Holland gets a favorable call right there, 0-1. Curveball apparently nabbing the outside part of the outside corner.
This is the first time I think he's thrown the curveball here in this inning. We've seen slider, change, fastball. That's the first time we've seen the curveball. If he's going to throw it again.
Here is the 0-1 pitch, going to go with the fastball, but it's just a bit outside. Looked like it was the same location, but a lot of times the break is what confuses the umpires and gets one call over the other. Bases are loaded here in the 9th inning. Royals trying to protect a 2-run lead. 1-1 pitch is a foul ball. Slider hung up in the zone. It's 1-2.
And now you are heading to count here. I still think you try to set up for a ground ball.
Strikeout would work too. Not going to get it there, though, as it fouled away. And you see there are 13 balls, 10 strikes in the inning. You never want to have more balls than strikes, much less when you're the closer this late in the ball game. 1-2 is pop foul and out of play. We will do it again.
And this is, I mean, it happens from time to time. Sometimes you can tell your closer just doesn't have it. You have to have confidence that they can get out of it. And Holland as well, he does have that clutch factor right now. He just looks tired. Oh my goodness. Shoaib is about to have another one there.
Tsutsugo fouls that one away. Still 1-2.
Rather Tsutsugo, you're right.
Choi did have a very similar swing and got a 2-run single out of it. That would misses Lone in 2 balls and 2 strikes. Holland with a bit of an unorthodox delivery to the plate, kind of slaps the ball in his glove before finally throwing it away. Here's the 2-2 pitch, low and inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. One more misses the zone. He has walked in a run. Yandy Diaz waits on deck.
And I'm telling you right now, if you're rather Tsutsugo, I keep on thinking Choi because Choi used to be 25. But Tsutsugo, this is a big pitch.
Ball 4, low and inside, bases loaded walk. And the Rays are 1 run away from tying this ball game. And 2 runs away from taking the lead and heading into the bottom of the 9th inning. We're going to see a pinch runner over at first base. Tsutsugo's night is done. Joey Wendell going to take over as a seemingly inconsequential base runner. But, we'll have to trust Kevin Cash on this one.
Again, they've gone to 2 pinch runners. It could come back to bite you if they can't get the lead. Oh my goodness, they're going to try to
squeeze. A squeeze picked up by the first baseman. Throws the second one. Wheel it to first. Not in time on the back end. Rays tie it up.
Wow, I was not expecting that. I mean, to go with a 50 squeeze with the bases loaded would not have been my number 1 choice. Try by O'Hearn. He almost actually got this double play turn. Ultimately, you have a tie ball game and a chance for extras yet again.
Lone save number 4 for Greg Holland, and it feels like we're watching a National League game right here. You see another man coming off the bench. This time it's Jose Martinez, former St. Louis Cardinal. He's got 3 home runs on the year. And they're going to leave Holland in there, even though Tim Hill is warming up in the bullpen. First pitch misses high and tight, 1-0.
4th blown save on the year for Holland. He's now 10 for 14. And he could be in threat of losing this game now if he allows a base hit to a very contact-prone Jose Martinez.
Guys, this one out into right field. Going over is Dozier. He will make the catch. And the inning is over. Royals had a chance to win it, but they blew the save. 4th blown save for Holland this year. They can still walk it off. Just 1 run will do it. Head to the bottom of the 9th. 6-6 here in Kansas City.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, I said if you were looking for the Twins and Diamondbacks about an hour ago, it was coming to you soon, but as we mentioned, well, extra innings could be upon us for the 3rd consecutive time. I mean, I'll tell you what, for the ball guys that are directing us like Garrett and such at home, it's going to be interesting because the way this is shaping up, this could be a 2-3 a.m. kind of night.
Jose Alvarado is a very interesting choice for the Rays out of the bullpen with that ERA exactly at 5, but got some lefties in the lineup. First of all is Alex Gordon, 9-1-2, coming up for the Royals.
The top of the lineup they've produced today for this Royals team. But I really like Alvarado. He's got that velocity and that control down. I'm eager to see how his 9th inning goes here in this tie situation.
The 0-1 pitch, going to miss low, 1 ball and 1 strike. As you saw earlier today, got a couple of defensive substitutions here in the 9th inning. They stayed in after pinch running and pinch hitting. We've got Manuel Margot taking over in left field, and Jose Martinez out in center field. Wendell is now the DH for these Rays.
Count is 1-2.
1-1 pitch is now strike 2. Nick Anderson warms up for Tampa Bay. Their typical closer, but it's not a safe situation. And as they are the road team, they could possibly save the game later on if it does go to extras, so you want to save them for that. One-two pitch from Alvarado, 100+ miles an hour, and Gordon able to poke it foul.
Assuming they turn it over to Mondesi, you gotta wonder if he tries to bunt again in this situation.
Here is the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Almost looked like he was ahead of that fastball. First strikeout for Alvarado, one away here in the ninth.
Yeah, Alvarado hung that fastball up in the zone, a challenge pitch to the lefty of Gordon. Indeed, right, it looked like he was a little bit out in front of it and just swung on a miss. But maybe he was a little bit out in front because that last pitch, as you mentioned, was triple digits. That time it was only 98. That could be the difference makers. Here is Mondesi. Two singles on the day, 2 runs. Through that one, but I really think this is a great bunting opportunity for him.
Those 2 singles have probably combined for a 200 feet distance from the plate, as there was a ground ball single up the middle that he beat out, and then of course that bunt earlier in this ball game. The 0-1 just a bit high, 1-1. Mondesi taking his first cuts in the right-handed batter's box today as a switch hitter. 1-1 is flown out into left center field. Coming over is the new left fielder, Manuel Margot. He will make the catch, and there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the ninth.
And yeah, another great pitch. That time the breaking ball by Alvarado, and you throw it down in the zone, make him go out there, out in front and reach, and that's exactly what you get, a routine fly out. This is probably the hardest out he's going to have to make, though. Hunter Dozier, I know he hits lefties pretty well, but Whit Merrifield today, he's hit everything, needless to say.
First pitch is going to be called strike to Whit Merrifield. Just the one at bat without a hit today. Couple of doubles mixed in. Merrifield, the righty, going against Alvarado, the lefty. The 0-1 pitch misses outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
And the gaps very easily. A big source of production.
1-1 inside, 2-1.
I like him a lot more in this 2-hole compared to the leadoff spot. I mean, he's been doing so much this season for this Royals team, that 2-hole.
That one is fouled away. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. One more pitch before extra innings. The 2-2 is fouled away, so we will do it again.
Carlos trying to bring his hardest fastball, it seems.
He does touch triple digits at sometimes, and he is going to get another one here. Pops it up foul territory, coming over hard is Meadows. He will not make the catch, not quite quick enough. So Merrifield stays alive in the 9th inning, stays alive. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Witt. Misses low, 3-2. Nobody on base to loosen up, but Hunter Dozier is waiting on deck.
Nope, that's ball
3-2 misses high and tight, so ball 4. 2-out walk drawn by Whit Merrifield. Very underrated part of his game, and now that'll bring up Hunter Dozier, who, like you mentioned, has great success against left-handed pitchers.
You know, it's funny you mention that it's an underrated part of his game, because the one critique of Whit Merrifield is that he doesn't really tend to walk a lot. He works big at bats because he's such good at putting bat on ball. He has to put balls in play, which is why his average is low. But that's a big walk there, clutch situation. And you know, you see Dozier today. His opportunity to bring home a run was excellent. Like, if you're Alvarado, you're thinking, because you have the lefty on deck, if I'm not mistaken, O'Hearn, so you may want to play games here and pitch around Dozier.
He swings and misses at that breaking ball. Slider at 10+ miles an hour difference from the fastball. There's a check on Merrifield over at first. And as hard as it is to just reach a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and make contact, now you got to deal with him changing speeds and all this different movement on it. It's what makes Alvarado typically a great pitcher. Hasn't worked out from this year. There's a check swing Looked like he went, but the home plate umpire makes the call. And
I thought he went around there.
Home plate umpire making the call himself says he doesn't go. So here's the 2-1 pitch. Lined out into right field. That's going to be a base hit for Hunter Dozier. So Royals looked left for dead and headed to extra innings, but got a couple guys on here with 2 outs. Maybe a little bit of a rally to walk this one off.
Yeah, but this is, again, the matchup that I think they wanted to play. I know O'Hearn's having one heck of a day, 2 for 3. He's much better of a hitter against right-handed pitching than he is left. But imagine, too, they may move the outfield in to try to cut down the runner of Merrifield on second. This is, again, a big at-bat regardless for O'Hearn, but I think the Rays have this matchup won.
1-0 pitch, check swing, and kind of the opposite result. I thought he held up, but umpire says he went around. And I don't know why the guys in the truck thought to mention this, but Whit Merrifield does have 15 stolen bases on the year if he does want to improve that total and risk extra innings to make it 16.
Well, you can say the Royals team has done a lot of stealing this year, especially with Mondesi. I don't think I'm going to make the final out at third base.
2-1 misses inside, 3 balls and 1 strike. And Alvarado suddenly showing the same concerns that Holland did in the top half of this inning. Number 5 hitter Salvador Perez is the man to follow. 3-1 to O'Hearn. Swing and a miss. Got him out in front of that one. How is he out in front of a 102-mile-an-hour fastball? I don't understand it.
No idea.
The 3-2 pitch, and he pulls this one foul. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Most importantly now, this is the biggest pitch of the ball game. The runner's release. If this ball's on the ground through the hole, game is won, so you got to get the out here.
3-2, strike 3 called at the knees, and we will have 3 straight extra innings matchups here on ML Bop Ball. We head to the 10th inning here in Kansas City, Missouri. Rays and Royals knotted at 6.
Your attention, please.
I'd like to see the free baseball chants as Tim Hill comes on to the mound for the Royals. And again, what was a day that looked like it was going to be a win for Graterol? Turned out to be a very strong 9th inning for the Rays. And this is another guy who's had a very strong day of Austin Meadows, who ultimately, a moonshot his last time up. Gotta wonder if he has it in himself again, facing Tim Hill here in extras. Actually, correction, I don't know why I said Meadows. Rather, Mike Zunino hit the moonshot his last time up.
There's a swing and a miss, 0-1, and yeah, that was an underrated moment of this ball game because it just took a 5-3 game and made it 5-4, but the Royals only scored 1 in the 8th, and Tampa Bay scored 2 in the 9th to tie it all up. So if he doesn't hit that home run, we're not here any longer. There's a swing and a miss, no balls and 2 strikes to Zunino. He's a little bit too anxious there at the plate. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3-pitch strikeout. I'm thinking he's used to catching that 100-mile-an-hour fastball instead of swinging that a 90-mile-an-hour one.
Well, indeed, well, I'll tell you this, too. This is why I think Tim Hill should potentially be the closer. Because I just love sidearm pitchers, especially when you go from mid-90s all the way back down in velocity. Now, I know that's not really the case, special effects, when you look at this Royals team, because there's a lot of soft-throwing pitchers that like to pitch to contact. But when you see a bunch of straight-up starting pitchers converted to relievers, and you see a sidearmer, man, is he hard to hit. And you're seeing Tim Hill right now pump strikes and look poised out there.
There's a swing and a miss. Got him out in front of that one for strike 2. Eric Skoglund, another lefty, warming out in the Royals pen. And yeah, the different release points that pitchers can have, especially coming out of the bullpen, is what makes them so difficult to hit. Of course, most guys come over the top, but you do see some sidearmers, and even more rarely you will see the guy who uses a submarine style of pitching where he throws kind of underhand while still having the velocity. There's strike 3 called. Left right down the middle, but throws them. There are 2 strikeouts here in the 10th inning.
That was the hardest fastball Tim Hill's thrown on the day since coming in here now for his 2 batters faced. That one was 93 on the gun as it crossed, and that's a great pitch by Tim Hill. He faces a lefty. I have to ask you this. We've seen the sidearmers really kind of go away from baseball. I miss the old days where you see, 2, 3 sidearmers on a team. I don't wonder if maybe teams are going to go back to that eventually, because you see guys like Tim Hill, where, they're just so consistent at throwing strikes, as well as guys like a Pat Neshek or a Steve Cishek. I wonder if more of these guys are going to start coming back in the league eventually.
This one's pulled foul, 2-1, and that's something that is a very touchy subject because, as consistent as some of these guys are, it really does put a lot of stress on your arm to be thrown from that wonky ankle. So there's strike 2 on the outside corner. But, if you're not growing up and throwing like that naturally, I don't think that's something you want to convert someone to, as it won't be 3 straight strikeouts popped up. The shortstop, Mondesi, is going to make the catch. I thought Merrifield had a better shot, but the inning is over regardless. We head to the bottom of the 10th inning. This is where our last game was won. We'll see if the Royals can return the favor. 6-6 after 9.5.
What I see in this lineup, newly acquired player that has a chance to be a hero. Oliver Drake comes on the mound. It'll be Perez, followed by the new acquisition of A.J. Pollock. Man, would that be huge if he can come up big here in Kaufman, as Salvi will step in.
The catcher, Salvador.
Barry Basher calling for a Salvi splashdown. Going to see Oliver Drake, another guy who's got a weird delivery, kind of crouches into it and springs off that back leg. This first pitch is fouled away 0-1.
Drake, good mix. And by the way, I do want to mention one more thing about Tim Hill. On the opposite side, look at Tim Hill being a side armor. He is one of the few that doesn't really throw sinkers, rather straight fastballs. You see Drake, his set, he's not really a side armor, more of a 3/4 guy. He even has some nasty drop on his pitches.
There's a ground ball base hit into right field, so the potential winning run is on at first base in the form of Salvador Perez. And like you mentioned, A.J. Pollock is going to be the new guy on the team and has the chance to walk it off here in the bottom of the 10th.
I go back and think moments like, for example, many years back when the Yankees traded for Chase Headley in his first night at Yankee Stadium, he was the hero. Well, now you're looking for Pollock, not necessarily the same situation. Wow, they're going to bunt him.
Bunts it hard over to first base. The throw to second is going to pull him! And the stupid decision pays off, as it's going to be an error on the first baseman, Choi. Runners at first and second now here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Nobody out.
Oh, I don't think the Rays were expecting a sacrifice bunt for Pollock. Needless to say, a dumb decision could turn around and make him a hero. You have another guy who was acquired this year, Mike Alfranco. He's going to bunt too.
Pulls it back in time, 1-0. To be fair, his batting average with runners in scoring position is dreadful, so maybe they are trying to avoid that double play possibility, but still, he's got the power, not to quote the 80s artists, but, he's got the consistency that he could deliver in this type of situation. It's popped up the bunt, and it's in front of the plate. They throw to second, the throw to third is in time, and that was just a mess of a play on both ends of the diamond. The bunt, of course, was a bad decision. They're also going to have another bad decision. Nicky Lopez coming in a pinch run for Franco. 2 outs now, and Ryan McBroom going to try and walk it off.
Are you kidding me? That's not the first time I've seen that this season. If you go back to a couple calls I had back with Jake Zimmer in the Nationals Giants game, I saw a triple play on I believe it went 4-3-5 on an attempted suicide squeeze. Now, this one was just a simple sacrifice bunt. My goodness, if you're going to bunt, you got to be aware on the base paths, and a double play in that scenario, that just hurts. The Royals just ran themselves out of the bottom of the 10th inning, perhaps.
Still do have 1 out to work with. Ryan McBroom trying not to make it. That makes his high away 1 ball, 1 strike. That was just a broken play from the start, I felt. The pop-up bunt is bad. Then, it does end up dropping in. But you have the chance to go 2-5, get that man at third, the lead runner. Then go back to second. Instead, he goes all the way across the diamond to second to get the out, and then the throw over to third was luckily in time to get Perez. He's not the fastest of runners.
Do you think it's some poetic justice for Pollock's bunt?
Possibly, you know, it's we've seen the bot ball gods do some weirder things to us, so you know, maybe after the error they were able to make up for it by, you know, with the terrible bunt and taking advantage of that play. The Groom now down to 2 strikes with 2-2, misses low, 3-2, so the runner on first, Nicky Lopez, going to get loosened up. Alex Gordon is waiting on deck.
Yet again, a ball in the gap. This is going to be a run scored here. This is a big swing for McBroom coming up if he gets a pitch.
The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, it's in the dirt, so Zanino flips it over to first to end the inning. I don't have any analysis for that terrible bottom half of the inning after a great start. We head to the 11th inning here in Kansas City, 6-6 Royals and Rays.
You know, I think this is the summary of that inning. I know we're not necessarily in Chicago, but as Hawk Harrelson said when Chris Sale's game got blown, as the Mets essentially tied the game on a routine fly ball, he bleeping me.
One of my favorite Hawk calls, you got to be bleeping me. And, you know, EB from Toronto making a good point. That's the, you know, key argument for don't bunt, hit dingers. Because, I mean, yeah, you could have grinded into a double play, but at least it would have looked something better than what you got, because you still did get the double play.
It sounds like the Royals need Kent Murphy right now. That's what they really need.
So Tim Hill working the second inning out of the bullpen, misses, and it's 1-1 to Austin Meadows. Heart of the order coming up. Meadows, Renfro, and G-Man Choi. 1-1 pitch, called strike at the top of the zone, 1-2.
How about Tim Hill since he's come in? He's been firing fastball after fastball after fastball. He is locating with perfection.
The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Third strikeout already through 4 batters for Tim Hill. One away here in the 11th.
This guy's phenomenal. I'll tell you what. I mean, Tim Hill's really proving himself out there right now. And it's like he can't be stopped, and he's just blowing fastballs. He hasn't even thrown his breaker really much. Yes, until they can hit you, you keep on throwing it. I mean, he is pitching, I mean, relatively perfect there. That time he missed. He'll go back down to the zone and pump another strike or two. I mean, he's making it look really easy out there right now on the mound.
And I did forget, as the result of all those pinch runners used in the 9th inning, we have Manuel Margot going to be hitting in the 4th spot for the remainder of this game, unless he gets substituted as well. Fouls that one away, 1 ball, 1 strike.
The Royals, they only made 1 substitution. The Rays, on the other hand, they made 3. So if this is going to come back to bite you, you're going to see Martinez again. And you're going to, I believe, have 1 more of the exact batter after. It's actually maybe 2 more, because Setsugo as well got pinch ran for it.
Yep, it's going to be Manuel Margot. G-Man Choi does stay in the game at the 5 spot, but then Joey Wendell replaced Setsugo on the base paths. The 2-2 pitch misses 3-2. Like I mentioned, Choi is on deck. The next batter due up. 3-2 pitch. He's going to connect on this one and send it out to left field. My screen froze for a little bit, but that ball is gone. Manuel Margot making us eat our words. He came in a pinch run, but really he was there for the bat all along. Solo shot, and the Rays take a 7-6 lead here in the 11th.
Well, in these past 2 extra inning games, we saw walk-offs. I believe both of them were dingers. I know last game for a fact was, how about this? I mean, Tim Hill that time, he hung one right in the hot zone for Margot. I mean, that ball, as Mo Red Wing said, ain't coming back. Indeed, it isn't. That ball went and went and went, stayed down the line, and look at them reach. It went over the bullpen. That's not an easy thing to do. And the Rays have the lead back.
Don't bunt, hit dingers. That's all you got to say. That one
Another
misses.
thing?
Yep.
They're bringing their closer now.
They did save Nick Anderson for this point, so actually a smart move made by one of these 2 managers tonight, in a night littered of mistake after mistake, as that one's fouled away 1-1. Choi, the lefty, facing Hill on the mound, who's also a lefty. Fouls it away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch to G-Man Choi misses low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. If I'm being fair, this is a little bit late, but probably got a off stalk set reverse jinxes. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3 for out number 2. So Tim Hill, other than that 1 pitch, is doing very well. But the solo home run given up to the unlikeliest of heroes, Manuel Margot, is the only blemish he's going to be remembered for.
If I'm not mistaken, is this now the 5th strikeout out of the bullpen for Tim Hill? Like on the side last inning.
Just the 4th. He did not quite strike out the side. He got the pop-up for the last out.
Oh, that's right.
But still, you know, he's struck out 4 out of the 6 batters he's faced. He got a pop-out, and then, of course, that big pop fly out into left field and into the seats. Joey Wendell. Joey Wendell going to swing and miss. No balls and 2 strikes. You were saying, Tim?
I say I kind of face an issue in my book I have. It doesn't go past 9 innings, so that's a little bit of an issue. That's the reason why.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
That one misses outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And, you know, I don't typically use a scorebook. I just, you know, kind of like write the important events for me. But whenever I go to a game at Comerica Park, they always hand out the scorecards. And they actually do plan for some extra innings. They've got it, you know, labeled all the way through 12. So that one's fouled away, still 1 and 2. And luckily, I've only had exceed that once in a game that went 15 innings just last year against the Phillies, in which the Tigers ultimately lost and broke my heart. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Joey Wendell. Misses outside, 3 and 2. Yandy Diaz, the man in the on-deck circle. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and the inning is over. 5th strikeout for Tim Hill on the day, but he's not going to be happy about his performance as he gave up the game-breaking solo home run to Manuel Margot. Royals have just 1 inning left to do some damage, down 7-6.
Attention, please. Now pitching for the Rays.
And here is the closer, Nick Anderson, as he comes in. The Rays again saving Anderson, 34 for 39 on the year. And he'll face 9-1-2 Alex Gordon, who had a great opportunity with the bases loaded, popped up. This time he has a base knock.
Doing a good job. His first hit of the ball game slats it in left field for base hit. Anderson has the great potential numbers, but he has blown 5 saves this season. He's going to try not to do that today. But, I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but the biggest number that jumped out at me is we're going to see Brett Phillips coming to pinch run for Alex Gordon. But Anderson has 60 strikeouts in less than 40 innings pitched.
And that's a miraculous number. And I was just about to say, here we go. Expect a bunt for Mondesi. This one's going to be clear as day. They brought in the pinch runner, Mondesi, who is a bunt single today. This one's going to be more of a sacrifice situation. I think no one better. Turn it over to your best bat on the day of Whit Merrifield. Looks like right now they can't throw a single strike, Ken Anderson. It's Mondesi.
And to be fair, you know, that might be a bit of a strategy, as if you bunt on a pitch out of the zone. Usually it's not going to go very well, as that one's bunted right back to the mound. Throw to second one really is not going to go to first, as they're just going to get the pinch runner Phillips. So Mondesi, arguably a faster runner anyway, is going to be over at first now with 1 away.
And you got to wonder, maybe, I mean, I know they got the big out at second, but would you want to think you would want to race Mondesi, who is the bigger speed threat and that could steal at first in that scenario?
Maybe that was the evil plan all along, as there's a pitch out for ball 1. And really quickly, it's running out of time, but there is a poll in the Twitch chat right now. We want to know, do you think the Royals are going to score in the bottom of the 11th inning to either tie it or walk it off? Cast your vote right now. Very close match between the two guesses. There's a strike called. Mondesi's going to slip second, as he got a great jump that time.
That time he didn't even need a lead. Another great jump, and if I'm not mistaken, this is his second stolen base on the game. And he just made that look routine. Again, he could have been in there standing, and all of a sudden, if Whit Merrifield gets another ball in the play in the gap, we have a tie ball game.
Even a single should be enough. With his speed, as that one's flied out to right field, well hit. Going back is Meadows. He's going to make the catch. Headed towards the track. Mondesi's going to make it over to third, and good job by Meadows to get it back in quickly because, you know, we've seen it sometimes. If guys in the outfield aren't paying enough attention, they can score these faster runners from second base on a second place fly.
Now here's a clutch situation. Royals down to their final out. Here's a guy who has 2 RBI singles on the day of Hunter Dozier.
So the first pitch to Dozier is a called strike on 1, and our poll did end. We've got 6 people who think that the Royals will not score and at least tie this ball game up, but we do have 4 people who said that they will. So let's see which group of people is correct. Hunter Dozier is going to have to be the one to do it, or at least get on base to extend the inning. 0-1 from Anderson. There's a ground ball hit over to second base, picked up by Lau, flips it onto first, and the ball game is over. Tampa Bay is coming up in clutch times, had some very clutch hits and some bad pitching from the Royals to ruin Brusdar Graterol's Major League starting debut.
Indeed, and I mean, again, a big win for this Rays team that needed to close the gap on the New York Yankees, and down all day long, but you take advantage against a struggling Holland in the 9th. To make the argument the Rays didn't deserve to win this game, overall, when they had the chances, they took advantage, especially with that big home run against Tim Hill, who catches the loss in extras. I mean, what a shot first off by Margot. Big win for this Rays team. I mean, the good season continues. You see, obviously, Drake moving to 5-3, picking up another good victory in relief.
So you see there, Manuel Margot, just the one hit today in the one at bat. He came in a pinch run and then he hit the big solo home run to earn our player of the game. And talk about a tough luck loss. Tim Hill goes 2 innings, gives up 1 run on a hit, 5 strikeouts. But that one hit was a solo home run to give the Rays the lead that they would need to finish this one off. As we're almost ready to send you to the desert for the final game of the interleague set between the Minnesota Twins and the Arizona Diamondbacks. But before we get that underway, we're going to be showing you guys the highlight reel in just a little bit.
I mean, once we get into the highlight reel, you're going to see how this game went from start to finish. As you look at it, the Royals, they started off early with a 2-0 lead. Obviously, you saw Whit Merrifield produce early on, as well as Hunter Dozier, and it looked like this is what the Royals needed, but then Rays, they ended up answering back with 2 runs, and we were tied up for a little bit. Then once the Royals took the lead back, special effects, I thought Kansas City had the deal especially sealed. The top of the 9th happened, and I guess they really went wrong when they brought in Derek Holland. Other Holland, I don't know why I said that, but overall, when you bring in Holland, that's what costly.
Yep, lots of back and forth affair in this one. Tampa Bay with the early lead. Kansas City came back, then Tampa came back, then Kansas City came back, Tampa, Kansas City, and then Tampa finally landed that final blow. So we will get to see the highlights of this one. Brusdar Graterol, who had retired the first 5 batters in a row, ends up giving up a solo home run to Yoshitomo Tsutsugo. Made it 1-0 Tampa Bay in the top half of the 2nd inning. That was a fly ball that just kept on carrying out there, hit off the batter's eye. But it had the distance, and we are going to skip ahead quite a ways. Not really showing you all the offense today, but Kansas City came into the inning down, then had a run scoring a single, and then a 2-run shot from Ryan O'Hearn to take the lead 5-3. Top of the 7th inning with some runners on base. Yoshitomo Tsutsugo strikes out, and the Royals get out of the inning. But another big play in the ball game too, with the runners at the corners. Ryan McBroom grunted into an inning-ending double play, and they already scored a run that inning, but they couldn't capitalize further. It was 6-4. Greg Holland comes into the game, loads the bases with just the 1 out, does get a strikeout of Brandon Lau to start out the top of the 9th inning. But things went from bad to worse. There was a bases loaded walk to drive in that 5th run, and then a not a suicide squeeze, a safety squeeze, which was almost a double play. Good job by O'Hearn to make it close, but in the end, Diaz does beat it out on the back end, ties this game up at 6. We head to the top of the 9th inning to show you this fly out into right field, as the Rays were still threatening, but they couldn't quite take the lead heading to the bottom half of the 9th inning. So the Royals had a chance with just 1 run to end the ball game. They had a good chance with runners on base, but Ryan O'Hearn called strike 3 to end the inning at the bottom of the knees. And we don't get to see that atrocious bunt that Michael Franco did in the bottom of the 10th inning. Manuel Margot, who came in as a pinch runner, sticks around to get in that bat, and he makes good use of it, sends it out into left field, just past the bullpen. And for the final out of the game, with a runner over at third, Hunter Dozier hit the ground ball to second, flips it onto first, and the ball game was finally over. 7-6 is your final. Tampa Bay over Kansas City. 7 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error for the Rays. Royals had 6 runs, 16 hits, and no errors. All those base runners left on were a big key to why they couldn't pull out this one for the victory.
You know what, again, I mean, you look at it for the Royals, they had their chances, obviously, to win this ball game, and they should have, but unfortunately, just 1 bad inning comes back to bite them, and a big win yet again for the Rays, and a big hit for Margot. I mean, it's big to come up clutch, and I'm eager to see, the Rays, they're slowly starting to dig back towards the Yankees. It makes you want to question coming here towards the year's end. Obviously, we're not to July 31st yet, but come the end of August, come September, is this Rays team going to be right there neck and neck with the Yankees for the AL East division?
Well, that win does pull them into 4.5 games behind the Yankees, of course, who have not played their ball game today yet. But we've got another great one for you guys right after this one. And usually at this time of night, it would be the last ball game of the day, but we've got one more after that, as we've had 3 straight extra innings affairs. We're hoping that's not going to be the same case for you guys. Beardy Buddha, Jake Dean, and I believe Duggo's going to hop in pretty soon. But how are you two gentlemen doing?
I expected to be nearing the completion of my call here tonight. Instead, we're just getting started, so we're bringing the After Dark style. It's been a fun series between Minnesota and the Diamondbacks. So I'm excited for Game 3, hoping not to get swept, though. That's really the key, if you ask me.
Now, Jake, I do have to ask you, you're going to try to keep Duggo away here, because as we know with Snakes games, they tend to go to extra innings a bunch, and we could be seeing 4 in a row. You're going to try to keep him out of the booth, perhaps, to maybe that battle up away?
Well, yeah, that's the only reason he's not here tonight.
Yeah. We're superstitious.
Yeah.
We don't need any more 19-inning games. We're 17 or whatever, Duggo, and I've been there, done that. That was too long. Too long.
Yep, well, I believe our record here in ML Bopple is 4 straight extra inning games. We had 3 to end the night, and then the first one on the next day. But it looks like we're already running behind. We want to let you get to that game, so do our little sign-off. For Tim Moore, I'm Special Effects, and for everyone here on the ML Bopple Network, thank you for joining us to watch the Tampa Bay Rays come back and beat the Kansas City Royals. 7-6 is the final. We've got Diamondbacks and Twins from the desert right now with Beardy Buddha and Jake Dean. Take it away.
All right. Thank you. We are going to see a fun matchup today of 2 of the best teams in the ball universe. The Minnesota Twins come in at 66-37, a game up on the American League Central. The Diamondbacks holding on to a 2.5-game lead in the NL West with a record of 59-42, but it has been a struggle for the Snakes so far this series, Beardy. What do you think the D-backs need to do to kind of get off the hump here and make sure that the Snakes aren't swept?
Yeah, well, luckily for your boys in red there, they get a face-off against Rich Hill. Rich has spent the majority of the season rehabbing his shoulder. He had, some type of surgery on his arm this offseason. Anyway, coming back from that, made his first start, got roughed up in about 3 2/3 innings. And so if there's an opportunity for your Snakes to tag some runs on the board, and they got a good chance to do it against Dick Mountain.
Indeed, the Diamondbacks will be throwing Luke Weaver out onto the mound. He had an excellent campaign last season in his 64 innings, had a sub-3 ERA. The ERA, though, a little higher this year. The walks, also a little higher this year. 6-4 record on the year. But, he's been effective at times. He's been, I wouldn't say that he's lacked control, but just lacked kind of that, like, grade A edge that you want from your young starting pitchers. So we'll see what Luke Weaver we get here tonight, and we'll see whether or not the D-backs can avoid the sweep as we now go to Chase Field here for Game 3 of what should have been 2 stakes, 1 stepper. But, we lost one of our stakes here tonight.
Just out searching for a little rat, get a little munch. But no, we're going to have a good time tonight in this one, and it's interesting. I talked about it a little bit in our first broadcast of this series on Monday night. Last time the Twins D-backs face each other, Twins swept your boys from Arizona up at Target Field, so looking to do it on the road now, and there's been some interesting games between these two teams in the 2010s. But now we're in the 2020s, so new slate.
Yeah, well, that hasn't been going well for literally anyone. So we'll see how the 2020 series shapes out. But right now, the Twins have already guaranteed themselves a series victory with 2 rather impressive games. The Diamondbacks' offense has been nowhere to be seen. The 1 run yesterday. And outside of a little bit of power from Ketel Marte, it's like this team forgot how to hit.
Well, and, to the Diamondbacks' credit, they did run into, I think, kind of still a dark horse, maybe Cy Young candidate at this point, despite no losses, Kenta Maeda. He only went 5 innings yesterday, but he was still pretty masterful, didn't allow a run, and he's been real good for the Twins. They've struggled to kind of sort out things in the back half of the rotation. They were waiting on Rich Hill to get healthy. They were waiting on Michael Pineda to serve his suspension. And so with Hill back healthy now, they're going to give him a few starts here, see how he looks, and then maybe make a determination whether they want to bring Pineda or Dobnik out of that long relief role to a starter role.
Indeed, as we see Max Kepler, the German, out here, the first batter. 0-2 count to him. A little bit different look for the Twins lineup here tonight. Former Diamondback, mediocre Alex Avila coming out to play behind the plate. It should be a fun one. Good to see him back,
Well, yeah, that was I was just going to say, that was a special request lineup addition that we tweaked this afternoon for Duggo's sake. So, as I told him, I hope he hits a couple bombas tonight.
Indeed. But, Alex Avila, I think the only guy I know who can say his father traded him away.
Yes.
So, if there's unique stories in the major leagues, but that is truly, I think, a once in a millennia type event right there.
Sometimes the stars just align,
Well, that would require Alex Avila to be a star, which he is not. It's a full count here from Luke Weaver now to Max Kepler. Kepler hits that towards the shift. Ketel Marte's there in plenty of time, or maybe that was Nick Ahmed shifted all the way over. It doesn't matter. Either way, the out is recorded, and there's 1 down for Luke Weaver, but it did take him a solid 8 pitches to get that done.
Yeah, and Max has been struggling this series. He's hitless with 3 strikeouts, so just to see him work a nice, healthy at-bat there to lead this one off is always solid, but Weaver needs to settle down a bit. We'll see if he can focus and get these last 2 batters out and get the clean slate.
Well, his next challenge will be Jorge Polanco, who scored 2 runs over the last 3 games. But, we were talking about this yesterday, Beardy. Those top 3 in the lineup, Kepler, Polanco, Garver, kind of the guys we expected to be just, hitting the cover off the baseball. Instead, they're bunting the cover off the baseball. The throw over in plenty of time. Crone able to retrieve that one. So 2 up, 2 down. But the top 3 really haven't been the impressive ones so far in the series for the Twins.
No, it's been the bottom 3. It's been Luis Arias, Miguel Sano, and Byron Buxton. They've been kind of the heart and soul of the Twins offense this entire series. Driving in the most runs. Sano had a homer in Monday night's game and an RBI double in yesterday's ball game. So, and even Byron Buxton's been barreling him up a bit in this series. So, just goes to show you this Twins lineup, man. Even when the top gunners aren't gunning, they still got some guys who can fill in the cracks.
As the first pitch into Mitch Garver, 0-1. That was a strike. He had an appearance in the All-Star game, but he did a lot of what he did right there, swinging and missing. It was not an impressive All-Star performance from him. However, his season, on the other hand, has been anything but exceptional. 336, 410, 684 slash line, 20 doubles, 29 home runs, but a strikeout right there, and Luke Weaver gets through the first inning without any harm. We head to the bottom of the first. It'll be the Marte Parte to lead it off.
Marte Parte. Star Mart and Kmart.
Oh yeah, Kmart works. I'm surprised that no one's given Cattell that nickname yet.
Oh, well, you just add an E on the end, you know, make it a little sexy.
Yeah, so Rich Hill. Man, I don't like, because he used to pitch for an evil empire. But, you know, that's okay. I guess we'll cut him some slack now that he's in Twins blue.
Yeah, he's an interesting case. Coming off that surgery he had in the offseason, it was basically, I can't remember the exact surgery, but it was basically that or Tommy John. And since he is over the hill, not wise to do the TJ surgery, so he opted for the slightly less severe surgery. Said he's been feeling great, and he had some decent stats down at AAA when he was doing a couple rehab starts down there, working that arm back up, and not the best first outing for him, but he's an old trusty vet, so I think you got to give him at least 5, maybe 6 starts here. Twins, of course, in the pennant race, so, you know, not sure how much they really want to experiment with the rotation, but I think Hill's a savvy enough vet to at least stick for a little bit.
You know, you mentioned Tommy John's surgery. How depressing must it be to be a 4-time MLB All-Star and your entire name, likeness, and career is just simplified to one surgery about a ligament? Like, Tommy's just got to be sad. Starling Marte takes a leadoff walk.
That was a close pitch taken there. That was a nice job by Marte. Getting leadoff runner aboard is always handy, and Hill started out rough in his last start too, but he allowed only 3 earned runs. He did give up 5 total. He had some bad defense behind him. His pitch out, trying to give Mitch Garver all the help he needs with that pretty noodly arm back there.
What exactly is a noodly arm?
He can't really throw cannons.
Okay. As the second pitch, to Cattell Marte is going to be hit to the right side of the infield. Not enough time for a double play ball, especially with how quick Starling is on the base path. And so that basically amounts to a bunt of sorts as the runner moves up to second. Cattell's out at first, and that'll bring up Ed.
We all love Ed.
Who doesn't?
I hope he can get back to the pace he was on at the start of this ball season. It was insane there the first month or two.
Yeah, he had some Fogo power for a while, but alas, as of late, it's been a lot of that. A lot of just boring, unhelpful pop fly strikeouts. I really don't know what happened to Ed, but he needs to get his head right.
The guy hitting behind him has been a pretty exciting addition, the rookie Seth Beer. I know he's a name that has always popped up in your broadcast, it seems, when I tune into the Snakecasts, and not having the best series here so far, but looking for his first hit, only a couple strikeouts, so he's probably due.
Yeah, I mean, he has been a great addition, a rookie here for these Snakes, came over in a trade last season, and, you know, very limited action. He's shown the ability to hit for clutch power, to take walks. He's shown, more recently a lot more ability to strike out, but you gotta respect a rookie who's hitting 310 with a 344 on base percentage as he takes a rip at that one. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be far too much up, not enough out, and it's caught out there in left field. So the Diamondbacks get a runner in scoring position, but scoring is not something they will do. It's still 0-0 here through 1.
I was just thinking, if I was Rich Hill, I would legally change my name to Dick Mountain. That's such a good nickname. Could you imagine meeting a lady friend, going to meet her parents, and you say, "Hi, I'm Dick Mountain."
I don't think that's going to do you any good in that instance.
I think it projects wonderful confidence.
I mean, it definitely projects. That's fair. I just don't know what it projects. Confidence, compensation, I don't know. As that one's going to be flied out to center field. Starling Marte waits underneath it and caught for the first out there.
Yeah, Eddie gets under that one. He's been one of the hotter hitters in the Twins lineup, but has cooled off since the All-Star break. And Eddie up to 27 homers and starting to creep into the top 10 in a lot of American League categories. So there's a reason he's hitting cleanup, usually behind Nelson Cruz, hitting 5th actually, but now it's Josh Donaldson tonight. We didn't get our lineup changes.
Yeah, well, Nelson Cruz can't play in the field. He's far too old. Come on.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
That man's still a professional athlete. I don't think he can run. Maybe can he even walk?
Oh yeah, he can walk. Nelly takes good care of himself, man. There's a reason he can still club 40 home runs at 40 years old.
Yeah, well, also it helps to just focus on hitting and do nothing else. Don't get me started on the DH, but if you ask me, it's a position for weak baseball players who just can't get it done anymore. Excuse me, that's Ketel Marte out there in center field. I'm not used to him being out there. He played a lot in center last year, but he really found a home at second base so far this ball season. But with the injury to David Peralta, oh my, if he could just come back already, that would be fabulous.
Soon, isn't he? Is he coming back this weekend?
Yeah, in a week from today, David Peralta will be back out for these Snakes, but they've missed his bat. I think this series shows you, sometimes the Snakes just can only get a run, and you want your best hitter by average and one of the best doubles hitters in the MLB right now to be back, and I am counting down the days.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. He's still leading not leading. He's still top 10 in a bunch of categories offensively in the National League. I was kind of surprised doing my prep at how many times his name was still popping up, despite. Has he been out like a month now?
Yeah, he's been out a month, and he's still leading categories. So if that doesn't tell you how good of a season that man was having, I mean, my oh my.
Well, I mean, if you can count your lucky stars, you guys are still leading the division by 2.5, and he's been out for a month. So yeah, but that'll increase once he comes back.
We've had to see a little too much Rojo Ojo though. A little too much UB56.
Too much UB56. Just too much red wine. That your heart will grow like the Grinch's if you drink too much red wine like Rojo Ojo.
Instead, though, we get King Kong out here. Kevin Crone. He's back up with the top-level ball club after spending a lot of this season in Triple-A Reno. He's a big-time power bat and a really good young guy for these Snakes. Just hasn't had a lot of opportunities to play because, got blocked for a while by Goldschmidt, then Christian Walker. And you're definitely not going to put him at third base with Eduardo Escobar out there as he hits this one deep, but not deep enough. That'll be a fly ball out right there. So Rich Hill working efficiently.
Twins had the other Crone brother on the lineup last year. Hit 25 bomb for him. He had a pretty solid season at first base for the Twins last year. He just hurt his thumb down the stretch and became pretty much a non-factor at the plate. But having an okay year in bot ball up in Detroit, one of their signings up there to try and win more than 47 games. But yeah, it's been pretty crazy, some of these trades we've had so far this season. Ooh.
Oof, I thought that throw was going to go way high. Instead, it actually works out there for the Twinnies. So 2 down now as the Diamondbacks continue to struggle to get any semblance of offense going this series.
I've talked about Polanco's arm plenty. I always hold my breath a little bit anytime he launches one because there's a good chance it's probably going first-class airmail.
Well, and, you were talking about those Tigers and how they're trying to win more than 47 games. I mean, they are currently technically on track to win more than 47 games here in this ball season. However, they're a whopping 27 games behind as I don't know what happens there. Just looks like Donaldson dropped it. I would like to see a replay, and the show will oblige. Except they're not going to show the part that matters.
Yeah, did it take a nasty hop?
I don't care about Carson Kelly's running form. Like, I know he's slow. I don't need any video evidence of that as Luke Weaver comes to the plate now. 147 average on the season. Does have an RBI though. But I guess we can all be happy that Luke Weaver won't have to bat for himself in the upcoming real baseball season.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Luke Weaver was part of that Goldschmidt deal.
Yeah, I was kind of interested in his stats. It kind of seems like almost a roller coaster of a stat line. There's parts you like about it. There's parts you don't really like about it. But I do like the strikeout to walk ratio. I don't like the 16 homers given up and 102 pitched. But the ERA is okay. The whip's pretty solid too, 1.14. It's been enough to get him the 6-4 record, and I think he can be a nice third option behind what Robbie Ray and Mad Bum have done this year.
Yeah, and I mean, you just really want Luke Weaver to pan out because you gave up your face of the franchise player for him as he strikes out there to end the second inning. But you got Carson Kelly, Andy Young, and Luke Weaver. Well, Andy Young's not up with the Major League Ball Club right now. Carson Kelly is behind the plate right there about to take pitches from Luke Weaver, but he hasn't been able to hit the ball to save his life this ball season. And, Weaver's had some ups and downs, so we'll really see if Weaver can turn out to be a solid rotation guy. I think you got enough back for Goldschmidt. However, if his pitching kind of teeters out, Carson Kelly isn't able to kind of get the bat to come around, not sure that was the best deal for you in the end.
Well, the Twins in the mid-aughts in the 2010s were kind of famous for making terrible lopsided trades that didn't benefit them too much.
Yeah. It's a very Miami Marlins type thing to do.
Yeah. So I was just going to say, I feel you if it doesn't pan out.
The center fielder, number 25.
I always joke, how many times can the Miami Marlins trade for prospects, make those prospects good players, and then trade those players away for more prospects? It's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, Whatever, Derek Jeter. It's not like I've ever accused him of being smart.
And the Bomba squad attempts the second bunt of the game in the top of the third inning. What?
I mean, I guess Byron Buxton's quick enough, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think he should just try and swing, especially given how well he's been hitting this series.
He's been barreling him up, man. Swing away. It always cracks me up when Polanco bunts because he's not that fast.
Yeah, and I mean, Polanco's more of a powered guy, too. And see, right there, just swing, Byron, swing.
Never bunt, hit singles.
Yeah, well, Byron Buxton gets himself on, and he's been a thorn in the Diamondback side, not just because of that, but his speed on the base paths.
Well, yeah, he just stole his first base in about a couple weeks, it seemed like.
Well, the third bunt attempt for these Twinnies here today fails. Rich. You're not ready for this. You don't want to get one of those bunt double plays that bot ball teams are so good at accomplishing.
They love the too solid bunt.
Yeah. Well. Oh my! They're not going to get either of them. This Diamondbacks defense has been atrocious this whole series. You're not going to get Byron Buxton running full speed on that. I understand, Kevin, that you came up from Reno. Maybe you don't know your scouting report, but oh my god. Frustrating.
Yeah, ill-advised there. Again, maybe about any other player in this Twins lineup, you might have been able to turn the 3-6-3 there, but unwise decision. You're still set for the double play, though, so with the way Max Kepler has been swinging this series, might be a good chance at it.
Yeah, the German really hasn't gotten it done. 0 for 1 today. Hasn't been a part of the offense at all for the Twins. You know, really, like we said, it's been Byron Buxton. It's been the Sprinkler. It's been kind of the unsung heroes of the middle and end of this Twins lineup. Although I don't know how unsung they are, because, like, I'm pretty sure everyone on your team has, like, 25 homers. Which is just not cool.
Just 3 of them.
Oh, okay, just 3 of them. That's going to be hit through into the outfield. The runner coming home. Buxton's going to make it in plenty of time. And that is, yeah, there you go. Well, Luke Weaver can't get the out on the bunt. Can't get the out on the swinging. And all of a sudden, it's not looking good for the Snakes here in this series. The sweep might be coming.
Well, Kepler goes opposite field hit for his first notch in the series. And, you know, Max set a career high last year in home runs, and he was even banged up down the stretch, too. Still blasted 36 of them. He's kind of close to that pace. He's gone 14.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's also just, as we discussed yesterday, the hottest man in baseball is, whoa, Rich Hill. Calm down, brother. Calm down. Rich Hill.
Dick Mountain trying to get home plate.
Yeah, he was trying to project there, Beardy. I think he saw that throw was offline, decided to give it a go, but nobody told him he does not have wheels. And so now there's 2 down, very luckily for the Diamondbacks. It should have been a bases loaded 1-out situation. Instead, Rich Hill just runs himself into an out. And it'll be up to Mitch Garver here, who's got a 1-1 count.
You know, Twins third base coach Tony Diaz got in a little hot water last year with some of these sends and holds. So I wonder if Rich might have just taken it upon himself to blow past Tony Diaz. But he wasn't his third base coach last year.
Yeah, I mean, he waited too, which was the weirdest part, you know what I mean? As Garver now strikes out. Garver once again continuing to struggle here in this series. Weaver gives up the run, but able to get out of quite a jam thanks to the interesting base running decisions of one Rich Hill. We head to the bottom of the third. We'll see Vargas and the Marte Parte to lead it off as our silent compatriot Heidi Watney blesses us with some form of information.
Well, hitting stats. Nice. You had top 10, quite a few categories there, and probably a big reason why your D-backs are first in the NL West and leading those Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just they're the good team. You just want to cheer for the Diamondbacks. I mean, who wants to cheer for the Dodgers? Like, that's something that only like Cookie would do. It's gross.
I was just gonna say that's something that a guy who doesn't eat pizza would do.
Yeah. You don't want to be on the same team as a guy who doesn't eat pizza. That's problematic. That one gets hit deep, but it won't get out of here. It'll be caught out there and left, so it'll be an out. Almost a productive piece of hitting by the Diamondbacks, but alas, no siree.
Get a look at those AL Central standings there. Twins leading Chicago by just 1 game, and they'll be facing off this weekend starting tomorrow night. I'll be on an After Dark call, Twins White Sox, tomorrow night. If you want to stick around, it'll be about this time that I'll be starting that game, unless, of course, there's back-to-back-to-back extra inning games in front of me. We had a trivia question from Big Guy 73, and it was answered right away by NP Squared. So nice job. It was name the Twins player to play all 9 positions in one game. That was Cesar Tovar.
How do you even do that? Like, why? I don't see the reason.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe it was tail end of a doubleheader or something, or maybe it was some kind of gimmick they pulled at Met Stadium back in the day in Bloomington. Not sure.
Yeah, it just sounds like they were memeing around, being like,
yeah.
Can we do this? Is it possible? Tovar was just like, heck, I'll do it. Just, move me 60 feet to the left every inning in the outfield, and then I'll come in and play the infield too. What the heck? What do you think the hardest position to jump into? Probably catcher, I would assume.
Yeah, probably catcher, just because the load you got to take on with the pitchers. If you're just sitting back there like a middle school catcher, it might not be a big deal, but
yeah, Starling Marte shows you, why you need a good catcher. You need a better arm than that. That throw came in far too high from Mitch Garver, and he's able to record the stolen base there. Saw he was caught stealing yesterday, and he's been caught stealing quite a lot this season, so good to see him be successful there. It'll be now a 1-2 count to Ketel Marte. Ooh, that ball is hit hard to the gap. That should score 1, if not 2. Going back, it's gone! Another moonshot for Ketel Marte. 425 feet, 103 miles an hour off the bat. 22nd on the season. Tony Parrish-Chica gives him the high five. The crowd goes wild here at Chase Field. It's a 2-1 lead now for the Snakes. We ain't gonna be swept.
we finally get a Marte Partey in this series. How about that?
Yeah, if Starling could start, hitting, but also, like, when he's hitting, not getting out on the base pass, I think we'd see it a lot more often, but that's okay. Ketel Marte can hit a home run whenever. Bases empty, bases loaded. I'm gonna be fine with it at pretty much any point.
Well, and that was the one encouraging sign from Hill's first start. He didn't give up any home runs, but where there's a will, there's a way, and the Snakes on the board and with the lead now.
And we still got Ed going, although he's probably going to fly out, like, shallowly. No, he's going to... Oh, I thought that was a hit finally. But, got a little too excited. I need more Fogo power, Ed. Come on, Fogo power.
Please tell me that you've heard the story on how Eduardo Escobar learned English.
Yes.
Okay.
Him and Wilmer Flores were using friends, right?
No. Eduardo Escobar was watching Nick Cage movies, and then got to meet Nick Cage when he was down in Florida at spring training with the Twins. I think his last year with the Twins.
I'd pay a lot of money to see Eduardo Escobar and Nick Cage try and steal the Constitution. I don't know about you. Like, that could be National Treasure 3, baby.
Yes.
Ed.
Yeah, just Ed.
What would their mission be? What do they need to go do in this world? What national treasure are they working towards?
Might need to think on that for a half inning or so.
Yeah, we'll open it up to the chat. If you have a good pitch for National Treasure 3 with Nick Cage and Eduardo Escobar, let us know. As that one's going to get hit up the middle, so Ed able to get it done there, and all of a sudden, what looked like a good start for Rich Hill is getting a little rockier. And, that's kind of what you said last time, is he didn't make it far into the baseball game, only went 3 2/3. Well, he's right at about that point right now, 3 1/3, and now has to face Seth Beard.
Ooh. I thought that one was hit a lot harder than what it was, but yeah, Rich, this is kind of the gamble that the Twins were taking. They said, hey, man, we're going to give you a chance after the All-Star break and see what you can do. I think he could be an effective maybe 2 to 3 inning guy in the bullpen, long relief, but it will be curious to see how long Rocco Baldelli decides to keep him in the rotation.
As we also determined yesterday, very attractive Rocco Baldelli.
Yeah, highly recommend just going back and watching last night's broadcast. You'll find out the sexiest players in bot ball and some great conversations surrounding that.
And, I mean, you'll just hear us say Oho Rojo like 17 times, which is always good as Seth Beer strikes out there. That's the second strikeout on the day for Rich Hill. And so the Diamondbacks have a runner at first, but 2 down now. And that'll bring up the 5th hole hitter after Beer. Kevin Crone, King Kong. They took some pounds off of him. I don't know if you've seen a picture of Kevin Crone in real life, Beardy, but you look him up. They've taken some pounds off of him, San Diego studios. They're trying to make him look fit. I guess it works there as he gets a hit there, another single. So the Diamondbacks offense coming a bit alive finally in Game 3 of this series.
Yeah, even with CJ Crone being on the Twins last year, I was kind of shocked at actually how lean he was. I don't know if Kevin was a lot bigger than CJ, but
Kevin's a big boy.
Sure. Well, I mean, they're both. I mean, even CJ's like 6'5", 6'6". His nickname's the Big Fella. So
yeah, let's see. Kevin Crone, 6'5", 250.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
And, the other cool thing about Kevin Crone, born in Phoenix. So, he went to Mountain Point High School out here in the Phoenix area. So, one of those locally born and bred type players. And his dad, actually, is the AAA Reno manager. So, his dad got to tell his own son that he was getting called up.
Man, what a moment that would be. And always cool when a local kid gets picked up or drafted even by the hometown club. And Twins fans, of course, always love those narratives with Joe Mauer. But it is a special thing. That's even more special. I couldn't imagine being able to tell your kid, like, hey, man, you're going up to the bigs.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be like tearing up while you got to hide the tears. Like, no, I'm not crying. You crying? Like,
oh no, I'm a crier. I'd be, just like Billy Bob in Varsity Blues. I cried.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend like I know what that means as that's hit out to center field, but it looks like it's gonna be caught on the run, and it is. So Rich Hill finally gets out of this one, but not before Ketel Marte sent a ball flying over the wall out there in left center. It's now 2-1 Snakes trying to avoid the sweep.
If you should do yourself a favor, go back and watch the 1998 classic Varsity Blues starring James Vanderbeek, Paul Walker, John Voight, among others. Classic about Texas football and high school life. Good snapshot of the 90s for you.
Ah, yes, James Vanderbeek, the man who played Diplo in a show that Diplo wrote. So that's gotta be a weird one.
Well, if I know that's how young you are because you didn't say Beak was Dawson.
Oh, who's Dawson? Is that the guy
some
with
of
the
the
creek?
old, some of the olds got a yeah.
Okay, that's the guy with the creek. Okay, cool. I have no idea what that show's about, but I do know the name of it. I have heard of it before.
Okay.
Ball, that's out.
On the WB back in the day. I was a little young for Dawson's Creek myself, but I obviously knew who the dreamy James Vanderbeek was.
Yeah, he's so dreamy that he had to go on Dancing with the Stars last year, so... you know that his career might be faltering just a tad.
Hey, man, we can't all be A-list. We can't all be A-list.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were what, like Z-list? James Vanderbeek up there at
I don't even...
You're telling me ball announcers we're not just the celebs of the world? I mean, we got 33 viewers, Beardy.
We're lucky if we're on a 100-point BuzzFeed list.
Is that one's going to be flied up there? Wow, that really kind of tailed out there at the end. But Kevin Crone able to get it for the first out here in the top of the fourth. And And that'll bring up the ever mediocre Josh Donaldson. How much money you paying Josh Donaldson to not be able to hit the baseball?
$92 million over 4 years.
But
I will say, I was super excited when the Twins first announced the deal. It was the first probably win now move that the Twins have ever made in my entire time watching them.
Well, yeah, because I don't think they've won anything in your entire time.
Hey, just AL Central Division championships, sir.
Well, yeah, but usually that's not very hard.
No, they were winning AL Central championships in the mid-aughts with like 87 wins sometimes. It was silly.
Yeah, that sounds like the Diamondbacks winning that like 2017 wild card by like a lot, but barely having a decent record. You know what I mean? They were so aggressively close to 500.
The second baseman, Luis.
But this season, the AL Central is it's a dogfight. As you see, Josh Donaldson didn't like the trash talk, so he decided to hit a ball very far out there to center field. Just misses being a home run. It bounces off the wall there and goes for a double.
How high do you have to hit it out there to get it up for a home run?
It's pretty high. You don't see it very often.
Yeah,
it's a nice place to sit though. Home run point.
Yeah, for sure. That's like Twins in center field at Target Field. They have kind of an overhang, couple levels of overhang bars there in center now, just over the batter's eye. And some of the longest home runs I've seen hit in my life, I was standing out there and whipped my head around on the crack of a bat, and all of a sudden Miguel Sano had planted a ball about 480 feet up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the same kind of weirdness with the Fenway Monster as that one's hit. Ooh, okay. Woo. All right. The adrenaline spiked there just a little bit for both myself and Luke Weaver, but it's all good. Just a long strike. And that one's hit up the middle. The throw over to Crone in time for the out. The runner does advance to third, Donaldson. However, there's 2 down now, so the Twins going to need a hit in order to bring him in.
Nice play to the right there by, is it
Ildemaro Vargas?
Is it Vargas? Okay, I wasn't sure if that lineup had gone through or not. But yeah, Vargas, nice play, nice toss on the run. Made the play in plenty of time, too.
Well, here's the man who hit that 483 or whatever foot home run that lands up on those porches in Minnesota. As Miguel Sano comes to the plate. He's been atrocious with runners in scoring position. Like, my God, 167?
Yeah, it's not been the best. He struggled out the gate pretty mightily. Only recently as his power number has been kind of returning. That one's hit well.
I should stop making fun of Twins players. They just keep making me feel bad afterwards. Miguel Sano gets a nice RBI double there, his 12th of this season, helping his average with runners in scoring position quite significantly. And the Twins tie it up here, so the Twins don't want to go down easy, and like pretty much every game in this series, it's shaping up to be a close battle all the way through. I mean, even yesterday's game that ended pretty lopsided was a tie ball game for most of the affair.
Yeah, and Monday night we had a 3-2 ball game, and I expected this to be a pretty even series. While my boys have gotten the 2 wins, it's been a lot of fun and pretty close and competitive.
Yeah, you just got to play against Andrew Chafin for too long. That one's also going to get out to the outfield. That's going to be a double for Buxton, who's just killed the Diamondbacks. And now the Twins have recovered the lead. It's 3-2.
The bottom of this lineup in this series is no doubt the MVPs. My goodness, Arias, Sano, and Buxton. They came into the evening. They had 10 hits in 20 at-bats among all 3 of them. And in that stretch, there's a home run, 2 doubles, and now I guess there's 2 more doubles thanks to Sano and Buxton. Always nice when you get that production from, I guess it's 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, but I mean, coming into the series, you add Miguel Sano and Byron Buxton's batting average together, and you could not get the number that is their batting average together during this series. So, I mean, that's how much they're playing out of their minds right now. Byron Buxton was hitting 220 coming into this series. Like, he should just not be getting it done.
Well, I keep telling folks he's gotten kind of a bad shake, I think, from MLB The Show. He was leading the American League in doubles before he, before he injured his shoulder last season after 87 games. Byron was really putting it together last year, so it's not surprising when he's starting to barrel these up, maybe figuring some things out after that surgery he had this offseason.
Hey, but Alex Avila doing Alex Avila-y things right there, flying out to end the inning. So now the Minnesota Twins, plate 2 in the top of the 4th, they regain the lead. It's a 3-2 ball game here from Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, as now the Snakes come up and try and rally.
Congratulations to real-life Heidi Watney. Announced she was pregnant with a baby boy, so hoping for her and the daddy that it's a nice, health-safe pregnancy and birth, and there's going to be a little maybe she'll give birth to our future ML Botball sideline reporter.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks.
Well, is he going to be mute too, or is that not a genetic trait?
I mean, the children are our future, so maybe he'll get that mic figured out.
Maybe he'll be the voice of America. That 0-0 pitch comes in 1-0.
A regular Robbie Makowski. And if anybody knows that name, I'll donate $10 to Meals on Wheels.
Well, I mean, I kind of want to lie so that we get $10 from Meals on Wheels, but no, I have no idea who that is.
Count is 2-1.
That one is called a strike, says home plate umpire.
Yeah, I guess.
That kind of looked like ball 3 if you ask me. But that's okay.
Oh, EB! Oh, all right. EB gets it. Pirates sideline reporter. He started out with the Twins, so that's the only reason I know him. Our good friend Robbie Makowski started as the sideline guy on Fox Sports North. Now with the Pirates
Fox Sports North.
Yeah, baby.
What, they were just like, yeah, we can't use the state name. Minnesota's too long. We gotta shorten that somehow.
Well, okay, you got to think about it here. You have a lot of Twins fans in Iowa. You have a lot of Twins fans in South Dakota. You have a lot of Twins fans in North Dakota. You have a lot of Twins fans actually in Wisconsin. So,
that seems sacrilege.
Yep. It is, but no, that's kind of why they kind of do it Twins territory. That's kind of their whole shtick, is it's like they know it's more of a regional product just because there's not pro teams in surrounding states.
Unless you're Wisconsin, but your pro team just doesn't excite people because you employed Ryan Braun, that filthy piece of scum. So that's all I got to say on that topic.
Oh, see, EB comes in with the save. He says Fox Sports North because it's north of Toronto. That's right.
Yeah, is Minnesota the most northern ball club? Seattle might be.
I don't know my latitudes and longitudes.
Neither do I, but you know. I just know that there's a parallel there, and that determines things, but I couldn't tell you. How far north it is, as now it'll bring up Ildemaro Vargas, the 9-hole hitter here with 2 down in the bottom of the 4th. Rich Hill's really settled down after a little bit of rockiness. So maybe he's coming back, Beardy. Maybe this is the Rich Hill you wanted to see. Outside of that home run, he's been rather excellent.
Yeah, settled in nicely after giving up that moonshot to the Marte Partey. If he gets through 5 here, I think it would kind of be a positive sign that maybe he is worth taking a peek at for, 5-6 starts or however long it takes to kind of figure out what he's going to be this season. Coming off that surgery, as I said, a lot of question marks, but I mean, you can't deny his track record. He was a fantastic pitcher for the Dodgers the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, talk about it. Even in 2019, when he, like we said, only got some limited action in the 58 innings he did pitch, 2.45 ERA, 4-1 record, with 72 strikeouts to just 18 walks. So, I mean, those are good numbers you want for your squad. Anybody with a sub-2.5 ERA can start any day of the week in my book. It's just whether or not you're still going to see the same Rich Hill at this point in his career.
Well, I think a lot of the Twins, the moves that the Twins made this offseason were guys who would be supplemental if they are going to make a postseason run.
Well, Ildemaro Vargas not helping the Snakes try and make a postseason run right there, as he's the third out of the inning. We're done with 4 here from the desert. Twins 3, D-backs 2. It's not looking good for the sweep.
The right fielder, Max Kepler.
No swept snack.
No step either, but the Twins really haven't been, cooperating with that one. Oh, but Max Kepler cooperating there, swinging at the very high fastball. 0-2 count now from Luke Weaver. And another high fastball gets him. Thank you, Max Kepler. You might be the hottest man in baseball, but you don't look very smart out there.
No, he's had some terrible at-bats this series,
Terrible.
too. That's kind of been the surprising thing.
I mean, I like his jersey number, though. I got to give him respect for the 26, so he's okay in my book.
He's looking very post-1945 German right now.
Yes.
Shambles.
Is he going to, break in half and then come back together at some point? Because, I mean, that'd be a pretty cool trade.
Become a switch hitter.
Yeah. Yeah,
We're on
swing
a
for
roll.
both sides.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice pitch there. That high breaking ball. 1-2 is the count. 43 strikes out of 64 total pitches thrown for Luke Weaver on the day. So really hasn't been a control issue. He's just gotten hit around in a couple of instances.
I was just going to bring it up. He's been rather efficient, and the truck read my mind with that little graphic. I've been impressed with Luke Weaver tonight. He's a guy you want to have in your rotation, I think. He's got a solid pitch mix, and you can get that fastball up to 95, change up at 82. That's good speed mix. 96 there for the K.
Yes, 4th strikeout of the day, and you're right, he does have a good mix, and he is a promising arm for these Diamondbacks, and that's really might be, for the first time in a long time, one of the strengths of this club. You got Matt Bum, you got Mike Leake, you got Luke Weaver, Zach Gallen's looking just absolutely amazing. Last season, I don't think Zach Gallen did not give up more than 3 runs in any start last season, and last season he was a rookie. So that's pretty darn good.
Not 2 shabs.
Yeah, I'll take that any day of the week. In fact, I'm hoping I see it 12 times in this upcoming season. It's a 2-0 count here from Weaver. Ooh, that was a strike. You might want to get your eyes checked, Blue.
Yeah, I don't know where that missed either.
Okay, well, at least he calls that one a strike there for Weaver. The changeup coming in at 80 miles an hour. Wow, 15, 16 mile an hour differences between your fastball and your breaking ball. That's just got to mess with some people's minds.
I really love a pitcher who can change speeds effectively on an individual pitch, not between his different pitches, but how can he take or add things off his fastball? How can he deceive these guys? I think that's a bigger part of the game. Just if you can keep that arm angle right, there's a lot of talk of pitch tunneling the last few years. I really like a guy who isn't afraid to take a few ticks off that fastball, give guys a different look.
No, that's 100% fair. Especially what I like are guys who can kind of change the movement of their fastball a little bit too. And I'm not just talking 2-seam to 4-seam, but kind of adding a little more tailing action to it or something like that. That can also be really effective as not maybe another pitch or something that is confusing guys, but just something that's changing the timing a little bit, changing the aim a little bit on any given pitch. Ooh, that ball's going to be hit up the middle. Weaver gets it on, like, the turnaround. That was graceful. I think he fielded that not looking.
Yeah, that was quite the play.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's lucky it didn't hit him, but somehow went right into his glove because that's just how the world works. And the inning is over.
Well, man, I was on the Twins Tigers call when Matt Boyd got blasted in the head by a Miguel Sano liner. That was pretty scary. As someone who has been a slow pitch beer league softball pitcher, I don't know how some of these major league guys do it sometimes, especially after a screamer goes right past their eardrum.
Yeah, I mean, what, Tanaka, right, got hit in just like a major league squad game the other day.
God, that was scary. I was glad to see he was okay even when he was a Yankee, but I don't like guys getting hurt. Nobody likes that.
No, I mean, the only injuries I'll advocate for in baseball are throwing as hard as you can at any Houston Astro anywhere they are. I want to reiterate that I'm in favor of throwing baseballs at Houston Astros players when they're not even playing baseball. Although I think the government might disagree with me on that one just a little bit.
That's assault, brother.
You know, it's not assault if it's righteous.
The center fielder, number 4.
Also, what are these like gems and diamonds you're putting in the chat there, Beardy? What's going on?
They're bits. I don't know. It's the easiest way to like donate to the channel. So that's just how I do it, especially when I'm on the stream because I just do it on my phone. But yeah, folks, we're raising money for Meals on Wheels, organization we started raising out money for when we started this whole bot ball project way back when. Meals on Wheels in over 5,000 communities, and just a great organization getting good food to good folks, especially important during the old pandy. So toss a couple bits maybe. That'll all go to Meals on Wheels. Subscribe if you're not a subscriber, although I think we've gifted enough subs the last couple days that I think just about everybody's a subscriber now. So just want to remind folks, if you can, toss a couple bucks to Meals on Wheels. We'd appreciate the heck out of you.
Yeah, I mean, you are literally getting live coverage from the hype train conductor. I mean, that's next level.
Choo choo.
Yeah, I can't wait to start screaming that again when David Peralta comes back too. Every time you hit a home run, I just yell choo choo. It was one of my favorite parts of these calls, and I haven't gotten the chance in a while.
Yeah, that's probably been the biggest effect on these Diamondbacks, not hearing those choo-choo calls from you.
Exactly. They need the morale boost. Because clearly, I control the morale of a computerized squad of baseball players. They rely on me. I'm their heart, their soul, their motivation.
0-1's the count.
Rich Hill doesn't need any motivation here today. He's been working effectively. Has the lead right now through 4 2/3, an 0-1 count on Eduardo Escobar, who... What are you doing, Ed? What was that? It looked like a lazy swing on a ball that you shouldn't swing on, and I swear you haven't gotten a hit in, like, years. I want the old Ed. No,
yeah, man, he was like leading every single category in the NL for the first like 2 months of the season this year in bot ball. It was, I swear, every time I looked at the stats video, it was like, God, he's still raking. It makes me jealous.
He was hitting over 400 for a month, and now he's down at 260. I mean, not only do I miss the old Kanye, I miss the old Ed.
Yeah. Well, in baseball as in life, there is always a regression to the mean.
And I do literally think that his career batting average is right around 260, so it makes sense. It makes sense. I understand that it was likely, but you know, a man can dream. I just need to go buy him some Fogo de Chao, and he'll figure it out.
People crap on him. I love me some small sample sizes. That's where you get the real fun bits of baseball trivia.
I mean, it's going to be a small sample size season as Ed is able to take a walk after just some ugly, ugly hacks there. So you got to respect his ability to get back in the count there. Rich Hill, though, probably got robbed on that pitch. I think that was a strikeout.
Yeah, I mean, when you're Rich Hill's age too, you've seen a few of those go either way in your career. Didn't get the best of it there. At 82 pitches, this will probably be the last batter we see him face, I guess, because if this gets out of hand, I wouldn't be surprised if Rocco pulls the hook.
Why
He's humping the air.
Yeah, dude, just the hip gyrations. I don't know who programmed the most kid-friendly part of this video game to be the least kid-friendly motions, but San Diego Studios.
He was doing that Monday night. It got me all shook and hot and bothered.
Well, now we just need Max Kepler to start joining in. Because that one's thrown over to first, and that'll retire the side. The Diamondbacks offense, once again, not able to muster much. We're through 5 here. The Twins holding on to a run lead. Donaldson, Arias, Sano up next.
That deadly bottom of the Twins order, apparently they're the snakes. Apparently they're the St. Patrick's of this Twins order, this series.
Hey, there were never any snakes in Ireland. St. Patrick is a sham. A sham, I tell you. Like, yes, I could also get rid of all the polar bears in America, because there just, like, aren't any.
You gotta. I'm a snake handler. I got a snake sitting 10 feet behind me in my booth here, and not you.
Yeah, I'm much better with taking care of dogs. Anything that slithers around, you know, they're cool, but I don't know about that. Also, I'm just not sure I could feed them like small rodents.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Well, yeah, our guy Irwin, he eats rats. They're pretty decent size, but some snakes you got to feed them like rabbits and stuff. It's pretty crazy. I won't get one that big. Irwin's about just shy of 5 feet long, and he's perfect size.
I do appreciate my dog's keen ability to eat cooked meat. She's good with that. You know, I don't have to deal with anything. It doesn't look like an animal anymore when it comes to me. It's all processed. It's good. You know, I'm a liberal academic. I can't get my hands dirty. Like that would be faux pas.
Well, the tank that my snake is in is a bioactive tank, so I don't have to clean up the poop. It gets eaten by little bugs.
Oh, well, that's way better. I have to clean up a lot of dog poop. That's not fair. Dog, we got to make you bioactive, whatever that does.
A bioactive room for a dog would be awesome.
I mean, I'm already stuck in my apartment all the time. We might as well make the room bioactive. It's a 2-0 count to the sprinkler. Oh gosh, he's just been killing the Diamondbacks. Arias and Buxton get a hit every time they come to the plate.
You know, the Toro company is based out of Minnesota. They do a lot of like golf course sprinklers. They really need to invest in that partnership and beef that one up, because that's a great marketing opportunity.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they haven't already. I mean, it's so obvious it kind of hurts. It would be a match made in heaven.
I don't think that a lot of people knew what his nickname was. I didn't know it until I looked it up myself.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of that. You know, people didn't know that Cole Calhoun was El Rojo Ojo. So we made it very clear that you can only call him that or you be 56.
I kind of just want to trade for Cole Calhoun now, as I'm kind of in charge of the Twins, so...
I mean, you know, you went to a great university. I can guarantee you that it's a world-class institution.
World-class party school.
World-class Zoom University. As it's an 0-1 count, you know, ASU finally admitted today that a lot of classes are going to be moving online.
Yeah, my youngest brother is supposed to be starting his sophomore year just in a couple weeks here at Iowa State, and I told him he might just want to think about taking a gap year, just taking those gen eds from a community college, because you shouldn't be paying full price on that tuition if you're doing Zoom classes.
Yeah, it's a very expensive Zoom license. I can tell you that. It's a 1-2 count from Rondon. Sano swings on it. Able to foul it back, so he'll stay alive here. 1-2 is the count. Ooh, that swing. That looked like it hurt him. I'm not sure what was going on there. The two-seamer cut inside on him, and he was nowhere near it.
Yeah, just a nasty pitch that broke in on the hands, and Miggy was wincing before he even started swinging that bat on that one. And, you know, we've talked about it a little bit in this series. He does have those high strikeout numbers. Didn't strike out in yesterday's ball game, though. But, yeah, he does strike out, but you save the double play for this.
As the throw comes into third, so the runner's going to have to hold at first and second. But, I mean, it was Byron Buxton. He can't get out in this series. He's a snake killer.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, it's been rather impressive. The funny thing to me is this isn't the first time he's been a snake killer in his career. Back in the last Twins series against the Snakes up at Target Field, he had a heck of a series. Was a single shy of the cycle. Jesus. A single shy of the cycle in one of those games. And he had an excellent series the last time up there in Minneapolis, but it is good to see Byron swinging the bat a little better. It's been a big struggle for him this season, and you got to feel for a guy who has to hit in this lineup if you're struggling in this lineup, because it sure seems like everybody else can hit.
Well, a man who can't hit, Jake Cave. But, you know, it's okay, because the Sheriff's warming up in the bullpen, and anybody can hit off the Sheriff, as we learned last night. Oh, Jake Cave swinging a solid second before that ball got to the plate.
I love that they brought in Jake Cave as the pinch hitter here instead of Nelson Cruz, the guy leading the team in homers.
Well, you know, it's a strategic decision right there. It's some strategery for us, Beardy.
Strategery, oh yes.
Classic good
mission accomplished.
Now pitching for the Twins.
And now we'll be getting some Randy Dobnak action. That's
buckle up for the handlebar ride.
It's a Minnesota name if I've heard one. What's his story there, Beardy? I don't know much about Mr. Dobnak.
Oh, God, you didn't hear? That was all the broadcasters talked about in Game 2 versus the Yankees last year. He was a Uber driver down in Florida during spring training, a fringe guy who I think he had pitched in some independent ball as well. Stuck around in AAA, made the call up a few times for long relief, then slotted in as a starter as the Twins rotation kind of started to break down as the season went on. And then, yeah, goes from Uber driver in spring training 2019 to starting Game 2 against the Yanks in the Bronx.
Yeah, you know, that's a bit of a shift, but, you know, being an Uber driver might be scarier. I'm not really sure.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing about it is Dobnak and his fiance had their wedding planned for, I think it was late September, early October, whatever it was, but he was not expecting to even be up with the ball club when they started planning things. Well, as the season wore on, it looked like the Twins would be facing the Yanks, obviously. Randy had to have a little conversation with manager Rocco Baldelli and asking him if he could still go to his wedding and have his wedding, or what was going to be the deal. They did get the wedding in, and they actually got a bunch of attention for it, raised a bunch of money for St. Jude's Children's Hospital as well.
Oh, well, there you go. Got to get married, raise some money for charity. Mr. Dobnak rocking it with the mustache and the good moves on and off the field. So there you go. That's far more than I could have ever told you about our guy Randy. But I can tell you a lot about this man here, Nick Ahmed. Great defensive player for the Snakes, Gold Glove shortstop, but the bat has not been with it recently. You know, you never really expect Nick Ahmed to be providing you with the centerpiece of your offense here in Arizona, but last season really felt like he was getting it going, and you know, this season in ball, it hasn't been the case. He started going for a lot of power early in the year, as he flies out there to second base, and got some home runs. He does have 12 on the season, but since then, or 13, excuse me, but since then, really cooled off, now just down to a 240 average, which is right about where he's hit for most of his career. So maybe it was just kind of a one-off offensive flash. And now we will see Carson Kelly, who's hitting 184 because we love starters who are below the Mendoza line.
Yeah, it happens sometimes, but hey, at least you guys got McCann there now. That was a great pickup by the old Snakes.
Honestly, maybe he should be playing every day.
Yeah, we there was talk of a platoon, a slight platoon with Mitch Garver and Alex Avila. Mitch only played in 93 games last year for the Twins. Did play some first base earlier in his career, but Twins were very focused on trying to get him as much rest as possible. So this season, it's been a whole different story. He's played in about every game, it seems like. And
well, you kind of have to play him every game. I don't think you can wreck your best offensive threat.
Well, and that's where I was just going to say, like, maybe with McCann, the former All-Star who doesn't have a lot of ABs this season, you just toss him in there every day to start out.
Well, I think Carson Kelly's making that argument for us as he strikes out. Randy Dobnak has a good inning here. And the Twins still lead 3-2 as Torey Lovello's coming out to make what must be a double switch. And, we can't hear it, so if anyone in the chat wants to just... Oh, God. Oh, no. Andrew Chafin, whose ERA went up an entire run yesterday, comes back out here. I don't know why, because this game's not over. It's a close one. I'd pick anybody else.
Didn't he pitch 2 innings yesterday?
I don't think he got.
I forgot to write it down. But he pitched last night, right? Or
yeah, he gave up all those runs. He was the one who gave up the 5 runs.
Yeah, after it was a 1-1 ball game for a long time.
All right, thanks to EB and Barry Basher. Josh Rojas now in at shortstop, so Nick Ahmed taken out. Usually Tim LeCastro comes in these moments, but Torey Lovello going with the young gun Rojas.
I love these ball managers to death. I think they've all been secretly drinking in the dugouts all season. No more apparent. I love to bring it up. No more apparent than Ron Gardenhire sending Miguel Cabrera on 10 stolen base attempts. I think it's up to this season. It might only still be 8, but it's close enough to 10 to still be ridiculous.
Well, a ridiculous decision by Max Kepler. This series has not been his friend. I think the heat's getting to him. 107, and he can't think straight, even though it is air-conditioned inside Chase Field. Swings that one way outside there for the K, and Chafin starts it off a little better than yesterday, but don't worry, he's still got 2 times to, mess it up.
Yeah, Kepler just looks like he's trying to fight a war on 2 fronts. It's not going to work out, bud.
No, as Jorge Polanco now up to bat. He takes the first pitch for a ball. I like Barry Basher's theory, Buddha, that the managers are just partying with Nightingale too much.
Just a little too many whiskey sours, maybe. I'm not sure what's Nightingale's drink.
That's a pretty good guess. If I had an old fashioned, maybe. That one's going to get through the infield for a single. So Andrew Chafin reverting to last night's form.
The catcher, number 8.
This one could be over in a second here, Booty. Or Beardy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just surprised that they brought him in with just a 1-run game in the 7th inning. I don't understand.
Yeah, and I mean, oh my. Okay. Now he plunked Mitch Garver, runner in scoring position now, man at first and second, bringing up Eddie Rosario, who's 0 for 3 on the day, but not a guy you want to trifle with runners in scoring position.
No, and Eddie, like the rest of this Twins lineup, the top of the lineup has kind of struggled. He did have a double on Monday night's game, but went 0 for 5 with 3 Ks yesterday, and tonight hasn't been much better, 0 for 3. Eddie has been able to drive him in as of late, so we'll see if he can maybe tack on another one to those 72 he's racked up this season.
That's the ball.
Yeah, and Torey Lovello, you know, kind of renowned for having some interesting bullpen pitching decisions. Generally, though, it's because he leaves his starter far too long in tenuous situations. Not that he goes to the bullpen too much. What does a bullpen coach do? You think the bullpen coach could just be like, Torey, no, we're not going to do that. We're putting somebody else in.
Well, like, I don't know. I feel like bullpen coaches are either guys who were pitchers in the league about 3 or 4 years ago, or they're 72-year-olds.
Yeah, that's about right. Same thing with first and third base coaches.
Yeah.
Like, how do you get that gig? I want my job to just be telling people to go or not go. That's super easy. You got to get paid really well, and you got great seats to baseball games, as that one's going to get by Carson Kelly. The count goes full, and both base runners able to move up on that one. Going to be scored a wild pitch.
Is wingspan taken into account for third base coaches? I feel like if you got longer arms, you know, you're going to see that arm just swinging way more than if you got little short guys. But if you do have little short, stubby arms, you can wing that sucker around a lot faster.
These are all important considerations as Chafin gets his second strikeout. Maybe they just have like a tryout and they're like, with how much flair can you provide third base hand signals to the batters and the runners? You know, we want some style with it. We're not just here to get information across the line. Give us a performance.
Oh, I would love it. That was the only position I would request back in my beer league softball days was third base coach.
And they're going to intentionally walk Josh Donaldson for who knows what reason.
Why?
To get to Luis Arias, who has been just slinging the ball around the ballpark all series long. The sprinkler, La Regadera, 338 on base percentage, 41 RBIs on the year. This is not a good move.
No, he's 5 for 10 in this series, so clearly we're just throwing history out the window like the rest of America and saying screw it.
Torey Lovello going brash, going crazy with it. It's kind of like me trying to play the show in the broadcasters tournament. Make terrible strategic decisions and just hope they don't come back to bite you.
Somebody asked me to be in that, and I said, well, I don't think my PS3 is compatible.
Well, yeah, I mean, my non-existent PlayStation also wasn't compatible. I wasn't even playing with my own team. I took Duggo's team all the way to that final, baby. He'd be bringing up some good points. The D-backs first base coach is Dave McKay, who played on the original Blue Jays squad. As they finally get the out there with the bases loaded, so Chafin bends, but unlike yesterday, doesn't break into a million pieces. So that's good. But the D-backs still trail as we head to the stretch. And it doesn't seem like I'm getting the Jaws theme song playing in my head, so I don't think Shark's joining us.
I could do like the speed reader version of it. I've done it before.
Oh,
not tonight.
Or the broadcast where Duggo and I just a cappella delivered Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Oh, yes.
You can
how
find
did I
that
miss
in
that?
clips and highlights.
When was that?
I don't know, but it's in the highlights somewhere. If you go back through all the clips, you'll get a what I can only say technically was a rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. We did, I guess, do the action. It wasn't good. It wasn't pretty. Much like that base hit right there off Randy Dobnak to get it started here for the Snakes in the bottom of the seventh.
Well, I mean, we're also competing with the best organist on Twitch. So, I mean, it's a tough act to follow if you're singing or playing.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been the worst organist on Twitch, and I don't think it would have made a heck of a lot of difference. As Ildemar Vargas successfully bunts. That might be the first successful bunt I've seen in a while, and that gets him to his 6-game hitting streak. That's good to see. Man, that just went dead.
I was just going to say, that hit just like a knot on the bat or something.
Yeah, Mitch Garver just did not look interested in making the play. He's not a very good defensive catcher.
So his pitch framing has improved, and that's his best asset defensively. But other than that, it's pretty garbage. But you overlook those things when a guy playing that position can still hit 29 home runs.
Well, they go for another bunt, and they are not able to double up Starling Marte on that, so they get the runner at second on the fielder's choice. Starling Marte makes it to first, but the base runner does advance all the way up to third. I don't know if I really see the point of bunting once you already got the guy in the scoring position, but you know, this is why I don't get to manage a Major League Baseball play. Because the strategy is so far above my head that I have no idea what Torey Lovello's doing.
That or it's dumb.
I think it's
a fine line. It's a fine line.
Ketel Marte's bunting too now?
What
Please
are
stop.
we doing?
Please stop.
We're gonna have people boycotting ML Bot Ball here if this bunting crap continues.
Ketel, all you need to do is hit a ball really hard out into the outfield. I don't even care if they catch it. Just hit it. Don't do that. Don't double play. Okay, whew, he's safe. The D-backs get the run they need. That was dangerous. That looked scary, but Josh Rojas able to make it in. Tel Marte reaches out for a ball way outside of the zone. Sano's able to get it there at first, throw on to second, but the transfer wasn't made in time. Ketel just beats it out.
That's hitting about the perfect spot there. Sano had a pretty tough play, had to turn around back to make that throw, and that little turn I think cost him because Miguel Sano does have a cannon, so I thought there might have been a chance to make it, but also with Marte hustling down the line, not surprised we got a tie ball game now.
Yeah, hey, 3 games went to extras. They cursed us, telling us that it might be a record-tying 4th game to go to extras. I think that the people wanting to see Houston versus Texas would disagree with that that proposition. But yeah, don't forget, folks, there is another baseball game after this that was supposed to start a cool, clean hour ago. The Houston Astros heading out to the ballpark out there in Arlington, Texas to face the Rangers. Former Diamondback Zach Greinke up against Lance Lynn. Carlos Zimmerman and Jordan Smith bringing you the late night action as Eduardo Escobar is going to ground out. Fielder's choice gets the 3rd out of the inning, but not before the Diamondbacks pick up a run and tie this one up. We got 2 innings of baseball left to decide a winner. Sano, Buxton, Dobnak to start it off for the Twins in the 8th.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, if Jordan or Carlos are listening, I feel your pain. I was the one on the after dark. Well, it was supposed to be just an after dark call, but after Duggo's 19-inning affair, I had to call a Twins game after. Or no, it wasn't even a Twins game. I think it was like a Rockies Cardinals game I was doing after that one, and then there was a bunch of runs scored in that one, so it went later than a normal game would. So I feel your pain, gentlemen.
Well, we'll see if we can end this one in regulation. Miguel Sano has a chance to change up the dynamic as, wow, 43,778 virtual fans in attendance. Yeah, that just was not going to happen on a day game for the Diamondbacks, but I love the optimism.
Well, Twins haven't been down here since 2011, so there could be a good contingent from Minnesota, especially with how they've played last year. It's built a lot of excitement, so maybe there's a few down here from the old Northland.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of Midwesterners who decide to come out to Arizona. They think it's all sun and games, but it's just the sun is not fun, and it's hot. It's too hot. We don't want all the snowbirds out here in October when it cools down, making our roads all slow. So
yeah, I call them weaklings around here.
Ah, there we go. That's a better name, I think, because Miguel Sano weakly strikes out there, not able to make any sort of contact. But Byron Buxton,
Man.
the absolute series legend, doubled 2 singles and an RBI on his day.
Yeah, he's now 6 for 10 in this series. Quite the breakout, too. Bunch of extra base hits, which have been few and far between for him, although those doubles have been creeping up lately. He is north of 20 on the season, so some good signs despite the low batting average, low on-base percentage, and low slugging percentage from Byron.
Yeah, he's like the only one in this starting lineup that can't hit home runs. As that one's going to be flied out to center field. Ketel Marte underneath it. I don't think he had to move. So, a little bit of a case of just hitting to the wrong part of the ballpark there. That'll be the second out in the inning. Silvino Bracho putting in good work here on the mound. I'm glad he's pitching and not Andrew Chafin.
Number 23.
As there you go, you're finally going to get your Cruz wish.
Yeah, we need some boomstick in this series. Come on now. He's leading the Twins in dingers, and Nelson close to that career average of 275. He had an amazing year for the Twins last year, hit 311, those 41 homers. Now he is north of 40. He turned 40 years old on July 1st. Did compete in that home run derby. There was a prediction that night made that Cruz might feel the most effects from competing in that derby, considering he is so old. But Nelson does take good care of himself. Twins built him a nap room at Target Field after they signed him last year. He's been an absolute delight, and you can even buy a 2-foot hot dog that's called the Boomstick with chili, cheese, onions, all sorts of crap on top of it.
Well, now I'm hungry, but that's not going to work out for Nelson Cruz here as he grounds out easily to Josh Rojas at shortstop, who came in to replace Nick Ahmed for some reason a couple innings ago. And we're through the top of the 8th. The Minnesota Twins not able to rally back with anything, so we'll see Beer, Cronin, Bracho. Well, probably not Bracho. They're almost certainly going to pinch hit. As many terrible managerial decisions as Virtual Torrey has made tonight, I still think he'll pinch hit for his relief pitchers.
Corey Guerin making his 29th appearance. He's been a rather solid option out in that Twins bullpen. They don't put him into too many high leverage situations, but when he has come into them, he's performed rather admirably. You see holding righties to 220, lefties to 247, 37 to 10 strikeout to walk ratio. So Corey was a late signing kind of by the Twins earlier this spring, and he's found a little niche in that Twins bullpen with a lot of solid arms.
That pitch from Corey is going to miss just a bit outside.
Seth Beer needs a hit, man. He's hitless in this series so far. Went 0-fers with a strikeout in the last 2 games, and it means he's due, right?
Well, no, it means he's not. No, he's having that rookie regression right now. Can't keep those wild stats going forever, as he's going to ground out there in danger of dropping below the 300 mark that he's been at pretty much all season long while he's been up in the majors. As Kevin Crone, who hasn't been in the majors much himself, only 22 at-bats so far this season, 1 for 3 on his day. Come on, King Kong.
1-0.
He also walks up to, the rap song King Kong. Really has a nice brand constructed around the fact that he's 250 pounds.
Hey, as a guy who's 6'1", about 245, at least if you're 6'5", it's stretched out a little longer.
Yeah, it's fair, but no way he's that skinny. This animated Kevin Crone's a little too slim there. He's a bit thicker.
Yeah, he doesn't have a black uniform either to slim him down, so looking good in white.
Indeed. Kevin Crone played his college ball at TCU. Occasionally has made some starts at third base for the Diamondbacks as well. Mostly plays first base, though, and almost exclusively first base down in Reno.
I kind of wanted to go back. What are your expectations for Seth Beer?
My expectations for Seth Beer, are that he's just not going to get a lot of playing time this season, so I don't think it's really going to matter because, that outfield's just stacked with Starling Marte, David Peralta, you sign Cole Calhoun, and, even Ketel Marte sometimes goes out and plays center field, right? So, you got a lot of options. Tim LeCastro off the bench can go play outfield if needed. And I can't imagine that they're going to be playing him a lot at first either because you have the likes of Kevin Crone, Christian Walker, Jake Lamb already kind of in line to play that position. So I think the story with Seth Beer, at least in the real MLB world, is that he's just going to be a very limited action kind of guy, maybe occasionally in that DH spot. So I'm not expecting anything crazy, anything, breakout from him, but he could be a solid member of the team. I don't want to, I'm not saying he's going to be bad or anything. I just don't think he's going to have that big of a role yet.
Well, and it's always so hit or miss with rookies, man. Sometimes they can just bust out, or they'll struggle for 2 years before they figure it out. I don't know. It seems like some of those guys just take a little longer to figure things out.
Yeah, Christian Walker, one of those young guys that's taken a while to figure things out. When he came up, there was a lot of excitement and energy around him. He's kind of billed as the replacement for the franchise for Paul Goldschmidt, but he's never really been able to find consistent ability to get it done. So, and even now here in this ball season, right, he's hitting 160 against lefties. He's raking against righties, but you can't hit that low as a starting first baseman against left-handed pitching. That makes you pretty useless darn near half the time, as he's going to just fly that one up. Caught for the third out. We're through 8 innings of action, and it's a tie ball game. Max Kepler, Jorge Polanco, Mitch Garver, the 1-2-3 crew to start it off for the Twins in the top of the 9th. Will we see extra innings part 4 here today, or will Andrew Miller and the Diamondbacks turn it around?
Yeah, Miller pitched a couple innings in Monday night's ball game, making his 41st appearance here. And, I kind of just, it's funny you bring up the splits against the righties, lefties, because, man, Max Kepler, in his career, he was terrible against lefties. Last year, figured some things out that allowed him to really take over that everyday starter role and earn the trust of the Twins with, if you can figure it out and just be decent against lefties, if you're a lefty, you can be okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm really asking for from Christian Walker is just average. You could be
not 150.
Yeah, you just can't be hitting 150 because that's devastating to your offenses. Kepler's going to hit that one against the shift, so he's going to get on. Single there to start off the top of the 9th for the Twins.
First hit of the series for Kepler, and it's not like he's a guy who's been few and far between hits. He's 9th in the American League in average, 2nd in 2 baggers. So kept slowing down a little bit of late in this series, but gets the hit there, and Polanco's bunting once again.
All the bunts, baby, all the bunts. I'm actually a fan of bunting a little bit more in real MLB ball. I think playing a bit more to the strategy, the situation of the game has kind of fallen off recently with a lot of the focus on home run power. But Jorge Polanco really should not be bunting with nobody out. That just, I don't know. Why admit that you're going to get an out here? Just let him swing.
Well, man, they opened a whole congressional investigation against Rocco Baldelli when Polanco bunted in one game last season, so it's funny to see all these bunt attempts from Twins.
Oh my God, he beat it out. This game's broken. I don't know.
Apparently our batting average on balls in play slider is just non-existent.
Well, runners on first and second now for the Twins after they luck out with that bunt. I don't know how the Diamondbacks didn't see it coming, seeing as he literally tried to bunt 3 times and then pulled it back, but they didn't seem to be playing far enough up in order to get that one done, and Andrew Miller really took his time getting the throw over to first, so Polanco was safe. Kepler's now at second, and the Twins are threatening to take the lead here in the top of the 9th.
Garver 2 for 5 in yesterday's ball game. Did hit a solo shot, but was 0 for 4 on Monday. Does have a strikeout in each. He's for a guy who hits like he does. If he's 0 for 2, you might guess something could be coming. Although at the same time, he's also drawn quite a few walks. 42 walks this year to only 77 strikeouts.
Well, that's going to be helpful for the Diamondbacks, as that's just going to be fouled up a little bit behind the plate. Carson Kelly has no issues with that. At least he can still get basic defensive stuff done.
The left fielder, number 20.
Yeah, there's no decimal place averages there other than fielding percentage. So.
And that'll bring up Eddie Rosario, who's 0 for 4, struggling a little bit today with that strikeout. The double play would end the threat here for the Twins, but that would require the Diamondbacks fielding crew, who's looked suspect at best this series, to get it done.
Yeah, Eddie had a double Monday night, but he hasn't done much since. 0 for 5 with 3 Ks last night's ball game. Couple Ks here tonight, I believe. So, woof.
Woof indeed, as it's an 0-1 count from Andrew Miller. Long-time pitcher in this league. Ooh, that one goes right at about belt level there in the zone. No swing from Rosario. Close, but no cigar. That one's going to be called a ball. Andrew Miller relies primarily on that slider that's about 82, 83, mixes in a four-seam fastball about 10 miles an hour quicker. Sometimes, very rarely, he'll throw a sinker, but as you see there, the slider's all he needs to get Eddie Rosario out with the K. And there's now 2 down.